How's it going, everybody, and welcome to the Click to Close crash course over here on YouTube. So I know you guys are probably looking at the length of this video and you're thinking, damn, that's a long video. This is the entire crash course where you are going to be learning if you sell a high ticket service, whether you're a coach, mentor, agency owner, course creator, you're going to learn the entire Click to Close system that we implement for our clients to scale them predictably past 50 to 100K per month. You're going to get the entire framework from start to finish. So throughout this entire course, this entire video, there's going to be links right down below here, and I want you to access those right now. So the first link is going to be to our direct Go High Level snapshot. So you're going to be able to install this for free directly into your GHL account and use the exact templated formulas that we are showcasing here throughout the entire course. As well as you're going to have access to our full shared Google Drive folder. So throughout this, you'll notice that each part of the video is a different module, right, from start to finish. So we're going to have the corresponding documents inside of a full shared Google Drive for you guys right down below. You guys can go in there, access those documents, make copies of your own to utilize them for your own offers. Now, while you're going through this program from start to finish, I highly recommending just watching it from start to finish. The way that we lay everything out for you guys is going to be a complete breakdown. It doesn't matter if you're just getting started or if you're already at your first 5 to 10K month. You're going to be able to learn exactly how we install a full click to close system, and you're going to be able to take the exact frameworks that we build for you and implement those directly into your offer. So without further ado, let's get started. And first subject that we're going to be diving into is content, ads, and funnels. So let's get right into it, and you're about to spend your next couple hours here with me. Let's go. Hello guys, and cheers. Why are we cheersing today? Because today we are getting into the meat and potatoes of the course. So as we guys go through this today, you guys are now like into the actual program, and this is so cool and so exciting. Number one things, I know we talked about this in our last previous videos, do not skip forward. Okay, one of the biggest things about this is we put this in the right order. I don't care if you've already been an established coach. You might already have a very proven offer. You still need to follow these systems step by step. Okay, and then one of the very first things, one of the most important things we're going to talk about today is how to actually turn your Instagram profile into an actual working funnel. Why is this important? Well, our Instagram is not somewhere where we just post content. It's where we get our leads. It's where we get our clients. It's where we make our money, right? So how can we actually optimize on that Instagram? And why is this important? Well, before we dive into sales, before we dive into ads, this needs to be optimized, right? Where's our ads coming back to? Your Instagram, right? Where are people getting trust and authority from? Your Instagram for the most part, right? So in order for us to really nail down the next processes we talk about in this program, we need to nail this down. I'm gonna try to make this short and sweet for you guys today. So let's dive right into how to turn your Instagram into a client acquisition churning machine. Let's dive right into it. So the agenda, what we're gonna go over today is exactly like how this works, why this works. We're gonna talk about the funnel structure for your actual posting. This isn't gonna be like a full deep dive because we're actually gonna have a full video on this inside the bonus section of the module or of the course. So we're gonna touch on this today, but we're really gonna dive into this later on inside the course. We're gonna show you how to set it up step by step, and we're gonna show you some real life examples because I know you guys are probably like me. You like learning that Hormozi style where it's a little bit of a visual, a little bit of learning, and then a visual. Visual learning is one of the easiest ways for us to go about this. So I'm going to show you guys some real visuals today, give you guys some real good examples of how you can turn your Instagram into a client acquisition machine. Like all things, our Instagram is not just content, it's a funnel, right? At the end of the day, we run businesses. Almost everything that we do is a funnel, right? To get more clients, to get more leads, etc. So our job of our Instagram is to perform 3 main tasks. Attract, which is like get new eyes. Warm up, which is building trust, authority, educating, and then converting them, actually getting them to convert on our actions. And as we go through this whole document today, which you guys will have shared underneath this video inside the documents tab, you going through this, as you are building out your Instagram through following this video, we're gonna be trying to, we need to answer 5 questions, okay, by the end of this. And if these 5 questions aren't answered or aren't clear, there's gonna be a leak in somewhere inside of our system. So I always want us referring back to these 5 questions. 4 questions. Number 1 is, who is this for? What problem do they solve? Why should I trust this person? And is this person someone I should trust? And what's the actual next step for me if I want to take action? If those 4 questions aren't answered, you have a leak. So let's go through, make sure this is leak proof, and then when we come back at the very end, I just want to make sure that we answer those 4 questions appropriately. So let's dive right into it. Going through this, like I mentioned, this is going to be for our funnel, like our content funnel structure. At the end of the day, like I said, we're going to dive into this a bit later on as we go throughout the course as well, but I really want you guys just to have a clear understanding of what the actual content funnel looks like. So you can think about like the content funnel as like an actual funnel. Like imagine you're back in high school drinking out of the funnel again, right? We all had those days. So top of funnel is really going to be where it's big, and then we got middle of funnel, bottom of funnel where it's small, right? So top of funnel, think about this as like getting eyes, getting new people to come to your profile. Where middle of funnel, this is where you like educate them. You get them to learn what it is that what you do, who you do it for. You show some good case studies, so show some proof. And then bottom of funnel is where you actually get them to convert. And I gave you guys a full breakdown inside this document. If you guys want to take a look through this, you totally can. Like I said, I'm not going to dive too deep into this because as we go later in the program, we're actually going to have a full module just based off of this. But I just wanted to give you guys a clear understanding of this so we can kind of go through it like quickly. Top of funnel being like hooks. This could be like just get hot takes. Something that just brings in eyes, that still calls out your ICP. It is just, again, not the purpose of these videos isn't to convert. More so, I think these videos is like viral videos in a way. You just get eyes to your profile. Then middle of funnel is where you get the viewer to have a belief shift where it's like, this person really understands what it is, the pain I'm going through. They understand my pain points, and they seem like they seem like the person that can get me from where I am to where I want to be. And then bottom of funnel is where you just get them to actually take action, right? So after you've educated them enough, built enough authority, that's where they actually take action. So let's dive in. Number 1 with our Instagram profile is we need to lock in our branding. Some of you guys might think that this is like a little weird. It's very important. Number 1 is the bottom of the list there, but we need to pick branding colors. And this is huge. Your branding colors also need to be representative of what it is that you are trying to accomplish. So what I recommend you guys doing is studying the psychology of the color wheel. And I'll give you an example. My business colors for Uprising Flow are a baby blue and a white. Why is that? Blue builds trust and authority, and white is peaceful and just easy, right? For instance, on the other side, you have black and red, or black and orange. Orange and reds, those are gonna create urgency, right? And the black is almost like a dark contrast, right? So it's like a needed urgency. An area where like an orange and a black, or an orange and a black, or a black and a red might work well is a fitness coach for men. Where blue and white might work really well could be like business coaching or fitness coaching for females, right? Where we're, again, the goal of what we're trying to accomplish through those actual colors is beyond what we think looks nice, and more so is supposed to appeal to the emotions of our buyers, right? So if you want to use a good software for this, Adobe has a great color branding tool that you can use. Just look it up online. It's just like look up Adobe brand colors, and it's a free service that you can use. There's so many other ones out there as well too. And honestly, if you want a good resource, use ChatGPT. It'll help you really dial in your branding colors for your actual niche and for your actual offer as well too. But essentially, what we also need to be doing as well too is, what outcome do we have people get? How will it be, like, how will we actually visually communicate that to them? And then what angle do you want to own? Like, how do you want to go about making your content with your niche, your promise, your actual deliverables on the content, right? These are all things that we need to figure out, but more so inside of that branding colors. Everything else comes after, right? Because when you're making your content, like subtitles, whatnot, those should all follow your branding colors, right? How you are posting about your content should follow your branding colors on your profile, right? But this here is like going to be, I hate to say it, it's the least important out of all the steps we're going to be going through today, but really dialing in those branding colors is going to be huge for you. Step number 2, and this is for instant positioning, and what I mean by this is just building straight authority, is your profile photo needs to match your niche identically to what you sell. So if you are a business coach, right, it needs to be a nice headshot of you. If you are a fitness coach, you better be looking juicy in the gym inside of your profile pic. If you are a trading coach, you sitting at your laptop, right, working on your laptop could be a fire profile picture, right? You just need to relate back to your niche, build credibility, and actually make sense. Then we're going to step 3, which is going to be our bio. And I'll give you guys a full example down here. and a bio template as well, which is pretty cool. So the bio has four main parts. Three, but mostly four. Who you help, what you do to get them there, some proof, and a call to action. The only time that I would not have proof is if you have an overwhelming amount of proof inside of your story highlights, because a lot of the times as well too, like for instance, in my niche that I'm in, where I just help coaches and high ticket offers scale, it's very hard for me to put a one-liner of proof because I have so much. Could I put my ad spend, how many my client success rate? I could put ROAS, right? There's so much that I could put in there. So for me, I focus it more on my story highlights, whereas if you have like a one-liner that you can use, put that inside of your bio. And an example of that, using the bio template that we have before, could be like this, right? So for instance, let's talk about fitness coaches again, okay? So it could literally be, I help overweight men get in the best shape of their life in 26 weeks for their wedding without living in a box and giving up the foods they love, using your method name. For proof, it could be something like 85 successful transformations this year alone, something like that along those lines. Or it could be like average client loses 15% body fat, if that's an actual scalable metric that you can have. And then CTA would be something along the lines of DM me start for more info, DM me ready for more info, DM me change for more info, right? I really like using the for more info. Reason being is it shows, number one, who has curiosity, but when you also use strong keywords like start, ready, and change, it also shows that those people who are messaging tend to be higher intent. The words that I would want you guys to avoid using in your bios would be something along the lines of like free, something that implies to like cheap leads, essentially is what we're looking out to not use, right? And the reason being is we want more people with high intent coming through. So using the words like DM me change for more info, the reason why it works so well is because the people who do DM you just have so much curiosity. Now, giving you an example of what mine looks like. See, for me, like I said, I blast my story highlights with testimonials, so there's no need for me to put one line of proof, especially when I have so much different kinds of proof that I can give. So it'd be like, for me, it's get 15 high ticket clients in 90 days, 4 coaches in high ticket programs, DM me start for more info, right? Tells them exactly who I help, what I do, and who it's for, with a call to action, right? Very, very clear. And my story highlights help back this up, which we're gonna dive into right now. So going over story highlights, it really is used for one purpose, and it's middle of funnel building trust. So think about your stories, like your story highlights, as solely middle of funnel, right? So this is gonna be results and proof, and about you, and then some sort of free value. These are the only 3 sort of highlights that I'm gonna say are needed, that you need to have. And with your proof, sometimes if you have like tons of proof, put this into like 1 to 2 to 3 different highlights, because it just helps spread it out so much more and shows all of your different proof. Literally when it comes to like screenshots and testimonials, this is the biggest thing. You want volume, you want a lot of them in there, but you want them to be targeted towards your ICP. So what I mean by this, I'm gonna give you an example of myself. When I first got into this space like 4 or 5 years ago, I solely worked with solar companies, construction companies, and realtors, right? It wouldn't make much sense for me to toss up my testimonials of me working with realtors, except for like the real estate coaches, because it's to a completely different ICP, right? If I can help a realtor, it doesn't mean I can help a fitness coach, even though I can do both. Someone seeing that doesn't want to see my results with my realtors, right? They want to see the results with my direct ICP. So even if you don't have a ton of volume, that's okay. Focus them on solely just being your ICP that you are showing in your case testimonials. Now, in about you, in a story, the reason why this works so well is that if you have like a past that you can relate to where you are now, this is going to be huge. Why? Because it helps build the emotional connection between the leads coming in and you. The same way that we want to build that emotional connection with the leads watching your case testimonials, and that's why it's important that we only use your ICP, because if you're only showing off your ICP, people inside your ICP are going to be able to relate to that same way they're going to be able to relate to you. So you need to position yourself as like almost as if you were your ICP before you got started, right? If that makes sense, without, obviously, with it being authentic and real. And then that way, basically what you want to do is position yourself, give your life story, show what's changed for you, and show that what you learned through your own coaching and what those impacts have been on you. Then lastly, it can be some sort of free value. So that you have like a free training that you want to send out, and which we'll get into when we get to like the VSL funnels and whatnot. This can be huge as well too, just to get people to always continuously coming in and almost working as a bottom of funnel stack. Now, something that works really, 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 really well is adding a middle of funnel specific highlight, and you always want to use this as your last highlight. What this highlight is going to be is literally just straight up how it works. So what I would do with this is literally just have a case testimony that you're showing off, and then giving the explanation of exactly what you did to get them from point A to point B, showing that off in like 3 to 4 stories, but always have this as your last story. The reason being is that this is straight middle of funnel, and this is only something that we would want someone who is so interested in what you have to offer seeing. So in order to get to that last highlight, they will have to go through like 2 to 3 other highlights in order to get there. And the reason why that works so well is that by the time they get there, that tells us that that person is so interested in what we have to offer and more than likely is a 10 out of 10 lead, right? As long as they're financially qualified. So having some sort of like how it works with an actual mechanism with a call to action as your last story highlight is going to be huge, okay? So that's gonna be a breakdown for you guys about, and again, this little rule that we have down here, highlights should warm them up so the DMs feel obvious. And that's the whole idea, especially with like these last 2 here, is what we're doing here is building trust and authority in these first 2 points. And then now we're actually like giving them deliverables, call to action so they can come towards us, right? And that's just gonna be the very, very simple story highlight stack. And again, if you guys want reference, just go to my Instagram. You'll be able to see great reference there. Now, step 5, posting on stories, simple structure. So this is what stories are meant for, right? Relationship building, engagement, and soft bottom of funnel selling. That's what we use our stories for, not our highlights. Don't get them confused. You posting on your highlights is a one-time thing. I'm talking about you continuously posting on your stories. So a very, very just easy kind of like strategy that you can walk away with. This has worked for many people, many of my clients in the past. Is example, and I'll give you an example as follows, right? So Monday, you're gonna have an engagement poll. Okay, this would be something I would run for my clients or for myself, right? So are you getting clients from IG right now? Yes or no? Right? Then Tuesday, I'm gonna post a middle of funnel on my actual like posts, and it's going to be a lesson on the story that I made yesterday. So it's gonna be like teach a concept that lets them think differently. So why more leads won't fix their offer. So why your content isn't converting. Rather than giving them like a pure solution, you're more so showing them like where they could be missing the mark. This is the real reason why your DMs go cold, right? Wednesday, what we're gonna do is throw up another poll, right? And we're gonna DM these engagers, right? So everyone who responded, sorry, I'm not gonna throw up another poll. We're going back to our poll, which is the one we posted right here. And essentially what we are doing is we're reaching out to everyone who engaged. Why are we doing this now on Wednesday and not Tuesday? Well, because we already have our response video out there. So people will already be watching that video. People will see that video, ask you questions based off that video as well too. Now, why is this important? Because it's gonna show us that they are actually interested in our content, they are watching our content, they are learning from our content, and that they are interested in what we actually have to offer. Then Thursday's gonna come around, and what we're gonna do is show a win and give an exact example of what changed, but we're gonna be relating it back to that post in that poll that we posted earlier on the week on Tuesday and Monday, right? So for instance, for me, what I would do is I would show, this is my client, Jack, who I got from 0 to 15K in 90 days, and this is the exact 4-step system that we used to get him there, right? And that's gonna be my Thursday post. Friday, this is what we call the objection killer. And this works really well as well too, because typically people think that they have problems that are not the actual problem, right? So what I like to do here is one thing that I see in this space all the time is people believing that you need to blow up your Instagram and have 500,000 followers to be a great coach. So a video that I can make right here is why the content you're posting is getting views but not getting you clients, right? Because that's going to kill an objection that they already have in their mind, which is the idea that they need to blow up their profile in order to get more clients, but that's completely wrong, right? So what we've gone through this entire process is we basically have created curiosity here, then we teach them something, we then respond to them, give them more proof, more authority and proof of showing them, giving them a belief shift too in a way. Then Saturday comes along, and that's when we actually give a soft pitch, which will be on our story for a DM call to action, which could be like, if you want to learn about how you can generate, about how you can get 15 clients for your online coaching business with less than 10,000 followers on Instagram, DM me the word Instagram, and I'll send you over a free training that breaks down exactly this step by step, right? And that is just an example of how you can actually go about using these in a posting structure, like an actual literal posting structure that uses top, middle, bottom funnel content to nurture your leads and qualify them through a week. And you've just built yourself a full content funnel right there. I hope this guy's firing you guys up, because this is firing me right up as well too. So then going back in, I know we've talked about this a little bit earlier in the beginning of the video as well too. And like I said, we're really gonna dive into this the farther that we go. But I just want you guys to understand this, because over the next couple of weeks that you're watching this course, and before we get into that, like the bonus section, I still want you guys following this. So your top of funnel, so you need to be posting top of funnel, middle of funnel, bottom funnel every week. Again, top of funnel, this is gonna call out problems, create curiosity, almost like earn that follow. It's a viral video, right? It's just like getting people's foot in the door. I do highly recommend always calling it to ICP in all 3 levels of your content funnel though. Middle of funnel is basically what you're doing is teaching them how your system works. You're showing them proof of how your system works. You can also show them why what they have tried has failed and why other methods have failed. That's another great approach that you can take as well too. It doesn't just have to be about you. It can also, like for instance, in the fitness coaching niche, you talk about this is why only eating chicken and rice is going to ultimately ruin your physique and not get you closer towards your goals, right? That's just an example, right? For trading coaches, let's say you focus on Forex trading, right? It could be something along the lines of the real reason why you don't pass funded challenges, and here's the step-by-step plan on how you can exactly do so with a 100% pass rate. That's some good middle of funnel content. And then bottom of funnel content is solely just getting them to take calls to have a call to action. With your bottom of funnel content too, 99% of the time, it's just gonna be done in your stories. And it's gonna be usually followed up it's usually followed up after you post some good middle of funnel content. So like posting some good client transformations, good testimonials, and then a soft call to action, that's gonna be your bottom of funnel content. Another note that I didn't include on this document, and this is like, you're gonna see these as they come up, guys. It's not just in the documents, it's also in the videos, is that you need to be posting a call to action on your story every 36 hours. Okay, so that's like the rule of thumb, bottom of funnel, call to action on your story every 36 hours, and that's gonna be your best bet. Now, I don't recommend going over that because you don't wanna come across too salesy, but you still need to allow people to take action on your posts. So going back through this, the really main focuses that I want you guys to focus on today is gonna be step 1, step 2, step 3, and step 4. And then after that, everything should flow pretty nicely. Again, what we wanna make sure that we are doing is that when we go back and we look at how we've changed over our Instagram profile, we need to make sure that our Instagram answers these 4 questions. Who is this for? What problem do they solve? Why should I trust them? And what's the next step? And if it doesn't answer those 4 questions, go back through this video again because you missed something along the way. So I want you to go rebuild your Instagram right now, and then come back and ask, even get a friend, get a family member, someone, and be like, okay, I need you to answer these 4 questions for me based off my profile. Tell me the answers to these. And if they can't tell you the answers to those, that means that you have a problem. So go back to this video again, recheck everything, and make sure that you are in line. And if any of you guys have any questions about this, please feel free to leave a comment down below. Please feel free to reach out to me or Trey, and we would love to help you guys out. But again, guys, congratulations again through the first meat and potatoes video of this course. And I look forward to catching with you guys soon. Cheers. How to create winning ads, okay? This is getting exciting now, guys, because we are now diving into the actual ad creation side of the course. And this will give you guys some really good understanding of how to actually create winning ads. Now, for this, you guys are gonna have right below this video that you'll see attached to the documents is gonna be this doc here. And you guys are gonna be able to use this. This document's gonna be used over the next couple videos just because it's absolutely packed. We got 6 different tabs in here, giving you guys everything that you need to know when it comes to ad script creation, headline creation, copy creation, etc. And what's great about this is that this is gonna be a shared Google Doc that you guys have. So who knows, by the time that you're watching this video, it may have 4 to 5 new tabs even, right? So this doc will always be the one that we're using throughout this entire course, just to give you guys all the sauce when it comes to creating winning ads. Now, to make your guys' life easier, what we actually did and what we actually created for you was a drive folder with winning ads. And these are my actual ads, as well as some of my clients' winning ads that we're gonna be able to see. So first of all, what I want you guys to do, if you're following along here with me, is I want you to go here and just open up this winning ads folder. And you'll see here, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, we have direct offer ads and testimonial ads. Testimonial ads, we're gonna get into this when we talk about the retargeting ads. So we don't necessarily have to dive right into that right now, but what we are gonna go over is the direct offer ads. So with the direct offer ads, we have 4 different examples that you guys have in here. So we have a coaching offer, which is done by yours truly. We have a fitness coach example, and then we have a Forex offer. So you know what, to get started, we're gonna watch 2 different examples, and then we're gonna dive right back into that document, showing you guys exactly how you can come up with your own winning ad scripts. So let's dive right into it with the first example, which is done by yours truly, Coach. Let's just let this render here for a sec. Let's dive right in.
Coaches, are you sick and tired of looking for one-on-one mentorship just to be given some BS course that you could have found on YouTube for absolutely free? Then listen up. If you're making more than 10K per month and you are sick and tired of mediocre YouTube courses, I will personally partner with you and get you 15 paid in full clients in the next 90 days, or you don't pay me a single thing. Trust me, I'm not here to sell you another course. I will personally partner with you, rebuild the client acquisition system that past companies messed up, and install the AI sales systems flywheel directly into your offer so you can finally start producing qualified buyers and not tire kickers with international phone numbers. We install our systems, build you a back-end powerhouse, and place you with a proven commission-based sales team that actually closes so you can finally start scaling your coaching offer past 50K per month without gambling on broken systems ever again. This didn't just happen to work 1 or 3 times out of pure luck. It has helped hundreds of my coaches. So just
what a phenomenal ad. I do say so myself. We're gonna watch one more example right here. And what this example is gonna be for, this is gonna be a DMCTA, just so that we can see 2 different variations. And this one's gonna be for a Forex trading offer. So,
listen up.
Oh, give you a sec. And there we go.
Listen up. If you have at least 2K sitting in your bank account right now, if you gave me $2,000 and I showed you how to turn that into $15,000 inside a funded account, how many times would you hand me that same $2,000? Probably a lot, and that's the exact method I use to help traders pass funded challenges and pull consistent payouts without gambling, guessing, or blowing funded accounts. In the last 3 years, my students have generated multiple 5 figures funded withdrawals using the same exact system. And here's the crazy part. They're not financial experts. They're not coding indicators. They're not sitting on the charts for like 10 hours a day. They just follow a proven structure I built that turns disciplined people into funded traders. People just like the ones you see above me right now, making 10K, 12K, even $15,000 payouts once they get funded. The only difference between them and you, they actually went through my A to Z trading training, learned my strategy, passed their challenges, and got funded. If you want to see exactly how it works, step by step, DM me the word 15K, and I'll send you over a training showing you the exact method my students are using to turn $2,000 investments into consistent weekly payouts.
Awesome. So there you guys got to see 2 examples of winning ad creatives. And I'm not just going to say, here, look at these examples and shoot. Let's dive into why they actually work and how you can use these models to create your own winning ad examples. So let's get back into the document over here. And again, when you guys first load in, this is going to be the ad examples page that you click. So the very first page is going to be right here. What I want to do is go to the example where it says for coaches, because this is going to be the example that I ran you guys through. And we're going to break down each part of the script, and then I'm going to show you how that relates back to our plug and play model. So inside of each of these examples that we have here on the screen, it's a little bit off of your guys' screen, so I'm just going to drag this over so you guys can see it. But you see there how we have the for coaches, for trading mentors, and for fitness coaches, all different examples that you guys can look at. We're going to go through the one for coaches right now. So this is the script. As you guys can see, everything's broken up between script, headlines, and copy. We're not going to be focusing on the headlines and copy today. All we're going to be focusing on is the script. So first of all, let's dive right into it. Coaches, are you sick and tired of searching for mentorship just to be given some BS course that you could have found on YouTube? Well, if you're a coach who's doing more than 10K per month and you're sick and tired of being let down by mediocre courses, then listen up. I will personally get you 15 paid in full clients over the next 90 days, or you don't pay me a thing. Now, there are two different mechanisms that were used in this opening paragraph. Number one is going to be pain and financial qualification. So this is for our call out. So and you'll see in the plug and play model, typically we like to go with two different types of call outs. One being pain and one being qualification. This is a really good example of how you can use both. Why? Because it calls out based off of pain. And again, this isn't just pain as in, do you deal with unqualified leads? Do you have a low show up rate? No, we need to think of real pain. What are things like people are actually seeing in your niche right now that is causing them pain? One of the biggest areas in this coaching niche is that there's so many damn courses out there that are basically copy and paste of what you could have found on YouTube for absolutely free, right? So that's a call out, a pain call out that I'm calling directly out to. But then we lead into our key promise, right? Which is I will personally get you 15 paid in full clients over the next 90 days, or you don't pay me a single thing, right? So step one is the pain or qualification call out, then followed by the direct promise. I'm not here to sell you another course. I will personally partner with you, rebuild the entire acquisition system that past companies messed up, and install our AI sales systems flywheel so you can finally start producing qualified leads and not tire kickers with international phone numbers. We install our systems, build you a back-end powerhouse, and place you with an in-house commission-based sales team that actually closes. So you can scale past 50K per month without gambling your money on systems ever again. What this here is our mechanism. What is it that we actually do? So we've hit three key points now, right? We've hit our call out, our promise, and our mechanism. And now to tie that all back in together, what we do to relate back to their pain, to into their actual situation that they're in right now, is we tie it back with showing real case studies. So, and again, the reason why we do this is because we show there's people who have felt your pain, they followed our system, and now they are over here. You're still over here, and they're over here. It's just basically showing them that there's a clear path to what it is they're trying to achieve, but it's also building an emotional connection with your case testimonials and their current state. So it's also important as well too that when you are talking about case testimonials here, it relates back to your ICP who you did call out in that very first initial line at the very top. So this is the same system that's scaled our coaches like Ali, Nick, Jack, and Chase, all guys who came to us frustrated and burned, done with agencies and courses, and now they're pulling consistent ones. Then finally is our call to action. So if you're done with BS courses and want a partner and want a partner that will actually scale you past 50K per month, click learn more below. I'll personally walk you through how we can implement the sales systems flywheel directly into your business and scale your coaching offer past 50K per month. Due to the closeness of us working together, spots are limited. So click learn more below to get started today. So this is a call to action. And then just here, this is used here to create urgency on the call to action. We also always like to call the call to action twice. It's always a good
always a good move to call out your call to action twice. Hit a light call to action and then finish off with a hard call to action. Now, let's go through the same thing, but with the fitness coach example. So this is the script that we have here for the fitness coaches, and let's just go through it together. So come here, and you'll notice this is a completely different script, but it follows the exact same principles. Come here. I'm going to teach you something about building muscle and getting abs probably nobody wants you to know. If you think that you have to starve yourself to burn fat, build muscle, and get abs and be in the best shape of your life, you're dead wrong. Unless you're stepping into a bodybuilding stage like my client, there's no reason why you should ever be miserable, exhausted, or starving yourself for weeks on end. Let me break down what actually works and why more people are making it harder than it actually is. You don't just need to eat chicken and rice or chicken and vegetables or a keto diet or some crash diet to build muscle and burn fat. It's not sustainable. You're going to starve yourself and you're going to eventually binge or break off that diet. So give yourself 75% of foods that are whole and nutritious food groups, 25% of foods that you enjoy. That way you'll be able to stay on plan for a longer period of time without giving up without having huge cravings build up, and you will be able to be more consistent. This is going to dictate you making progress in the long run. Just like my client Connor, who was able to put on 5.5 pounds of solid tissue and lose over 15 pounds of body fat while working with me. He's not stepping on a stage and he didn't have to starve himself to do so. So if you want to learn more about how you can get in the best shape of your life, build muscle, burn fat, and get abs, and you're not a bodybuilder, DM me the word abs and I'll send you a free training that will break this down step by step so you can do this on your own for absolutely free. Now, I know you guys are probably like, oh, that's so different than the script that he just wrote off. No, it's not. It's not. And let's break it down. Here, what do we have? We have the call-outs right up here. Why is this a call-out that works so well? Because when we look at my last example, my call-out is literally dead to the face. Coaches, are you sick and tired of searching for mentorship just to be given some BS course that you could have found on YouTube for absolutely free? Right? Versus, come here, I'm going to teach you something about building muscle and getting abs that no one wants you to know. If you think you have to starve yourself to burn fat, build muscle, and get abs and get in the best shape of your life, you're dead wrong, right? So they both call out to our target audience, but just in two different ways. This way here is using the direct language of the ICP that the ICP understands, right? Because someone watching this video, right, when we're talking in these languages about getting abs, burning muscle, building fat, like these are all words that our ICP is interested in, right? So we're able to talk to them directly in that first 1 to 2 lines, call out to their pain points without directly saying, are you a man that's this, and this, right? Because sometimes the videos, it can come off a little bit weird giving those direct pain point call outs, right? But so what this does is that by speaking in their language, you fully understand who it is that they help and what exactly that they're doing. And you're seen as a professional because you're calling out using their pain points without even actually stating if this is you, right? So this works phenomenally. And now where he gets into the promise is right here. Is getting the best shape of your life, you're dead wrong, right? So basically what he's saying is like what you've been told here is complete BS. And I'm going to show you exactly why. And then he breaks down mechanism, breaks down proof with testimonials, and then gives a call to action. So see, it's two completely different written scripts, but they both go through the exact same key principles. And that's where it brings us to our plug and play model, where I'm actually going to show you guys how you can go through this plug and play model and use these examples to write you killer ad scripts. So let's go to the plug and play. Let's go to the very top. So up here, you'll see everything that we just talked about is inside of this plug and play. So number one is we're going to choose some sort of call out. You guys will know from my example that I was able to actually combine the two. So if you are able to combine the two, that's awesome. If not, just pick one. So for instance, either choose a pain call out or a qualifier and status, right? So typically for most of you guys, I would go with pain. The reason why you want to go to qualifier and status is if you've already been running ads, and low quality leads is just the issue that you run into. It's like every lead you generate from an ad is a tire kicker. Then I would go with a qualifier to start off the ad. But if that's not your case, if you've never ran ads before, or if you're just new to running ads, stick to pain callouts. So like, for instance, my example could be like, coaches, are you sick and tired of getting of looking for one-on-one mentorship just to be given some BS course that you could have found on YouTube for free. Another variation of this could be like are you like for bodybuilders, like bodybuilders, are you sick and tired of looking for one-on-one, or are you sick and tired of looking for one-on-one coaching just to be given the same PDF meal plan over and over 5 different times from 5 different coaches, which is all consisting of chicken and rice and chicken and vegetables? Examples, right? I mean, I'm not the top 1 fitness coach here, so I don't know exactly how to speak in your language, but you guys are getting the points. Now, then we go directly into the promise. So what it actually is that you can do in a certain time frame, right? So like, for instance, for me, you're sick and tired of BS courses on YouTube. I will get you 15 paid in full clients in the next 90 days, or you don't pay me a single thing. That's the promise. Then we go into the mechanism. So how it is that we will actually do what we have to do. And then here's how mechanism name works. We do this, this, and this so that you can get this. And if you look back at my example that I talked about, it was here. We will install our systems, build you a back-end powerhouse, and place you with an in-house commission-based sales team that actually closes. So you can scale past 50K per month without gambling your money on broken systems ever again, right? Just an example. And that's for the mechanism. And then you dive into the proof. So this is where you're showing your actual case studies, your results, and relating them back to the case studies of your ICP who you called out. This here is so important. So do not just show all your case studies. You need to show case studies that directly relate back to your ICP. The reason being, I think I mentioned this before, is what you are trying to do is relate your ICP to your case studies and to you. That way they can have an emotional connection between your case studies, your client results, and where they are right now. That way they can see the contrast, but they can also see that people who were in their position were able to get the desired result that they are looking for. And then at the very end, we just have our call to action, right? So either a DM or a link. And those links will either be for like booking a call, applying for coaching, a Facebook lead form, or a DM CTA. Now, we're gonna actually dive into what's gonna make the most sense for you, using a DM CTA or a direct link CTA, and both of them work well. If you already have an established Instagram profile, you're brand new to running ads, I'd probably go with the DM CTA. As long as you have enough credibility on your profile, that's solid. If you are brand new, you don't have an Instagram profile set up, this is your very first time running ads, I would still probably go with a link CTA. I'd probably go with a direct link CTA. Now, the reason being is that you want to direct people towards something that you can show them proof and authority. And if there's not enough proof and authority on your Instagram, well, that's a problem there, brother. So 2 options. Number 1, get proof and authority on your Instagram and then run DM ads, or you can run direct offer ads. Both work. But this is going to be the exact plug and play system that you guys can use to create winning ads for your campaigns. Now, like I said, we're going to be using this document here so much more throughout this entire rest of this course. So if you guys have any questions about this, just watch the rest of the videos. They'll probably get answered there. I know that we skipped over so much inside of this documents today that we will get to a little bit later on. So if you guys have any questions about this, just please feel free to comment them down below or reach out to me or Trey personally inside of the community, and we'll get back to you about this ASAP. Again, go in here and check out the winning ad creatives as well too. There's always going to be more that are updated in here. So probably by the time that you're watching this, there's probably already more in there. If not, keep your eyes peeled, because as time goes on, we're going to be adding more into there as well too. And if any of you guys create winning ads out of these and they actually win and they work, send them to me, because I'd love to actually include them in here. That'd be pretty awesome if we can get some real people who've gone through this course showing their results from these ads. So like I said, any questions, watch the rest of this section, because I'll probably answer it. If not, leave them in the community below, and me and Trey will get back to you. But I hope you guys have a phenomenal rest of your day, and I look forward to catching you guys in the next module. Cheers. All right, what's going on, guys? This here is the most exciting part of the course. We're going to be showing you guys now how to actually set up your winning ad campaigns. So we're going to run through the 2 different examples today. First one is going to be the engagement campaign. The second one is going to be the direct offer campaign, which made the leads campaign. Now, where we would use each of these.
DM campaigns work great. And honestly, before you ever run a leads campaign, always run an engagement campaign. If this is your first time ever running ads on Instagram, set it up to be an engagement campaign. Engagement campaigns are going to allow us to receive DMs from our ads. So with this, we are going to need direct call to actions for our leads to DM us, right? With this as well too, you can also run direct offer campaigns as well. And I highly recommend also running direct offer campaigns. And the downfall to engagement campaigns is that if you don't have a DM setter, things can get a little bit tricky, right? You get a lot of volume coming in, and it becomes a lot for you to deal with. So if that's the case, direct offer campaigns might work. But if you're just getting started, engagement campaign is where I would get started. So what we're going to want to go do is we're going to want to head over inside of our ads manager. And what we're going to do is we're going to go up here to this green button and press create. For our campaign type, we are going to be clicking on engagement, and then we're going to press continue. So we're going to go over here and press create. And then again, we're going to go in here and select engagement ad. And then it's going to give us the two different options. We're going to go into manual engagement campaign. We're going to press continue. And we're going to be following this doc here. So if you want to know how to actually go through what I'm doing here, we're just going through this doc. Now our next step here is to name our campaign. So we're going to be calling this just Uprising Flow Engagement Campaign. This is why I'm not an English teacher. And then we are going to go down here, and it's going to ask us first and foremost, the biggest things that we have to actually get set up here on the ad level is we want to make sure that buying type is auction, which it should be. Objective is campaign. We'll leave that as is. It's going to ask us for our budget. Now, with the new Andromeda update, it is best to test, but I have still found the best success for my clients, you and myself, using the ad set budgeting. So I recommend just ad set budget. With this, you're also going to turn this off here. Lastly, what you need to do is declare your ads if they need to be declared. Now let's see what actually has to be declared. If, for instance, you're a trading coach, you offer day trading services, Forex, etc., right? You have to declare that. If for housing, if you are a real estate agent, you are going to need that. Most of you guys won't be doing employment, so don't worry about that. But then social issues, so like anything political or like social justice, you have to declare those as well. So the last step that we're going to need to do, again, is inside the campaign level, is name your campaign. So call it whatever you want your campaign to be. Make sure that budget is set to ad set budget. With the new Andromeda update, I would recommend testing both. If you want to know what the truthful best answer is you don't know until you test both campaign and ad set budget. But where I found the best results is still using the ad set budget. And make sure that this checkbox here is unchecked. Now, lastly, if you do need to declare your ads, you have to declare these. Not everyone needs to declare them. For instance, if like you're a fitness coach, you don't need to declare. If you're like a business coach like I am, you don't need to declare. If you're running like a low ticket course like this, you don't need to declare. But where you do need to declare is if you're offering a financial service, so let's say you're a mentor for trading, Forex, etc., you're going to need something for that. Employment, none of you guys have to be worrying about that. Housing, that's for real estates. And then social issues is like politics and like social justice, right? But if you don't fall in those categories, you don't have to declare anything. And I recommend not declaring if you don't have to. What you're going to want to do after that is you're going to press on next. And then first step in here will obviously be to go name your ad set. So we're going to name this ad set here, ad set 1, just make our lives easy. Now, conversion location is we're going to do message destinations. People, you can have multiple options, but we always want to do message destinations. Now, it's going to say automatic destination. This is going to be run recommended. We are going to press manual destination, and what we're going to do is take away messenger. Reason being is we're only running these ads on Instagram, right? So unless you believe that there's a benefit to running on Facebook, like let's say you work with an older demographic, it might be beneficial to run on Facebook. But for most coaches, just sitting solely on Instagram is going to be your best bet. Now for performance, we're going to set this as maximize the number of conversions. We don't have to do anything for bid control, nothing for value rules. That's fine. For budget, you're going to want to set your daily budget at your ad set level. So I'd recommend starting off with like 10, 15 bucks. Very solid. Start date, you don't need to worry about this right now with the start date, because you'll notice as you start creating your campaigns, it'll say start dates in the past. It'll make you update. Just leave it. It'll be fine. Now, audience, the only thing that we're going to do here inside of locations is, for instance, for me, I'm from Canada. It's going to make sense for me to advertise to the United States as well too. For most people, I would just pick United States, but being a Canadian company, it makes sense for us to advertise both to Canada and the United States. So highly recommend setting it on to wherever you are plus the United States, or just being in the United States. You always can go with the big four, which is Canada, US, UK, and Australia. Personally, I haven't found much success in UK and Australia, so I stick to more Canada, US targeting. The last thing that we have to do is go to placements. And it's going to say Advantage Plus placements. We're going to click on edit here, and we're going to change this to manual placements. Now, under manual placements, the first thing we're going to do is get rid of Facebook. And then after that, we are going to get rid of Instagram Explorer, get rid of Instagram Home Explorer, and Instagram Profile Feed. Now, the only spots we are going to be running ads now are Instagram Profile Reels, Instagram Reels, and Instagram Feed. This is just going to optimize our campaign placements because we don't want to be showing on Facebook Messenger and in places in Meta where you're not going to convert, right? After that, you're pretty much set on your ad set level. Our last step now is what we want to do is go down into our ads. We actually have to go to the ad level and get this all set up. So for our ads, we're going to go down now into our ad level. We're going to name our ad. So this is going to be engagement ad 1, right? Easy peasy, lemon frickin' squeezy. Now, what we're going to do is you're going to have to scroll down, and it's going to see here where it says setup creative, okay? And it's going to say select post, okay? And we don't have to do this. And again, I don't recommend you actually using this selected post option. And you can see the way that you can get around using this is where it says setup ad is you want to press on where it says create ad instead of use existing post. Now we're going to be able to set up everything directly from ground zero. Now what we're going to do is press on where it says setup creative, and we're going to select on video ad. Now for this, you guys won't have anything in here inside your media storage, so you're gonna have to upload. So I'm gonna go over here to upload, but you'll see when I go to upload, I have this Google Drive folder right here. And this one here is just a 4X offer from one of my clients that I work with. His name's Sai, and this is a DMCTA that he has. So in the actual video, he has the DM with the keyword as funded, right? So the DM keyword that he's using is funded because, again, he does 4X trading offers. So we're going to show you how we actually build that makes sense for his offer. So as you can see now, it uploaded. So it's going to allow us to go in here and trim it. Never want to trim it, just press skip and continue. Now, for these, when this pops up, what we're going to want to do is always select original. So never the recommended size. Keep it original so that your video fits all sizes where we want it to be. Now, what we're going to want to do is we're going to have an option for primary text and our call to action. So for call to action, we're going to want to change this to contact or to learn more. Either learn more or contact us. Either one works fine. Now for primary text, what we're going to do is we're going to go into our ABC copy method that we have inside the SOPs. If you guys haven't got to that yet in the course, just make sure you actually go over how to write the winning ad copy. And then what we're going to do is paste our winning ad copy in there. And for this, the only thing that we have to change is because with this ad copy, it's for people to click a link. So what we're going to change this to at the very bottom is just to DM us that keyword. So what that's going to look like is going to be like this. So DM me funded and I'll send you it. And then we're just going to boom, and I'll send you over the train. Easy peasy, press done. Perfect. Now we have our ads all set up and ready to go. Now, the last thing that we just have to do is set up our message template. And it's going to give us one that's super basic and easy, but we don't want to use this one. We're going to want to go up here and press where it says create new. If it wants to press. Sorry, just give me 1 second, Ryan. Facebook Ads Manager being Facebook Ads Manager. So what we would do is to create our own message template is we go up here and press create. If you want to create, so what you do is when you're in here is you can either press create new, or you can just edit the template that it already has for you. So you just go in here and press edit template. And then what you're going to want to do first and foremost is just give it a name. So I would just call this like funded DM, right? Because that's what we're using it for. Now, To make this super simple, what we do is we go up here, and again, this is going to be all inside of here. So for instance, for this example, we actually have it right here. So if you have at least 2K to invest into yourself and you want the exact strategy my students are using, DM me the word 15K and I'll send you over the exact system. So all we're going to do is copy this. And again, this is the example for the trading example. You want to take the winning example and customize it for your winning offer. And then all we would do is, because again, I didn't use the term 15K, we use funded, is I would just change this to funded. And then now the only thing that we want to do here is we want to get rid of all the other questions and leave one question. That question is going to be funded. And that is going to be the only thing that they can respond. We're going to get rid of the follow-up message as well too. And then we're going to save this template here. So then this way, we're all set up and we're all good to go. Now, the only thing that we have to do now is press save and we are good. Now that we are all set here, pretty much the only thing that's left to do is to publish. So if you wanted to make more variations of ads, and I can show you how to do this real quick. Let's say like you want to run multiple ads. You just go up here and press duplicate. Make a copy of it, duplicate it. And then you can make this your engagement ad number 2. And then all you would do to make your life easier and go in and change things up is where it says media, you would just go in here, press edit media, and then you can just change the video. And then you can just upload a different video that you have. Like for instance, I want to use like this video here that I have in my library. I can update that. And then if I want to change any of the text in here, I can, or I can leave it as is and just press done. And then you'll see there's now the new video is just loading in, obviously. Give it a second. I'm sure you saw it there for a second when I had that preview. And then everything's the same, right? So we have the funded DM template. Everything's good. And then we're pretty much ready to go. The only thing left to do is to go in and publish. And then your campaigns are live. And that is exactly how you set up the engagement campaign. So if you guys are going through this SOP doc right here, you'll notice that this is the exact walkthrough that we just did for everything. So again, even the bottom where it says scale creatives, if you want to duplicate the creatives, that's exactly how you do it. Same thing is if you wanted to test out like multiple different ad sets. And one thing that's cool too that you guys can even do, we set this to broad targeting, right? We didn't set anything special for actual ads, like any special targeting. But if you wanted to, you can just go down here and you can change this. So like, let's say you wanted to like exclude audiences, or you want to change your minimum age, or if you wanted to even go down here and add some detailed targeting, what you can just do is go up to your ad set and then duplicate it. And then but you would do this at the very end after you have all of your ads done. And then that way you have 2 different ad sets. So then that way you're able to test out different variations. All you have to do is press publish and you're good. So that is the exact walkthrough of how to create your engagement campaign. Now, let's go and have a walkthrough of how to create your leads campaign. Let's get right into it. Awesome. So now that we've created our engagement campaign, let's go and create our actual leads campaign. So for this, what we're going to do, same simple steps. We're going to go up here and press create. Now, instead of creating an engagement campaign, we're going to go and create a leads campaign. And we're going to press continue, go through, easy peasy, name our campaign. I'm just going to leave this as a new leads campaign. You name it to whatever you want to name it to. Same thing, ad set budget. It already automatically did this for us because we did the ad set budget the first time. You may have to go in and change that. Same thing, I don't have to declare my ads, so I'm pretty much good here, and I can just go and press next. Now, same thing, go up and name your actual ad set, and then it's going to say conversion location here. So you have multiple options, website, messenger, instant forms, etc. We're always going with instant forms. So we're going to go with instant forms. Performance goals, maximize the number of leads. And then the same thing, we're going to set our budget. I'll keep this one at 20 bucks. Let's say that the goal is 20 bucks. And then what I'm just going to do is go to locations, make sure I have United States on. Boom, United States, easy peasy. And then I'm just going to go down to placements, edit this down here, manual placements, same thing. And then we run the exact same thing we did last time. Just get rid of Facebook, get rid of Instagram profile feed, and then we're going to go down and get rid of both of these Instagram explorers, and then we're good. If you wanted to do any sort of detailed targeting, like I said, you can either split test your ad sets by duplicating after we're done doing this campaign, or you can always go in and just detail target right off the get-go if you don't want to split test as well too. So then on the ad set level, we're pretty much done. We're going to go press next. Now what we have to do is actually set up our ad. So same thing, we're gonna go in and name our ad. I'm gonna leave this one for as is. And then what we're gonna go in and do is go in and create our ad. So what we're gonna do is just scroll down, and it's gonna be a little bit near the bottom. So we're gonna press set up creative campaign, and we're gonna go video ad. Same thing, we're gonna go and upload the video ad for this. This is gonna be the link CTA for size offer. That was the same one that we did last time. And same thing here, we're just gonna wait for this video to upload. It's taking a little bit faster this time, which looks good. Video is uploaded. We can go here and press next. Now, what we're just gonna need to do is go in and add that primary text. So same thing, I'm gonna go back here, copy over my primary text and copy that, and then paste that in there. Now, with this one here, we're also gonna need to have headlines. So on the headlines, we're gonna give an option as well too. So this headline that we're going to use is also from in here. So it's get funded with a real system is what we're going to be using. So command copy, and then we're going to paste that in. Booyah. Description, you are always going to leave empty. Description is nothing. Okay. What you think the description is primary text. Primary text is like the caption of your post. And then for the call to action, always just learn more. And then next. Now, always leave, you can leave these on. I always like the translate text and the enhanced CTA. I'll keep those on. And then done. And now you'll see that we have our ad basically all set up and ready to go. Now, the last thing that we have to do on side of this is everything all here is all set up inside of our ads, all done. The only thing that we have to do is set up our instant form. So what I want you guys to do is to go up here to the instant form and press on where it says create form. And now we're going to follow this setup guide that's literally given to you guys inside the leads campaign. So the instant form setup is right here. So essentially what it is you want to have, when you get in here, you'll notice that you're gonna have to name your form. So I would just name this whatever you're, so uprising flow course test form, but whatever you would want to name it is how you would want to name it. Now, form type, always more volume. Sharing setting is open. Now, flexible from this one here is essentially what this is going to do is just tailor it for each person that comes in for maximal performance. You can leave that on. That's totally fine. What we're going to want to do is go down to intro, and we have to create a headline. So for the headline, examples that we want to run with is, again, so this is going to be, this here is going to be something that just screams out exactly what your call to action is. So for instance, for size, what this offers, and that would make sense, is fill in your info below to gain instant access to my trading strategy, my funded trading strategy. Oh, my below, and it has to be 60. So it's fill in your info below for instant access strategy. Fill in your information below, and I'll text you over how this works. Easy peasy. So that's what we want to get set up as. That's really solid as well too. And then literally all that we have to do after that is just press on next. And now we have to have some questions. So the questions that we're going to have, we never want to make phone number optional. We're going to change this first name to being full name. So they give us their full name, email, and phone number. Now we're going to have to add a description here. So this is, I literally make this the exact same. So fill in your information and I'll text you how this works. And then just, if you're a dummy like me, fix your spelling error and you're good. Now, if you want to add some qualification to this, you totally can. So one thing that I would like to do is, like, for instance, is you can have them create or select a multiple choice. So what this could look like could be like, the one question that I would ask you for size offer could be like, are you committed to investing into yourself to learn day trading? And then question mark, and then there we go. I'd make this yes and no. And then if you want to, again, this is mandatory, but if you want to, and then you can turn on what's called conditional logic. And then what we're going to have is we're going to have this person submit the form. They're good. And then what we're going to do is select this person to close the form because we don't want them. And then that's going to disqualify that person, right? So basically our questions that we have is just fill in your information. They say that they're committed and then they get their information to be filled in. And that's super easy. Then the last thing, what we're going to have to go in here and do, and again, you don't have to have this question. If you want to get rid of it, you just press that trash can button at the top. But I'd recommend you guys having some sort of commitment question. Highly recommend. So then what we're just going to go in and do is we're not going to necessarily 100% with this multiple choice option where we have the conditional logic, like we have inside of like the forms, this isn't 100% needed, but I highly recommend this because in that way you can have some sort of financial qualification. And I'm sorry if you guys didn't see that. My screen was frozen there for a sec. Hopefully it did work. But what you're going to be able to actually do is just disqualify and qualify people based on this conditional logic. So when you press on this one to close the form, it's going to automatically have us delete disqualify. So you're not even going to be worrying about talking to those people. Then what we're just going to have to go in and do as our next step is press on next. And then now you just have to link a privacy policy. So if you guys don't know, you can also just look up free privacy policy generator and it can literally just generate you a privacy policy. For me and my company, I do have one. So I'm just going to link that there, which is just uprisingflow.com/privacy. Don't use my privacy policy, use your own privacy policy. You never have to add a disclaimer, that's totally fine. And then what I would just do is just change this to just privacy policy here. So that's not huge text, just says privacy policy. And then next, you're going to have an ending. So as you see here, we have our end page for leads. And then we have down here our end page for non-leads. These are people who get disqualified, people who get qualified. For the end page for leads, what you're going to want to do is you can name it end page for leads, it's fine. Headline is going to be one last step. And it's actually, we give this to you guys literally right in here in the instant form. When we go down here, yeah, one last step. You guys can literally just take this, copy and paste this. And then you're going to want to go copy this. Due to our high demand, limited capacity, locking your spot by clicking lock spot below. Paste that there. And then the last thing that we're going to need is to link our funnel page for our direct offer. So the way you do that is by going into your high level account, going down to sites down here, going to our direct offer funnel, and then finding that book a call page. We're going to highlight that, copy that there, and then go to the ads manager and then paste that as the link. And then the button here is going to be lock spot. Easy. Now we just have to make the end page for non-leads. So thanks for your interest. Based on your answers, this might not be the best fit for you. Shoot me a DM if you believe this was a mistake. And then call to action is you can just do view website. Honestly, what I would just recommend is that like for their call to action is I would just put your Instagram profile in here. I'm going to copy this, my Instagram, and that's how you guys set up. So that the people get disqualified, people message you on Instagram, and people get qualified, go directly to your book a call page. And then we go here and press create form. Now, to wrap this up, make sure that you have the right form selected right there for your ads. Then that way, it's going to send them over directly to right where you need them to. And then now, again, like we can just do is we can just upload our ads and publish them and they'll be live. So guys, this is literally the full breakthrough or walkthrough of how you guys can record and actually set up winning ads. I know that this was a 30-minute walkthrough video, so I apologize. But guys, this here is the full sauce. You guys literally have the full breakthrough of how to actually get these ads live and how to actually make these campaigns. One last thing, if you guys want to duplicate, same thing, just go up here, duplicate. If you guys want to duplicate ad sets, go up there, duplicate your ad sets, etc. I know you guys probably have tons of questions about this, so if you do, just feel free to leave them inside the community, and one of us will get back to you, more so likely me. I'll get back to you personally. And if you guys have any more questions, please feel free to let me know, and I look forward to talking with you guys soon. Peace. VSL funnels or direct booking funnels? Which one should you use? How should you use them? So you don't waste time, you don't burn leads. So we're gonna have a full breakdown of both of these funnel systems with the full like plug and play of how you can actually like literally steal these funnels with the GHL snapshot. So you already have access to literally both of these funnels, but let's go through and see what one makes the most sense for you. So the truth behind all of this, what a VSL is used for, persuasion before the call, not only that, but it really helps you, it really helps qualify leads, disqualify leads. You will get a higher cost per booking, but the quality of your booking is so much higher. Versus our direct booking funnel, which the qualification, most that's done on thank you or the booking pages. The persuasion's done on the call. It's less of an area or less of a barrier to entry. This is going to be used when you want more volume and you're not so more worried about quality. But let's talk about both of these and how they both apply, where they both make sense. So Just to give you some reference of how these funnel flows work, I know that we've already kind of dived into this as well. With your VSL funnel, it's going to go like your ad or your organic profile towards a lead magnet, a VSL page, an intake form, and then a booking page, and then a thank you page with some breakout videos. Versus the direct booking funnel is literally your ad goes straight to a booking page with some qualifications potentially, and then a thank you page. So how do we know which funnel makes sense for us and what we should be using for our offers? Well, let's dive right into that. So going right into VSL, you want to use a VSL when you already have warm traffic. So VSLs work very, very well if you already do have a good organic Instagram reach or good organic reach anywhere on social media. Now, why is that? Because as well, VSLs are really going to be helping people shape their beliefs, understand exactly what it is that you do. It is going to take a little bit more of it's going to be a little bit higher in your cost per leads, your cost per booked calls, but the quality of these leads is going to be so much higher than a direct booking. Another great way to use when you want to use VSL ads is if you're running value-based ads. Value-based ads are going to be what we use for like retargeting in the future, like running value-based ads and then hitting them with retargeting. Value-based ads work very well because if people are showing interest, they're watching those videos that you're posting, they're watching at least 50 to 60% of those videos, right? A VSL will work very well for them because it shows that that audience wants to be educated and they want to learn to trust you. So another area where you'd want to be using a VSL is if the offer needs explanation to be believed, right? And what that means is like, the lead may have, like for instance, if you're in a space like fitness coaching, I would use a VSL. If you're in a space like trading for traders, like trading mentorship, use a VSL. Why? Because people have been burned so many times in these industries and these niches, right? So if you need to build credibility, you believe, if you need to build trust, if trust is something that you like face being a big problem when it comes in, like when it comes on to sales calls, using a VSL can be huge and can really, really help those processes. If you have proof to stack and you believe that your proof is going to drive more value towards the call, using VSLs are phenomenal. Why? The way that I go about making VSLs is literally showing a case study from step A to step Z and showing the process that you took through that, right? Because what this is going to really do, if you have tons of testimonies, tons of good case studies, is it's really going to show you those practical applications. If you don't have good case studies, if you don't have tons of client results, VSLs could end up hurting you. Why? Because if what you're trying to use for a case study is outside of your ICP, it's going to be quite useless for someone who's actually coming in and trying to learn from your VSL. If quality is an issue that you also deal with, VSLs can be huge because it gets rid of tire kickers. It makes the lead go through more steps essentially in order to get to the booked call. So the people that are on the book call tend to have much more higher intent than someone coming from a direct offer ad or direct offer funnel, sorry. So if like quality is a step or something that you like are facing an issue with where you're just getting a ton of leads but they're all low quality, using a VSL, or if you already are using a VSL, just shows that there's not enough qualification done in your VSL. And as well too, if you can afford more steps, this is where it's going to be worth it. And this is kind of what I just talked about. Like if you're at the point where your calendar is filled, but it's just lower quality and you're using a direct booking funnel, it might be time to switch over to a VSL. But direct booking funnels are great when your ads are acting for a direct response. So if your ad gets the lead to book now, but then they have to go through a full VSL funnel, well, they're not going to book. Like imagine someone said to you, just click this link and go book a call. And then they had to go through like 4 freaking steps in order to book that call, right? The intent of that buyer is gone so fast. So we want to be using direct offer ads when our offer is literally so direct. So if our offer can be understood instantly, we have a clear outcome of it, a clear vehicle of how we're going to be doing that, and a clear next step, direct offer ads can work great. So if you don't have proof stacked yet, or like I said, or if your proof is outside of your ICP, then direct offer ads are going to work a lot better. Why? Because if that's the case, you are probably in the position where you don't need to worry about quality, right? Because if you don't have tons of case studies, you probably don't earn a spot where the quality is an issue that you have to worry about. It's going to be more beneficial for you to get more people on your calendar and sift through those, rather than only getting a couple bookings on your calendar per week because you're overdoing on the quality, but you don't have proper case studies and testimonials to back it up. So if speed and volume are something that you are okay with, then this can be great. Why? The reason being, so if you have like a setter and these setters are calling your leads within the first 5 minutes, direct booking funnels are gonna be your freaking go-to. Or if you are able to call your leads within the first 5 minutes, direct booking funnels will almost always outperform VSLs. Now the reason why is because what you can get done in that 5-minute phone call within the first 5 minutes of them coming in is gonna be astronomically much greater than any sort of VSL. Because you're having a real conversation with the lead feels like you understand their pain points, they can trust you, and they're building authority, right? So if speed and volume are something that you are able to handle, direct booking funnels are like one of the best that you can go with, or if not the best to go with. So the non-negotiables with these as well, just kind of going through each and every step. So if you run a VSL funnel, this is what you need. A VSL funnel almost works the same way as an ad, right? So it's gonna give you a clear structure, so like the problem that they're facing, what you do to fix that problem, proof, and a direct offer, which is typically tied in with the next step, right? That's gonna be all done on one slide, right? We need to hook them in with a good case study within the first 30 seconds. We need proof sprinkled all throughout, not just dumped at the end, because we need to building authority fast, right? We gotta be thinking about, these are the metrics that we wanna be really heating up on. Are like watch time. How many people are watching past the first 30 seconds, the first 90 seconds, the first 5 minutes, right? And then after that, obviously an intake form that somewhat filters people to some sort of degree, qualifications, etc. For direct booking funnels, this is what you're gonna need, right? So you're gonna need a booking page with filters, right? Either on the booking page or on the thank you page. Very, very clearly on the booking, or on the thank you page as well too. I would make sure that you go through the breakout videos video if you're running a direct offer. It's actually going to be in the bonus section of this course, but breakout videos are going to be huge with running direct offer ads. Why? Because it's going to almost answer the questions that you would get coming up in the VSL, but in like very short videos after people book it. And like I said right here, really important with those breakout videos there. So again, going into the rest of this document here of what, everything else that we need to go through. So with this, we also have what's called the decision engine. So choose your VSL funnel if you can only say yes to the following 3, right? And this is like going to be a good understanding of if the VSL funnel is even going to make sense for you, right? So if you can't answer these 3, probably not the best thing to do for a VSL, right? Or if you can't answer at least 3 of these, right? Do you have a warm audience? Does your offer need explanation or belief shifts? Do you have a strong library of case studies? You want fewer, higher quality calls, right? So if you can answer at least 3 out of those 4, good. Now, same goes with direct booking funnel, right? So if you can say yes to these 3, it's more so likely you're using a direct booking funnel. Do you have cold traffic and you're dealing with a direct offer from your ads, which most of you guys probably are. Your offer is simple and obvious, proof is limited, and you need more speed, volume, and faster testing, right? So you're just getting started. More so than likely, if you're going through this course, you're gonna be doing a direct booking funnel. But for the few, or as you elevate, you can even run them both at the same time. We also have a VSL funnel here. Now, what we also included down in here as well too are just some examples where people mess up, mistakes, etc. And I don't want to like take up too much of our time and dive into all of these. So I linked this document down below so you guys can go through this. And this document will be continuously updated. But as you guys know as well too, and like I said at the beginning of this video, it's either the video before this or the video after this. We are going to actually be diving into showing you how these funnels work. So what I want you to do is just have an understanding of this, figure out which kind of funnel makes the most sense for you, and then go to the video where we actually make those funnels together, and let's build our funnel together. So like I said, 90% of you who are coming in, you are going to be using a direct booking funnel, right? But for the other 10%, a VSL might make sense. But what I want you guys to do is go to this document, read through this start to finish, go through the examples that that we didn't really necessarily go through down here, or where people mess up. Go through this entire document, have a good understanding, and then let's go watch that video back again together where we walk through how to actually build the funnels. And then that way, let's build out our funnel together so we have a winning system for your offer. But like I said, 90% of you, let's really focus on those direct booking funnels. VSLs are phenomenal. VSLs work great. But again, as well too, if you are in this course, more than likely, you're just trying to learn how to build your first funnel. So I would more so go with a direct booking funnel. But if you are advanced, you have a good Instagram profile, like I said, you have a warm audience, your offer needs a little bit more of a belief shift, that's where using a VSL can be useful as well too. So like I said, tune into the next video, or it might be the video before this, and let's build out our funnels together. If any of you guys have any questions about this, feel free to let me or Trey know, and we'll get back to you ASAP. Look forward to talking with you boys soon. Peace. All right, what's going on, guys? Today we have a action-packed module for you guys. This here will probably be one of the more longer modules that we have in the course, but this is gonna be huge for you guys. And like, truthfully, this is so much free sauce that this might not be a video that you can only watch once. You might have to watch this over 2, potentially 3 times, because there's so much information we're giving away for you guys in here. And today what we're gonna be going over is funnels. So underneath this video, there's gonna be access to this SOP document. This SOP document is called All About Funnels. And as you can see, I just have to move my screen over there for you guys. You'll see here that we have so many different SOPs inside of here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 SOPs and a video guide breakdown as well too. So this here, like, open this and have this open while we go through this, because this is going to be huge. And truthfully, I know you guys are probably like me. I'm a much more visual learner. I hate reading shit, but I will tell you, and I'm just giving you this free game right now, that you need to be reviewing this SOP documents over and over again, because truthfully, I can't break down absolutely everything that we're going to need to know about funnels just inside this video alone, right? There's so much that goes into this that it's very important that you guys check out this SOP document as well too. But we're going to go through it and talk about our funnels today. I know you guys will be watching this right after we would have created the ads. So you're probably like, at the end of your ad video, you're like, well, where do I link my ads to? What do I do next? We're building the funnels, the system. So if you guys don't already have, you guys will need to have Go High Level for this. We have our links inside of the welcome section here if you guys want to get the Go High Level. If you don't want to use our link, you don't want to support us, that's fine as well too. You can still access our snapshot. And the easiest way to do this is by accessing that snapshot. Why will that snapshot be the easiest for you? Because it's going to be a plug and play from there, right? You're not building the funnel from ground zero. You're literally just filling in the information on the funnel that's needed for you. So let's dive into it. What we're going to be talking about today is how to actually use the media storage inside of the Go High Level. So this is going to basically, what your media storage is like your Go High Level's like camera roll is the best way to think about it, right? So what videos do you want hosted on your Go High Level? What photos do you want hosted on your Go High Level, etc. What we're also going to be talking about with that is video hosting, because with the video hosting, like I said, we can do this directly out of the Go High Level, but sometimes there's actually easier ways to go about this. For instance, when we get into our VSL funnel, it's a lot better from what we found to either host your VSL out of Wista or YouTube. If you upload it on YouTube as well too, it's also more content that you have directly on your YouTube that people can book directly off of as well too, which is even more awesome, right? So we're going to talk about how to do that, as well as, like I said, how to natively host outside of the Go High, or inside the Go High Level. You'll also see as well too, inside one of our funnels, we have some embedded testimonials, and this is on our VSL video page. And we literally show you the exact code. We give you the exact code, exactly how to upload, exactly how to get them from your Wista, which is a free software that you guys can use, to directly into the Go High Level. Like, this is just plain and simple, so easy for you guys. We have a how to make sure your funnels flow, so how to make sure everything's working properly, how to make sure everything's connected properly. We even talk about domain hosting. So you guys would have seen the video that I made, which is like how to connect your domain. We have a full SOP breakdown on that, because since we've recorded that video, Go High Level has introduced their own domain purchasing, as well as with some of you guys, we even gave an example of how to link up a subdomain, so that way, if you already have a website hosting or hosted, that you don't have to go buy a whole new domain. You can just set up a subdomain for absolutely free. And then we also talk about exactly how to duplicate the steps. So what that means is, like, you'll notice is, like, on our direct offer VSL, we don't have a thank you page right now.
And we're going to get to that in this. When you guys get the actual snapshot, the thank you page may be there. But if it's not, you're going to want to follow these steps. But not only are we showing you how to duplicate funnel steps, we also show you how to create what's called global sections, universal sections, and section templates. And what these do is essentially allow you, if you have multiple funnels, like your direct offer or your VSL offer or your VSL funnel as well, it will allow you to basically like copy one thing from one funnel step over to the other without rebuilding everything from ground zero. So just making your life a little bit easier, etc. Now, when it actually comes to you building these funnels, how we're going to go about this is different for everybody, but it's all going to follow relatively the same guidelines. And for the most part, we're going to be starting with the direct offer funnel. I honestly recommend that you can build out both of these, but you'll notice a lot of you guys who are coming in here, the direct offer funnel is going to make more sense for you if, number one, your volume is what you're looking for, because with the direct offer funnel, you will get much more bookings on your calendar, much higher opt-in rates, but the downside with it is that quality can be an issue. So where we use the VSL is when our calendar is being booked up, but it is lower quality. A lot of the times with your direct offer funnel, you'll still bring in great high quality leads. But if you get to the point where you're like, okay, quality of leads is something that I'm dealing with, that's when you make that transition over to the VSL, right? Makes sense. Also, other areas where VSL funnels make sense. If you're like, I would not have a direct offer linked to my Instagram or on my YouTube. So like if you post organically on Instagram and YouTube and you have an organic following, it might make sense for you to build both the VSL and the direct funnel offer, direct funnel for your ads, and then VSL for your leads from Instagram. And now we're actually going to dive into each and every single one of these steps. So starting off, we're going to head over into our high level. You'll see over here on the left-hand side, where we're going to be spending most of our time today is in the sites and then the media storage. I'm going to go over the media storage real quick, just so that way we can spend our time in sites. So what the media storage is, like I said, this is essentially just like your camera roll for your high level. So inside the media storage, you'll see in here, we have a bunch of like just stock images in here, which are on the funnels, which you'll see in a second. But one thing that's really cool about the media storage, so now that I'm in here, you just go to the left-hand bar, media storage. I'm gonna move my screen back over so you can see more of my screen. One thing that's really cool is that you can actually connect your Google Drive directly to it. So it's super easy. You just, like every other thing connection, you just go connect your Google Drive. And then that way you can actually directly access your Google Drive. So then that way, if you have a bunch of testimonial images, videos inside the Google Drive, you can just access it there, makes your life a heck of a lot easier. What you can also do is just upload off your computer. So if you press this upload button right here, you'll notice that it's just like any typical kind of like upload screen. You can click on, like, for instance, this is a video that I have, and you'll see this in the funnel. This is like the template for our testimonial videos. If I wanted to upload that, I would literally just go in here and press open, and you'll kind of see where my head is down here. It's just loading in, and then back over here, the video's in there, right? So that's how you actually upload into the media storage. They also have folders as well too. So if you want to organize, and like, let's say you want like a video folder, right? For your videos, whatever the case is, then you can have your video folder, and you can even just go here, move to folder, select your video folder, move it there, move into the folder. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, allows you to have full customization over your media storage, which is really nice. So again, think of this as just like your camera roll, and you'll see where this comes into play here in a second. But it's very, very useful, and just a quick little easy way for you guys to upload your media directly in here to access for the sites. I also have a video on this as well too, so we're not going to spend too much time on this. But going into next, what we're going to do is, sorry if you didn't see on my screen, because my head kind of covers the blue bar over here. I went from media storage down here up to sites. So from media storage here to sites, and that's where I want you guys following along with me. So boom, and you'll see in here we have our direct offer as well as our VSL funnel. First and foremost, what we're going to be doing is heading over to the direct offer funnel. Now, once we get in here, you guys will see already as well, inside this SOP doc here, we have a few different documents talk about domain hosting. So if you head over to the third from bottom here, you'll be able to actually fully access this. You'll notice I already have my domain connected. If you don't have your domain already connected to your Go High Level, just follow this.
This one here literally shows you how to do it directly inside of Go High Level. If you want to purchase your domain elsewhere, you can follow this B. So if you want to like host on GoDaddy or Cloudflare, Namecheap, etc., you can use that. And then at the very bottom as well too, I have a YouTube video linked. And what this is for is setting up a subdomain. So like, let's say you already have a domain purchased for a website, you can just access this as your subdomain. You can use this video to set up your subdomain inside the Go High Level. Super, super easy. And that's what I did. You'll notice that mine set up as a subdomain. So like my URL is uprisingflow.com. This is set to, the direct offer is set to go at uprisingflow.com. And then you'll see, I believe the VSL here is set for connect, I believe is the, yeah, so connect at uprisingflow.com are the subdomains that I used. So first and foremost, inside of our book a call or direct offer funnel, what we're going to do and what you do with all your steps to go in and edit again, we go back, just go into it, and then you go to the book a call page. What we need to do is go in here and we need to edit this. So essentially when you log in, this calendar here might be grayed out. All that you have to do is go into your calendar settings and activate the calendar by connect your Zoom, by connecting your Zoom, your Google Calendar, etc. I'll either have a video on this or I'll link a video on how to do this. So then that way you guys know exactly what to do, because when you first get in here, you'll see no calendar available, or you'll see a 404 page, which is basically like calendar's inactive. All you have to do is activate that calendar. So what you need to do when you get in here to make your guys' life the most easy is you'll see that we have some placeholders in here. So like your logo placeholder here, right? So for your logo, what you do is when you click on this, you'll see that right in here, it has like an image link. So when I click on this button here, what you'll notice is that all of my media storage pops up. So for instance, for me, when I'm going in here and changing over this image for a video, or sorry, over this image from like the stock image here to like my logo, what I would just do is literally go in, click on this, like click on the logo, click on this this photo icon here, and you literally just click whatever photo you want to add in here. So let's say I want to add this video right here, I would add that video image right there if that was my logo, right? Obviously that's not my logo, so I'm gonna go and put this stock image back here, insert media, and it gets put in right away. The one thing that you guys need to look out for across all of this is very, very simple. Number one is you need to make sure that everything that happens on mobile is also happening on desktop. You'll notice, so in here, when we click on this image, underneath styles, if I scroll down, there's a section here that allows me to either have it visibly on desktop or mobile. So let's say I unselected this desktop here, it's no longer available there. Obviously we want it back, so we're gonna keep that there. But in some instances, a lot of the times with like the copy that we have on the sites, like the text, a lot of it sometimes can't be optimized for both mobile and desktop at the same time. So what you'll notice is that there's only one text that's available on, that's visible via desktop, and another text that's visible only via mobile. So make sure that you're always checking in both mobile and desktop, because a lot of the times will auto correspond, but a lot of the times as well too, we have it set up that it's set specifically just for mobile and desktop. So make sure you're always checking that all your changes go from mobile to desktop. Other than that, on this page, the only thing you'll have to do is go down to this disclaimer down here, and where it says your name, which I'm going to highlight right here for you, you just have to change it over to your company name. Right? It's just for compliancy, just for your company name. Super, super simple. Leave this custom code in here. You'll just see what it does. It just basically is a nice loading screen for the actual book a call funnel. So that's the only thing that you're going to need to do inside of the book a call funnel on the book a call page. I'm not going to save anything in here. What you guys would do is go up here. Actually, you know what I will is to show you guys every single time you're done editing, you need to go up here and press save. If you want it actually published to the web, like for instance, in this case, I can click publish because I have a domain set up. If you don't have a domain set up, it'll tell you to connect a domain. You don't got to worry about that. You can just press save for now. But if you actually want these changes being made to your public site, you have to go here and press publish. Now everything's all updated. And we can see as well too, when I go into mobile view, everything's all good. Perfect. Now, next step is going to the next step page. So you'll see on the next step page, this here is our thank you page, as well as our breakout video page. So I'm not going to tell you how to record your breakout videos and your pre-call video now. I actually already recorded a video for that inside of this course. So it'll be right around here where you're watching these videos. So if you don't know exactly what to do right now, Just watch this video and then go watch that breakout video after. So on here, biggest things, logo, right? Same thing that we did last time, changing over your logo. What I want you guys all to do, leave this exactly as is. The only thing I would recommend is like for the colors is if you want to change up the colors to match your branding, go for it, go ahead. Leave this exactly as it is, and then leave this exactly as it is. Leave number 1 exactly as it is. You guys can literally just steal this image from us. It works really, really well. Just get them to go and confirm the calendar invite. Then down here, what we're gonna do is we have to go in and actually change this image here for our pre-call video. So you guys can either do this by following the SOP guides that we have here. I'm moving my head for you guys. But in these SOP guides, we have both native GHL video hosting and how to do that. And then we also have hosting from YouTube. Realistically, so this is what I recommend for everyone. Either host directly only out of the GHL, or if you want to use YouTube, which is honestly way easier. I recommend hosting your VSL video from YouTube, your thank you video from YouTube, and your pre-call and your breakout videos from YouTube. So VSL, thank you / pre-call video, and then breakout videos all host from YouTube. For your testimonial videos, we want to host those from Wista, but then last case scenario, host from GHL. Easy peasy. You can even actually host your VSL from Wista as well too. It's super easy to do that. Once you go through our embedded testimonial guide, you'll understand how to host directly from Wista as well too. So what we're going to do and what we need to do here is in this instance where we're changing this for a video. So this automatically is an image. You'll see up here, it's an image, right? What we need to do is actually just go in and delete this image out. And then we need to find exactly where that video was. So it was right underneath this title here. We're going to go and press this orange button to plus, and then we're going to select on elements, and we are going to scroll, or you can just go up here and search and just look up for video. And then we're going to select the video option. Now I'm going to move my head over here because you guys will notice as well too, underneath the element options, it's going to give us different options for videos. So let's say that we wanted to host the video directly out of the Go High Level. We would select hosted video. And then we have a bunch of different other options. So you can, if you are good with code, you can actually just custom embed this out of using code. You can also use Wista, Vimeo, and YouTube. YouTube's going to be your easiest, right? If you want to natively host, what you do is you just press on hosted video, and then you're going to go in here and select your video. So for us, we only have that one video. I would go in and select this video here. Now, with all of your videos, for your VSL, for your pre-call videos and your breakout videos, have them all horizontal. Do not record them landscape, okay? Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Do not record them landscape. Do not record them vertical in portrait. Record them in landscape horizontally, like a YouTube video is the best way to describe it. So you'd select your video, and then you'd go in here and select your thumbnail. So for instance, let's say that this was my thumbnail. That's how the video would look. Now, what you need to do for these is for your thank you video, turn off autoplay. You're gonna allow play and pause. Turn this on. Show pending time turn on, and then you can turn on the pip. Pip's really cool. What it does is basically when they scroll your screen, the video continues to play. It's really cool. And then that's all you would need to do if you are hosting directly out of the GHL. Now, if you want to host via YouTube, what you would do is just go up here to where it says hosted video, make this YouTube, and then you're going to paste in your URL for YouTube. One little fun trick for you guys as well too. If you're hosting natively out of the GHL or hosting on YouTube, what you always want to do is, so if I'm hosting on YouTube, always set this for 3/4 width, or honestly half width is good. Half width or 3/4 width at most. Never do full width. But a little trick for you guys. If you're hosting natively out of the GHL, always first go to YouTube, select half width, and then go back and change your video to your hosted video. Because look, when I go to hosted video, it's going to keep everything the same in there, right? It's going to keep all that information because it's smart. But look, when I go back to YouTube, if I make this from half width to full width, look how much bigger the video gets, right? If I go back and make my video a hosted video, it's huge. It becomes so big and it takes up so much screen real estate. So the best way to format this is always going to YouTube, selecting this as half width, and then either hosting directly with YouTube, following the guide that we have on the SOP, right here, which is super easy. Or you go to your hosted video and you'll notice, see how it's so much smaller and looks nicer. It just takes up way less screen real estate, right? So that's exactly how you would go about doing it. Now for this, and just keep everything uniformed, I'm going to go back and put that image back there. So we're just going to go, and again, you wouldn't be doing this. I'm only doing this so that you guys don't get confused when you guys go back through. So I'm going to pause this real quick and I'll be right back. So you guys will see now that once you guys replace your pre-call video for your new video, now what you're going to do is down here is what you're going to put is this phone number we will be reaching out to you with. And you guys will see when you go through the breakout videos, and what you just do is right here is replace this with your phone number. So you just go in here and then type in your phone number. So let's say your phone number is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Put that in there. Now for this, I'm just going to leave it as is, and we're going to be good. Okay, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Now, what we are doing now is step number 3 is our breakout videos. And down here, we have spots for 4 different breakout videos. If you guys want to add more breakout videos, like I say to do, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. What we're going to do is see how I can highlight. So this orange represents the element, right? This represents the column. And then this represents the row. So if I want to go up here, what I can do, when I press on this plus up here, I have options to add in sections, rows, and elements. Inside of it, so a section is just like a new spot on the website. So if I go down here and I want to add in a new section, it just basically adds like a whole new like blank section. So you do like full width. If I put that like underneath at the very bottom, it's like a whole new section, right? And then there's rows. If I want to put like either a 1 column row, so that's like standalone, 2 column rows, that's like 2 things beside each other, 3, 4, 5, 6. I would never do 6. Max I'd ever do is like 4. But someone added like a 3 column row, that allows me to have 3 different spaces where I can add multiple different elements, right? So if I wanted to add like, let's say an element, so I want to add like a headline in here, it's going to be black. Of course, here we'll just make this, change this background color to white so we can see everything. And then let's say I want to add a video underneath. I would just go back to elements and then video. Oh, shoot. See that? Let's say I accidentally added in the wrong section. What I can also do is just grab this little drag and drop here and drag it underneath. And then now we have a headline with a video underneath. And then I can do that multiple across to all these. That's not the point. What I want to get into is showing you if you want to add more breakout videos, one thing you can also just do is go up here to the row that it's in, and you can just duplicate this. What duplicating this does is it just creates a 3rd section now. So it's basically brings these 2 and it adds another. So then that way you can have 6 videos. And you can continue doing that for how many breakout videos you want to have. In this case, we're going to keep it at 4. So I'm just going to go back in and delete that section. And now there's only 4, right? So what you just do is all you need to do is go in here, and these are set up as videos that are already pre-hosted inside of GHL. And what I even did, when you guys go to view this, I cooked up for you guys. This is how, I don't want to toot my own horn, but like literally what we do is if you click on these, you get access to my breakout videos. My breakout videos are in all of these. So to kind of go off the examples of the breakout videos, I literally show you how to record them inside of here as well too. So all you guys need to do realistically is just change the video inside of here, or you could host off of YouTube the same way I showed you earlier to host them off of YouTube. And then at the very end, all you need to do is go down here, and this is our testimonial section. So what you can follow this framework exactly. Do not steal our Stripe screenshots. If anyone in this program steals my Stripe screenshots, I'm gonna be pretty upset. So please do not steal our Stripe screenshots. But what you can go in and do is just go in and change these images the same way. So get your own testimonials, put them in here, and then follow this framework. Client name, and then what they were able to achieve while they actually were working with you. And then some more areas for testimonials down here as well too. All this you can either leave in or delete. If you need to delete this, like let's say you have 100 client disputes and you don't want to use this, you can just go up here and press this delete button, and that delete, and then it goes away, right? Same thing with this right here. If you want to delete that, you can as well too. If you want to get rid of the delete, you just press this undo button and everything will go back. We're going to leave this as is, and we're going to be able to publish this because this is ready to go for you guys to go in and copy. So essentially, this is going to be the most important steps with getting your pre-call, with getting your direct funnel set up. Now, the last step of what you need to do is after you get your calendar configured and set up properly and like not in draft, is you just need to go here and go to the next step. What we're going to do, and I'll show you how to do this for all steps. I'm going to move my head out of the way, move me up there, is so look, see how this is like a URL that it's going to be. It's going to be go uprising flow / the next step, and then it's going to have like all these numbers. That looks stupid. We don't want that. We want to have a clean, nice domain. So how do we do that? Is we go over here to publishing. So make sure you're on the selected step you want, and then go publishing. This is the step name. This is just for like your own sanity inside of here, right? So it's called the next step. That's what it's called over there. But what we want it to be called for people could be like thank you, right? Because this is like their thank you page. Or for if you're sending this to people as well too, you might not want to call it thank you. You could just call this the next step, and then call this just the next step, and then update that. And once that updates there, boom, 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 give it a second to load, do its thing. You'll see it changes directly to the next step. Same thing you can do with the book a call is that one it automatically just made book a call, but for this one, it wasn't able to, so it just made the next step. Those are probably the best ways I'd go about it, but you can make them call them whatever you want. But get back to the point, what we want to do is copy this domain here, and then we want to go down to settings on the bottom left down here, and then we want to go to our calendars. So you'll see that in here, this calendar is active. If yours says draft here, all that you have to do is click on this. So you have to go into the edit. You have to make sure that it's assigned to you, right? So to your name. But then you also want to make sure that inside of your profile over here, underneath calendar settings, in your case, I would always recommend connecting your Google Calendar. And I can literally show you how to do this just right now. If you guys, honestly, we'll just do this real quick. Is let's connect our Google Calendar. Is you literally go up here, press connect, and then connect your Google Calendar like this. Press continue, boom, 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 boom. And then you'll notice that Google Calendar directly connects, right? So what this is automatically going to do is set up video conferencing for Google Meet. Let's say for yourself, if you don't use Google Meet and you want to use Zoom, all you do is go inside this video conferencing, press on add new, and then connect your Zoom. I'm not going to do that because you can only have one Zoom account connected across multiple Go High Level accounts. So it would get rid of it off of my Go High Level account. But if that's how you set it up, you want to make sure that that's set up before we actually start with the calendars. Then what you just do is go back into calendars here, click on the edit, and then just make sure, so you'll never have to change this name because it's set up with custom names. So the ways this will work is whatever your location name is, like let's say it's called Liam Brown Coaching. This would just say Liam Brown Coaching Initial Assessment Call. Works nice. The only thing I would do is just go in here, make sure that this is connected to your name, and then this is up to Google Meet. Then you're going to want to press save on each page. So press save on meeting details. And then from there, you're going to go to your availability. Here, you're actually going to be able to select and make your own availability. You can actually edit this, make this to whatever you want. That's besides the point. But after that, press save. Once we get here to forms and payment, what we're going to want to do is go in, and where it says redirect URL, we're going to go in and paste that URL that we just copied, right? So our thank you page or our next step page, that's where we paste that in. And then once we're there, we can go back to the calendar list here. And then just to check for one last thing, we're going to go back to our sites, and then we're going to go to our book a call page. We're going to click on edit. And then what we're just going to do is click on our calendar here and see. So where my head is, I'm going to move my head out of the way. It's going to say button actions, use action from calendar builder. You either always, honestly, best case is always have this on. I would always recommend having this on, or you could press go to the next step. I would always recommend just keeping it on use action from calendar builder and then making sure that you have that URL redirect set up correctly. All right, easy peasy, lemon frickin' squeezy. Now guys, we are going to be moving on to the VSL. So let's talk about our next step, which is our VSL. But really before we get into that, one thing you'll notice is in this VSL page, it's missing something. It's missing something super, super important. It has a VSL page, it has an intake form page, it has a booking page. It is missing our breakout videos. So I wanted to keep it this way for you guys to show you something. The way that we go about this, and this is why it's important to build the direct offer funnel before we build the VSL funnel. Sorry, just sipping on my white monster of the day. The reason why we want to make the direct offer funnel before we make the VSL funnel is that we have to actually copy over our breakout videos. So how we do that is we go into our sites, and then we go back to our direct offer funnel, and then let's go to our next step. What we're going to do is we're going to press this button at the very bottom here, which is clone funnel step, and then we're going to select the account that you want it in. So like it'll be your account more than likely, and then we're going to add it to our VSL funnel, and then we're going to add that directly there. Now, what this is going to do and how this is going to work is now our thank you page is going to be working. Once we make it on one side for our direct offer funnel, we can use the same for our VSL funnel. And then as you see there, next step clone is already there, right? So this is our breakout video next step page. If you want to get rid of the clone, you just go over here, exit out, highlight X, and then press update step. And you'll see over here, that changed. Easy peasy, lemon frickin' squeezy. So let's go through the VSL video page. And as well too, it's also really important that you do the direct offer booking funnel first, because the VSL funnel is a heck of a lot more difficult. But let's get into it. So again, I'm not going to tell you guys how to record your VSL. That's not the purpose of this video. The purpose of the video is showing you how to set up everything correctly. So inside the VSL funnel, you'll also notice there's a lot of areas where it says name, or there's like blank areas like this with your niche. It's very important that you fill those in. So again, how you just fill in copy is the easiest thing. It's like a Google document. You can just highlight, copy, text, etc., etc. If you want to change it from like italic and whatnot, you just highlight it. You have this full menu here. You can change your fonts. I'd recommend always changing it over here. You can change the color. If it's bold, underlined, italic, etc., you can link shit. Super, super easy, right? If you do that stupid thing that I just did, which will happen to you a lot, you just go up here and you press undo, and your life's solved. Easy peasy, lemon freaking squeezy. So what we do is when we go inside of our VSL funnel is, again, the first thing we're going to have to do is change over the logo to our new logo, which we already know how to do. We're going to have to change this image here to a video. So easiest way to do that is, like I said, pressing the plus above, selecting on elements, going to video, and then clicking your video that you want to add, and then you get rid of the image, and then you change this over to YouTube, and then post your YouTube video. Easy peasy. I'm going to get rid of that though, because like I said, we don't need to do that for today. Down here is the Plow Up to Work With Me. So this brings them directly to your intake form page. We always have this warning. This works very, very well. The only thing you have to go and do is just make sure this makes sense for your niche, and then just changing where it says your name into your name or your business name, etc. Now, this is where we have the video testimonials, and I'm going to show you guys how this actually looks. And you guys can always view your funnels as well too by doing what I just did, of clicking this eyeball icon right here. So you'll see inside the video testimonials, a lot of these are blanks. They're just blank black images that you can't click on. But this here is an actual video, and it says your video testimonials here, because I didn't want to have my testimonials sitting right there, because that's probably not okay for client compliance. So inside of the All About Funnels SOP, we give you an embedded testimonials breakdown. So we actually tell you how to upload this directly into Wista. And once I go into my Wista account, inside of Wista, my account, okay? And then when I go inside this video here, which is your testimonials here, once you get your video uploaded, you'll see, so right here at the very top in the URL, where I'm highlighting right here, this is like your video media ID. All you're gonna have to do is copy this in here, and then what you do is you open up this embedded code here. So with all of them, because again, with the first, like the one that I have the one video in there, and then I just have these blank templates. So for instance, this here is that testimonial video. So as we can see, it's only on this one, it's not on this one. If I wanted to get it onto this one, all that I would do is open this embedded code, go to the embedded code editor, and then where it says paste your media ID, I would literally just highlight this and then press V. So it just adds that in. Scroll down, paste your media ID here, press V or Command V. So paste it, save. And then when I go to view it on this one, you'll see, because like last time, there was only the one video, and then this one didn't have a video. But here, you'll see that this one actually got updated with our testimonial video, right? And it's actually working now, right? So if you guys want to go in and fill in the rest of these, go ahead and do so with your videos. Super, super easy. They all have the code ready to go. All you have to do is just plug and play with the system. It's super, super freaking easy. What you have here for your testimonials, and this is how you want to break it down, is where it says first and last name, state their first and last name. So like, for instance, if it was me, it would say Liam Brown. Then you want to put their Instagram handle. This works so well for credibility. And then you just want 2 lines of explaining the results. So it could be like, was burned from 3 previous coaches in the past, scaled from 0 to 100K in 5 months. Something like that. Whatever the testimonial was, that's who you put there. And then we have the button, which is apply for one-on-one mentorship. And the way we want to make sure our buttons, and again, we have a full breakdown in the SOPs as well too, and this is going to be underneath the domain, the funnel flow SOP, talks about buttons. So you want to make sure always on your VSL video page that on all your buttons, when you go down to step, button action step, it's always set to intake form. So make sure for all of the buttons on the site, such as like this one here, it's all set to intake form, this one here, intake form, etc. Then down here, what we have is, this is what says the results that never end. This is for our image testimonials. And I gave you guys so much space to blast so many testimonials. So that's the whole point of this, is to literally give them so many freaking testimonials that they don't know what to do with. If you guys want to get rid of any of these, like I said, all you have to do is hover over the rows. If you want to get rid of a row, you can delete that. If you only want to get rid of one of the images, you just go in and then just delete the image out. But the problem is when you delete the image, it's going to leave a blank spot. If you only want like 2x2, so instead of the 3x3, don't delete the image, go in and delete the column. So that pink column, delete that, and then you'll see it just goes from the 2x2 without the blank space. So that's how you'd go about doing it in the same way. You just go in here, select your media, go to your media storage, select the image you want to use. And then down here, this is where we have like, it's like a Q&A as well as like a belief shifter. So this is a headline that's worked for us. Again, you want to make sure this works for your ICP. Stay stuck and struggling or scale into the 10K per month system. Unlock your method name, the proven system that's transforming struggling, whatever your niche is, into 6-figure thriving entrepreneurs. Then you're going to use this left side where it's like your method, like change where it says your method name. So like if it was like my method, it would be like the sales systems flywheel. And I would explain everything that we do with that. And then on where it says other coaches, this is where I would like, this is where you use like shift beliefs and build authority. So like, for instance, like for us, what we would put over on the other coaches could be like, use its AI outreach. For us, we actually get a commission-based sales team with real people inside your offer. Like what you want to use these for is to shift beliefs and also build authority on your actual offer. And then down here, what we are doing is objection handling and pre-framing. So you're just gonna have FAQs that make sense for your offer. So like ones that could work could be like, how much money do I need to start investing? Like almost think of these as like breakout videos, just easier and not as FAQs, right? So if you watch the breakout video, you'll understand exactly what to do here. Just like how much does it cost? How much time's needed from me? Do I need certifications to begin? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Can I do this with a full-time job, et cetera? Just other FAQs that make sense. And then just a button down here. Last one, you want to make sure it goes directly to the intake form. And then, like I said, with this one as well too, you always want to be making sure, because like I believe there's a lot of different headlines. Like for instance, right here. So you'll notice that this headline here is only visible on mobile, whereas this one here is only visible on desktop. So let's say I put like 1 at the front here, you'll notice that it doesn't do it here. So if I wanted to do that here, make sure you actually go in and then put that edit yourself in as well too. So always making sure that everything works on desktop and mobile. A lot of the things are compatible on desktop and mobile, such as like this logo here, right? So if I make a change here with the logo, it's going to affect both. You'll see though, some of them won't. So like size, you'll see it gives us like a size for the computer. If I click on this and I go to mobile, you'll see it gives a different size, and it's just because it allows you to size it differently based if it's on mobile or desktop. So sometimes it's compatible, sometimes it's not compatible. So that's why you always just want to make sure you check. And we're done. So we can go and press publish. Now, going to our next step, which is going to be our intake form. So with our intake form, this is going to be similar to like our calendar. All we want to make sure we do is we want to go in here, put your company name here at the very top, and then go in here at the very bottom, just change this down here, make sure this all makes sense for your ICP, and then change a full hour of value from, and then your actual name, where it says your name. We're going to click on this survey here, and we're going to always make sure it's selected as the Your One-on-One Coaching application, which you guys will have access to inside of our snapshot. And then you're always going to want to make sure the redirect action is set for use action on Survey Builder. Now, because we've already done this since we've already set up the calendar correctly in our other funnel, in our direct offer funnel, all we have to do for our booking page is go in and make sure here that this is also set for use action from Calendar Builder. Now, for the survey, I'm going to show you guys how to actually make the survey here quickly as well too, if you guys want to edit it, because you'll see the one that we give you is completely stock. Like there's nothing on it, right? So what you're going to want to do is at the top inside of funnel, inside of sites here, is you want to go up to the top where it says surveys and builder. And then you want to access where it says Your One-on-One Coaching application. And then you can just go up here and edit. Here is like your introduction message that you're going to be having. And then I was always having an introduction message. This you can literally steal frame for frame. Is just contact info. This works always the best here. The reason why we get people's Instagram number or DMs is because a lot of our clients advertise on Instagram. Just a great way to reach out to people. Now, if you want to add questions, what you do is you go in here to text, or so you go in here to plus, and you don't want to use text where it says single line, multi-line, or text box. That's for them to fill in. You want to go down to where it says customized and add text. So I could add like question 1 here, 1, right? Now, depending on whatever my question is named, I'm going to want to then, after I make the text, go into add object fields. And then I'm going to go and click on this plus button and press add. Now, what we're going to only ever be using, okay? Listen up. The only ones that we ever use are single line, multi-line, and drop down single. Single line is for like single line responses, right? Just like quick, easy, like text responses. Long is like if they have to submit a longer text. And then drop down single is just a drop down where they pick an option, right? Easy peasy. Let's say for this, it's going to be drop down. I would go and select drop down and then press next. I have to name the field, so I'll just name this question 1 test because that's what it's going to be. The easiest way to go about it is just name it whatever you made the question. You're going to always have to select a group, just go to additional info. And then for the drop down, you're going to have to make your options. So like this could be like 1. Option number 2 is going to be 2. Option 3 is going to be 3, right? Etc. Examples, right? So just more ways of how to actually use the survey builder. And then what we do is when we're done is we can press save, and then it's gonna take us a second to load this in, but then we're just gonna look up what we named it, and you'll find here question 1 test goes right in there. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Now, for me, I don't like the labels here showing. So what I always go and do is I go in here styles, show label, and then turn it off. And then that way it's just an easy, nice drop down. If you want to give this a placeholder, what you just do is when you select on it, give me 1 sec. Once I select on it, see how it gives me like a text option? I can just add my placeholder in here. So let's say I wanted to do select, then my placeholder will be in there. Now, let's say I wanted to do a single line option instead, right? You could either add a new slide like this and then have like question 2, right? And then there's just a new slide. And you'll always notice as well, the last slide will have submit. You don't have to like make a submit slide or anything like that, right? So if you want to add a like single line or multi-line, it's the exact same process, but you just go add single line. You don't have to add any like selections. All you have to do is just give it a name. So you just make like question 1 and then you press save and then they can just type it. I'm not going to do it because I have so many examples done. But as well too, inside of the All About funnels right here, sorry, give me 1 sec. Inside the All About funnels here, you will also, inside the All About funnels here, you'll also see inside the more videos at the very top, it's literally how to set up surveys and go high level. And then we also have a video as well too, which is going to be in here, which is like how like the survey builder full, how to actually set the redirect list. And if you want to disqualify from the surveys as well too, it shows you how to use conditional logic as well. So those videos are there for you to check out as well too, if you want more of a breakdown on how to actually build a survey builder. It's just like Typeform though, it's super easy. The one thing though that we're gonna have to do is obviously I would recommend always pressing save. I'm not gonna save this because there's nothing for me to save in here. But the one thing that we're gonna want to make sure we go and do, which is very, very important, is we go to our sites, to our funnels, and then we go to our VSL funnel, and then we make sure that for our book, we highlight the link for our booking page here, and then we go back to surveys, the builder, but bam, and then we go to settings up here, change this from message to redirect to URL, paste that URL in there, and then press save. What that's going to do is that when someone fills out the application, they then go to our booking page, right? Super simple, to our booking page. Super simple, super easy. So again, that's really like the full breakdown of the funnels, right? And I know I've been here for 48 minutes recording this, so I bet you guys are getting pretty toasted and done with watching this. The last thing that I want to just do is run through this SOP document with you guys. So number one is, if you don't have a domain, go to the domain hosting. Look up how to actually set up the domain, get that set up for yourself correctly. After that, the one thing that I want you guys to learn about, to read through, is again the media storage. The actual video hosting is going to be huge, and then going through and actually building the flow with you guys, or for you yourself. We also have, like I mentioned as well too, if you want to make sure your funnels are flowing, that's what I was just getting set up there, right? Which is like with like the intake form, like copying that URL, putting that in there. If you have any questions about that, if you forget how to do it, it's all inside of this SOP here as well. And then the last thing as well, and I guess I'll show you this. I already showed you how to duplicate funnel steps, but one thing that's also really cool as well too is this. So if I want to go to my VSL video page, right, this is where it actually could make sense to use, is what they have inside of Go High Level are called global sections and section templates. So for instance, let's say here where I have like my client results on my VSL video page, if I wanted to get this on like my thank you page, or like my thank you page with my breakout videos without having to redo the entire section, this is what I would do. Is I would go here, and you see there's like this little save button here when I highlight the section, right? This is going to open up and we're going to have multiple options. Don't use universal sections. I never find them useful. Only use global sections and section templates. I always recommend getting this set up, or I guess in your instance where you have multiple funnels, it could work with universal sections. And the way I'll explain it is this. Section templates save what you do as like a template. And then every time it's edited, like the template gets edited, nothing changes to the original template. It's just a template. Global sections, if you edit that template inside, or if you edit the global section and there's multiple global sections inside of this, if you have the same global section on multiple funnel pages inside the same funnel, it's going to auto update those for you. So if you have this on like your thank you page and your VSL video page, it's going to auto update. Where universal sections would work is, let's say you have this on your thank you page for your direct offer funnel and your VSL funnel, it'll auto update for both of them. So like in this instance, universal sections could actually make sense for you, right? So it's going to stay within the account. So actually as this, we're going to get this set up as a global section, or actually as a universal section. And we're going to name this testimonial videos, right? And now we have a global section, and the way we can actually go and check this is after we press save here, see how it turns like purple instead of the green before? That's because it's now a universal section. Now, when I go up and press save, what I can do is let this save. And then if I go down to my next step, what I can do is, let's say I want to add this to the very bottom. I just go add plus, saved assets, universal sections, and it's going to show this right here. And I can literally add this in that way. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Now, one thing you'll notice in here is, see how like the headline's different? And it's because it's using the headline font. What we need to do for that is, if we go up to the typography, is we can change our headline fonts to whatever we want, or we can select where it says headline font and go back into custom and then make it the custom font that we used before, which is the Bebas New. Same thing down here. Just go into custom font, make this the Bebas New, and then you could go and do that with all the other ones as well too. I'm going to delete this out of here, but what you would just do is go and press save, and then even if we do save it, we can just go look, save. You'll notice that on this page at the very bottom, we have all of our testimonials there. So if you want to add that to your page, make your life easier, that's how you use the global sections, universal sections, etc. If you can use one, you can use all of them. Like the way global sections work is the exact same way. But in this instance, like I said, I'm just going to get rid of this because there's no point of us having that in there. And then, yeah, so that's going to be like the full breakdown for you guys, like I was mentioning. What I recommend, go through this once or twice. If you have any questions about it, like, please feel free to let us know. I know that this is going to be an area where people get like frustrated and confused with, because funnels are a little bit challenging to get set up. But that doesn't mean it's impossible. You guys have us as resources. You have me as a resource. You have our whole community as a resource as well too. So please feel free to drop a comment here if you have any questions, and go and actually check out this SOP. Go through all these videos, learn about how everything works. There's even like videos for like safe sections, universal sections, etc. all in here as well. So any questions that you have will be answered inside this SOP. But I look forward to speaking with you guys soon. I look forward to seeing your guys' results. Honestly, when you guys get your funnels done, DM me on Instagram and send me the link. I want to check them out. So my Instagram ad is Liam MW Brown. Just send me a message over there, and I would love to see what you guys are able to whip up. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day, and I look forward to talking with you guys soon. Peace. All right, what's going on, guys? Today, what we are going to be diving into is we are going to be going over breakout videos. More importantly, the way I want you guys to think about this is the new way of having the frame of the pre-call video. So this is going to be the bulletproof pre-call method, and this will 3x your show up rate. I promise you it will 3x your show up rate. So with this, we still do have a pre-call video, but then what we have is called breakout videos. And rather than me trying to explain it to you, I figured I would just show you. So on this page here, this is for my company. This is what our current breakout video page looks like. And side note, one of my favorite things about recording these course videos is that I know that in like the future, I'm gonna be able to look back and be like, damn, that's what the breakout video page looked like back then. And you guys should be hyped about that too, because you guys should be going through all of your funnels, ads, etc. right now, and you'd be looking back at what you're doing now and look back even a month ago before you started this course and be like, damn, I've come a long way. Make sure you pat yourself on the back for that today. So inside this thank you page, we have them to confirm their call, but then we go down and it's watch this 90-second video so you know what's next to expect. And what I do in this video is basically thank them for confirming their call, mention to know to where to be showing up inside of like an office. Don't be showing up on the road, X, Y, and Z. Let them know exactly what to expect when they come on this call. Let them know to be in a quiet room, and let them know about 45 minutes. And then what I do is I let them know that my business partner will be personally reaching out to them, and that's where I give them my number of my business partner, literally on the video. And then from there, I direct them down towards my breakout videos. I say, I know you probably have tons of questions before this call, so I recorded a few breakout videos for you guys. So if you have any questions, the answer should be below inside the breakout videos. Make sure you go check out these breakout videos below before our call, and that's the next step. And then we have what's here is the breakout videos. So for me right now, we are running with just these 4. And you'll see in the doc that when we get started, we're going to start off with more than 4, and the goal is to continue to add to these. Continue to add to them at the beginning, but then reduce to only having the ones that we need. And that's why we have these 4 here. So what these breakout videos are is essentially take your VSL video that you do, and you're breaking that down into very, very short 1-minute videos, 2-minute videos at the most. And essentially what you're doing is you're explaining exactly what it is, the questions and objections that you most likely handle, as well as you want to pre-frame some of these questions in your favor. So what essentially what, like for instance, what we have for our company is what's the worst possible outcome? Why will we reject you? How much does it cost? And what is required from you? Now, going through each video, you guys will have the access to this page inside the doc that we're going to go through, right? It's right here. But going through each, and you can watch these videos, but going through them, what's the worst possible outcome? The way that we frame this is that the worst possible outcome, there's a guarantee, but the way that we frame it is that as they go through and work with us, we're going to actually build them a system that they're going to be able to walk away with for life. So we also frame that really the only way that there isn't bad case scenario is if they don't follow what it is that they have to follow, right? So as long as they stick to the plan that we give them, if they follow our instructions, if they listen to us, and if we work collaboratively one-on-one, we'll be able to get those great results. But if we don't, that's where we'll run into the worst case scenario. In the worst case scenario, you got to walk away with a full back-end system that you can build your business off for life. You get all of our sales infrastructure that you get to take away with for life. That's over $5 million collected in the last year with that sales infrastructure. And you get all of that. But the best, and then what we do is we transition into the best possible outcome is if you do follow X, X, and X, you'll be able to achieve results like our client Jack, like our client Chase, like our client Allie.
etc. Right? So the way that it's framed and visually appealing is, okay, what's the worst possible case scenario? I'm a lead, I want to understand. But the way that you frame it is getting them excited for the call if they do follow the best case scenario. Why will we reject you? We have this as a solo qualification. We don't want tire kickers coming through our door. This is a pure financial qualification video. So what we're doing in here is basically qualifying for finances so that way that if they don't qualify, then they'll let us know and we won't work with them. How much does it cost? Again, this is a financial qualification as well, letting them know there is a price point. But in here, we also will drop our guarantee with them as well. And the reason why we do this is to let them know the guarantee, just because it brings them, it's higher show up rates for the calls, more incentive for them to come to the calls. But again, as well too, this is a pre-frame of changing their mindset of it could be expensive, but at the cost of what, right? So is it expensive at the cost of staying where you're at right now, etc. And then what is required from you? This is just what's required from us to show up to the call. As well as when working with us, what is also required of them. So then that way they understand, not only for the call, but for while we work, what constraints that, like, it's just easing the constraints that they might have. So you don't get the time objection. Because that truthfully is one of the biggest objections that we handle, or had to handle in the past until we had these breakout videos, is time objections, right? Most people, you probably get a ton of like wife objections. You might get a ton of I need to think about it objections. That's, every business is different. Ours was time objections. So this video here really helps handle the time objection, right? So now that you understand how the layout of this works, let's actually dive into the breakout videos and the pre-call video. So the pre-call video, going over this, the length of this is going to be max 2 minutes. Also as well too, I want to let you guys know, I will be showing you how to actually make these pages as well too in the funnel videos. So if you haven't watched those already as well too, just make sure you watch those after so you can actually understand how to make your breakout page video as well too. But length of this is going to be 2 minutes max. Purpose of this is to get them to confirm their appointment, provide clarity of the call, and direct them towards your breakout videos. Who is going to see this? People who went and booked through your funnel directly. So we have to think about this, right? What's been the purpose of these funnels is to self-qualify and self-book. So this is everyone who's gone through there. And you guys want to see the example that we showed, you can click on this example. And what's really cool about this example, guys, is that this will always be updated. So you can even refer back to this video here and see what our pre-call videos looked like or our breakout videos looked like, and then compare them, because now you have full access to the link. We're literally giving you straight the sauce. Now, going into the script framework. It's going to be broken down into these sections. And I don't want you guys to take this script and follow it exactly. Use the framework, okay? So framework goes, introduce yourself. So example, hey there, my name is Liam Brown, the founder of Uprising Flow, and I just want to congratulate you on scheduling your one-on-one call with my team. Up next is get them to confirm the call. You would have just received an email from me with the confirmation for your call. Make sure you head over to your email and accept the calendar invite. I also will be reaching out to you with my personal number, which I have on the page just below this video. If you want to be proactive or ask any questions, feel free to shoot that number a text, and I'll make sure I answer any questions you might have. On our call, I'm going to ask you a few questions to have a better understanding of where you're at, and then I'm going to show you how we can use the sales systems flywheel to get you 15 clients in 90 days. So even if now isn't the right time, you will still walk away with a free 45 minutes of value. I bet you have tons of questions on how my coaching works, such as, how much does it cost? What's required of me? And to make your life easier, I recorded some videos answering the questions like that below. They're all 3 to 5 minutes long and will give you good clarity on any questions you might have before our call. I look forward to speaking with you. Again, just confirm the time in your calendar and go watch the videos before our call. I look forward to speaking with you soon. And that there is literally the framework script example. It's almost like I read it off to you of how you want to record that quick 1 minute video at the top here, right? Very quick, very easy. If you follow that framework and just these script outlines, you can put it in your own words. Do not sound like me. You'll sound like a doofus. You might sound a little silly. Make sure it's in your own words as well too. I don't just say that because I don't think that this is the best. I think this is a great script. But you need to sound like yourself. So write it in your own words, take the framework, but put it in your own words. Now, let's get into the meat and potatoes, how to record these breakout videos. So when it comes to recording the breakout videos,
again, like I mentioned, the way you want to think about this is like you're breaking up a 10 to 15 minute long pre-call video and just putting it into just shorter videos. So you're answering the direct questions that you would have in your pre-call video. How many breakout videos do we want? We want anywhere from 6 to 12 total to start. And then what we do is because again, the purpose of these is to handle objections, right? So any of the objections that we're still continuing to get, those are the ones that we're going to focus on and keep. Why you see me only having 4 breakout videos. Now, why do breakout videos work and what's the purpose of breakout videos? The purpose of breakout videos is to answer the most common questions and pain points that your leads have, and answering those in videos, as well as shifting the belief and mindset of these leads to get them in the best possible mindset before your call. So what topics to cover? So this is, again, like I said, what's the most common questions you're answering and what objections do you handle the most? Then we just create 6 to 12 videos using that. Now, some examples, if you want to get into some examples, is if you need help with trust and authority, you can have why we'll reject most people, who this is not for, and why this isn't a good fit for everyone. Those are just some examples you could use, how I would frame these each. Why we'll reject most people, I have this, and what we do is we basically just talk about not working with people with proven offers. So if you don't have a proven offer, if you haven't hit your 5 to 10K per month, we're not the right fit for you. And then the reason why is you give some explanation behind that. What this does is it's a hard DQ, and I wouldn't recommend you doing this if you have a brand new offer. You want to do this if qualification is an issue that you face, or if you are just like me and you just don't want to hop on calls with people who are not qualified to work with you. But if volume is something that you are chasing, I would stay away from the rejection. You would do who this is not for. You would literally just dive into who this is not for and then talk about who this is for. Just do a hard DQ and then have a hard qualification. And that's also going to shift the mindset of the leads watching. Then why this isn't a good fit for everyone is literally that it's the exact same video as who is this is for. Now, what problems does this solve? And again, with this, you're just framing it differently. So like why this wouldn't be a good fit for you if you're like X, 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 and X. But if you're like Y, 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 and Y, this is going to be a great fit for you. So what problems does this solve? Trust, authority, and then are they just basically trying to sell me, right? It's more about like it shows a personalization that you care who you're working with. Other examples: what if I've tried everything? Why past failures don't matter here? Who this works best for? What you've been told about X is a lie. Why these work? You're shifting belief, and also you're changing the belief of fear of past mistakes, right? So as well, we are in what's called a trust recession right now. What's a trust recession? Trust recession is no one trusts no one because everyone's been scammed. Everyone sees everyone on the internet with the same damn offer, and we see it all the time. But what these videos here will solve, and the way I would frame these, for instance, like with what if I've tried everything? Well, like the way I talk about with mine is that you could actually walk away with that system. That's something that I would talk about here. What I would also talk about here would be if you've tried everything, the way that you could go and frame it is that, again, if you're like more of a one-on-one coach, is like personalization to them. So talk about like what you do that they haven't done, as well as you can also compare what you do to what people typically do. So for instance, like if you're a fitness coach, comparing like workout guides and macro tracking to like an actual meal plan. Just an example, right? Like who this works best for, it's kind of the same thing as like who this is for, who this is not for, but you're just putting more like a positive like spin on it. And as well as you're also handling the objection of like past mistakes, because like you're talking about who this is best for. And then what you can dive into is like if you have been burned by X, Y, and Z, or if you have tried this and it hasn't worked, this is for you. Time objection, right? Now let's go into time objection. How much time will this take each week? Can you do this with a full-time job? And again, you already know how to frame this because we talked about it with my past videos there. But how we talk about like how much time this will take is basically what you want to do is compare this to essentially what you want to do is frame it that it's personalized, everything's personalized for them to work with them, their schedule, but also make sure as well too that like if you like for instance for me, I would also have like you need to be able to work a minimum of 25 hours per week. If you're like a fitness coach, for instance, that might not be beneficial for you, right? Because you're not trying to take someone's not trying to take 25 hours a week into their fitness, right? For me, when it's like someone's business, that makes sense, right? So you either want to use it as like a hard DQ, if you're more focused on like business coaching, but if, like for instance, if you're like a trader, like a day trader, or if you're a fitness coach, right? Time is something, like people aren't trying to spend like hours and hours on this, right? So then there, rather than using it as a hard DQ, you would use this as like to handle the time objection. And then money and risk, these ones are always great. It's like, what's the worst possible case scenario? The way you would always frame this is the worst possible case scenario is you're gonna walk away with X, Y, and Z. And also explain as well too that really the only chance that there is of having a worst case scenario is if you're not willing to put in the amount of work that I'm willing to put in as the coach. How much does it cost? You just compare this to the cost of not doing it. And as well too, you could also use this as a way to have a financial disqualification or qualification. And that, again, as well too, we have some more examples in here, such as like support, coaching objections, expectations, results, objection. And again, I'm not going to dive into all these because we could probably be here for like 45 minutes. And I know that a lot of these course videos are already pretty long, and this one shouldn't be too long. So the way you should go about this as well, just to kind of reiterate, is I would go about recording your breakout videos first before you record your pre-call videos. So then that way as well too, you have a better understanding of what's actually going to be below you when you're going to make that breakout video or the pre-call video. And then with the breakout videos, make sure you start off with 6 to 12 total. If you can get 6 to get started, that's perfect. And then again, as well as time goes on, you're basically getting rid of whatever you don't have objections for anymore. And again, the purpose of these is to pre-handle mindset and objections. So if you have any questions about this, please feel free to drop them down below. I would love to help you guys out. And I look forward to talking with you guys soon. Peace. All right, what's going on, guys? Today, what we're going to be showing you is how to set up your pixel for proper tracking inside of your ads manager. Now, with this example, because I had already completed, I already have my pixels set up, we had to set up a brand new business manager for this. So I will show you guys how to actually connect it to your funnel. Sorry, not to your funnel, but to your ads after, because you're not going to need this if you're running an engagement campaign, but if you are running a leads campaign to your direct offer or VSL, you are going to be needing this. So without further ado, let's dive right in. So what we're going to do is inside of your business manager, you guys are probably up here at campaigns. What we're going to do is, so go to your ads manager, go to your campaigns. When you're there, go to this where it says events manager, or you just look up events manager and it should bring you right here. Now, to get started, what we're going to do is we're going to press on here where it says connect data. What we're going to do is we're going to set it up just for web. So we're going to go web, and then we're going to press next. Now we're going to name this whatever we want to name this. For this, like for instance, I would name mine Uprising Flow Cappy Kit for my company, right? For yours, that's what I would name it as well too. But for my example, I'm just going to name this Test for Course on Tray. Create, right? And that's our pixel name. Now, once this loads, give it a second, let it do its thing. We're going to be able to go down here to data sets, and you'll see this is the new, this here is what we just set up. You might get this pop-up here, and it's going to say set up conversions API with multiple options. What we're going to go do is going to go down here and press next on setup manually, and we're going to go and press meta pixel only. And then we're going to press next. Now, that's going to load us into this screen right here. And what we're going to do is we're going to press on where it says copy our base code. This is going to be very important. And what we're just going to do is we're going to copy this. Now, what we're going to do is inside of our funnels, what we're going to do is I'm going to go to our direct offer funnel and press on edit here. And then I'm going to go up to this tracking code up here at the top, and I'm going to replace what's there with this new tracking code. And I'm going to press save. In your instance, you might not have anything previously there, so just paste in the new tracking code. And then what you're going to go and do is also do this on the next step page as well. And this is just basically our pixel tracking code, just so that we know. So basically, this is only going to track page views, right? So it's just going to make sure that our pixels on our site tracking page views. That's all it's going to be doing. Now, if you're not running the direct offer, what you're going to do is you're going to do this on all steps of the VSL funnel. So same way how we put this on just the pixel tracking code on every step of the direct offer, you would go and put it on every step of your VSL funnel. Now we're going to go back to our events manager in here. Perfect. And what we're going to go and do is we are going to go, back to our advanced manager over here. And what we are going to go and do is we got our pixel code that we just copied. And then we're going to go down here and press continue. And then we don't need to turn on advanced matchmaking. That's totally fine. We can just go and press done. Boom, boom, boom. Let it do its thing. It's going to load. And there we go. So we have our pixel set up. Right now, all that we need to go and do is it's going to say follow these instructions. We already done everything in there as well, so we're a-okay. It might make you turn on advanced matchmaking. If you want to, you totally can. And copy code, press continue. If you want to turn on advanced matchmaking, you can. If you would like, doesn't matter though. And we'll just press done, just to make Meta happy. Awesome. So now Meta is happy with what we've done. So now we're going to go over to settings over here. And there's going to be two really important things that we do here. Okay. So what I really recommend that we go and do is that we go back into the high level, and behind my head, I'm going to move my head over here, is what we're going to do is we're going to go down into settings, and then we're going to go into where it says custom values. Okay. And then for this custom value, what we're going to do is we're actually going to add in a custom value. So we're going to press this, we're going to name it. And what this name is going to be for this custom value is going to be dataset ID. Okay. And then we're going to go to our events manager, and where that dataset ID there is there, we're going to go and we're going to copy this. Okay. And we're just going to paste that. And then optional select folder. You can create a folder if you want. We're going to press create. Okay. So do. And then, so right there, essentially what this is, just to make your life easier when we go to the actual tracking inside the high level. And then the last thing that we're going to go and do is we're going to go to the events manager. And what it's going to do is when we go down and we scroll all the way down, you'll see conversions API. And then below it, we're not going to be using the Meta conversions API. We're going to be creating our own direct integration. So we're going to go down to where it says generate access token with the dataset quality API. You can just keep this on. We're going to generate the access token. You're going to make sure it's selected on your correct dataset, like that is there for me. And we're going to generate this. And it's going to make us our access token. And then what we're going to do is going to go in and copy that. Now we're going to head back. I highly recommend with your access token, you also put this on a Google Doc. Just put it in a Google Doc because you don't want to lose it. Now, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to create a custom value. And this custom value that we're going to be making here is going to be for this is going to be our access token. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to paste that value in right there and press create. So now, rather than having to always put these numbers in, we can just access these custom values inside Go High Level. So now what we want to go and do is inside of the automations inside Go High Level, I want you to go there right now. And then I want you to go to the CAPI pixel tracking, which is right here. Once you're inside the CAPI pixel tracking, what I want you to do is I want you to go to all three. So the booked call, cash collected, and new lead. Let's start with the new lead first. And what we'll do is when we get down here, we are going to go and add our conversions API. So this is all going to be already set up for you. The only things that we have to do is fill in the access token and the dataset ID. Now, what you can do is, because I still have the access token copied and pasted, I can just go and paste that in, and that's the correct access token. And then if I wanted to, I could go back to the events manager and copy this, so the dataset ID over if I wanted to. But to make our lives easier, what we can also do is, for instance, for dataset ID, as I can go in here and I can scroll to custom values, and then you'll see there's access token and dataset ID. So I can just press dataset ID, and basically what it's going to do is just refill in that that dataset ID. Same thing with the access token. I can just go here and then go to custom values and access token. And then those are going to be the exact right tokens that we made inside the Go High Level, inside the custom values. So then that way, it just makes your life a heck of a lot easier, and don't have to go in a business manager and copy and paste all the time. And what we're going to do is we're going to press save there. Then what we're going to go and do is we're going to go back out. And then we're going to go and do this to the other ones as well too. So the cash collected, we're going to go here. And what we're going to do inside the cash collected, what we do is we do the same thing. So we go here to funnel amount, and then we're just going to go access token. We're going to go over here and we're going to go to custom values, access token. And then for dataset ID, we're going to go in here, take away the ASDF and put in custom values, dataset ID, and we're going to press save. Perfect. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to go to the last one, which is the booked call. And we're going to set this up as well too. So then we're going to go and put this in access token as custom values, access token, And this one here is going to be data set ID. Perfect. So we are all set up there. Now, this is perfect. So the last thing that we really need to go and do is test at our events. And you guys can go ahead and do that as well too. Well, what you also have to do is publish your workflow. So up here, make sure you go and publish your workflows as well, so that all of them are on. And then you can go out and test those and make sure that all of them work. Now, all of these are going to happen automatically. Now, when you go through the masterclass on automations, we are going to touch back on these CAPI automations as well. But new lead, every single time a new lead comes in, that's going to happen automatically. Booked call, every time there's a booked call on that calendar that we set for you, that's going to happen automatically. The cash collected, though, the way that we actually access that is, let me move my head out of the way, my big fat head. And what we're going to do is we're going to go to sites, and inside of sites, you're going to go to forms and then builder. And then what you're going to see is there's the closer form here. You're going to click on these three dots and press preview. After you collect cash, this is what you do. You go and you type in your lead's name, you fill in you fill in the information, their phone number, and then the amount that's cash collected. And I'll even show you how this works. And then let's say I put the amount, let's say I put it as $5,000. You guys will also see as well, I tested this out already. So when we go to check, you'll see that there's already been 5,000 collected, but let's say I put this as $5,000 and I press submit. Now, when I submit that information over inside the business manager, number one, inside the high level, sorry, if I go to my dashboard, you'll see that the automation is going to actually collect that. It'll show 10K. Like I mentioned, I already tested this out with $5,000. So it's going to show on your dashboard right away, which is awesome with the way that we set that up for you guys. It's also going to automatically put the person inside of the opportunities for inside your closer pipeline. It's going to mark them as one. So you won't see them in here because this is only going to show you the open, your open opportunities. But see in here where it says sort, the advanced filters, it's only showing people who are open. So if we change this to people who have been won and we apply that, and under closed and paid, you'll see there's one for my dad, which I did earlier as a test, and then the one there for me. And it even shows the opportunity value, where they came in from, etc. as well too, right? So that's exactly how you set up the, look at Trey. Trey's little cute face. But that's how you guys set up the Conversions API inside of the Events Manager. And even if we go to our overview, the only thing is it may not show us the events. As you can see, it's still showing the 0 events. The reason for that, and it will show you here inside the test events, is that typically it takes up to about a day or so to get your pixel started. And then after that, conversions happen after about every 30 minutes or so. So that's exactly how you get everything set up with your pixel and setting up inside of the Go High Level. Now, the one last thing that I also want to show you guys is actually how to connect your Instagram and Facebook directly into the High Level if you guys haven't already. So, because the one thing that's going to be important for this as well is what's called our Facebook field mapping. So, what I want you guys to do is if you go into your settings in your High Level, and then we scroll down here to integrations, I'm going to go here and connect my Facebook and Instagram. So I'm going to go here and press connect. And then this page is going to open up. I'm going to continue as my account. We're going to go and press reconnect. And then it's going to access all of the accounts I have. Now, for me, I have multiple clients and multiple different accounts that I can access. So we're going to select the one that we made for ourselves, like for our, the one that we made for, with our ad account and with the one that we have created here. So this one here for me is going to be Uprising Flow for coaches, and I'm going to press connect and continue. Now, the one thing that we want to do as soon as this opens up is go to configure field mapping. Now, why? Because the Facebook lead form that we made, we're going to have to configure. So where it says map fields, remember the one that the commitment question that we made? So do you see how in here, it's going to ask us to fill in this information? It's automatically going to know the full name, the email, and the phone numbers automatically. The one thing that it's not going to have is our commitment questions. So what we can do for that, and to make our life go by easier, I wonder if I already have it. No, I don't have a commitment question. So what we're going to do is we're going to press X on that, and we're going to go here, and we're going to go to custom fields, and we're going to add a field, and we're just going to make this a single or a single line, and we're just going to call this commitment. And then we're just going to press save. Oh, add this to additional info, and then press save. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go back to our integrations. We're going to go here to, our Facebook field mapping, and then we're going to go map fields, and then we're just going to write in commitment. And then basically it's just going to fill in that for the commitment. So then that way we know the custom field that we have set up as commitment for this, because we know it's a commitment question. And then everything else is mapped. Now what that's going to allow us to do is actually sync our Facebook lead forms directly into our automations. So the last thing that we need to do is when we're in here is we need to go to our automations and then go to the new leads automation here. But bam, we're going to open this up. And then for the Facebook form, we're going to change this from anything to our actual page. And then for the forms, we're going to make the form that we selected. And then we're going to go in there and press save. Now we're going to go and do the exact same thing over here inside of the CAPI. We're going to go to the new lead, and we are just going to change this from any to this, and then form being the one that we just created, and then press save. So there you go, guys. That is how we actually set up conversions API tracking for our Pixel inside of Business Manager and inside of the high level. If you guys have any questions about this, please feel free to let me know. And I look forward to catching you guys in the next module. Peace. All right, guys, let's create winning ad copy with the ABC system. So some of you guys might be like, well, what's the ABC system? And we're going to dive right into that right now. This module shouldn't take very long, so let's get right into it. So the ABC is a fast structure to write ad copy that converts without rambling. A equals attention grabs the right prospect in the first 1 to 2 seconds with a specific call out, pain, or contrast, or result. B, bridge, connects that hook to the real life situation by naming the symptom, why the usual fixes fail, and the core mechanism so they can think, that's me, that makes sense. And then C is the close, tells them exactly what to do next with one clear call to action, plus a filter that repels unqualified leads so you can attract real buyers and not some tire kickers with international phone numbers. So let's get right into it. So going through it, again, we have A, which is attention. Your only job here is to stop the scroll, not to educate, but you want to call out pain points. That's really much the call out here, right? So you're going to either pick one of these in order to call out. So you call out to the buyer, use a problem, a big contrast, a specific result, or a clear pattern interrupt. So examples, call out the buyer. If you're a coach doing 10K per month, if you are looking to get into if you are a 25 to 35-year-old male who is getting married and wants to get in the best shape of their life in the next 26 weeks, that's another call out. Punchy problem. Your ads aren't broken, your offer is. Another example. What you're told about X, Y, and Z is hurting you, not helping you. Big contrast, this could be like, more leads won't fix a broken system, or more leads won't fix the problem that your leads are unqualified, right? So just contrast. Specific results, what this could look like is same kind of thing. We're talking about the fitness coach example again, right? I will get you in the best shape of your life and lose 20% body fat in 26 weeks so you can finally be in the best shape of your life before your wedding. Or a pattern interrupt. What a pattern interrupt is going to basically be is going to be really any of these hooks, but it's really punchy and blunt and makes them stop. Think about this as like you're talking like Andrew Tate almost in a way, right? Or you're talking just in a very blunt, as it is, just straight up. Stop boosting posts, it's making you poorer, right? Stop following keto diets, it's making you fatter. Stop intermittent fasting, you don't know how to do it properly, right? some examples. Stop wasting your time trying to pass funded challenges you don't even know the first 3 steps to take. Something along those lines, right? Where you're just straight callouts. Now, the rules, this must be readable and understandable in 1 to 2 seconds at a grade 7 reading level. Very, very important. You want to use specifics. So you want to either call out, if you're calling out exact results, or if you're calling out to the buyer using, like, if you're making 10K per month, or if you want to lose 10% of your body fat, if you want to get 15 clients in 90 days, right? All examples. And you want to avoid like just huge hype, right? So you don't want to like use words like this is a game changer, like life changing, if like things like that, to just make it seem that it's like that may almost ruin your credibility, right? So you want to just avoid like large vague hype, right? Direct call outs for the to grab their attention in the first 1 to 2 seconds. Then we move to the bridge. So this is where like the logic will make sense with them, where they're like, oh shit, yeah, that's me. You connect the hook with their reality and you reintroduce the mechanism. So what you want to talk about is the symptoms, why the usual fix of like what they usually do fails, like what they're doing right now that fails, the mechanism that you have and why it actually works. So an example for this, most people try keto, but that fails because it's unsustainable and doesn't fit in with their daily life. Or most people try boosting posts on Instagram, but that fails because the targeting techniques from Meta are not optimized at a boosted post level. Examples, right? The real issue isn't that you have unqualified leads. It's that your system doesn't allow for your qualified leads to actually want to show up to the call. Like, these are all just different examples that we can be using for bridging. Essentially what we're trying to do here is basically bridge our call out to what they've tried to do, our mechanism, why ours works, and why what they've tried hasn't worked. Example, most coaches aren't struggling to get leads. They're struggling to get qualified leads because their ads are optimized for attention and not interest, right? That's a great example, way better than the ones I was reading off the top of my head there. Then C, we move into, is close. So you tell them exactly what to do and why. So there's 2 parts to this pretty much. Either a filter or a CTA, right? So like, and you can really include both of these. So what I mean by that is, in like the filter, what works really well is if you do something like a call to action being like, click the link below to apply for one-on-one coaching. This is only for coaches doing over 10K per month. Due to the closeness of us working together, spots are limited. So if you want to get started and scale your business past 50K per month, click learn more below to get started today. That's like, that example off the top of my head was actually fire. Like, that there is an amazing filter system with a call to action. And again, rather than just going through all this, let's show you guys some real examples. So now we understand the framework, right? Attention, bridge, and close, okay? Now let's look at an example for coaches, okay? Direct call out. Coaches, let's be real for a second. And now we're bridging it. You don't have a motivational problem, you have a systems and acquisition problem. You've got an offer that works, but your pipeline doesn't back it up. I partner with you, and like, this is again mechanism, like bridging. I partner with you and install the AI sales systems flywheel, the same acquisition engine that scaled Nick from 1K to 16K months, Jack to consistent 10K weeks, and Chase to 8K weeks in his first 90 days. None of them went viral. None of them had to hire another overpromising agency. We rebuilt their business around infrastructure, daily buyer-ready leads, 5 to 10 qualified calls a day, a proven in-house commission-based sales team, a backend that scales without you babysitting it. And here's how I de-risk it. If I don't bring you 15 paid and full clients in the next 90 days, you don't pay me. Simple. If you're already at 5K per month and you're tired of gambling on broken campaigns, guessing in the DMs, and trying more content, click learn more, right? And if we look back at the ABC method, which is all in this document that I've given you here. So if you guys can't see, I know it's kind of cut off on your screen. You'll see I'm going through these different tabs here. I'm at the ABC here at the bottom, going up to the coaches as the example. But you'll see we hit all 3 points. We hit the attention when we called out directly to coaches, right? We bridge the gap by explaining to them here that you don't have a motivational problem, you have a systems and acquisition problem, right? And that your offer works, but your pipeline doesn't back it up, right? Bridging the gap. And then we hit them with the close where we filter them. Say, if you're already doing 5K per month, because what's that going to do? It's going to filter out tire kickers. So people who aren't making 5K per month aren't going to be able to come through. And then it gives them a direct, clear call to action. And to make your guys' life easier, what you guys can literally go and do is what I want you to do is go through these 3 examples. I'm going to move my tab over just so you can see it better. But we have for coaches, for training mentors, and fitness coaches, plus the ABC copy method. And what I just want you guys to do is go create 3 different variations of your own amazing ad copy using the ABC method. You also, like I said, we have our example here for coaches. We have our example here for trading mentors. And again, all goes through the exact same system. Same thing for fitness coaches down here with the copy as well too. So I really, honestly, if you want to find the, honestly, truthfully, the best copy to use is probably going to be this example here for coaches. So go through those examples, create your own A+ ad copy using the systems, the ABC system. And if you guys have any questions about this, just please reach out to me and Trey, and one of us will help you out. Again, this document is going to be linked below this video. So if you guys want to access it, you're going to have full access down below, and it'll be continuously updated. So any questions that you guys may have will probably already be answered in the updated document. If you guys need anything from us, you just let us know. We'd love to help you guys out, and I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Cheers.
All right, listen, boys and girls. All right, listen, men and women. Most setters stay stuck because they think their job is to be friendly. And I'm going to tell you this now. Your job is not to tell people about the program and be friendly. That's just not it. Your job is simple. You need to qualify hard, book qualified people, and set the closer up for an easy close. It's really that simple. So every setter call needs to follow this same flow no matter what the offer is. You need to understand the reality, build the future, eliminate all friction, make sure they have readiness, and then hand them off to the closer. If you follow that, you'll stop getting ghosted. You'll stop getting the I need to think about the next call, or the I need to talk to my wife before hopping on the next call with you guys, and you'll be able to just book them. So the first step is reality. What is happening right now? This is where you find out exactly what's broken in their process now, not vague stuff like, I just want to be able to make more money, right? So what you can say is, before we talk about solutions to actually be able to get you to where you want to go, I need to understand what's happening right now so we don't waste each other's time if this doesn't even work out, right? Then you can ask, what's not working right now? What keeps happening over and over that keeps you stuck in this spot? Give me the last example. Like, what happened exactly? What have you tried that maybe didn't work out, right? Just getting an understanding of what their reality is currently right now and what you can be able to do to be able to set them up the best for your program. And here's the key. You want to really repeat their words back to them, because if you can explain their problem better than they can, they will trust you so much that they won't even care who the next person they're actually talking to is. So it makes your life a lot easier and the closer's life a lot easier. So you can recap with something like this. Like, okay, so the real issue is blank and it's costing you blank. Is that accurate? That's the reality of their problem. And once they can agree on that, then you have them hooked because they have an understanding now of what their problem is. Now, the second step is future. What they want and when they actually want it by. This is where you turn their desire into a measurable target and timeline. So the next step is future pacing. What they want and when they actually want it by, right? This is where you turn their desire into a measurable target and an actual timeline. So you'd say something like this. If we fix this, what would success actually look like for you? Because everybody has a different meaning of success. Boom. That one question will get them to open up and give you an understanding of what success is going to look like for them. Now, that's just the surface level question you're asking. Now, you can dig a little bit deeper and be like, well, what's the exact outcome you want? Put a number on it. Or how much do you want to make monthly? Put a number on it. Or what does winning look like for you in the next 30, 60, 90 days from now? Or why is now the time to actually properly be handling this? And when you get that, you can lock it in with, so you want this solved by X time frame, not eventually, correct? Right? So now you're getting a timeline out of them, because if they can't commit to any timeline, I promise you, they are just browsing, and they are browsing to waste your time and also waste a time slot on your calendar. And trust me this, you do not want to book a browser onto a closer's call, because it's a waste of their time, and ultimately they're going to blame it on you, and then now you look bad as a setter. And trust me, I know you don't want to look bad as a setter. So make sure you are getting that future pacing and a good timeline out of them, so that you have an understanding that they want to actually get this started and changed for themselves now. So the next part is friction and eliminating all of it, so that we can understand the things that are actually going to stop them from moving forward. And what you're really preventing here is the classic time wasters of, I need to think about it, I'm comparing you to other offers, or let me talk to my partner, or money is the issues, or the worst one, my wife said no after the call, right? So you would say something like this. Now, I'm going to ask you these questions to really see if this is something that's real for you, or if you're just browsing. Then cover these 4 things in order. 1 should be doubt, always. Because at the end of the day, if you can get the fears that are coming up from them, the doubts or fears that are coming from them, you will always get an understanding of what objections might pop up on the next call. So you can be able to handle them now. So like, what's your biggest concern about doing something like this? Right? Now you're going to get an understanding of what they're actually doubtful about, so that you can handle it, so that when they get to the closing call, they have a lot more clarity, and the closer has to deal with less objections. And then 2 is comparison. What else are you looking at, right? Who else have you tried looking at? Have you tried working with anyone? Or are you currently working with anyone, right? Because at the end of the day, for the closer to have the best success, especially considering comparison, you need to make sure that they are the last call on that person's calendar. And what I mean by this, if the client says, hey, yeah, I've been looking into this for a while and I have 4 calls lined up, see when those 4 calls are, and then book yours as the last one. Because I promise you, after they go through all those calls, they're always going to go with that last person, because they've heard all of this valuable information and they know they need to start. So that last person, since they're talking to them, they're just going to sign. They're already in such a high buying threshold that they just want to get going. They've already had all the calls. They're done having more calls. They don't want to have another one, so they just move forward. So make sure you are getting that comparison out of them, so you can get a better understanding of who they're actually comparing you to, so that you can ultimately be able to use that as leverage to be able to win the sale compared to other companies. Now, the third part of this is partner. This is literally just understanding who else is the decision maker that makes them say no on the call, because you never want them to show up and then be like, well, I still have to talk to this person about it after they've already discussed the price with the closer. Never do you want that to happen. So just make sure that this partner, whoever they need, whether it's their son or daughter or business partner or wife or husband, make sure they are on this next call, so that you can be able to have the closer properly sell them. And if they're giving pushback, here's a line you can use. Is just something like, I'm asking you this because I don't want you saying yes now on the call and then texting me later tonight and saying that your partner said no to the actual call because you didn't get all the information you properly needed. So if there is a decision maker, we would just like to handle that up front. Does that sound cool? And then they'll move forward. They get an understanding that you just need the decision maker there to be able to help them get an understanding of if you can actually move forward or not. That's it. Now, the fourth part of this is finances. The biggest thing with finances, and a lot of people get this wrong, which I stated in other videos, is they think that you're using finances to just qualify this person. Always reframe your mind and have an understanding that you are qualifying them financially to get a better understanding if you can actually help them or not. Because you can't help broke people. Let's be honest. At the end of the day, you can't help broke people. I mean, depending on what your offer is, and maybe you're selling like $100 offer or something like that, maybe you can, but you really can't help broke people, and you don't want to put these people in a worse position trying to get your coaching just because they see this huge money gate at the end of 6 months of doing this, right? Make sure that they are financially qualified. So if this is the right fit, like, are you in the position to actually invest into yourself today? Or Is that like cash, credit, or you have money moving around, right? Get an understanding. And the best way to be able to do this is by pre-framing. Always pre-frame your question so that they know it's in their benefit. So you could say something like this, right? Hey, I just want to ask you this just to make sure, obviously, I'm not putting you in a worse position trying to get something like this up and going for yourself, because at the end of the day, that's the last thing we'd want to do. So if you don't mind me asking, how much do you have set aside for yourself right now that you can use to be able to invest into this? Boom. Now you're going to get a proper answer. They're going to tell you what they actually have properly allocated for this instead of just saying a random number that they have in their bank account because you're asking them how much they have saved, right? Then they'll actually give you a true answer of, well, I'm only looking to invest 2,000 into this, right? Boom. That's perfect. Now you can be able to give that to the closer and be like, he's only looking to spend 2,000. Now, if he's a good closer, now and your program's more than 2 grand, obviously he's going to get him to be able to invest more than 2 grand. But now you have that stationary number of this person is willing to spend 2 grand. Now it's not fighting an uphill battle of us saying, oh, well, our program is 5 grand and I know you only have 2K. Now the closer can pitch something closer because he knows how much he already has. He can be like, well, program is 3 grand because maybe you guys have a lower ticket one, and you can be able to sell them on that. Be like, bro, it's just an extra 1K. Like, do you not have that? Right? Now you can be able to move them up the line and be able to have it a lot easier for your closer, which we were trying to do. And at the end of the day, you want to treat this as just purely qualifying. You're not being rude. It's literally just qualifying. That's it. Because if they can't pay or can't decide, you should not book them in the first place. Now, step 4 is readiness. This means support. Like, are they actually ready to start this? Because even if someone has pain and money, they still fail if their lifestyle can't support execution, right? If they can't put the time into this, if they can't actually do this. So you would say something like this: even the best program fails if life doesn't support execution. So let me ask you, how much time per week can you realistically commit to this so that we know you can actually reach XYZ goals, right? Now they're in the mindset of, okay, well, this guy actually cares. He's actually trying to see if I can do this day by day. And now it looks more beneficial towards you as a setter because you're not just trying to book a bunch of calls. And they can tell that. People can see when you're just trying to only book them onto the next call. So really get an understanding of where they're at and if they're actually ready to start this. Because if they're not willing to execute, once again, you do not need to book them on your closer's calendar. A yes from someone who won't do the work turns into refunds, chargebacks, and bad reviews. And trust me, you do not want to deal that, and neither does the business owner, especially. He does not want to deal, or she does not want to deal with bad reviews or refunds or chargebacks. And I'm sure even as a setter, you don't want to deal with that either, because I'm sure if they give a refund, I'm sure your company is going to be like, hey, we need that 10 or 5% back that you just made from that, right? So make sure you are getting their readiness and asking them what usually gets in the way that stops you from starting in the past if they have looked into other people. Now, the 5th one is just the handoff. And this is understanding how to be able to transfer trust and not just pitching them to get on the call. You are not a closer by any means by being a setter, so you do not need to pitch features and dump details of how the program works to try and get them on the next call. Your job is to do a clean diagnosis of what's going on right now and tee up the closer so that he can be able to swing his club and be able to hit the ball and take it home. So you would say something like this: based on what you told me, here's what I'm hearing. You're currently at blank. You want to be able to get to a certain goal by timeline, or the bottleneck is their core issue, right? Now they'll get an understanding that you were properly listening throughout the call. They understand you were listening. So then you can set the expectations of, well, the next call is with blank, whoever the closer is. And on that call, you'll get a game plan. And if you qualify, you'll either enroll that day or we'll be straightforward with you and tell you this is just not a fit. And another way I like framing this as well is something like this. And instead of saying, another way I like framing this, instead of saying, we'll tell you straight up if it's not a fit, is the worst thing that can happen is you get on that call and you just get some free information. The best thing that can happen is you start with us tomorrow and you get the results that you actually wanted to properly get. Now they're future pacing like, oh, well, if I just show up on the call, at least I'll just get some free information, even if I don't like it, right? So this really builds their mind and sets their walls down so that they are showing up onto that next call ready to learn and ready to be able to say yes or no to that closer. And if partner veto does exist because you didn't handle the partner, and you want to be able to dig a little bit deeper into it, you can say something like, if your partner has veto power, we booked three we and if you need their partner on there as well, towards the end of the call when you're getting them booked, you'll say, if your partner has, veto power, or an option to be able to say no to this and you won't do it, we should book a three-way decision call so that at least the wife can be able to get an understanding of what this is, or otherwise we just won't book. Now you're taking away the option for them to be able to say no to having their partner on the call, because you don't book unless that partner is there. So it will be able to reframe them and get that partner on the call, which is great. And that's it. Here's the bottom line. Every setter call needs to follow this same flow: reality, future, friction, readiness, and then handoff. If you do this right, you're going to book fewer calls, but they're going to show up more, and they're going to decide faster, and they're going to close at a higher rate. And that's what we're here for. We're here to book qualified calls, not conversations, so that the closer can be able to hop on and get what he needs to get done. All right, so this video is Sales 101, and this is going to be a base framework you can use for absolutely anything. And I want you to understand this framework first, because at the end of the day, this is going to give you a better understanding of how to actually frame the call. Not just a script that tells you exactly what to say. This is a framework to get an understanding of how the actual call works. Because once you understand how the calls works, that's how you can be able to talk to people without having to stare at a script the whole entire time. So this framework, at the end of the day, is built for closers who actually sell transformations, not just transactions. If you're only in this for the money, honestly, you should probably click off this video and think of a new business model idea to be able to start, because this is actually for people who want to be able to give someone a quality product and get them over the edge to actually do it, and not just selling them the dream, right? Of course, we're going to be selling the dream, but it's for something that will actually work for them. So whether you're selling fitness, business, mindset coaching, whatever it may be, your job is not to be able to convince them to buy your product. It's to create absolute clarity around your product and how you can actually fix their problem so that they want to move forward with you. You want them in their head to be able to say, here's where I am right now, here's where I want to go, here's why I'm not in the place I want to, and here's how I actually fix it. If you can have them understand that in their head, or at least convey that to them, they will want to actually buy for you, because you have built confidence and paved the way for you to actually collect that sale. Oh, phase one is going to be pre-frame and energy control. The goal of this whole entire phase one is just to establish authority and control the tone before the call ever starts. That's it. We just want you to be that authority figure that's up here and they're down here, and they were trying to get to where you are. So being able to establish that authority is huge in the beginning of a call, because it makes them respect you as an expert. At the end of the day, the mindset you need to have coming into this is that, honestly, that like Andrew Tate mindset, you're the top G and they are looking to get to where you are, so you're the expert. Like the call happens on your time, your terms, and if you actually want to work with them or not. If you can keep that mentality going into the call, that's only going to bleed your energy into the calls, but also they are going to see that you are that authority figure that they need to be able to help them get out of whatever situation it may be for whatever offer you're actually in, or whatever offer you're pitching them. So starting off, like the tactics you're actually going to use with this is starting off the call, and if the camera's on, smiling, having a calm tone, and having grounded energy. This works the exact same for if you have it on just a phone call, because at the end of the day, when you smile, you can hear the tone difference. Even if you turned off my webcam right now, here, I'm going to go ahead and do that. If I turn off my webcam right now, you can tell when I'm just talking normally, and you can tell when I'm actually talking with a smile, because there's a huge difference in the change of your voice when you do talk with a smile of how your mouth moved. So at the end of the day, if you do have a camera or whether you don't have a camera, it's still good to have that smile there, have a good calm tone, and have grounded energy. Because at the end of the day, these people aren't looking for their best friend. They're looking for someone who can take them to where they actually need to be. So frame the call like this, right? Hey, Timmy, glad we can connect. This call is really just to see where you're at now, where you're actually trying to be able to get to, and how we can actually help you. Does that sound good? Perfect. Now you eliminate that curiosity of like, what the hell is this call about? What are we even doing here? It sets the tone and that gives them a good understanding of how this call is going to properly go. And then to eliminate that pressure early, you would say something like this. This isn't even a pitch, Timmy. It's just to see if this is even a fit before we go any deeper. Sound good? Perfect. And then you can move to phase 2, which phase 2 is just pure discovery and finding out the core truth of what their problem is. The goal of this is identifying the real problem, not just the surface level complaint. Most surface level complaints will sound something like this. Oh, I just want to be able to make more money. Or, oh, I just want to scale my business. Or, oh, I just want to look better. Or, oh, I just want to be able to get more leads coming in. That is not a real problem. You need to figure out what the actual problem is. If they say, I want to make more money, cool. What makes you want to make more money? Everybody wants to make more money. My fucking grandma wants to make more money. So what are you trying to make more money for, right? What are they trying to actually make this money for? Is it to buy a new house? Is it to feed their family? Is it to be able to live a financially free life where they can travel the world, right? Get an understanding of why they want to make more money. Making more money isn't a real problem. Having a better body isn't a real problem. Why do you want to have a better body? So that I can look better for chicks, so that I can look better for my kids in the future, so that they don't see me as a fat lard and, carry the same characteristics that I did at growing up and now they're fat when they're older, right? Figure out the real truth, because if you only live by those surface level problems that they give you, they're not going to buy. They have no reason to buy. Your product isn't fixing anything for them. Oh, cool, I want to be fit. Oh, your program will make me fit? Cool. Why will it actually change and fix my problems? If I told you right now, I want it to be fit, and you move right past that, I'm not buying from you. If I say I want to be fit and you say, well, why do you want to be fit? Like, what's behind that? And then I actually answer, well, it's because I'm a father now and I want to look better for my children and obviously still look good for my wife, because at the end of the day, I know it's good to be able to look good for your partner. Boom, now you have a real problem. Now you can actually attach yourself to that. Okay, well, you told me earlier in the call that you didn't want to look bad for your kids, so what changed? Was it the price, or was it... So it makes it easier for you to be able to objection handle if you actually find that core truth. So some power questions you can actually ask to dig a little bit deeper. You always want to go at least 3 levels deep, in my opinion. Now you can go 6 levels deep, or 7 levels deep. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that exercise, which I definitely think you guys should do, is 7 levels deep. But more importantly is these questions will just get them to open up more. So some power questions you could ask is like, walk me through what's happening right now with, fitness, business, etc., whatever it may be. Or what made you want to fix this now instead of, waiting 2, 3, 6, 7 months, right? And what have you already tried that hasn't worked for you in the past? Or if you're being honest, what's the real reason you think you haven't gotten to hit that goal yet, right? Just giving them an actual understanding of what their actual problem is. That's the most important thing. So here's a psychological note. You're digging for their actual pain. Like I was saying earlier, you're not trying to manipulate these people. You're showing them why staying where they're at costs them more than actually changing or actually investing into your program and making that change for themselves. And that's what leads us to phase 3, which is really amplifying that pain, giving them an understanding of, if this stays, how bad will it actually be? So the goal is to make the pain emotionally real and financially measurable. And what I mean by that is, if you can make the pain sound so bad that it makes them realize that the weight of staying where they're at is actually heavier than actually investing into your program, they will always buy. So let's say you're in a fitness offer, for example. You would ask someone, is getting to that goal body or goal physique or whatever their pains are, right? Like, let's say it's wanting to look better for their kids, right? Is wanting to look like, being able to achieve looking better for your kids, is that priceless to you? If they can say yes to it being priceless, once again, you're making that decision at the end of the call feel way easier because their threshold is lower and they know what their goal is and how they need to get there. And to be able to get there, they need to do your product. So if you can make them understand that, they will always move forward. So the tactics you're going to use are mirror their words back with precision, right? So when they tell you, I want to be better for my kids, okay, well, you told me you want to be able to be better for your kids. Why? Right? That's it. You're just literally saying exactly what they told you and then asking why at the end. Now they'll go even more deep into it and explain why they want to be fit for their kids so that you can get a harder pain that you're actually amplifying and putting more fuel under that fire so that they know they need a change now. You're putting them in a good emotional state that you need them to be in. So you'll also use time projection. You know, if you stay where you are for another 6 to 12 months, what happens? So I'll stop using fitness examples. Let's say it's even for business, right? Like for someone's business to be able to grow, what if they stayed in the same spot they were at 6 to 12 months from now, right? Like let's say their problem was they weren't getting enough leads, and those not getting enough leads was leading into them spending too much money on ads because they weren't getting return, or maybe they weren't able to pay out their employees, whatever that is, right? You're now amplifying their pain. Now they're seeing it. So it's like, okay, well, you just told me that you can barely pay your employees, and you just told me that ad spend is starting to get high and it's starting to become non-profitable for you. So, I mean, in terms of like you growing or just being where you're at now, like if we were to continue doing this for another 6 to 12 months, what happens, right? Now they're explaining to you how their business is basically going to go to shit in the next 6 to 12 months if they don't do something about it. So now you're building that time pressure on it as well. Because at the end of the day, if they don't feel like they actually need to change this now, once again, they're not going to fix it. And then maybe in the future, someone who's better at sales will just sell them into a shittier program maybe, and then ultimately get their sale, collect their money, and now they have it and you don't. So you need to make sure you are always understanding how to build and amplify that pain so that they actually want to work with you. That leads me to phase 4, which is future vision and actually building that dream. The goal for this is to anchor them to what could possibly be with your help. You want to build that bridge now. You want to almost bridge the gap from where they are now and how you can actually use your product to be able to fix that and get them to where they want to be. That's all you're doing. You're future pacing and building that dream. So some power questions you could be able to ask are, if you had the right systems and accountability, what would your life/business look like in 90 days from now, right? Or, let's say it's for business, if you had the right systems and accountability in place, what would or how much would you want to make in the next year of working with us, right? Now they're going to actually future pace and be like, oh, well, I want to be able to make, let's say it's a business. I want to be able to make 100 grand a month. Okay, cool. And when you are making 100 grand a month, how would things be different in terms of like lifestyle or just ways of living in general? Well, it would be better because I'd be able to pay my employees. I'd be able to go on trips with my wife. I'd be able to handle my family issues better. I'd be able to do this better, right? We're building that reality in their head that they can actually be able to get there as long as they are able to get our help. So now they're envisioning that picture of like, damn, in a year from now, if I work with this Trey and Liam guy, I can be able to make 100 grand a month and be able to help fix my problems with my family and also be able to do that. And also, okay, this is starting to make sense, right? So you want to be able to build that dream for them. And another question you can also ask is just, what would hitting that next level actually do for you, whether that's financially, emotionally, or just personal, right? Once again, they're just going to explain all of those things that they want to actually be able to achieve, and they can see it and they're envisioning it. This is perfect. This is the emotional state that they actually want to be in. Because think about it like this. You almost want to build them up to where they're thinking of their dream and then break them down and be like, okay, well, what happens if we don't get there? Because if you can build them up and have them envision that goal that they actually want, and then you set them back into reality of like where they actually are now, they're always going to want to achieve this now. Because if you build that vision of where they want to be high enough, once they're at the peak, you can bring them back down to reality and be like, okay, well, what happens if we actually don't get there, right? Now they're like, well, fuck. If I don't make 100 grand a month and I'm able to help my family and things like that, I'm stuck in the same shitty position, right? So you're building them up and almost breaking them down so that they can see the reality that they actually live in and where they could be if they just had that extra step, which is investing into your product or program. So to bridge this transition and get them into the next phase, which is the vehicle, the offer you're actually presenting, you want to say something like this. Okay, so you know where you are now and you obviously know where you want to be able to go with things. The only thing that's missing is the system that connects the two. That's what we actually specialize in. Would you like to hear more? Get an agreement, move on to the next phase. And that leads us to the next phase, which is the vehicle and actually presenting your offer. So the goal here is just to present the program as the bridge between their pain and actually where they want to go with their dream. That's it. So the goal here is to present the program as the bridge. So the goal here is to present the program as the bridge that will bridge the gap between their pain and where they actually want to go. So to structure this, you reframe the problem and you summarize the situation in their own words. So basically whatever problems they gave you, you really want to touch on that when you're actually explaining your program so that they understand that your program can fix their problems. So you introduce the system and your framework that actually solves the specific issue that they're having. Then you just deliver the outcome, focus on transformation, not logistics. You never want to focus on numbers unless you're dealing with business. If you're dealing with business owners and things like that, then you want to go over numbers and where you can get their ROI and where you can be able to get their ROAS, things like that. Obviously, if you're doing like growth operations. But at the end of the day, you always want to go and focus on transformations. So even if it is a business, you still want to focus on how we can be able to get them more leads or how we can be able to get them to the point to where they are closing more deals so that ultimately they can make more money, which will result in them being able to fix their problems in life, right? So you always want to deliver on the transformation. That's it. And then lastly, you just want to reveal the container. This is basically just saying how the actual program works and just explaining how you're actually going to help them get there. That's it. So here's an example you can use in your own words. So based on what you've told me, you're struggling with inconsistent income because your systems aren't built to scale. What we do inside of our program is rebuild the back end so that you can focus on the work that actually grows your business. We help you with X, Y, and Z, and we do it through weekly coaching, accountability, and proven frameworks that have scaled dozens of coaches in the past to be able to get to whatever their goal is, right? So this builds that authority figure once again and shows that you have credibility working with people with their same problems. So this also builds that trust factor with them so that they actually want to trust you and work with you in the first place. So that leads us to phase 6, which is objection handling. Yes, but I need to think about it. Yes, but I need to speak to my wife. Yes, but I need to check out my bank and see where my money is right now, right? These are all going to come up. At the end of the day, the call does not start honestly until you get a I need to think about it or an objection, because that's what's going to happen if you're selling a high ticket product at the end of the day. No matter what, if it's anything over $1,000, these people are going to need to think about it. It is a large sum of money. And at the end of the day, these are their walls that they've naturally built up and the things that they naturally say as just humans. So don't take it as a pushback. Take it as something that's going to happen on almost every call, okay? So the goal here is to convert hesitation into clarity, not conflict. If you are sitting there just arguing with them, they're never going to buy from you. You never want to create tension. You always just want to create clarity. So these are tactical frames you can be able to use to be able to handle those questions that they're having in their head. So for will it work for me? That's exactly where Timmy started. Insert quick result. Maybe it's, we were able to scale him to 30K a month even when he started at 0K months, just like you, and had a small following on Instagram. Because at the end of the day, this system doesn't rely on luck. It's built around patterns that actually repeat so that we can consistently build results within our students. So with the Can I Do It, it's almost like a reassurance that they've done harder work in the past so they can be able to do this easy work once they actually get the structure. So it'll sound something like this. You've done way harder things than this. The only thing you've been missing is structure and accountability. Once you get those two things rolling, what is ultimately going to be holding you back, right? Now they have an understanding that they can be able to do this. And with the can I afford it, the real question is what it's costing you not to fix this, right? So you almost want to reframe it in their head. When they ask you something like, oh, well, it's too much or whatever it may be, always agree first and then reframe the question. So always be like, yeah, I understand. It is a large sum of money. And I want to ask you this. Money aside, do you genuinely see this as something that can help you? If they say yes, ask why. Why do you think this is something that can help you? Well, I think it's something that can help me because X, Y, and Z. Great. So you know the program will help you. Then the real question is, what is it costing you not to fix this? Because how many more months at 5K until you finally make that shift to actually want to get to those 10K months, right? Now you're building that time aspect of like, if you don't do this now, when are you actually going to change? Now in their head, they're like, fuck, I've been looking into this for 6 months, haven't done anything about it, been stuck at 5K for the past 6 months. What do I do now? Right? So you're building that, once again, authority and trust figure in their own head that they can afford this. And if they don't fix this, then it's going to cost them more than if they just started with us now. And then phase 7 is the close, making it real, just making sure you actually collect the payment. So the goal here is to get verbal commitment, then the payment, then onboarding. I call it 3 yeses. If you can get 3 yeses before you repitch after the objection, more than likely 90% of the time they will close. So if you can ask them, do you see yourself being able to succeed in this program? Yes, that's 1. Do you genuinely see yourself being able to put in the time and effort to be able to get the results that we want you to be able to get to and that you want yourself to be able to get to? Yes, that's a 2nd yes. And 3rd, are you actually committed to making the changes that you need to be able to get to those 50K months? Yes, I am. Great. Now you got 3 yeses. The 4th yes is going to be the easiest yes because they've already said yes 3 times. So now all you just have to do is be like, okay, well, what do you say we get started? A lot of times they will just say yes because you've already gotten those 3 yeses before. So really what you want to do is just check alignment. Do you feel confident that this would help you get to your goal? Yes. Assume the close. Perfect. So the next step is just getting you enrolled so we can actually get you started. And 3rd, you're just going to price drop naturally. The investment is $5,000. Are you more comfortable handling that in one payment, or do you need a flexible plan? Notice how I'm quiet, because at the end of the day, after you say that and repitch, do not talk. Whoever talks first loses this conversation. So you always want to pitch, be silent, and let them speak and work through it. I promise you, I have sat on calls where I've literally been silent for a whole 2 minutes. And then at the end of those 2 minutes, they're like, let's do it. Because at the end of the day, what they're doing in that process is thinking through everything. They're thinking about what you just said, the questions you asked them, what's going on, can this actually work? Let them work through it. It's fine. You don't need to budge in and be like, so what did you think? Or, so what do you want to move forward with, right? Now it's just you trying to edge them on and sell them. Let them think it through. Lean back, have good posture, and just be like, maybe go on your phone, do some texting really quickly, make it seem like you're not even interested. Because at the end of the day, they feel that energy when you are haggling them about it, being like, okay, well, what do you think? Do you want to do 5K? Oh, well, maybe we can just drop it down to 3K, right? Now they know you're just trying to sell them. Just pitch them one product at one price, see what they say. If he finally starts speaking and says, to be honest, man, just the 5K is a lot. Like, can we do any monthly plans? Cool. Now you price drop. Now you go down. Now you try and get them to explain what they want, right? Now you can be like, okay, well, I mean, what's a reasonable number in your head, right? Now they're going to be thinking through again and understanding what is something that would be good for them. They'll be like, oh, well, maybe $2,000. Okay, well, can you meet me in the middle? We'll do 3K down, and then you can pay the rest off over time, or come up with some sort of payment plan that will work best for them. But that's how you want to be able to close the end of the sale. And that leads us to phase 8, which is the follow-up system. The goal here is to close an extra 20 to 30% of more deals from non-buyers that you wouldn't have closed in the first place if you didn't follow up with them. This is huge, and following up is huge because at the end of the day, a lot of people just won't buy off the first time. They won't. It's just their natural instincts and how they've operated for so long. You also have to think about these people operating systems. If they're 40 years old, that means they've been operating in that same mindset for the past 40 years. It's going to be hard to break that just by one ad video or one message from you. So you need to follow up with these people. The framework is 1 hour, quick voice note follow up if they didn't answer your calls. After 24 hours, send a case study or a testimonial. After 48 hours, social proof and follow up. Because at the end of the day, if you can send that social proof of like an Instagram page with a lot of information on it or a YouTube video that's explaining basically what your offer is and how you can be able to help their problems, they'll want to have an understanding of what you do and they actually will reach out. And then 72 hours later, scarcity follow up. Should I hold your spot or release it, right? Just putting it hands down. Hey, do you want to work with us or are you not interested, right? Obviously, you don't want to say that off rip because they'll tell you they're not interested immediately because it's their prone ability to say no. So a better question you should ask than this is this something you're not serious about, right? Because now if they say no, they're technically saying yes. So using that to your leverage and them saying no, then you just follow up with, well, so you are serious about this. And now you can lead into the conversation. And then lastly is the metrics for you to actually be able to track, and just my final note to you guys. So first off, the metrics you really want to track are show rate, close rate, deposit to full conversion, average ticket close, and daily volume. If you understand these metrics, you will be able to have an understanding of what you need to improve more on. So your show rate should be 75% plus, no matter what. So if you know this is lower than 75%, you know that you need to fix it. Your close rate should be 25 to 40%. And if you're a CEO, realistically, it should be 50 to 70%. Now, deposits to full conversion. If you are collecting deposits on these calls and not closing them after, you are doing something wrong and you need to reach out to me for help. Because realistically, every single deposit you collect should be a close after. Then average ticket, you want to understand what the average ticket price you're actually selling is so you can get an understanding of what your ICP likes buying, and then you can change your prices accordingly. Because if they're buying a lot of the higher ticket programs, great, increase your prices and have your lower ticket be that higher ticket that you had before. And then lastly is just daily volume. You should be hopping on at least 2 to 4 calls a day if you realistically want to make 50 to 100K a month. And then the final notes for all of the closers and anyone just getting into sales in general, you need to always lead the call. You never chase. Silence is always going to be your ally. You don't have to talk fast. You don't have to talk super quick for these people to understand you or make it sound like you have authority. You just need to be able to speak with authority and lead. That's it. So silence is always going to be your ally. Emotion closes and logic confirms. So you always want to use emotion to be able to build and amplify that pain, and then use the logic of how your program can help them get there to be able to confirm that this is where they need to be. And then last few is they're going to mirror your certainty. So the more certain you are, the more certain they will be. And the sale does not start, like I said earlier, until they say, I need to think about it. All right. This is going to be going over the actual framework that I'm going to be giving you guys that you can kind of plug and play, change your own language, and be able to use it for your own. So I'm not going to go super in depth on this here because you're going to see in the other videos I explain the process of how you should properly sell. So this is just going to be the framework you're going to be using. I put this here just so you guys can be able to read this before the actual call, because you need to know that your job is to lead properly and not just be their friend. You're diagnosing, prescribing, and then deciding on what should work best for this person. And every call should end with a yes or a no. No maybes. They should be telling you, no, I do not want to do this, or yes, I want to do this. There's never, I need to think about it, or a maybe, or I'll get back to you. Like, it needs to end in a yes or no. And I also put psychology notes behind everything on why this stuff works, because obviously if you act like a peer, they'll treat you like a peer, and if you act like a guide, then they're going to be able to follow you like a guide. As well as just the decision container. Yes or no removes the fake third option that's maybe, that destroys all close rates and just destroys sales in general. And then the time leverage of everything. You prevent 45-minute therapy calls where nobody fucking buys, because that's the most annoying thing as well. Now, the purpose of the beginning as well, like in the beginning of the call, like, how's your week going? I know a lot of people usually say, how's your day? Or what do you got planned for the day? Those are terrible to ask because when you ask somebody how their day went or what they have planned for the day, now they're going to talk about what they have planned for their day, how their day's been, and they might try and ask you questions, and now you're in la la land for 10 minutes talking about fucking sports or other things that you shouldn't have been talking about in the first place. Because the biggest thing with this is you're not here to become best friends with them and spend 10 minutes chatting about, fucking football, hometown, whatever it may be. Too much rapport is going to diminish your authoritative figure, and you don't want that to happen because your prospect is here to literally, selfishly talk about their problems and have you fix them. So if you're not that person to them and you're just a friend, they don't look at you as that person who can be able to help them fix that problem because they don't care about where you're from or whether you like your favorite sports team or whatever it may be. They only want to understand how they can be able to fix their problems and how you can be able to do that for them. So only start off with something like, how's the week going so far? And if we scroll down, I teach you guys how to properly frame the call in the beginning, which, like I said, you can go in and switch the language if you feel like it sounds a little bit better for you. But so this is how you would frame the call. Cool. So here's what I want to do. I have a little bit of info on you in front of me, but I'd rather hear it from you directly. So I'm going to ask a few questions and just dive a little bit deeper and ultimately just see if this is something we can help you with. And if everything looks good, then I'll map out a custom strategy that fits best for you and your situation. Then we can kind of chat about the investment, ROI, and all the nitty gritty fun stuff about like how the program works. The only thing I ask though is by the end of the call, it's either let's do it or let's not. I've been in this for a while and we can both agree I need to think about it or I need some time is just a nice way of saying no. Agreed? Cool. And then you move forward. Now you're actually framing the call and you're getting a yes or no contract from them. Because at the end of the day, if they say and agree to giving you a yes or a no at the end of the call, now by the time you actually get to the end of the call, if they give you any objections, things like that, or want to go think about it or whatever it may be, now you can reframe back to the beginning of the call and be like, well, you told me you'd give me a yes or no. So what is it? Right? And then you can move forward from there. And now I purposely highlighted this one because this question solely right here. So name, like I said, I have some info on you in front of me, but I'd rather hear it from you directly. Talk to me. How can we help? This one question can get 99% of people to spill everything on their calls. I'm going to have some live recorded calls that I actually took myself when I was on an offer so that you can see when I ask this question, it gets them to open up and expand on absolutely everything to where you don't have to just strictly go into their goals or strictly go into their current situation or strictly go into this. They'll talk about all that and then you just touch and dig a little bit deeper on each point so that you can get a better understanding of what their problem actually is. So this question is great to be able to get it to open up. And then I just put some questions in here to be able to help you follow up with that question. Like I said, a lot of these questions in here, I don't want you reading this off. I just want you getting an understanding of these questions so that you can add them to your arsenal as well as change them up to your language as well. Now, the second part of this is goals. And once again, you're going to notice that these are the 11 steps you need to use to be able to close any call without objections, which you're going to see in the other video talking about objection prevention. So definitely watch that if you haven't already, because that is going to show you exactly what this framework is about. That's why I'm not going to go super in depth on this video. The next is goals. So if you're in a business offer or you're in an offer where you're getting them to be able to make more money, or you're in a fitness offer, or you're just somewhere where you're helping somebody making more money, basically, this is a very great way to be able to frame their goal question because it's putting it on them, right? And it's putting it in a negative future to where they don't want that negative future to happen. So let's say in a screwed up world, let's say you decide not to start this. What would actually be the plans moving forward for the next 6 months and on, right? Now they're going to be like, well, if I don't get something going, I mean, I guess I'll just kind of like stay doing the same thing and kind of try and like work my way up from there, like, and see what I can go. And then I'll be like, well, I mean, what do you need? What number do you need to hit? Let's say monthly for, X to be real for you, right? Then they'll give you a number and then you can really dig into their goals and go a lot deeper. So use these questions to really help yourself dig deeper into their goals. And then with current situation, this is more so just what is going on right now, which, like I said, I explained this in the 11 steps. So these questions right here are just to be able to help you dig a little bit deeper into their current situation. Like, how long have you been dealing with this? Walk me through what you've actually properly tried so far, right? Just getting an understanding of what they've done, what they've tried, why it hasn't worked, so that you can get an understanding of why this didn't work for them and what you can be able to do with your service to be able to get them to that next level. Then under that is past attempts. This is really, really important that you have an understanding of their past attempts if they have had any. If they haven't had any, okay, cool. But if they have had any past attempts of like programs, coaches, mentors, you need to gather up all the information you can here and use this at the end of the call. Because a lot of the times you can use so much of this valuable information and ammunition they're giving you here by asking simple questions like, well, what programs have you tried in the past, right? They'll tell you they tried these programs. Cool. What worked that you actually like that you've been able to use, right? They'll tell you all the things that they liked. Then you'll ask, well, what also did you not like, right? What did you not like that you want to see in the next program or the next coaching or next mentorship, whatever it may be? Then they'll tell you those things. And then you also ask them as a curiosity thing, because you obviously don't want to talk super negative about anyone else's company, even if they say it was a scam, right? You say something like, well, knowing that you joined the program, I'm sure you saw there was other people in there, right? They'll say yes. And so with the other people in there, like, were other people getting results, or like what was kind of going on? And then they'll 99% of the time say that people were getting results in there. So then you can say something like, well, since people were getting results in there, what do you feel like they did different that you maybe didn't do that didn't get you the results that they got, right? So now you're getting an understanding of this person's work ethic, if they actually tried, what they did, and what went wrong. Because a lot of the times, if I'm going to be real with you, when these people say they've tried programs, a lot of the times they have bought in a program and then not put in the time and effort and blame the program and then just said it was a scam. So get an understanding of it. See what their work ethic is like, see what their mentality is like, and really dig deep. Don't let them just give you surface level stuff and be like, yeah, I tried other programs and they just scammed me. A lot of times, I would say like a nice 70% of the times people say they got scammed. 70% of the times they really didn't get scammed and they just did not implement the stuff that they actually got taught, and that's why they aren't where they want to be, or it was too difficult, or it took too long and they just want an easy offer. So understand that, because trust me, a lot of times you don't even want some of these people in your program because they may not perform and then end up blaming it on you and then calling you a scam. And it's just not worth the headache to even sign them up in the first place. So really dig deep on their past attempts. It's going to save you a big fucking headache. And then next is really just timing, just building that urgency. If you can't build urgency on a call, they're never going to pay at the end because there's no urgency built. They don't have a deadline. They don't have a time to start. They're just going to keep pushing it off. And that's why they came to you in the first place, is because they can't manage their time properly, or else they would have already done it and they wouldn't be talking to you in the first place. So give them a time, give them urgency, create that urgency if they don't already have it. If they don't have urgency at all, they probably aren't serious. If they have a little bit of urgency, build it. If they have full urgency, you don't really need to touch on it. Just help them understand that you know they need to be able to get this done. So urgency is just huge if you actually want them to start now, because you have to build that pressure that they need to start now. So you can ask certain questions that are in here, like, is there any specific reason why you actually chose to tackle these issues now rather than pushing it off for another 3 months, right? That gives you an understanding of why they need to start now. So really dig deep into these timing questions as well. And like I said, once again, I'm going to keep repeating this multiple times throughout the video. You can go through, change any of these up for your language specifically, as well as I wrote these in a little bit of a softer language, because honestly, I use very hard words and very hard closing words that might be, I guess you'd say, edgy for you guys. It works for me because I've been in sales for a while and I've developed my own skills, which you want to be able to do. You want to be able to use this as a base framework and then be able to develop off of this so that you can be able to find your true sales voice, is what I call it. Because at the end of the day, if you go and try and sound like Austin Medellin or freaking Alex Hormozy or Jordan Belfort, you're never going to be successful because you aren't Jordan Belfort or Alex Hormozy. You are whoever you are. I don't know what your name is, but whoever you are, you need to figure out what your proper voice is. Work on your tone. Make sure you don't sound like a robot. Stop reading off scripts. Figure out how you can properly follow a framework and then implement your own sales voice into it. That's the most important part. And then finances. A lot of people, and I say this in the 12 tips video or the 11 tips to be able to get objectionless closes a lot, but with finances, everybody thinks asking for finances is awkward or hard or it's weird to ask about. No, you make it fucking awkward or weird by asking weird fucking questions like how much do you have saved in your bank account, right? Obviously they're not going to answer you. But if you pre-frame it and be like, I'm asking this next Spark, so I obviously don't waste your time. Obviously, if you're not in the right position to be able to do this, because I don't want to put you in a worse one. So have you ever invested into mentorships or courses before? Yes, you have. Okay. If you did this, then would it come from like savings, credit, cash flow? Like, how would you be able to afford something like this? Right? Now you're getting an understanding of how they can be able to properly afford it. They're not saying a number, they're just giving you an idea. They may say a number sometimes. And then you'll say something like, well, I'm not saying this is going to be cheap because nothing real ever is, but if the opportunity did stretch you a bit, would you still be open to at least hearing it out or even getting resourceful so that we can at least see if this is something we can be able to help you with or break up? Or are you kind of like completely against that? And then they'll be like, well, no, of course I'm not against getting resourceful. Boom. Now, once again, you have ammunition for the end of the call and you can be able to use that and be like, hey, well, you told me earlier that you would still be open to at least getting resourceful or figuring something out so we can get you going, because I don't want to see you in the same place in the next 60 days from now, because you told me earlier if you're in the same place for the next 60 days from now, your business is going to crash, right? So you're getting a good understanding of how you can be able to use this ammunition. And then partners, once again, I go over this in the 11 tips to be able to get objectionless closes, which is partners. If you don't have the partner on the call, reschedule the fucking call. Don't take it. No point. You're not going to close. I promise you, you're not that good. You're not going to be able to handle the objections to be able to push past the partner close. Just get the partner on the close, save you so much time, save you so much of a headache, and you will be able to get more closes if you have the partner on there and close the actual partner. Do not close the person who's already interested. They are already interested. They already want what you have. Close the partner. You close the partner, they'll look at their partner and be like, hey, should we do this? The partner will say, hey, yes, and then boom, you're in. All you have to do is close the second person because they're going to be the decision maker, I promise. Next is doubts and fears, just getting past those fears. This exposes all of the objections early so that you don't have to properly deal with them at the end after the price is already there. Because if you deal with them at the end after the price is there, their walls are going up. If the price of the program, let's say, is 5 grand, right? After they heard 5 grand, they're only thinking about 5 grand right now. They're not thinking about objections that they're about to give you. They're thinking about them. Like, they're like, hey, I'm about to tell this dude I need to think about it because the real reason I don't want to do this right now is because I'm not spending 5 grand. Then they're going to tell you I need to think about it, right? So if you get the doubts and fears out early before you ever expose the price, they're actually going to be more calm when you're handling these objections. So it's a lot easier to be able to handle them here because they don't even know the price of the program yet. So handle all your objections here. That's what doubts and fears are. You sound pretty clear on what you want. Like, how come you just haven't done it on your own? Or how come you don't want to continue on your own anymore if they've been doing it for a while, right? Or what doubts or fears come up when thinking about starting with an actual coach, right? Or what outcome would convince you that this is something that you actually need, right? Now they're going to spill out the beans and give you exactly what you need to hear, which is what they feel like they need to be able to succeed. And if you can tailor your program around what they need to be able to succeed, then you're going to get them in the door every single time. So it's super easy. Then support is basically just asking them what type of help they want, right? Like, what kind of support do you want? Do you want it in a group setting where there's a bunch of other people there? Do you want it one-on-one? Do you want hybrid? Or how often do you want contact with me? Daily, weekly, monthly, as much as possible? What subject do you specifically want more support in? Is it sales? Is it content? Is it ads? Obviously whatever you're running, if it's let's say a marketing agency, like, do you need more help with ads? Do you need more help with creatives? Do you need ad copies written, like whatever it may be, right? You're asking them what they need the most help with. That's all support is, just getting an understanding of how they properly learn. Then trust is really just building that trust right at the end. Giving them an understanding that you were actually listening, right? Like, let me make sure I got this right. So you're currently at X, you want to be able to get to Y, and you want to be able to do it in X amount of time. And you've tried doing X, Y, Z, and the main thing stopping us is D, right? Did I miss anything? Now they're understanding that you properly listen to them, you're going to be able to give them answers, and you were actually paying attention. That's the most important part, because a lot of people know that people just read off scripts, ask questions, and then try and get to the end of a call. So if you're actually properly listening, you should be able to list back every single thing that they said easily. Now, right here is the 3 pillars. I would say you can have 3 or I put 3 max. You can have 4. I mean, let me put 4. I would say like you can have 3 or 4 max. But with the pillars, you need to make these on your own. I can't make these for you. So getting an understanding, I basically built out a framework for you guys, and you guys can basically just come in here and plug and play. But like pillar 1, you basically just want to lead with credibility and the context of your program, right? And then under there is pillar 2, and then you want to lead with structure and sequence. Basically like step 1, so you can be able to get to, an early win and get here. This is what step 1 is. And then step 2, so that you can reach that next milestone of reaching, let's say 10K a month. Let's say the first one was 5K a month, so you can reach that 10K a month. And then the last step is just the baseline of why this works. And step 4 is optional, but this is kind of like diversifying and talking about how we're going to scale in the future, right? And then pillar 3 is the execution and the accountability, right? Like understanding that they're going to get one-on-one calls, understanding that you're going to have someone holding their hand or whatever, daily, weekly calls or whatever it may be. Basically just giving them a good understanding of that. And then if we scroll down, and kind of like the final wrap up with the pillars is basically just giving them like, so with that, we map out a route to be able to get you to wherever you need to go, right? Just giving them an understanding of how they can get there. And then this is the most important part, the temperature check. You always want to ask this question. On a scale of 1 to 10, out of everything I just explained, how well does that make sense to you? Or how clear does this feel, right? They're going to be like, 8. Okay, well, what part isn't a 10 yet? How do we get you to a 10? Then a lot of times, 90% of the times, they're going to be like, well, I don't know. So do you feel like it's just actually getting it done and being able to get there that will get you to a 10? Yeah, I feel like just being able to get there will get me to a 10. Perfect. Then you move forward and you close. And then from there, it's really just understanding the close, but more importantly, if they are serious and you get no objections, which you shouldn't, a lot of times if you hit all 11 tips, you shouldn't get any objections other than maybe I actually can't afford it, which that is a logical objection. If you get an emotional I can't afford it, meaning they do have the money but they're just scared to spend it, that's what emotional is. Logical is they literally do not have that money and they cannot put down 5 grand. So what you can do is you say, gotcha. So I understand finances are tight right now, but the real issue is never going to be lack of finances. The real issue is always lack of resourcefulness. So being real with you though, I have to help you. I'm too invested not to help, and I'm willing to do that, but even then, I just need to get financially personally with you. That way I can see if there's anything I can do on my end to actually help you. Is that okay with you? And then the lead will say, yes, that's okay. And then you say, cool. Well, what do you have cash available across all your accounts currently? Like credit cards available, savings, credit score, etc. Right? You get an answer. They'll tell you how much they have saved on the dot, and they'll actually be honest with you now that you've framed it and asked it like that. And then from there, you can break up a deal and be able to have them pay. It's as simple as that. Now, I do also want to show you guys one more thing. So last thing I want to show you guys is this. And these are the example of the pillars and like how you should kind of build them out. I just wanted to show you this so you can get a better understanding of like what I used to use to be able to explain these pillars. So I'll just read it out for you. Although we're new to you, we're not new to this. Trey has been in the marketing industry for the past couple of years and has helped at least 500 plus people with their business or brand and coaching journey. So whether you're just starting from scratch and getting people like yourself from 0 to 10K within 90 days max of starting, and brands from 10K a month to 250K monthly, no matter if you're just starting out or been in the game for a while, we've dealt with it all. Starting out, we'll connect you with Marissa to strategize together on building out your starting point, and she's going to be able to give you a step-by-step plan to get to where you actually need to be, right? Super, super simple, should flow easy. And the more you read this and the more you actually study it, the easier it'll be to flow on a call. Part 2, modules and coaching calls. This is basically just explaining that you're going to be getting them access to being able to build their brand and being able to understand how ads work, and also just getting an understanding of what they're going to be able to do to diversify their ads on TikTok and Google so that they can be able to be successful with ads, right? And then part 3 is just the coaching and support, right? And this is where you're explaining to them exactly how important program structure and fulfillment is, and how you're going to be able to walk them along through the entire process and get them one-on-one coaching or whatever it may be, so that you can ultimately get them to that next level with the support. These are the 11 key points to hit on every single sales call so that you can have the best objection prevention. Because most people lose sales calls for one reason. They try to sell before they've ever earned the right to be able to prescribe that person. And if you want to close more deals, you need to stop pitching and actually start diagnosing that person. Because a sales call is not a presentation. You don't just click the next window and then you present it. It's a problem solving conversation that ends in a purchase if you do it correctly. So these 11 steps will be able to be your checklist, I guess you can say. And if you hit all 11, the close becomes, honestly, at that point, boring. And if you skip one, that missing step usually shows up later on as an objection. So let's run this. First step is pain. Your job is to make the problem specific and expensive. People don't just buy because they want more or they want to be able to make more money. They buy because their current situation has to cost way more than they can ignore. So you're extracting a few things here. What's happening, how long it's been happening, what it's costing them, whether that's time, money, and stress, and why it actually matters. Because most people, they have that pain of, let's say, wanting to make more money, right? That's not a pain. A pain is, why do you want to be able to make more money? Well, I want to be able to make more money because I need to take better care of my family and be able to pay the bills. Or I want to be able to travel more and have more free time with my kids, right? Like that's an actual pain. So really be able to dig and go deep into those people's pain points so that you can really figure out what's going on. Because if you can have them repeat back what their pain is, rather than this surface level stuff that they're giving you, every time it will lead into actual true conversation. Then second is timing. And timing is why now, right? If the answer is no reason to why now, you're not closing because they can just delay this forever, right? So you want to make sure you're really digging deep into that time and you're looking for an actual deadline, some urgency, or just a consequence of actually not starting, right? Because if you give them an understanding of what happens if they don't start in 3 or 6 months from now, right? Or what happens if they delay it for the next 90 days, right? They're not going to want to stay where they are for the next 90 days. So you always want to make that timing feel like they need to get it done right now. And if they have no urgency or have no deadline, then realistically, you probably shouldn't have been on the call with them in the first place. And you need to build that urgency beforehand and see what you did wrong so that you can be able to do that for your next and upcoming clients. Because no urgency means no decisions. And no decision means no sale. So you need to make sure you are building that urgency so that they have an understanding of the timing they need to be in. And third is finances. Now, I want to say this. A lot of people usually ask me or have a lot of questions about finances and how to qualify people and things like that. I want to say this. Finances is only fucking awkward if you make it fucking awkward. It's literally just qualification. You're not asking them, do you have money? You're asking, is solving this worth paying for X, right? Or, hey, I don't want to put you in a worse position trying to get this thing started for yourself. So do you mind me asking, how much do you actually have set aside so that you can be able to solve X, right? Now you're asking them in their corner. You're not trying to just get a question out of them of how much money do you have? Because when you ask, do you have money? Now they're thinking that you're only trying to ask so that you can do it in your benefit. When you ask it and frame it in the way I said it, they notice and see it as a way that they get to benefit, right? Because it's solving their own problem. And with this, you actually confirm their ability to invest, their willingness to invest, and the comfort zone they have set for themselves. Because if you can figure out that comfort zone of how much money they'll throw at you or invest into you without even thinking about it, then you can always use that number to go back on just in case they do need a payment plan. Because if money is a constraint, you learn it early, not after 45 minutes of a call and then dealing with a financial objection at the end of the call. Now, the fourth key point is partner. And partner is who else has a vote in this, right? Because at the end of the day, if someone can veto, you need that person involved. I don't care if it's a spouse, I don't care if it's a business partner, I don't care if it's a friend. If they are not the only decision maker, you need to get the other person on there, because selling one person and then letting them translate it to the other person is how the deal dies every single time. Because think about it like this. Let's say you're going to your wife, right? And you're telling her you're investing into this I don't know, Shopify business, right? Let's say you're going to invest into this Shopify business and it's 5 grand, right? How are you going to go up to her? Probably going to go up to her and be like, hey, I just figured out this, or I just found out about this Shopify business. I really want to do it. And the guy who's going to be coaching me is only charging 5 grand, right? What's the first thing that goes to their head? It's 5 grand. They're thinking about, oh my God, this motherfucker is about to spend $5,000, right? They don't think about the value. They don't think about the benefits. They don't think about where it's going to put them in 90 days. They don't think about any of that, because all they know is 5 grand. So never let it get to that point where they get off a call and go speak to someone else. You need to have that decision made on the call with both decision makers. So just make sure you always have both parties on the call and include the decision maker now, or schedule the call so that the decision maker is at least present with them. Never take a call with someone who says that, hey, I'm going to make this decision on my own. My partner, my wife won't really need to know about it if your program is anything more than, I would say, 3 grand. Because at the end of the day, that's a big number for a lot of people, and they're not going to not tell their wives or anything like that, or hide it behind their wives' back if it is that expensive. So just make sure that you are getting the wife or spouse or whatever on the call so that they can both be present, and then you can sell the second person who wasn't on the original call, because that's all you need to do. Once you have the second person sold, they will tell the other person you should do this. And the other person is already sold, or else they probably wouldn't have booked a call with you. Now, 5, and this is the 5th key point, and this is current situation. And this is the baseline. You literally cannot prescribe someone without knowing what is going on or what is real in their life. So with this, you want to map out what they're doing right now, what's working, what is failing, and what the actual bottleneck is. This is where you actually earn that credibility with the person, because you're not talking in theory, you're actually talking about their current situation. And this helps you build ammunition so that when you get to the point of explaining your program, now you understand their current situation and you can be able to tailor everything in your program that will fix all of the current problems in their current situation so that they can be able to get to XYZ. Now, the 6th key point is goals. And goals are just the measurable target, right? If the target is vague, the solution feels generic. And if the target is clear, the solution feels obvious, right? We always want this to feel obvious to the client, because with that, you lock in the exact outcome they want, the timeline, and the why behind it. If you can get those 3 things, now, once again, just like I just said in current situation, you have more ammunition built up to where now you see their current situation and their goals, to where all you have to do is literally just build a bridge and bridge that gap between their current situation and their goals with your program and push the actual sale. So as long as you can be able to get their current situation and their goals, you use that as ammunition, once again, to be able to use your program to bridge that gap. And as long as you can continually do that, your sales calls will flow a lot easier and feel a lot better. Now, once again, still don't miss any of these steps, but these 2 are just also very important together. Now, key point 7 is past. And past is literally just learning pattern recognition, because all you're really trying to get out of them is what they've tried, why it didn't work, and why they're afraid it will happen again. Because past failures create future objections. So you want to be able to handle them now on how you can fix those things that happened in the past so that they won't happen again, right? Because you don't want them to say, well, I don't know, last time I invested 5 grand into someone, it just didn't turn out well, right? You could have handled that so long ago, right? But you chose not to. So being able to handle the past objections here and now makes it a lot easier than them already hearing the price. So if they say to you, well, the last person I work with, they scammed me out of 3 grand. Really? What happened? Well, they did this. Well, I mean, did you see anyone in the program that actually made money? Okay, well, what do you think was different between those students and you? Okay, and just getting a better understanding so that you can be like, well, I know you said with the last coach that you didn't really get any one-on-one help. Well, I'm happy to tell you that at least in here you'll be getting more one-on-one coaching because you'll actually get on Zoom. Boom. Now I've handled their objection and got them an understanding of where they need to be before their walls are up. Because right now their walls aren't up. Their walls go up once they hear the price. You need to get that answer out of them before that wall actually comes up. Now, the eighth key point is doubt. And doubt is where you actually pull the objections forward. And there are really only 3 doubts you really need to think about. I don't think it'll work. I don't think I can do it. Or I don't trust you, right? These doubts are always going to be in people's minds. If you can get these doubts to come out and bring them to the surface, then you will be able to have no objections at the end. But if you don't surface the real doubt, they'll hide behind the let me think about it. And then you have to do this all over again. But now you've already discussed the price and they're already wanting to beat around the bush and give you smoke screens. So now that let me think about it turns into a price objection, turns into a partner objection, turns into a time objection. And then you just run down this whole entire hill of not being able to figure it out. So bring those doubts out of those people and get an understanding of, hey, what type of doubts or fears, I guess, kind of come up when coming into this call, right? That's the easiest question you could be able to ask somebody. And they'll be like, well, honestly, I'm pretty fearful about this working or not, right? Okay, well, do you feel like the program itself wouldn't work, or do you feel like you're not going to be able to put in the time to be able to make this work? Now you're digging and getting an understanding of what they actually are doubtful or fearful about. And then really dig into that and ask them, well, how open are you to me actually addressing those fears or doubts holding you back? I'm cool with you. I'm cool and open with you handling those. They're always going to say that, right? So then that leads you down the line to now and tell them straight up what they need to do so that they can be able to get to the point. Because now you can say, well, I appreciate you, being able to challenge yourself, especially with those fears or doubts. Because I'm going to tell you this now. If it ever sounds like I'm being a dick or it ever sounds like I'm being an asshole, it's probably because I am. Because at the end of the day, the people who come in here, they're looking for real coaches who will get them to where they want to go. So I don't sugarcoat anything. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that you're doing good when you're not. So I will do the exact same things with your fears or doubts if I know they're holding you back from being able to get to your goals. Does that sound good? Now they're going to agree with you and be like, yeah, that sounds great. Now you just open the door for you to literally be able to challenge them whenever need be, and they just agreed upon it. So now when you do get to the end of the call and they give you these sections that literally make no sense, that will not be able to get them to point Z where they actually want to go, now you can be like, well, you told me earlier that you're okay with me addressing your doubts and fears. So at the end of the day, what the hell do you need to think about? We've gone over this, we've gone over this, we've gone over this. You know that you can get to point A to point Z, you just told me. So what is going on? Right? Now you can really press them and really have that door open to where you don't have to play this game of like smoke screen after smoke screen after smoke. You can just ask them straight up and be like, what is going on? Is it the fear of the money? Is it you're scared? Like, what's going on? Talk to me here, right? Because they already understand that you're looking to help them as a coach. Now, key point 9 is comparison. Now, comparison is how they're deciding. Because if you don't know what you're being compared to, you can't position your offer correctly. So you want to ask stuff like, what else are you considering? What do you like about those options? And, what's missing out of ours? Or what do you feel like is missing so far, right? Because this will be able to get you an understanding of who they're actually looking at, what they actually want within your offer, and what they're actually comparing you to. Because let's be honest, if they are one of those people who are like, oh, I'm hopping on all these calls with everybody to see who's the best option for me, right? Make sure you're the last fucking call. If you're not the last call on their calendar, they're probably going to go with the guy who's the last person on their calendar because they've just talked to so many people, got so much free value, so much information, and now they're in their head, they're excited, they're ready to get going. So whoever the last person they talk to is, they're just going to sign because they've already been through all the conversations. They feel like it's been a lot and they're just going to sign with that last person. So if you do talk to someone, always, always, always bring up comparison. It's better than fighting an uphill battle of saying, oh, well, I already have these 5 calls scheduled. Oh, well, if you start now, we'll have this, and then you're just selling yourself into a hole, right? So make sure you are the last person they're talking to. And ask them and be like, well, do you have any other calls lined up after this? Or have you been speaking with other mentors? Or what have you been doing, right? Like, why have you been researching this? Cool. Okay. You've been researching this for a while. You have 4 calls lined up, and I'm the second one. Great. Well, I know what you know what I want you to do? I want you to move me to the last slot, and we'll go over everything then. We'll go over pricing, how the program works, and how we can actually help you, because I want to tell you this. I know you're going to talk to all those people. You're probably going to get some of the exact same information, but at the end of the day, I know that my program will be able to help you if you are someone that we can help. And the things that we've gone over so far, I definitely think we can help you. So I know for a fact that I can get you to XYZ. So go through those other calls, see how they are, and then you'll come back to me and you'll know that you made the right decision working with me. Right? Get those people fucking rescheduled and talk to them at another time, because then you frame the decision properly. There's no features, no hype, no criteria of like speed, certainty, support, or risk. Like, you're getting to the point immediately, letting them know that you're the best option, so that when they go talk to these other people, they already have a salty taste in their mouth and they know they want to come back to you. Key point 10 is support. And support is execution capacity. Lots of people buy, then fail because their life is an actual chaos. So what you need to confirm in the support side of things is what type of help they need, what type of environment can help them, what type of accountability do they lead, what type of learner are they, how much time do they actually have to put into this, are they consistent, right? Like, what do they need out of us as support so that they can be able to get to their goals? And if their reasonings are out of this world, don't help those people. Like, this is really to get an understanding of if you want to work with these people or not. Because let's be honest, we don't want people in our business who are going to fail or do bad, because that just turns into a bad review or a really mean review, right? And we don't want that at the end of the day. We want people who are genuinely going to come in here, work their asses off, and get the goals that they actually want to be. So ask them what type of support they need, and if they just seem like a lazy person, don't even move forward in the first place. If they seem like someone that can actually execute, then get them in there and sell them on the requirements and see if they actually still want it. The last key point is trust. Trust is realistically the close before the close. This is where you build trust by being clear and accurate, as in, here's what you told me, here's what it's costing you, here's what you want instead, here's what's been blocking you, and here's what we do step by step. Then you back it with proof that matches their situation, expectations that are realistic, boundaries that show professionalism, and that is what is going to get them to want to be able to work with you, because you finally have built that bridge that shows them their current situation and where they want to go, and you've given them a reality of how they can actually properly get there. And I want you to know this: trust is, this person sees my problem and has a plan for it. That's what you want the prospect saying in their head. This person sees my actual problem and he has a plan to be able to get me out of this problem. That's what you realistically want them to feel within the trust. Now, I do want to say this. Why this 11-step system works is because every objection is just a missing step. I need to think about it. Is timing that wasn't real, or doubt that wasn't surfaced, right? I can't afford it, right? That's always going to be finances weren't qualified, or pain wasn't quantified high enough that the money didn't seem like a large investment, right? And then I need to ask my spouse. The partner step skipped. Like, that's just completely skipping it. I'm not sure it'll work. That's past, that's doubt, and that's trust not being handled at all. And then let me look around is comparison step completely being skipped, right? This framework prevents those problems instead of reacting to them. So if you go and use these 11 key points to be able to prevent objections, and you still get certain objections, look back at what you're getting. Are you getting I need to think about it? Are you getting I can't afford it? Are you getting I need to ask my spouse more, right? And then go back through and be like, well, I'm getting a lot of I need to ask my spouse. Then you probably skipped a lot of those partner steps because you didn't properly go into the questions. Or maybe you were getting a lot of I can't afford it. Cool, you probably didn't qualify their finances again, or you didn't quantify their pain high enough. This is what I want you to do and how I want you to actually be able to run this process on every call. You don't announce the steps out loud. You just follow the sequence and follow the understanding of it. Always start with trust right here, right? Always start with trust. Always start with pain, and then lastly, always use trust. Like, always start with pain first and then trust last. But everything else in the middle, like support, comparison, doubt, past, goals, current situation, this comes up as it comes up. It doesn't have to go in a specific order, but just make sure you are checking all those off. And after the call, grade yourself. Which steps did I miss? Where did the deal wobble? What did I assume instead of actually confirming, right? That's how you become more consistent and you can get great results by using these 11 steps. All right. In this lesson, I'm going to show you the exact objection flow you're going to be using on every single sales call. Because most people lose deals because they do a bunch of dumb things. Like they hear an objection and they start over explaining, or they start defending themselves when they hear an objection, or they just start pitching even harder. And at the end of the day, that's what a weak salesman does. Your job is not to talk more, it's to control the conversation with questions and find a real issue so that you can ultimately be able to close. And with this flow, it has 7 steps. Only thing you need to do is memorize it and use it word for word until it becomes natural to you. So, step 1 is agree. And you're not agreeing because they're right. It's more so you're agreeing because it lowers their guard. So you'd say something like, totally fair, or yeah, I get that. Because at the end of the day, agreeing doesn't mean that you're backing off. It means that you're staying calm and control. And that's the most important part, is staying calm and in control. Because a lead can feel when you're threatened by the words that they said, right? Like if someone says, I need to think about it, a lot of people will start going straight into explaining why they don't need to think about it, right? That person feels threatened and they're not calm and in control. They can read that. And now with step 2, you want to clarify. Basically, what do you mean? Because most objections are very vague. And if something's vague, that means it's not real at the end of the day with an objection. So you would say something like this. When you say it's too expensive, do you mean you can't afford it, or you're not sure that it's actually worth it yet? And then they'll give you a proper answer. And this is the key. Every objection is usually about one of 3 things: money, timing, or trust. So if they're unclear, you just simplify it for them. Is this about money, timing, or trust? You can literally ask those 3 right there, and they will tell you the exact answer. And once you have it, that leads us on to step 3, which is isolate. You need to be able to make it only one thing. Because if you don't isolate it, they'll stack on objections forever. Yeah, and also this, and yeah, also that, and also this. And that's what you don't want to be able to deal with. So this is where closers actually separate from amateurs. So you ask something like, if we solve that, are you actually ready to move forward today? Or besides that, is there anything else holding you back from moving forward today? If they say, no, that's the only thing, perfect. Now you only have one target. If they say, yes, there is something else, great. Now you know it's not only one thing, and now you can be able to tackle one problem at a time and make sure you're handling the issue before ever moving on. And that leads us to step 4, which is reframing. Basically just telling the truth. Now you just reframe the objection in one clean sentence. Like, that's exactly why this program exists, or waiting won't fix the problem, or this isn't a money issue, it's a value issue. This part needs to be short. You're not supposed to rant. This just needs to be something to be able to reframe their mind, which leads to step 5, which is proof. And now you can give one big proof point, not a 10-minute story. And the proof can be a quick case study or a number or why your actual method works. Like, for example, you could say, we had someone in the same spot just a year ago. They started with X, followed the process, and got to Y. Or the reason this works is because we do X, not motivation. You want to be able to use this so that they can understand and relate themselves to your actual program. Because if they can put themselves in your program and see themselves succeeding, then they will ultimately want to move forward. And now step 6 is where you actually close and force a decision. Because a lot of people and a lot of sales reps in general don't actually go in sure that for the straight direct question. And if you don't ask a closing question, you're literally just sitting there chatting the whole time and you're never going to get an actual answer out of them if they want to move forward or not. You're just going to keep getting objections. So for an example, you would say something like, which option works best, A or B? Or if we solve this right now, are you in? Because now it's not giving them time to just delay their answer and hold it off forever. Now they need to actually give you a yes or a no. And step 7, if it does get to this point and you actually do need to loop because they're still not bought into it and they bring up a new objection, the last thing you want to do is panic. You literally just go back, clarify, isolate, reframe, proof, and you close. It's that simple. It's going to be the same flow every single time. And just to give you some more live examples of this with like the actual objections, I did put this on the worksheet as well. So if you want to come in here and kind of like input your own text or whatever you want to do, you can go in here, input your own objections or what you would say, or if you want to put it in your own words, whatever it may be. But I just use these as an example. So like, let's say somebody said it's too expensive, right? You would say, totally fair. When you say expensive, do you mean you can't afford it or you're not sure it's worth it, right? Then they'll say, well, not sure it's worth it, right? And then you say, got it. If we make the value make sense, are you ready to actually start today? Then they say, yes, cool. The reason this is worth it is because blank, we helped blank do blank, and they got blank. Based on that, do you want to move forward today? Yes or no? And that's it. Because ultimately, this is able to clarify for them, isolate, reframe, proof, and then close. That's it. Now, obviously, you'd go more in depth. You'd ask the questions a little bit better, and you'd obviously fill in the blanks where you can, and it's going to sound a lot better. This is just a simple example so that you can be able to do this on your own. Now, if you scroll down here to the bottom as well, I also did give you guys some homework, and these are all just examples. You can go through all of these and be able to see what you can change, what you could be able to put in your own words, or what you can be able to make longer. I want you guys to really study this and get used to this, because the easier you make this, or the easier you can forget this, and what I mean by forget this is by doing it so much that you don't have to think about it, the quicker you can get to that point of actually forgetting it, the better it is going to be for your sales calls, because then you won't have to look back at this and it'll come just like the top of your head. So what I want you to do for homework while actually going through this and really understanding it is pick the top 3 objections you hear the most for whatever your offer is. Like, I know it's usually sometimes price for people thinking, or timing, or thinking about it. Like, those are the main 3, right? So for each one, write your word track using the 7 steps I just gave you. Practice it out loud until it literally just sounds natural, until it comes right off the tongue. You know what you're going to say next. You know if you need to clarify, if you need to isolate, whatever it may be, you know what you need to do, and you don't even have to think about it. Because if you can run this flow without thinking, you'll close more deals without sounding pushy. Because you're not only going to be a leader for these people, but they don't see you as someone who is sitting there begging the whole entire time, which is amazing. So make sure that you guys use this, study it, and understand it.
Yo, yo.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yep.
Perfect. How's everything for you? How's the start to the week been for you so far, Chris?
Busy. Work's always busy. So,
Hey,
yeah.
but busy's good. Busy's good. That means you're getting stuff done, so we can't complain. What do you do for work, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm active duty Air Force.
Oh, okay. How long you been in the Air Force for?
12 years.
Wow. Aren't you you're getting close to retirement, aren't you? In the Air Force? Or no?
Yeah, I got like 8 years left.
Oh,
So
8. I thought for
we're
some
over
reason I
halfway
thought
there.
15.
No, it's 20.
Ah, okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. Well, cool. So, Chris, here's what I want to do, man. I have some information on you in front of me just from like what Alistair's told me, but I definitely have some additional questions. I want to dive a little bit deeper into, your story on why you want to even do this in the first place, and ultimately just see if this is something we can help with. If everything looked good, then I'll create a custom strategy that's best for you and your situation, and then we can chat about investment, return on investment, and all the nitty gritty fun stuff I'm sure you want to hear. All I ask is just by the end of the call, it's either let's do this or let's not. I've been doing this for a while and we can both agree, I need to think about it or I need some time. It's just a nice way of saying no. Does that sound cool?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And I see someone in the corner there. I don't know who that is.
Yeah, this is my wife, Victoria.
Okay, nice to meet you as well, Victoria. But yeah, so like I said, I have some information in front of me, but I'd rather hear it from you directly. So just talk to me, Chris. How can I help?
Yeah, so I was speaking with Alistair because I've had this vision, like God's speaking to me that I need to help people. Like in my head, what I picture is like I'm super big into men's mental health, and helping fathers and men in general. And I want to create this space, eventually in the future, to where like men can come, kind of like a retreat, but it'd be like fitness focused, outdoor focused, and have that place where men can come and kind of decompress from everyday stressors of life, because I can see how much it is a stressor just being a male, being a father in today's society. It's a lot of stress. So having that and having that outlet for other people, and then I want to create an avenue for my family. I believe my wife and my daughter deserve more out of life than I'm providing right now. So having something that could provide that additional stream of income to help us get where we want, that life that we do want, to where both of us can be at home and we can homeschool our daughter and not have to send her out into this world unprepared.
Okay, no, that makes perfect sense. Now to touch on a few things you said, with being able to kind of have like that retreat and everything, that's amazing. It's good that you want to be able to do that for men as well, because yes, men's mental health is probably at its lowest now, especially in 2025. So that's great that you want to be able to do that for people. I will say this though, obviously, it would be your best case scenario to start with the online space so that you can build, a platform for yourself, and then get to that point to where you can actually have people fly out and do other things and be able to have a retreat. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure.
Perfect. And then it's great for what you want to do with your family as well. And I just kind of wanted to touch on what you said a little bit deeper, but like, what do you mean by just like kind of like create a better life? I know you said kind of just like being able to be home more often, but like, is there anything else?
Financial. I mean, like right now, we make decent money, but I feel like we're living paycheck to paycheck, and we just can't get out of this slump that we're in right now. And I think that it's not providing us the lifestyle that we want to live. And I want to be able to provide that lifestyle to where we don't have to worry about money. If we want to go on vacation, we can go on vacation. We can go buy whatever we want. My wife can order whatever Amazon package she wants to order. So
yeah.
Just provide that for them. So
No, 100%, bro. And I'm glad that you're trying to, take a different route to be able to get to that point. Because I want to ask you, if you don't mind me asking, are you guys both working right now, or is it just you?
Yeah, we're both active duty. Yeah.
Oh, both active duty. Same Air Force, both of you guys?
Yep. Same Air Force. Yep.
Is that where you guys met, or
It
before?
is. So, yeah, it's crazy. So we met. So we're currently stationed in Dover, Delaware. We met here 5 years ago.
April of 2019.
April of 2019 is when we met here. We were both stationed here. I left and I went to Korea. We ended up getting married while I was in Korea, and then we both moved to Japan, and we lived in Japan for, was it 3-4 years?
A little over 3 years.
A little over 3 years we lived in Japan.
Was
And
it
then-
Okinawa or?
Okinawa. We lived on
That's
Okinawa.
where my dad was stationed too. That's the only reason why I asked.
Oh, nice. What
Yeah.
branch?
He was in the Navy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, a lot of
Yeah,
Navy
yeah.
presence there.
Yeah.
So he was on, let's see, what Navy was it? Humphreys? Camp Humphreys?
No, that's Korea.
No, yeah, that is Korea. What is it? What's the one?
To be honest,
Foster.
not too sure, because the only two places I know he was stationed at was Okinawa and then Camp Pendleton in like near Oceanside,
Okay, yeah.
because that's where I was born, was Oceanside, and he had me when he was stationed out there. But okay, no, that That's dope. That's dope that you guys were able to kind of find each other. How long have you guys been together now?
5 years.
Oh, okay. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. So I mean, with that, I mean, it was Victoria, right?
Yep.
Okay, Victoria, how would you feel if he was able to kind of provide that lifestyle for you guys?
My initial answer is like, yes, please. I just like, I've told him a couple times, like, I'm just nervous about change more than
Of course.
anything because I joined later in life than him. So I've only been
Mhm.
in 8 years and
Okay.
yeah, he's been in 12. So for me to get to retirement, it's a lot longer, but I also joined with like nothing else. I worked in restaurants and hotels before this. So I literally had nothing when I was in college and then joined. And this is all that I know other than like my college adult life. So I'm just nervous for the change, but I will say it's
100%.
also like with the military, it's you know what you're bringing in every single month, period, end of story. There's no ifs, ands, or bunts. There's no like, we might bring in less this month because of X, Y, and Z. Like that's literally never going to be a thing. So I think just the maybe a little bit of the uncertainty is the only thing that like really scares me. That's all.
100%.
But
100%.
I would love that. I would love to never work again and be a stay-at-home wife and homeschool our daughter.
100%. No, and that's great. And the biggest thing with that is yes, there is uncertainty. There's always going to be, especially with business. It has its ups and downs. Like it's inevitable, right? But I'll say this. And I learned this from my business mentor, for both of you guys. At the end of the day, let's say, Chris does stay in the military. The only thing that's going to be guaranteed is yes, he'll get the paycheck, but off the table is, him being able to provide that lifestyle. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So at least if he tries or at least starts, then where will that put him later on in the future if he grinds hard at
Are
it?
you like in his head or what?
I literally
No,
told
not
her
at
all this
all.
today.
Not at all.
I was
Oh,
like,
you
what do
guys,
I have to lose to try? Like,
exactly,
if it
exactly.
doesn't work, I end up in the same spot that I am now.
100%. And it's also just that's even why Alistair probably prompted for your wife to get on is just so that because at the end of the day, this is a big career transition. So he wants both you guys to just be able to understand kind of what you're getting into, Chris, just so it's a little bit lighter and it's not like let's say Chris does just start this and you weren't on the call and he's just like, well, put some money down, babe, and I hope you like it. And then, it turns into an argument. And we just don't like that happening. So that's why we kind of had both of you guys start off. But Chris, I want to ask you, let's say in a messed up world, right? Let's say you decide not to start this. What are your plans with the actual coaching side of things, like moving forward for, let's say, the next 3 months and on?
So the next 3 months, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I've never coached a day in my
Okay.
life. I've had coaches.
Mhm.
I've had trainers. I've worked out since I was 16. So I know a little bit about working out, but I know what works for me. So when it comes to like learning other people and what works for them, like I'm willing to learn that and apply myself to that. But I have like the general knowledge of fitness. I don't have like this degree and whatever, but it is what I go to college for. I haven't completed my
Mhm.
bachelor's, but that's what my degree is for.
Okay.
So I will be still trying to complete that degree before I get out. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even know where to start. I would probably, if I did start it, it would just be maybe creating a fitness Instagram page and then transforming myself on there, kind of posting videos, posting reels, or like my daily routine as like a dad with a full-time job of like waking up at 4 a.m, running, like all that stuff, and then just post that until it starts gaining attraction, and then maybe bring in some clients then that want to kind of change their life also.
Okay, good. So, I mean, at least you wouldn't give up if you didn't have the coaching. That's good. Now, I also want to ask, because I know you're in the military right now, I know the end goal is to be able to, leave and be able to kind of provide for your family. But I
Mhm.
also want to ask, like, how much is it going to take for you to make for you to even feel comfortable with leaving your job you're in now? Like, is it same amount, or do you have to like make a certain amount to be fearless on leaving? Actually, let me rephrase that. How much is it going to take for you to feel comfortable to where you could support your family? That's a better question.
I think if I could make $10,000 a month doing this, then I would feel comfortable getting out.
Okay. And I mean, getting to that point in your life where you are making 10K a month, how do you feel like things would be different, like in terms of like lifestyle, ways of living in general?
Yeah. So actually, so we've been talking about adding to our family.
Mhm.
She's getting ready to deploy. So when she gets back next year, adding to the family, we want to buy a bigger house and we want to have some land, create a farm. So, I mean, it would be going towards providing that, but also with the farm, it would help us get the homestead started up to get the animals, the chickens, so we can be more sustainable on ourselves. And then just keeping that money to kind of put aside to, give my daughter what she wants. Like she wants to do jujitsu and she wants to do gymnastics and all this. And then like right now I'm like, can we even afford that? And it's like we're having to penny pinch to like see if we can even get her in these things. And I don't want to do that. I just want to be like, oh yeah, we can definitely do that.
Completely understandable. Okay. And just so I am clear on everything, just so I have a goal in mind, like, do you feel like 10K a month will be able to provide that for everything you want?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. So realistically, time frame wise, we got about a year.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Well, then I also want to ask you because I mean, I'm sure I have an understanding, but I don't want to assume and just be an asshole. But at the end of the day, like, what is kind of, I mean, even both of you guys, like, what is your guys' meaning for success? Like, for some, it's financial success. For some, it's time freedom. Like, what do you feel yours is?
Uh, I want to make enough to sustain our life, but for me, it's the freedom to be present in my daughter's life and my wife's life. Like, because right now we probably get what 3 hours a day with our daughter.
Mhm.
That's it. The rest of the time, somebody's raising her. So being able to just be around and be present is my main goal.
Okay, so that's like number one priority is just
Yeah,
like being able to be around more often and be in her life a lot more often so that you guys can both kind of see her grow.
yeah, for sure.
Okay. So then let me ask you this. This is for both you guys, actually, not
Mhm.
just Chris. What would you guys both need to happen in this program for you guys to even feel like this is worth the investment?
I think for me, like just seeing like progress, because
Okay.
like right now, like I don't really have anything, but like starting and then seeing like getting clients and then being like, I think once I see that, I'm gonna be like, okay, this is possible. Like this is I can do this. Because like right now, it's like all the doubts that run through your head. It's like, what if I can't get clients? What if I'm not good at this stuff? So
Mhm.
yeah, just seeing like actually doing it and then seeing like a client roll in or and starting to generate some income, that's gonna be like it for me to where I'm like, okay, yeah, like I can do this.
Okay. And what about you, Victoria?
I think she's completely different than I am.
I what okay, I was listening to his answer. What was the original question again?
What would you need to happen in this program for you to feel like it's worth the investment for you guys?
I mean, same. Like I would need for me personally, I would need to see the financial benefit,
Okay.
the
So
financial
just
progression of for this to like all be worth it.
100%. So kind of just understanding that he'll have consistent results working with us.
Yes.
Okay. Makes sense. Now, have you ever tried any other coaching programs in the past before?
No, not for like business wise, no, but like fitness coaching, I have had fitness coaches before.
Okay, so you've had fitness coaches before.
Mhm.
Now I want to ask you, like business wise, what kind of like separated Alistair from everyone else you saw online then? Because I'm sure you've seen like thousands of them.
Yeah, so I personally like that he's just himself. Like no matter how much like hate he gets or what people say about him, he continues to be himself and he posts and he's consistent and he doesn't like switch up. And then I also got recommended him by my old fitness coach because my old fitness coach stopped coaching. And then he was like, if you need another fitness coach, I recommend Alistair. So
Mhm.
that's how I started following him. And then I just
Okay.
watched his videos on Instagram and stuff. And then I started seeing him post about the coaching. And like in my head, I knew like God had been talking to me like coaching is like the what it should be for me, the goal. And then seeing all that, I was like, I got to try. Like, it's right there in my face. I need to at least reach out and see what this is about.
Yeah. Well, I mean, since you've done fitness coaching before, I mean, that's still a form of coaching. Like, what lessons do you feel you kind of like learned from that past program that you did that you kind of want to apply with us now? Even though I know this is business, but still, like, I'm sure you learned something from that last coaching that you more so would want to apply.
Yeah, I think like I've had two different styles of coaching. I've had like one where I felt like it was cookie cutter and it wasn't
Okay.
tailored towards me. It was just like it was like they gave the same plan to everybody. I didn't really like that. And then I had another coach who was like video calls, personalized to me. We did checkups every morning, like checking in on me, asking not just like, oh, how's your fitness going? It was like, hey, how are you doing? How's your mental health? Like stuff like that, just tailored more towards me than just the cookie cutter stuff.
Okay. Okay. And I want to ask this next thing because at the end of the day, we need you to be someone that's obviously willing to keep pushing through hard times, especially with a family. Like stuff can pop up, things can happen, understandable. But at the end of the day, your future's on the line, and so is Alistair's reputation with this. So let me know like what you would be doing if a problem does come up during like you actually starting your business.
So I mean, if I didn't immediately know the answers or had the resources to get the answers, I would probably reach out to whoever maybe was like a mentor or something like that within the program and see if they've ever experienced that. Or I saw there's like a community page. Maybe reach out on the community page, see if anybody else has dealt with it, get personal experiences, and just see where everybody else has kind of worked through that. And then if not, then it's head down, try to figure it out myself. So.
Okay, good. I'm just I want to make sure that you're someone who's going to be able to reach out, be able to work as hard as they can, because ultimately, like I said, your results do matter. Because if you're not doing good, that means Alistair's not doing good. That's one content he can't post, clients he can't, show that actually did good within our program. So the biggest thing is, and that's why we have these Zoom calls. I mean, Alistair could have a link in his bio and people would pay for it at this point. But that's why we have these calls, just to make sure you guys are as serious as he is, as making sure you're actually putting work into the business so that when he does put the time into you, he knows that you're actually going to get the results. That's the biggest thing. Now, next, I just want to talk about time wise, because it sounds like you already got 3 hours with your daughter at that. So do you feel like coming into this, you are going to be able to make the time to dedicate to this program aside from like other life situations? Because I want to make sure you get the results, bro, and we provide the help you deserve no matter what's going on for you.
Yeah. So I wake up every morning at 4, and then
Okay.
I don't have to be at work until around 8. So like from 4 to 8, I call it my dad hours. So
Yeah.
it's for me to like do whatever I need, my mental health resets. So like I could utilize more of that time because I do have free time in the morning after like running or working out. So utilizing that time to put towards this business, like 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever it calls for. And then at the end of the day, if I did have free time, I'd be willing to lose sleep to put into this business because this means more. My why for this is means more than sleep. So
100%. Now, I also want to ask you, just so hopefully we don't have to have you lose sleep. Let's say, because obviously you're going to be DMing people from time to time when they reach out to you, things like that. Do you feel like when you are working, you have a little bit of downtime to be able to like respond to messages and things like that, just so I can kind of understand your schedule?
so sometimes you
Okay.
can ask her. She gets upset sometimes because the job I do in the military. So I'm a special agent. I run federal investigations. So
Okay.
I'm in interviews sometimes. Doing search warrants or whatever we're doing. It's more of a law enforcement investigator standpoint of what I do. So sometimes I'll be in interviews for like I think I had one 2 weeks ago that was like 4 to 6 hours long. So like
Okay.
during those times I probably couldn't, but we do take breaks during them. I could check my phone, shoot a quick response or something, but there would be times to where like it'd be like an hour or two before I could respond to anything.
Okay. Okay, that's completely okay. I just want to make sure, you're not having a freaking like, I mean, it's good that you're willing to lose sleep over it to be able to make it work. That's good. That shows that you have hustle. But hopefully we don't have to get to that point, right? I would realistically say, Chris, you would need at least like 1 to 3 hours a day to really get this going for yourself. Because obviously in the beginning, you're not going to have thousands of people DMing you and you're going to have to reach back out to them. So it should be cool time management wise. Because most of our clients all work 9 to 5s. We have people who work nursing jobs who work in 12-hour shifts, and they make it work. But is there? I also want to ask, like, timing. Oh, what was that?
So guess who has more free time?
You do? Okay. Well, shoot. Hey, Chris, maybe you could have her in the DMs
Yeah.
and help you out texting people.
Business partner.
I mean,
I am a
exactly.
business management major, so
Hey, so you never know. You never know. We've had people where, uh, Anthony Paul Henry, his wife helps him out all the time because he used to be a professional wrestler. He quit his job now, but he used to be a professional wrestler, and he was telling me how his wife was helping him DM and stuff. So it is doable. But I also want to ask Chris, like, is there any specific reason on like why you've kind of chosen to tackle this now rather than in 5 months from now or in the past?
So it's really just Alistair's content really spoke to me.
Okay.
And I've been going to church more recently, and it's just been pulling at me to like reach out. And I finally just pulled the trigger. So
Okay. Okay. No, it makes perfect sense. And then I know you said like in a year from now,
Mhm.
you guys are trying to move into a bigger house and have a new thing on the way, or not thing, but person on the way, I'm assuming. Not thing, person on the way. I'm sorry. Bad vocabulary. A new person on the way. So like I just want to ask you, like, with how you guys are doing things now, realistically, do you feel like you guys are going to be comfortable once you get to that point of trying to do all those things?
I think, yeah, I think so. What do you feel?
I don't think I understood the question.
With how you guys are doing things now, like in a year from now, how you're trying to get the farm and have another child, do you guys feel like with your guys' financial position now, you guys are going to be comfortable once you get to that point? Like, let's say if you didn't start the business.
Oh, if we didn't start the business,
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay,
I don't
that's-
think we could pull that off. No,
I mean, we both
we could get
we're both getting promotions within the next year.
no.
That's
so
good.
like sure, we're gonna be bringing in more income than we have now.
Mhm.
But he'll tell you, I'm not gonna lie, I have super expensive tastes, and like I didn't, and I know this seems so backwards, but I didn't grow up with a whole lot. So now that I do have, what do they say, grown people money, like I want to experience the things that I didn't experience as a child. And
Yeah.
I mean, really same with him, but he doesn't feel like the same way when it comes to that. He's like the opposite, where he wants to like hoard all the money. Because he
So
didn't.
I'm with you, brother. I'm
much.
with you. I'm married myself, and I don't spend any money on myself, like barely
Exactly,
any.
that's me.
Yeah.
So yeah, I get it.
So
Okay. No, that makes.
we do it? Can we do it? Sure. But
Mhm.
is it going to be as luxurious? Whether luxurious is, I'm saying that lightly, but like, is it going to be as luxurious as I would hope that it would be? No.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
honestly, like we're both getting promoted. We're both going to be making more money and all of that, but it's still not like the dream. It's
Yeah.
still not going to get us to the dream. We're still active duty. We're still stuck. I say stuck lightly. We don't hate it here, but we're still stuck in Dover, Delaware, where there's mostly like homes with HOAs and in neighborhoods and stuff like that, where you can't have a farm and you can't do these things. So just little things, like it all adds up.
Yeah. No, that makes perfect sense. So I wanna ask you, Victoria, because obviously Chris is gonna be running the business. He's gonna be putting a lot more time management on this so that he can get to that point of like actually being able to quit and things like that. So I want to ask you this: like, do you genuinely, like, all doubts aside, all fears aside, like, do you genuinely believe in Chris to be able to build this for himself?
Yes.
Okay. So my next question is like, do you guys feel like coming into this, you kind of like have to make this work if you want to be able to get to that spot in life where you do have the farm and all the time and everything that you explained?
For me, if it's not this, it's something else. Like something's got to give, because we're though. Could we get a farm and get a bigger house with what we're doing now? yes, but like she said, it wouldn't be the dream place that we wanted. To
Okay.
get that dream and to get out of the military and stay at home, we're going to need something. And I would much rather it be this, because this is where my heart is, than
Yeah.
This,
anything.
this is his dream.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this is
Yeah.
1000% his dream.
Hey,
I
and
can't even tell
if
you
this
how
does
long
work
we've been
out,
talking about
Victoria,
it.
at least he can help, hopefully fund your dreams as well.
Yeah.
You know what I
Good thing
mean?
it's a joint bank account.
Okay, cool. So I want to ask this next part just so I don't waste your time if obviously you're not in the right position to be able to start this. So first, I know you've invested into, like you said, fitness training before, right?
Mhm.
So coming into this, what are your thoughts kind of like just coming into things? Both of your guys' thoughts coming into things. I know you expressed some of your doubts earlier, but
What do you mean by like coming into things? Like, what are your thoughts on it?
like coming into this and like getting a mentorship with like business coaching, like what are your thoughts coming into this?
I mean, I mean, the biggest worry for me would be the financial part, because I
Okay.
spoke with Alistair about that,
Mhm.
and where we are right now. It's just I couldn't put a lot of like a lot of money up front towards it.
Mhm.
Um,
Mhm.
so that would be like just like a concern for me. My initial thoughts on it is financially,
Okay.
does it make sense?
Okay. And then Victoria, I know you said earlier you were just skeptical of the fact if it works or not, right? Like that was your biggest
Yeah.
doubt.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I am stuck in a plan right now where I have thoughts about, and I have not seen any of y'all's stuff.
Okay.
This is very much his research, so don't think this is like bashing or anything like that, because I
No,
genuinely
no.
am not. But like I am stuck in a place where this girl has like almost 500,000 followers, and I trusted her with a lot of my money, and I just
Mhm.
don't feel like I feel like I'm getting screwed, honestly, and I just don't want that to be us again. Like honestly,
Yeah.
that's my only thing, and I'm not, like I said, I'm not saying that that's what it is by any means. I know that he wouldn't put himself in that position. He's smarter than me, clearly. But yeah, I mean, other than that, like I have a couple years until I can get out of the military anyway.
Mhm.
So he's got nothing but time to make this happen before that's even an option. So
Okay. And no, that's completely understandable from your standpoint at the end of the day. I've even myself, I know obviously I'm just some guy over a Zoom call right now, and you don't have to take my word for it, but I've invested over $40,000 into myself with like mentorships, coaching, like business help. And at the end of the day, when I first started, I felt like I got into the same thing to where I was not getting the proper help and not getting the things that I needed to be able to succeed. But at the end of the day, I knew that, I have to keep trying because there was things that work because there are people who were making money, right? That was the biggest thing. And the way my mentor now, he kind of showed it to me. He was like, well, think about it like this, Trey. Have you ever dated a girl before? I was like, yes, obviously I've dated a girl, right? And he was like, okay, well, have you ever been like super heartbroken? And I was like, yeah, I definitely have before. And he's like, okay, did you go gay after that? And I was like, no, I didn't. But, basically what he's saying is at the end of the day, yes, shit may happen, stuff may go bad, but at the end of the day, it's good to be able to keep an open mind to at least be able to see the stuff that, may be put in front of you. Does that make sense? Now I also want to ask Chris and Victoria, I don't know if both of you guys are going in on this, but what resources do you believe will kind of like help you in affording this program? It's like, is it savings? Is it credit? Is it pure cash? Just so I know towards the end of the call, like how we can work with things.
So I spoke with Alistair a little bit. Like I probably like right now just cash to put forward out of our bank account probably could do like 1,000, but then the
Okay.
rest would have to be like some sort of payments.
Okay.
So
Okay. Well, I want to tell you this, Chris. I'm not saying this is going to be cheap because nothing real ever is. But if the opportunity were to stretch you guys a bit, would you still be open to kind of hearing it out or even getting resourceful together to kind of help you start? Or is that something just like completely off the table in your mind?
I would be open to hearing it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, with that it sounds pretty clear on what you want, at least what I have written down. So I just want to ask you this as well. Like, why do you feel like, since this has been a passion of yours, like, why do you feel like you haven't done anything on your own yet?
I think it's just the knowledge of like
Okay.
knowing where to start, knowing what to do. Kind of, I don't have a huge social media following, like, and just doubts in my own head.
Okay.
And then I wasn't like super religious until like the past couple months. So, and then just God speaking to me and just telling me like, hey, this is like, you've had it in the back of your head. And like, it's just, he keeps bringing it to me and bringing it to me. So I think that's
Yeah.
why I'm coming forward now. So
100%. I'm very religious myself, and I believe that, you know, at the end of the day, God opens doors that need to be open, and He closes the ones that need to be shut. But I've learned that at the end of the day, He will open those doors for you, but it's up to you to be able to walk through them, right? Like if you go to the gym and walk past the front doors and then be like, all right, I hit the gym. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, well, God may have opened that door for you, but you didn't do anything to be able to get it done,
you got to put in the
right?
work.
So I also just kind of want to double down on that question. Like at the end of the day, you know, there's YouTube videos online, there's Instagram reels, there's things like that. Like, why not just do it on your own though?
That's a good question. I mean, I don't know. I feel like having like a support system kind of like motivates me in a way, whether it be seeing somebody else already like doing it and succeeding, and or having somebody to even like the competitiveness of that, seeing other people do it and then just wanting to be better than that or try to compete, not better than that, but like compete with them when
Yeah.
it comes to that. So like, yeah, I just don't know if honestly, if I did it alone, like how motivated I would be just doing it alone without seeing like other people
Okay.
like for that drive, I guess.
Okay. That makes perfect sense. And then I know this is going to sound kind of like the latter question I asked, but what specific outcomes would convince you that our coaching and mentorship is like actually something you need then?
Like outcomes from me.
Or us, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
being able to have the social media help, being able to have, you know, meal plan help, training regimen help. Like what specific outcomes do you feel like you're going to need in this?
Yeah. I would think, I guess, like workout help, plan help, and then the social media stuff. When it comes to like nutrition, I've kind of got a baseline of it. So I feel like I can work that, but obviously you can always be better at something. So,
Okay. So
all of it,
mostly
all of the above.
okay. You're like all the above, everything,
Yeah.
not
I'll
even
take
just one thing.
everything.
Okay. That makes sense. And then I also want to ask you this. How open are you guys to me addressing kind of like the fears or doubts holding you guys back from starting?
Yeah. I'm open.
Okay. What about you, Victoria?
Go for it.
Okay, cool. Because I want to tell you this right now, and this may sound harsh, but if it sounds like I'm being a dick or an asshole, honestly, it's probably because I am. Because at the end of the day, I'm here to hold you guys accountable, not help you feel comfortable. If you want to feel comfortable, then to be honest with you, we're probably not the right company for you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because starting a business is going to be uncomfortable, and especially in your position with how many hours you work and actually trying to start something on the side, you're going to feel uncomfortable. But at the end of the day, it's those uncomfortable positions that put you in the position you want to be in, right? So what type of help do you feel like you're looking for when it comes to us coaching you? Like, do you want calls every few months? Would you like weekly updates and meetings, some one-on-one help in a group setting? Like, you let me know.
I would probably say like weekly checkups,
Okay.
or at least monthly checkups, and then yeah, let's say monthly checkups, and then
Okay.
I'm okay with group settings, but sometimes like if it was more like specific stuff, I would like the like one-on-one access.
Okay. So, okay. So then what does having like 24/7 access to coaches kind of do to your confidence coming into this?
I mean, obviously it increases it having that ability to like tap into somebody that has all that knowledge. So that makes me feel a lot better that I could reach out to somebody and they're willing to help.
Okay. And then I know you said kind of like weekly checkups, but communication wise, like what kind of communication and feedback do you want in your program? Like daily, weekly, as much as possible?
Yeah, just as much as possible. Yeah, if like something's obviously going wrong and they can see that, then having that communication. But yeah, I also like, I'm a person that likes like straightforward communication when it comes to like how I'm doing. So like if I fucking suck, I suck, you know? So
Yeah, yeah. Trust me, I know you haven't coached with Alistair before, like on the fitness side of things. He will call you out if he needs to call you out. Like we have daily and weekly tasks, and if those aren't getting done, Alistair will be on your ass about it. Mind my language, but he will definitely be on you because at the end of the day, like I said, you're a direct reflection of him, and he needs to make sure you guys are winning. Now, before I kind of move into like explaining the program or anything like that, I feel like I feel like I have all the information, but do you feel like there's anything I need to know that maybe we didn't go over?
no,
No?
I think
Everything's good?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, Chris, you watched like the 30-minute video, right?
Yes.
Okay. Victoria, did you get a chance to watch that?
No.
No worries. No worries. Then I'll kind of break down just a little bit of what we do here so you guys can both get an understanding of like what you're actually getting into, what the coaching looks like, and just give you a better understanding of what you're going to be doing once you get in here. That sound good?
Mhm.
Perfect. So although I know both of you guys are kind of new to this, and I'll break it up into like 3 pillars. The first pillar is just going to be actual program foundation and social media help. So I know you guys are new to this, but obviously we're not new to this. Alistair has been in the business and fitness industry for the past 5 years. And we've helped at least over 600 people with business and fitness coaching. So whether you are starting from scratch and getting people like yourself from 0 to 10K months within 90 days max of starting, or whether you're already someone who has an established fitness business for themselves and already making, let's say 8 to 10K months, and you're trying to get to those 50K months, we've helped it all. So no matter if you're just starting out or been in the game in a while, like we have been able to deal with it all. So starting out, we'll connect you with Garrett. Are you familiar with Garrett Wolf, Chris?
I'm not, no.
Okay, so he's been around the fitness industry also 5 years. He averages around 10 million views a month across Instagram and TikTok. So he's going to be the one helping you out with the social media side of things, like what to post, how to post, how to reel in clients and actually have them reach out to you and DM you so that you can get a better understanding of how everything works. As well as he's also going to do 1 week or 2 weekly group Zooms with you a week, going over all social media things. You can send him your videos, you can ask him questions, and he'll just basically be telling you what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, so that ultimately we can fix all the things you're doing wrong and put you on a better path. Does that make sense so far?
Yeah.
And also with those weekly group Zooms, Chris, we completely understand most people who work with us are usually in 9 to 5s before actually getting out of them. So we understand you can't show up to every single Zoom call. So they are recorded as well and put in the chat. And let's say, Chris, you couldn't make any of the Zoom calls because they just weren't on a good time for you. You can also text Garrett your questions and he will answer them in the Zoom call and then give you the recording and give you the timestamp as well of where he answered them so you can go straight to it. Or if you want to watch the whole thing just so you can see other people's questions and what they ask, you can as well. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Perfect. And then second is the coaching calls and also the sales help. So with this, you'll get connected with Alistair and Jay, who's our sales manager, who will give you all great advice on sales. And this is where honestly most programs fail, is they don't teach you guys the sales side of things. Because at the end of the day, if we taught you how to get the leads and we taught you how to train the people, how are you actually going to get them into your program, right? So we want to teach you the sales side of things so that you can obviously start off slow in the beginning and get an understanding of how you're going to need to sell these people. So we'll start you off with selling like $975 to $1,000 programs for 3 months. And then as you get better at selling those, then we slowly increase the prices. So instead of, selling 5 1K programs, all you have to do is sell 2 2.5K programs and you made $5,000 that month. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Now, also with the Jay side of things, you're also going to get one weekly group Zoom with Jay, as well as you're also going to be able to have 24/7 access to be able to text him, as well as same thing with Garrett and same thing with Alistair. You can text them 24/7. But more importantly, Jay will be helping you on and off the phone. So even with, like I was saying earlier, the DM setting, he will help you with those, tell you what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, so that you can ultimately get people on the calls like this, so that you can actually get them into the program and sell them into the program. And then also, he's going to give you on-call help. So like you can send him your call recordings. You can ask him like, hey, I got this objection. Like, how do I handle it? Whatever it may be, he's going to help you on and off the call just so you can get to the point of being, I guess you can say, like a master salesman or whatever you want to call it. So at the end of the day, these people are actually thanking you for getting them into your program instead of feeling like they got sold and now they want a refund the next day. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure.
Now, the last thing is the coaching and support. This is the most important part because your program structure and your fulfillment are the biggest thing. There's no point of having all the information if you don't have the steps or help to actually walk them through to be able to get them the results that they want. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So we'll also be giving you access to obviously the blueprint that we've been setting up so that you can be able to help everyone's needs, because at the end of the day, everybody is different and we need to figure out what their problems are and what their needs are so that there's literally no excuses for them not to be able to make this work with you. Does that make sense so far?
Yeah.
So we'll give you help with this out inside with the actual fitness side of things, like how to actually train them. We also give you help with the meal plan side of things on how to actually create those, as well as we also give you app access to understand how to run through the app and use it so that ultimately it makes your life easier and the client's life easier so they don't have to look at a Google Doc and look at your text and blah, 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 and they can just follow a strict plan that will get them results. As well as we also teach you how to weekly check on them like we're going to be doing for you so that ultimately you can give them the help and the attention that they actually deserve. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Perfect. Now, with everything I explained on a scale, let's say 1 to 10, how well did that explanation make sense to you guys? Like 1 being you guys are lost and you want to get off the call right now, or like 10 being like that was the first time you understood something so well?
I think
like
10.
10.
Yeah, 10. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Is there anything you guys would like to see or like me to show you just to kind of get a better understanding of it, or everything kind of made sense? And don't worry, if there's something you need to see, don't feel afraid to ask. We're a very transparent company.
I guess just like my thing is, okay, so you're going to be training people?
Correct.
With no like certificates?
You don't need certificates.
You don't need it.
You don't need it. It's cool to have, but most of the time people don't even ask about it. Like, I don't think I've ever seen anyone ask Alistair for his certificates when he was doing fitness coaching.
Okay.
And even none of our clients have complained about it either.
At the end of the day, if you're getting results, then
100%. That's the biggest thing. And actually like starting is just being able to get the people the results. That's all they really care about. Because think about it like this, right? Like I said earlier, with most programs, right, they'll teach you how to sell yourself on social media to, get the leads in, and they'll also teach you how to do the fulfillment side of things, right? But if they're not teaching you the sales side of things, you don't know how to walk through people's problems and actually understand why they haven't done anything yet, right? Because at the end of the day, every single person who comes to you has a problem, and it's up to you to be able to understand what that problem is and help them see how you can fix it. Because once again, you could have the best program in the world. Like, you could be turning people who are 300 pounds to 180 pounds in pure shredded with 10% body fat. But if you don't know how to actually, show that to people and actually give them that understanding of how you're going to do it, it's almost impossible to get them there. That's what they really care about, is you actually understanding their problems. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
For you as well, Victoria? Sorry, I couldn't see. Okay, just making sure. But is there anything like you guys would like to see? Seriously, like, I'm not afraid to show, or if you guys have any questions on anything, I would love to be able to provide that for you guys. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, then, other than that, is really just going over the investment and then seeing what we can move forward from there. Does that sound cool?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So we have two separate programs. The first one is with a done for you service, meaning that we're setting up all the back end work for you. I know this is probably a random word for you both you guys, but we set up like your GHL where you can basically had a burp, track all your leads and see where they're coming in from and be able to like text blast them, things like that. So it's a done for you service set up already for you. And that is a one-time investment of 15 grand. And then the other program, which is our mastermind, which doesn't have the done for you service, is just a one-time investment of just 10K.
Okay. And then how does, if it was to be like a payment up front and then payment plans throughout the month, how would that work?
So what I would recommend is honestly, hopefully we don't even have to have you put anything down today. Because at the end of the day, you could go through and get approved for just monthly payments. And you can get approved for zero down today, and then you'll have the monthly payments that you'll pay off. And on average, 84, I'm a big numbers guy. You guys will see this. 84% of our clients have never even touched their own money working with us, meaning that they get approved for zero down and then they make the money through the program and then are able to pay it off within 2 to 5 months of working with us. The longest we've ever seen someone pay off our program was 7 months, and that was Deanne. And that's because she really wasn't trying. She was barely doing any daily or weekly tasks. She also was not showing up for any of the Zoom calls. So it's hard to really put someone in a good position if they aren't willing to, put in the time as well.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's what I would say would be best case, as well as I'll say this. The done for you service is really only for people who have already been running their coaching business because they have an understanding of like systems and knowing what they need to do. I wouldn't recommend that for you because at the end of the day, you're newer to this and we want you to set up the systems yourself and have an understanding how to do them so that if a problem does arise, you can be able to understand what happened, or you'll just reach out to us. We'll tell you how to figure it out and then you'll understand it for the next time if it does happen. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But you let me know, like what do you feel like is better for your sense? Both you guys.
No, not the done for you.
Yeah, no.
She
No,
said
I would definitely want to learn it myself. So if something did come up, like you said, I can
100%. And yeah, like I said, the only people who really do the done for you service is people who are like already at like 8 to 10K months on with their own fitness coaching program. Now with that, I will say this, like, what are your guys' thoughts on everything? You guys have just just to see where you guys are at right now.
Have you ever had a client not make the money to pay anything back? Just a complete flop.
Like to not pay anything back, or like
Well, I mean, eventually they got to pay something back, right? But like,
yeah.
not make any money. They just like, no matter what they do, they show up, they try. They're just not getting the client.
Actually showing up and trying, I will say no, because at the end of the day, you're going to make some sort of money. Because what I'm going to show you guys, what we can do for you to be able to break up the payments, you guys are going to be able to do for your clients. So it's having them go through a firm. And if your program's $1,000, think about it like this, Chris, right? If your program's $1,000, you can break that up into $33 payments. Realistically, do you feel like you couldn't get someone in your program for $33 a month?
Yeah.
Right? So no. Have we had people who have not made a lot of money? Yes, because at the end of the day, they weren't putting in as much time as they could have. So that's the biggest factor, I would say. But we've never had one person who's worked with us for longer than 4 months make less than $3 grand in a month.
How are you feeling?
So fucking sick. I'm hungry.
Yeah. Okay.
Just let me answer some DMs. That's all.
Okay.
I love that. I love the motivation. And I was serious about that. You really can help them in the DMs because sometimes, like, once you get to a point to where you do get a big video, like even Hayden, he's actually in the Air Force as well. You guys will probably get to talk to him. I don't know where he's stationed right now. I mean, I could text him and ask him, but he's in the Air Force as well. And he has his girlfriend DM from time to time with him, and he's making great money and stayed in the Air Force. I don't know if you're going to do the same thing, but the only reason he stayed in the Air Force is because he wants to retire out for military benefits. That's it. So, I mean, that's completely up to you on what you want to do. But either way, with that, would you guys like to see if we even can, at the end of the day, get you approved for those monthly payments?
Yeah.
How long are these monthly payments? Like, how many months?
100%. So most of our clients, like I said, pay it off within 2 to 5 months. But Either or, you can, I tell every single person who has done it with us has done the monthly payments. And I will tell you this, you can do max of 36 monthly payments. Are you actually going to pay it off for 36 months? No. Do we expect you to pay it off for 36 months? No. But you can stretch it out to 36 monthly payments. So like, let's say the worst possible thing happens and you don't make any money your first month, at least you don't have an overhead of having to pay, $2,000 in a month. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that was my only question.
Okay, 100%. So just to ask you, Chris, if you don't mind me asking, just so I can get an understanding if we even can get you approved, what's your credit score?
It's like 750.
Okay, and how old are you? I didn't even, both you guys, how old are you guys? Well, actually, it's not nice to ask the lady's age. So how old are you, Chris?
31.
Okay. You should have a good rate of approval. I'm assuming you've taken out loans before or like for houses, things like that. Okay. You should be good. Let me go ahead and send this over. It does do a soft pull on your credit, so this will not affect your credit score to be able to get checked. It's just to see if we can even get you approved in the first place.
Okay.
Give me 2 seconds.
Okay.
Let me send this over. And then also, have you ever used Affirm before, Chris?
I personally don't think I have. No,
Okay.
but I know Victoria's used it before.
Okay, perfect. So for a better rate of approval, when it does ask for annual income, I'd recommend putting anything more than 100 grand, just so it has a better rate of approval because it doesn't actually check. If it does ask you, sometimes it doesn't even ask for annual income. Okay, just sent that over to you, Chris.
All right.
And then what you're going to do is you're going to click the link, and then it's going to ask for your email and then billing address as well.
Okay.
I mean, sorry, email, and then you click Affirm, and then it's going to ask for name and billing address. And then also really quickly, over payment method, do you see like link anywhere? Like, do you see if you're logged in a link under payment method?
Payment method? No.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure. And then let me know once you get past like continue with Affirm.
Okay, now it went to link.
Yeah, so now click the 3 dots in the top right and go ahead and log out a link.
Okay.
And then just do the process again. Type in your name, email, Affirm, name, billing address. And then also, I know Victoria's not here to hear this, unfortunately, but we do also have a money back guarantee, Chris. So if you come into this and in 6 months you make less than 3 grand in a month, we will give you 100% money back guarantee. That's obviously if you're, doing your daily and weekly tasks, you're actually asking questions. Like you have to try on your end.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
For sure.
Uh-oh, leg just fell asleep. I've been sitting in this chair way too long. Fuck. Oh man. Okay. And then how many followers does your Instagram have right now, Chris?
I think I'm like 200 and something.
200 and something. Okay.
I would have
And
to look.
how old is your Instagram account? Really old? Okay, good.
No idea.
Okay, good.
So I click continue with firm, and now it's asking for a mobile number.
Yeah, so just type in your phone number. It's going to send you a code really quickly, and then you'll type that in, and then that's when it's going to start asking you a bunch of personal questions. And then, okay, perfect. And then how many posts, like around, it doesn't have to be exact, but like how many, on average, how many posts do you have right now on your Instagram?
Like total, how many posts?
Yeah.
Or like how much do I post?
Yeah, like how many posts in total do you have on your Instagram?
Not many, maybe like 20, 30 maybe.
Okay, that's good. Your account being old and having 20 to 30 posts is good. And then is your account private right now or open?
I'm pretty sure it's private.
Okay, definitely gonna have to get that opened up. Private. Perfect. I just want to get this sent over to Garrett because all these statistics matter. Uh, okay. And then just let me know once you get to the confirmation page on Affirm. It should tell you what it approved you for immediately.
It's- Okay.
Let me get this documentation set up for you. I'm gonna confirm your email here in a second. 1 second.
Okay. It's loading right now.
You're all good, brother. So also with our agreement, just so you know, Chris, it's just stating that you basically hired us as a consultant company to help you build your business. You don't work for us, as well as it's going to go over that guarantee that I was talking to you about, as well as what we're going to be providing.
Okay.
That was so slow. Okay, and then did you put when you signed up, did you put Christopher or Chris?
I think I put
Like
Chris.
you put Christopher? Like for the call is what I'm saying.
Oh, Chris. No,
You
wait.
put
I don't.
Chris? I'll try both.
Yeah.
We'll see. Your last name is
Ferris.
Fairs?
Ferris.
Ferris. Okay.
Yep.
Perfect. Yeah, you put Christopher. And then your email is chrisferris18@gmail.com.
Correct. Yep.
Okay, perfect. Just ignore this for now, but I'm just going to link you the contract so you can look over that as well.
Okay. This page is still loading.
You're good. Still doing this on my end as well. See, Trey. Link this over to you. Okay. What page is it loading on?
I just hit the back button and it's doing it again. So we'll see if it.
Try honestly just try closing the tab and then just reopen another one and go through it again. It should log you in immediately. And like, did you already get to the point of like answering all the questions?
Yeah, it just gave me one question. I don't know. Now it says thank you for your payment.
Wait, what? Let me see on my end. Give me 1 second. Because you didn't go through anything, so I don't know how you paid.
Yeah. It asked me one question about my income. That was it. And then like
Okay, what the heck? Balances. Transactions. See. Okay, yeah, that's okay. For some reason, yeah, it said you did go through Affirm. Okay, what I want you to do
Mhm.
is download Affirm on your phone right now,
Okay.
very quickly. Because I don't know why I don't know how it could have paid anything without you putting your card or anything. This makes no sense. So now I'm very confused. Have you ever used Affirm before?
I don't think so.
Okay, that's very weird. Did you get to the screen where it said like what you got approved for, like the monthly payments?
No.
What the fuck? Sorry, I'll get this figured out right now. And then just let me know when that's downloaded.
Okay, I'm in here.
Okay, you logged in?
Yeah.
Okay. And then go to like billing or like anywhere where it says like, you know, your payment plans.
Manage.
Yes.
I'm on manage current plan. Yeah.
And do you see it?
Yeah.
Can you show me the screen or like what are the monthly like what is the how long it does it say? Is it 6 months, 24 months, 36 months?
Details. Loan terms. 36.
Okay, so that's the best rate of approval you could have got. Good thing it did approve you for that one. It should be around like 346 a month, right?
438.
438. Okay. And did it charge you anything down? Like, do you see it said like anything down? It said zero down today.
Yeah, I mean it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't say anything.
Is your bank information or card information on there? I'm just so confused on how you were able to do it without your bank or card. Do you see like if you go into like payments or billing or anything like that, do you see a card or a bank information in there?
No, this is my payment method. I don't know if you can see it, but it just says like nothing in there.
Go back. Can you show me the other screen?
Like this one. You see it?
No, not that one.
Oh,
Like the payment like plan and everything. Can you show me that? Sorry, I'm just so confused right now. I've never seen anyone be able to go through it without adding a payment method. This makes no sense.
yeah. So this is like what it shows me when I click on the actual thing.
Can you send me a screenshot of that if there's no personal information on there?
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you, brother. Just want to make sure everything's good before anything.
Yeah. So that's like what I see.
Let me see. The status just means beyond barriers is still finalizing your order, which usually takes a few days. Okay, cool. Okay, so yeah, it did give you for zero down. Okay. Okay, cool. Okay, so that was the best thing it can approve you for. Does that work for you?
Yeah, that'll work.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because I was just very confused because I don't know how it let you do that without putting a payment method down. Seriously, I
Yeah.
guess maybe because it was refreshing. Um, but what you will do is make sure you do add a payment method on there because obviously you don't want any late fees or you don't want it to be late to affect your credit.
Yeah.
So add a payment method on there. I recommend just putting your bank, but if you want to use a credit card, you also can. I know some people do that to be able to help build their credit, as well as going through these payments will help you build your credit as well. So yeah, I would just recommend obviously adding a payment method and not forgetting that because that's going to be very important. Now, also, I already sent you over the contract. Go ahead and look at that and go through that, and then I'm going to send you over some other links so that we can get you logged into everything right now. Okay?
Okay.
Perfect. Okay, let me get this all over to you. Do you like being called Chris or Christopher?
Chris is fun.
Okay, perfect. I'm gonna send your stuff over to Alistair as well. Just ignore those links until you get the contract signed. I'll explain you which or what they're doing once I send it over. Sent you the wrong one. Okay. Dang. You excited, Chris? How you feeling right now?
Excited and nervous.
As you should, bro. That's how everybody feels.
Yeah.
But don't worry, man. Just best advice I could really give to you, Chris, is just ask questions, bro.
Mhm.
Don't ever feel bad for blowing us up. Don't ever feel bad for reaching out. Like Alistair probably from each business client, probably fucking, I would say hits him up like 3 to 6 times a day. So like text him, bro. The quicker we get you to success, the better we feel.
Nice. Got it.
Okay, and then just let me know when you're done signing that.
Okay. I just signed the contract on the first one.
Okay, perfect. And then it'll or let me also send it to your email. Give me 1 second. Just so you have it there as well if you ever want to look back on it.
Okay.
22 seconds. So that first link I sent you, Chris,
Mhm.
link is going to be that first link is going to be to make your account so you can see all the videos. You'll also have access to the feed as well. That feed is where Alistair posts a screenshot of like student results. That's also where you'll be able to see the group Zooms. We'll put them in the feed and tag you in it so that you'll get the notification. And then also you'll be able to see any updates. So Alistair will update you guys if he changes any of the modules. He also gives free advice well, I mean, it's not really free. You pay 10 grand, but still, he gives advice in there as well on like what you need to do and kind of giving you just better tips on being able to scale your business, as well as there's just all of our coaches chatting in there. So it's basically just a good environment to be in because at the end of the day, those are all the people where you want to be able to get to. Let me know once you're done creating your account. As soon as it gets to like bio and add a profile picture, you can just skip all that.
Okay.
And then do you know your schedule next week by chance, Chris?
Next week I should be. It's weird because I'm in an online class for the
Okay.
next 2 weeks, and I
Okay.
have like morning time calls
Okay.
from 7. It's like 7 to like 9 or 10, and then after that I have like homework I have to do before the next day. But I'm at home
Okay.
all day, so
Okay. So like on Monday or Thursday, because I want to get your onboarding call set up with Alistair. Like, do you feel like at Monday what time zone are you in?
Eastern.
Eastern. Okay. So on Monday would 3 p.m. work, or on Thursday he has basically um what time is that for you? So I'm an hour behind, so that would let me just change it to Eastern time. I'm an idiot.
All right. I made it to the page where it asks like your
Okay, yeah,
headline, your bio.
you can skip that. And then Eastern time on Thursday he has 1 to 5 p.m.
1 to 5.
available. And then on Monday he only has wait, why is it not changing to EST? Oh, it is. And then yeah, on Monday he has 4 p.m. your time.
Can we do Thursday at 1?
Thursday at 1. Okay. So what I'm gonna have you do is go to our texts,
Mm-hmm.
click that third link I sent you, the book your call with Alistair,
Mm-hmm.
and go ahead and pick Thursday and then do at 1. And this is going to be your first onboarding call. This is not your first monthly call. Okay. The onboarding call is really just to kind of see where you're at with the program, see how you're doing with things, and really just setting you up on a clear track on how to do everything, as well as he's also going to give you your daily and weekly tasks when you hop on this weekly call with him. I mean, this onboarding call with him. Those daily and weekly tasks, Chris, are really just to keep you on track and keep you have an understanding of what you need to wake up and do every day and get done. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Makes
Perfect.
sense. So there wasn't a 1, so I picked the 2 o'clock one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think it was still on my time zone, even though I changed it to EST, so my bad.
Oh, good.
And then after, since you booked that call, go ahead. So that second link, you do not need to worry about that right now, Chris. I just wanted to get that over to you so you have it. But that second link is basically our Google Drive with all your templates and files you're going to need. So like all your sales scripts, your coaching applications, your contracts that you're going to be sending out to clients, because those contracts are going to save you from refunds, as well as it also gives them a guarantee that if they do everything you tell them and they don't see results, then they'll get 100% money back guarantee. But obviously, if they do everything you tell them, they're going to get the results. So it's just all the files and templates you need. You can open that on your computer later, but you won't need to use any of those until you go through the videos. And the videos will kind of explain what templates you're going to need. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Perfect. And then go ahead and text Alistair right now. I'm also going to get you over Garrett's number. 1 second. Go ahead and text Alistair right now and just be like, hey, it's Chris. Just signed up with Trey. Looking forward to working with you. Something like that.
Got it.
And let me get you over Garrett's as well. And then just text him the exact same thing that you text Alistair.
Got it.
Wait, what? Where's your number? Chris. There we go. Okay. Yeah, and then just text him the same thing. And then let me know when you text them both of them.
All right. Just texted both of them.
Perfect. Okay, so now last thing, you already have a firm downloaded. Once again, please remind yourself, or I'm going to text you right now to put a payment method on there. I just don't want you to have any late payments or anything like that. You don't have to do it right now, but just to remind you. Download a firm on the app. I mean, not a firm. Download Circle Communities on the App Store really quickly.
Okay.
Just texted you that as a reminder. And then once you download Circle Communities, just go ahead and log in with the same thing you made a few seconds ago, like making your email and your password, and then make sure you turn on notifications. Because like I said, everything's going to be in there, like weekly updates, the weekly live calls with Jay and Garrett. So you're going to need to make sure you see those notifications so that when they go live, you can hop in there. I believe Garrett, for your time, man, I think it's 1 p.m. your time, 1 p.m. or 12 on Monday and Wednesday, and then Jay's is 5 p.m. your time on Thursday.
Okay. So when I go to log in on the Circle, it automatically logs me into a military program that I was a part of.
So if you click under spaces, when you click spaces, do you see any other programs under spaces or no?
Spaces.
Or sorry, you see the little bubble in the top left?
No. I see, like I found spaces.
Yeah, but if you're in the military spaces, it's gonna be that one. Like in the top left, can you click anything and it shows like different communities or no?
Oh yeah.
And
I
do you
just
see
clicked on
beyond
the-
barriers?
I have no clue what I just clicked on, but yeah.
You see beyond barriers now?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, it's up.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so just make sure that you have your notifications on Circle. So if you click on that, you can see the feed, you can see spaces, and then if you under spaces, you can see the actual course. And if you click that, you can scroll down and you can see the actual course itself. And then if you click the dots in the top right, you can do view course, and then that's where you'll see all the videos. But I would recommend watching all the videos on your computer. So I also would recommend signing in on your computer later once we're off the call. It's just easier to see, bigger screen, and you can be able to kind of follow along while he's setting up everything with you.
Okay.
Perfect. Other than that, I want to ask you, do you have any questions for me as well? I know that was a lot of information very quickly.
Not at the moment. I'm sure something might come up as soon as I start like going through everything.
Yeah, of course. It always happens. So you have my personal number. You can always feel free to reach out, bro. If you need anything, please let me, Alistair, or Garrett know. Please, like I said, you can fucking blow us up, Chris. If you need anything, just let us know. But other than that, if there's any other questions, I hope you and Victoria have a great rest of your day, and I am looking forward to seeing your results. And please keep me updated, or at least post them in the feed so that me and Alistair can also know that you're doing well.
Awesome. I greatly appreciate it.
Of course, Chris. And let me know how everything goes, all right?
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, brother. Talk to you soon.
Yeah, see you.
How we doing, brother? Well, Chris told me, so I'm assuming you were going through a little bit of stuff right now.
I'm all right. I'm all right.
Besides
Yes.
besides the crash, you've been off to a good start for the week, or how's the week been so far?
Yesterday work was pretty long, but today was all right until that happened. So it's kind of it's been all right. Can't complain.
And was it bad, or like was it just like a little fender bender, or what happened?
Yeah, like his bumper like got torn off, but like he hit me on the side, so like he kind of just like ran into me. Like I didn't hit him. Like he ran like right the back door of my driver's side. He just ran like right into it because I didn't see him because there was like an open lane to go in the far left lane. He just like I did not see him. I had like a little little area to get through. I did not see the last lane. He just sped up and just heard a ding and I'm like, oh shit. And I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. Like in the middle of like rush hour traffic, I'm like, damn it. Of
Damn,
course.
bro. That's well. First off, sorry that happened, brother. I know that's never
Right.
a fucking fun thing to deal with. Chris was telling me that you were on with
Yeah.
the insurance company. Were they
Yeah.
able to like get everything kind of cleared up for you, or what happened?
Yeah. I just gotta go get schedule my car to get fixed.
Makes sense.
That's
Makes sense.
all.
They're covering everything, right?
They should.
Okay, good. I hope so, bro. Because fuck, that was not your fault. All right. Well,
No.
besides that, so Brandon, here's what I want to do, man. So I have some information on you from Alistair as well as from Chris as well, and I just definitely have some additional questions. I definitely just want to dive a little bit deeper and ultimately just see if we can help you. That's the most
Yeah.
important part. If everything looks good, then I'll create kind of just a custom strategy for you that's best for your situation. Then we can kind of chat about like investment and ROI and all the nitty gritty fun stuff.
Okay.
All I ask, Brandon, is by the end of the call, it's either a let's do this or let's not. I've been doing this for a while, and we can both agree. Like I need to think about it or need some time. It's just a really nice way of saying no. Does that sound cool?
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah.
All right, cool, brother. So, Brandon, like I said, I have some information on you, but I'd rather hear it from you directly. So, just kind of talk to me, man. How can I help?
Well, during like whenever I was like student, like I was always like doing X-ray and like I like doing it like first, but I've always enjoyed fitness at first to start. Like that's been like my backbone to like if I work at the hospital, like I've always done fitness first. Fitness has always been like my combat to dealing with the hospital.
Mhm.
And whenever I got to taking like my big test, I couldn't pass it 3 times. So I was like, I was left in like a stuck place of like, I can't progress anywhere in the hospital, but I can't really leave because I don't want to pay back this signing bonus.
Mhm.
But I really just did like bet fitness was kind of like the side really at first, but then it's like kind of like when I started working and having more freedom, it became more of a priority for me and also
Yeah.
eating better and like doing that sort of thing. Then once that the board, like I failed my test that time, I was like, I don't know what to do. I tried to like do like insurance, and I'm like, this is not for me. Can't do numbers. I've always kind of
Me
like
either.
dabble. Like even people at my work tell me like that can like you seem pretty good to be like a nutritionist or like a personal trainer because like whenever they talk to me, coworkers they ask me like what do you do and like what do you eat? I'm like all it takes is like just a tiny bit each and every day, that sort of thing. And they sometimes
Last heard you when you were like, you kind of give your friends advice on like what they need to eat, stuff like that.
yeah, and like some of my coworkers really, but like they kind of like take it with a grain of salt sometimes. They don't really like they kind of listen, but like they're like they have like their own little habits, and I'm like, I try. They
Of
take
course.
some of them take it. So I've given out some of my meals that I make, and I'm like, okay, do they gonna do this? Hopefully. But like my one friend, like I always go to the gym with. He's been my best friend for a long, long time. I've been taking him to the gym with me for a long time, and like he's strong. Don't get he's like he can like do the list that I can do, but like I keep always telling him every time, like, you gotta eat better. Cause like
Mhm.
he just eats, he always tells me he just eats one meal. I'm like, that's not gonna cut it if you want to like see something.
Yeah.
Um, what else? What else can I do love also helping him out all the time too. It's always fun to help him out and everything. Um, I don't know what else.
No worries, no worries. What kind of had you like want to get into, doing your own online fitness coaching business?
What was that again? I'm sorry.
What kind of made you want to get into your own online coaching fitness business?
Um, I kind of really want to help other people too, like that, like helping my coworkers, but like actually, like people want to actually proven themselves to take it seriously.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times, like my coworkers don't take it seriously. Like they take Ozempic and they're like they eat shitty foods, and I'm like, I don't even dare try to tackle that subject because I get really pissed off about that subject, and like I'm overrun black people there, I'm like, I'm not even gonna tackle that subject because I don't
Yeah,
like that idea at all. Because you can't battle a bad diet. Like
100%.
I would love to like actually help other people out. Like actually, I want to, and like give them like good meals to eat, and like get us like a set meal plans and stuff.
Okay, 100%. And how long has this kind of been like a dream of yours, or like a thing you've wanted to do?
Um, Really, like I started exploring options like the start of the year. I know it's like really like in the middle of the year, I'm like, oh, I'm like wasting time. Like I was kind of like just like tearing, waiting until like I get this contract fulfilled from the hospital. So like I
Mhm.
don't have to be like on a leash. So like I'm like done, like contracts fulfilled, I can finally like just like leave without having to pay back anything.
That makes sense. Okay. Well, in your opinion, obviously, like I want to ask you because I don't want to assume and be, like that guy's
Yeah.
who's just assuming and being an asshole. But do you feel like it'd be a better idea to at least, start something now so that by the time, at least when your contract's up and it's over, at least you
Oh
have
yeah.
something already established for
Oh yeah.
yourself?
I want to at least start it now. Like I want to get in the groundworks, and then like I can leave that hospital with grace and just be like, okay, I'm done. I want to just do this fully.
Yeah, 100%. Well, let's say in a messed up world, Brandon, let's say you decide not to start this. What are
Mhm.
your plans moving forward for, let's say, the next 3 months and on?
Oh, I will probably continue working at the hospital until I can find like maybe somewhere closer to like where I live at, but like
Mhm.
I would rather like do something like now, like since I just found when I found this, I would rather just do this, start something with fitness, and like at
Yeah,
least get the ball rolling. Because I
100%.
feel like I've been dragging it on for a while, trying to get like a second plan going.
100%. And why do you feel like you kind of decided to make that change now rather than like in a year from now or rather even, starting in the past? Like what happened? Was there like a specific moment that kind of just like
Um,
made you kind of just want to flip that
I
switch and
think
actually
the
start something?
hospital. I think the hospital is kind of getting to the point that I'm getting tired of dealing with the crazy hours, the crazy workload that's tasked upon all of us, all myself too. Because the
Okay.
hospital I work at is like so understaffed, and it's a level one trauma hospital, so it's like
Mhm.
a shit show each and every day. So it's kind of draining. I still don't know how I tell myself to get up at like 4 a.m. in the morning to go to the gym. I don't know how I do it. I'm doing it tomorrow. I'm like, oh God, help me.
No, I feel you, man. Hey, at least you're making it work with the
Yeah,
situation you have. That's
it's
that's the best you can do.
it's
You know what
the
I
it's
mean?
like I always tell myself it's the hardest thing I do before anything. If I go to the hospital, it's not even hard. The hard part. It's actually just doing the gym at 5 a.m. in
No,
the morning is the hardest part.
100%. And that's going to build your authenticity, right, with your own
Mhm.
brand, and then kind of explaining your own situation with being, how you've been able to live life and still, keep the gym inside of it as well.
Yeah,
Because at the end of the day, those are going to be the people that are working with you, right? People who are
yeah,
already busy and already have their own life situation. It's just they kind of need that help and that extra boost to be able to get them to where they want to go,
yeah.
right? So let me ask you this, Brandon. How much is it going to take for you to, leave your job you're in now? Like, is it going to be the same amount you make now, or is there like a certain amount you kind of
Oh
had
no,
in
this will
mind?
be like incredibly more, like a mile, like a long shot.
Okay, so like what's the amount you need to make to so that you're at least fearless on leaving?
At least like we're talking like weekly, like we talking like weekly or
Let's say
like I get
monthly.
like anything above maybe like 5K would be just lovely. I only make like probably like third maybe like 28 to third 2,800 to like 3,000 a month.
Okay. So
Even
let
just
let's
that
say
small, even like even 10K, like 5 10K would be even better. But like
okay.
starting out like that, like just to start out, or even like higher up, I'm perfectly fine as long as it's not what I'm getting paid right now.
100%. Well, let's say 10K a month is the goal. Like how would things
Mhm.
be different in terms of like let's say lifestyle or ways of living in
I'll
general?
definitely be able to pay off a lot of debt at first that I accumulated because I was dumb with money. The past,
Hey,
the
I'm the
past,
same way, don't worry.
yeah, I just was over utilizing my money and not taking care of it, and now I'm like in like a stuck. Like I'm just stuck with like I can't go get too much stuff, and I also can't. I have to get stuff that I need. Like I can't indulge or anything. I just gotta stay committed to like getting
Focus.
my bills done and
Yeah.
all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that makes sense, bro. And if you don't mind me asking you, Brandon, like besides the contract stuff, like what kind of held you back from kind of starting something like this in the past? I'm sure you've seen plenty of coaches online and things like that.
I don't know. I honestly, I don't. I think it just clicked that I needed to really get something done because I feel like I always like kept saying like I wanted to do this
Mhm.
February. Then like work got like really annoying. It made it like I didn't have any time. The
Mhm.
drives that I have like to like I live like an hour away, so like getting home, I'm like drained from like the days, like the 12-hour days and everything. So like I think that's why I'm like and it's finally like catching up to me at this point.
Okay. And you feel like you kind of just don't want to live that lifestyle
No,
anymore?
I would rather just do like whatever I can to do like online and then like live my life outside and still get have the freedom to do what I want to do.
100%. And this is just my question to you because I want to make sure that you come into here with the utmost confidence because at the end of the day, bro, you're a direct reflection of Alistair. If you're not doing
Yeah.
good, then we're not doing good
Yeah.
because we want to make sure we're putting out consistent results, right?
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure you're 100% committed to this. So like, let me ask you, like, how committed, like, let's say on a scale of 1 to 10, how committed to this are you and like actually getting yourself results and actually building an online business for yourself?
I would say a good strong 8 at least.
Okay. So how do we get you to a 10? Like making sure you're 100% committed to this. Because like I said, you're a direct reflection
I've
of
never been
Alistair.
comfortable. I've never been comfortable with posting. I've never done posting content before.
Okay.
That's like the only thing. I've never done it. That's like the
Okay.
only I think I could do pretty much the rest. It's just the content. I've never put myself out in front of a camera. It's
100%,
never
bro.
that's like the only thing. But like it's basically a 9, but like it's just the content. I've never
No,
done that
100%.
before.
So like understanding that you're going to have a framework to be able to follow, do you feel like that'll be easier for you to be able to kind of have an understanding of how you need to post?
Yeah.
Okay, good, good. And I'll kind of go over like, everything on the inside and what we're actually going to teach you towards the end of this call and give you just a better understanding of that. But I also want to ask, because at the end of the day, Brandon, everybody has a different meaning for success, right? For
Yeah.
some, it's financial success. For some, it's time freedom. Like, what's yours? Just so I'm not, like an
It's
asshole
a little
assuming.
bit of both. It's definitely like nice financial freedom, but also I would love to travel, like actually like travel and like not stay in Pittsburgh my whole life.
And travel. Okay, where do you want to travel to? Like, what's the dream spot?
Oh, okay, kind of anywhere besides,
You're
but
like just anywhere, not
just,
Pittsburgh.
just anywhere. But like if I can go by myself or like with like hang out, like go to see my brother or something. Like I can't even like really go out to see him. He lives in Houston. Like I could, but, like I don't know how much the tickets are to get there. Like I
Hmm.
don't know how to like I don't have really have the financially to like go out to like see him like that.
Yeah. No, that's completely understandable. Hey, hopefully you can be able to travel.
Yeah.
Because it's great. I'm out here in Columbia right now, just working from Columbia. It's
I
amazing.
yeah, that's what I'm like. I wanted to travel to the islands and shit.
Yeah. No, that'd be dope, bro. That'd be dope. Well, hell yeah. I mean, we could definitely be able to help you travel more once you obviously get it established for yourself and you're actually making money online. But I also want to ask you, like, what would you feel like you would need to happen in this program specifically for you to feel like this is even worth the investment for yourself?
Um, I can't really say me like like immediate results because I like to slowly progress through and like get better over time.
Of course. Well, I hope you're not looking to be a millionaire overnight, because I'll tell you
Absolutely
that we
not.
can't do that.
I would rather just take it slow, like work my way up and get better at doing it week by week, day by day, month by
Of
month.
course. So just kind of being able to like actually see the results over time,
Yeah,
like while you're
over
working through
time,
this.
because it's nice. It is gratifying when you do over time when that happens. Like you feel like you've done a lot over a course of period of time. It's nice.
100%, bro. And have you like have you ever tried any other like coaching programs in the past before?
I tried Brandon Carter's. I at least tried to like go for it. I didn't like the way it was
Hmm.
because I just didn't know him as like I didn't really believe him as a person. I guess the way I don't know the way he like was talking about like what he was doing. I was like, this isn't really for me. The way this guy's vibe was not for me.
Okay. So like you went through his program and like
I kind of like was on the call and I was like, I wasn't really feeling what this
uh
was like, what this was like. Like
okay.
watching the videos and like I'm like, okay, this is like all this. I'm like, for like what? And then like the people were like, so and so.
Okay. So like what do you feel like kind of stopped you from working with him and now, like wanted to reach out to Alistair now? Like what was kind of the
That
difference for you?
that was kind of like now, granted, that was like 2 or 3 years ago. That was like
Okay.
I was trying to like find like I was a broke college student. I was trying to find money, extra money, like
Yeah.
very quickly. Like
Yeah.
I barely had anything. But then I was like during like the back end of like school for me. So like once I got kind of like committed to the school, then I got the job. Then I got a job later on. So I kind of like forgot about it. I was like, forgot about it. Let it slide. Granted, maybe I should have did differently, but I'm here now. So
What kind of separated you from like what kind of separated Alistair from everyone else you kind of saw online? Because I'm sure you've seen thousands of other business coaches.
um, I like the way he like represents and like as being really honest about himself and like what he posts and like what he talks about.
Okay. And how long have you been following Alistair for, man?
Let me check. I don't know if I'm legitly follow, but I've always like watched his videos.
Hmm.
Wait, maybe let me see. I think I followed him like maybe how do you see where you follow somebody?
I don't think you can.
But I am following him, but I don't remember
Oh, okay.
when.
Okay. But
Like
you've been
I
for a
used
little
to.
bit.
Oh, sorry.
You're good. You've been following him for a little bit though?
Yeah, like I was always watching like his shorts and all that stuff. Not really realize it was for like coming up on my for you page, and then I was just like, oh, I'm just gonna follow him one day because I just like there's so many people to follow. Like you just get all this crazy ridiculous like stuff nowadays. It's like you don't believe in everything. I can't believe in
Yeah.
everything. It's
No,
too
100%.
much.
And I also want to ask you because I know you're doing the hospital stuff and you're like, I got to wake up at 4 in the morning to go to the gym, things like that, right? So I just want to make sure, like, do you feel like you're able to make the time to dedicate to this program aside from like other life situations going on? Because at the end of the day, Brandon, I just want to make sure that you actually get the results and we provide the help you deserve, no matter what's going on for you.
I think I just need to like find a time. Like I need to like look at my time management a little bit better,
Okay.
a little bit more, because I feel like I can find 2 hours at least. I don't know about every single day. I'm gonna try like the 12-hour days. Probably not gonna happen, but the 8-hour days, I feel like I can make it happen. And my days off, I know I can make it happen. It's
Okay.
the
Good.
12-hour days, and those are the ones that are going to be like, I might try to do it in between work if I'm not busy.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is completely online. So even if it's,
Yeah.
just DMing a couple people while you're at work doing that during those 12-hour shifts, like that's all that matters,
Oh yeah,
right? So
that won't
like
be hard at all.
realistically, do you feel like you'd have at least like an hour to 3 hours a day that you
Oh
can do
yeah,
this?
I have at least
Okay.
an hour to 3 hours.
Okay.
3 hours.
Okay.
I don't know about 3 hours, but like at least an hour to two,
Okay.
definitely.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure because I don't want you coming into this, Brandon, and then you can't even do it for yourself. As well as
Yeah,
we do teach you time management, so that'll definitely help
yeah.
with how you can kind of like manage everything with like daily tasks and weekly tasks, so that you make sure you're still getting stuff done every day and making sure
Uh-huh.
you're doing the important stuff that matters. That's the most important part.
Yeah.
But I also want to ask you, I know you said that your contract's ending, but I just want to like double down on it a little bit. Like, is there any specific reason on why you've really chosen to kind of tackle these issues now?
Um, Not really. It was more just like I feel like I needed to start it sooner than put it off for another year.
Yeah.
'Cause I would have felt like, oh, it's the halfway of the year. I have all this other stuff. I have like birthdays. I have all this other stuff. The holidays are coming up. I would rather kind of like find my way to exit before the holidays show up
Mhm.
and like finally like be free of the hospital before the holidays and actually enjoy them with my family without like struggling financially.
Okay. Okay. So before the holidays is what we're looking at.
Yeah, like the
Okay.
major ones, like November.
Makes sense, bro. So we got a few months. Like
Yeah,
3-2 or 3-4, right?
yeah.
Yeah, something like that. That's a decent amount of time. We could definitely be able to make something like that work. Now, I want to ask this next part, bro, because at the end of the day, I just don't want to waste your time if obviously you're not in the right position to start this, right? So, first off, I know you've never invested into like anything like courses or mentorships or training like this, right? This is like the first time.
Mm-mm.
Okay. So since this is the first time for you, Brandon, like what are your thoughts kind of coming into things?
Like all the courses and like the classes and all that. I would too. Like I
Just in
would.
general, like what's your like kind of just what's your thoughts just like coming into this and like knowing that this is going to be a mentorship and a program that you're going to be learning off of?
I feel like I will grow into this and like enjoy like once I get like in a good once I start to really like something I'm really like passionate about. Like I feel like with the when I did the insurance when I was trying to do the insurance like the insurance stuff for me I couldn't get the hang of it because like it's just look weird. But like the fitness, I know fitness, I love it, and I'm passionate about it. So I have a better feeling about this than I did anything else.
You feel like that passion is definitely going to help you with like implementing things and wanting to like actually continue doing it and be
Yeah,
consistent every day?
yeah. Because
Okay.
I would love to be like I love just to like be like fitness. Like that's my thing. I like doing it.
No, that's good. That's good. It's definitely it's great to do something you love, right? It's like
Yeah.
everybody always says, you do something you love and it doesn't feel like a job. Obviously, it still is one, but
Like
it doesn't.
that's what I've been trying to find for like the past year. Like what I want to be do something I love and I doesn't like you said doesn't feel like a job, but it is a
100%, bro.
job. It doesn't feel like
100%.
I'll
So
walk in and I'm dreading like another day.
another day at the hospital.
Yeah, another day at the hospital.
No, I feel you, man. So then Brandon, what resources do you believe will like actually help you in affording this program? Like, is it savings? Is it credit? Is it pure cash? I just want to make sure, like, obviously
It
you're in
could
the right
be
position.
probably credit if that it's whatever I can like build. I know like my parents won't be happy with me doing credit, but like if
Okay.
I can make that money back, like make that money back, I'll be fine.
Okay. Good thing you didn't say guaranteed because I won't ever guarantee you anything in business. If anyone ever guarantees you anything in business, you need to run in the other direction. Promise you, because they're just trying to
Yeah.
get money out of you. But I will say this, bro. I'm super blunt, and I'm not saying this is going to be cheap because at the end of the day, bro, nothing real ever is.
Yeah.
But if the opportunity did stretch you a bit, would you still be open to kind of like hearing it out or even getting resourceful together to kind of help you start, or is that just like something that's completely against and off the table?
I can the fir- what was I can definitely like I would like to well like sorry, what was it again? I'm sorry.
No worries. I was just saying this is not, like I'm not saying this is going to be cheap because obviously nothing real ever is. But like if the opportunity were to stretch you a bit, like money wise, would you still be open to kind of like hearing it out or even getting resourceful together to kind of help you start, or is that something that's completely off the table for
No,
you?
that's fine. I'll definitely that's the first part's fine, yeah.
Okay. No, 100%. So I just want to ask you as well, just to kind of get your life situation, if you don't mind me asking. But like, are you living alone, or like, do you live with family that you take
Yeah,
care
I
of,
live
or
with
like?
my mom and my dad.
Okay. And do they know you're kind of like looking into something like this, or like what would they
They've
think
been
about you
kind of
actually doing
like
this?
they've been kind of like trying to make me find like a place out here, but like they've kind of like known in the back in their head like I'm doing like a personal like trainer ish thing
Mhm.
type of thing. So like if they saw like if I when I tell them I'm like they won't be surprised as much 'cause they know
Okay.
it's been kind of like a thing that I've talked about. They
Mhm.
don't believe it's a job, but like they don't know that I can probably make it a job.
Yeah. No,
They're
100%.
old school people, and I'm like, it's hard to just
My yeah,
back into their skull.
my parents were the exact same way, Brandon. My
It,
dad, military background, very old old base, bro, wanted me to go to college, things like that. I'm like, Dad, I can make money online. Like, trust me,
Yeah,
I can make money
you can
online.
make
He's
money
like,
on your phone.
exactly. So I get that. And I want to ask you this, like, are they kind of, because this is a big career transition for yourself, Brandon. At the end of
Yeah,
the day, it is. You know what I mean?
yeah.
So are they supportive of this transition, or is this something like completely off the table in their mind?
No, I think they'll be supportive no matter what I do, as long as I can find a career path that I like.
Okay. And I mean, if this is kind of like completely off the table for them, like, how do you feel like we're gonna make this work?
I don't know if they'll. They're okay. They'll never like say it's off the table. I don't think
Okay.
so. They're not like that. They won't like do that. As
Okay.
long like they won't be. They're not like that.
Well, I'll tell you this. At the end of the day, bro, like there the biggest thing and what I've learned just from my experience, obviously I'm a random dude over a Zoom call, so you don't have to take my advice, but what I've learned from experience with, parents, especially like mine who were, kind of like stuck in the past and very old school, you know what I mean? It's best to just follow your own dreams and
Yeah.
what you want to do
And
at
if
the end
they
of the day.
do, yell at me about that, I'm like, I gotta do what's best for me now.
100%, bro. Because at the end of the day, like, let me ask you this. I'm sure your parents are doing well for themselves, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but are they in the financial position you want to be in, and like the career path you want to be in?
Probably not. I want to probably be more than that. I want to be able
Exactly.
to like actually help them out in the future, not be relying on them.
Right. And I'm only saying this, bro, because I fucking love my parents and I went down a different route than they wanted me to. Right.
Yeah.
I love them, but to be honest, Brandon, you have to flip that mindset and kind of think about it like this, right? If they're not in the financial position you want to be in, or they're not doing something that you want to do, right? It's not the best idea to take financial advice from them. Just like I didn't with my parents, right? When I
Yeah.
told my dad about I was going to invest into my sales skills to be able to become a better salesman, he was like, "No, you're not." And I was like, "I got to do it, bro, because I know that's going to put me in a better position."
Yeah.
Right? So at the end of the day, what I've learned, especially from my mentor, bro, is it's always better to take financial advice from someone who's in a position you want to be in. Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
Yes.
Do you agree or not disagree?
No, I agree. I agree with that.
Okay. And as well, Brandon, I mean, it sounds pretty clear on kind of just like what you want, but I also want to ask you, like, why do you feel like you haven't done anything on your own yet?
It was more of like my my parents kind of like pushing me to like have this like job, always having like that one job, and I'm like, all right, whatever, I'll do it, I'll go through it, all that stuff. But like now I'm like at this point I'm like I'm not enjoying the job, and like I'm trying to get out of being stuck in the middle. So
Yeah.
like that's my biggest goal, to just get done. Like I want to be free and like be okay to do anything I want to do without having to worry about bills, like crazy bills and that stuff.
Yeah. Okay. But like, why not just do this on your own? I'm sure you can, go and watch some YouTube videos and be able to figure out eventually.
Uh well, like I've never done it. Like I'm
Hmm.
blind. This is like a whole new thing to me. The only thing I know how to do is out giving out like advice on about meals or just like workouts. Like I don't know how to post content. I don't know how to like sales. Like I barely don't have a lot of followers on Instagram. I barely even use social media. So like it's like
Okay.
this is like going me into like a comfort zone I've never done in a long time. So like the guidance will be nice. Would be really
Okay.
nice.
Okay. So kind of just that guidance on like what to do and what not to do so that you don't, end up failing at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Okay. No, that makes sense. So then, like, what kind of like doubts or fears, I guess, kind of come up when you come into this call?
I think I've been mostly camera shy a lot of times in my
Okay.
life. Um I I feel like whenever like it'd be awkward for me, but like I feel like after like I get rid of that awkwardness, I
Hmm.
might get used to it. That's what like I've heard a lot of people say. But I feel like it's just the starting point is what gets me nervous about it.
Okay. Okay. And like with that starting point, like why do you feel like you do get nervous about starting specifically?
Basically, just kind of like don't know what to do, what to say, that sort of thing. What should I do? Like, am I gonna be one of those douchebags and with the cameras and shit, just sitting there like, what am I gonna represent? I don't want to represent a bad thing because
Mm.
I don't like it when people have their tripods just sitting there recording their stuff. It's a public gym. And they feel
Right.
like they got the attitude. Like, I don't want to be that type of person. I don't want people to look at me like that type of person.
Completely understandable. Well, yeah, I mean, if you notice too, with a lot of Alistair's videos, it's a lot of like sit down videos because that's how you reel in the people who actually, are serious and like have money and are busy people who want to get things going for yourself. When they see you talking about, informational things and you're not just sitting in the gym flexing and shit like that, a lot of
Yeah,
the time they'll want to listen and they'll want to have an understanding of like, okay, this guy can probably teach me. Because you know what you do attract when you're sitting in the gym just flexing and getting, pictures like that or videos like that,
just random attention.
you attract a lot of 18, 19, 20-year-olds who are
Yeah,
still in college and have no money. So it's like, how could you be able to coach them and help them if they can't pay you in
yeah,
the first place? Right.
exactly.
So you're okay there. Obviously, like hopefully you do get comfortable with being able to do that. Because
Mhm.
at the end of the day, I live by this quote. It's in the Bible. I'm very religious. I don't know if you are, but at the end of the day, it says, why seek validation from the same world that crucified a perfect man, right?
Yeah,
So at the end of the day, bro, who cares? If you're gonna
yeah,
fucking go on social media and post it, people are gonna hate, bro. At the end of the day,
yeah,
just do you, right? Because
yeah,
no matter who you are, even if it was me, even if it was Alistair has haters, and he's one of the fucking nicest people in the world, bro.
yeah,
And he has haters. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter who you are. There's always gonna be people who hate or want to see you lose. So it's up to you to be able to just ignore and block that out, bro, and just be you. That's it.
yeah. Just
That's the
be
best advice I
myself.
can really give you with that for sure.
Be myself.
100%. So like I also want to ask you, bro, like what specific outcomes would kind of convince you that, like our coaching or our mentorship, is something that you actually need?
Um, just to mentor me to get used to learning how to post and like learning how to sell stuff to other people. That because I've never done sales before. Like I've always
Mhm.
never been the one to like sell myself to people like that. I've never tried it before. That was like the one thing that with the Brandon Carr thing I told you about earlier. That's what the thing that that shook me because I was just like, I'm not in a position at the moment to like even sell anybody because I don't have any money myself.
Yeah.
So like the sales part, that sort of thing, like would help me out, like
Mhm.
put myself out there more often, like make me feel more comfortable doing that and like posting stuff to show them about talk about myself and that sort of thing will help me out
100%.
more in the long term.
100%, bro. And it's good. Honestly, I know you're looking at as a kind of a negative right now, but at the end of the day, you not knowing how to sell or post yourself on social media is a good thing. And I'll tell you why. At the end of the day, bro, you starting out fresh, now you have zero bad habits, right? It's like playing
Yeah,
basketball, right? If you hired LeBron's coach, you'd probably get a lot better quicker because you don't have any bad habits of, playing basketball before and learning from a crappy coach,
yeah,
right? So coming into this, we'll be able to teach you sales and teach you, posting social media from a fresh start so that you learn it from a good perspective first and like learn all the good habits so that you never have those bad habits you picked up on. Does that make
yeah,
sense?
yeah,
So it's honestly better that you are starting fresh because a lot of times we do struggle with helping people post content because they keep reverting back to their old ways. Does that make sense?
yeah.
So I also want to ask you, man. I know you have some fears and doubts. Like, how open are you to kind of me addressing those fears or doubts, kind of holding you back?
I'm open to it.
Okay, cool. Because I want to tell you this right now, Brandon. You may laugh, you may be like, okay, who is this guy? But if it sounds like I'm being a dick or an asshole, bro, it's probably because I am. Because at the end of the day, Brandon, I'm here to hold you accountable, not help you feel comfortable. If you want to feel
So
comfortable, bro, we're probably not the right company for you. Does that make sense?
yeah, that makes sense.
Because at the end of the day, bro, building a business, you're going to be uncomfortable.
Yeah,
It's something you have to be able to get to where you want to be, which is, getting comfortable with it, right? Just
yeah,
like even with a sport or even the gym. You know what I mean,
yeah,
Brandon? When you got in the
yeah,
gym at first, it was probably very uncomfortable, was it?
yeah,
Exactly. So at the end of the day, bro, I'm going to try and push you past your limits so that you can be able to at least get something going for yourself and get you to the point to where you do have a successful business. Does that make
okay,
sense?
yeah.
Perfect, bro. So what type of help are you looking for when it comes to us coaching you? Like, do you want calls every few months or would you like weekly updates and meetings, some one-on-one help, like help in a group setting? Like, you let me know.
Like weekly updates.
Okay. Anything else?
Um, what was the other stuff you said too?
I was saying like one-on-one calls, help in a group setting, help every, calls every few months. Like, what do you feel like would be best for you? Other like weekly, anything else?
Weekly would be nice to keep
Okay.
make sure that I'm put like in check.
Okay.
So I
Okay.
gotta buy a tripod. Once I start this, I'm gonna buy a tripod.
Yeah,
On
100%. You don't specifically need a tripod, but I mean, if you want to get one, you definitely
like
can.
a small one,
Um,
not like a big one. I
yeah.
just want a small one.
No, 100%. Okay, well, let me ask you this. Like with the weekly updates, great. That's something that we could be able to access to you. But what does having, 24/7 access to coaches kind of do to your confidence coming into this and getting
Oh,
results?
24. That helps out a lot. Yeah,
Okay,
24/7.
good,
That's
good.
great. Yeah, that's great.
Okay. So then I also want to ask you, I know you stated a little bit earlier, you were like, sales and social media, but like what specific areas do you kind of want support in during this program? Like, is it just sales and social media, or is it like accountability as well? Or is it just like everything?
Accountability. Yeah, accountability as well.
Okay. So like sales, accountability, social media help, anything else, bro?
What were the other ones?
I was just saying like, or do you need help with like freaking everything in general?
No, no, no. I feel like I've kind of gotten way better at my meals,
Okay.
and like my way I train is like a lot better than I used to train back in the day. I would do like 6 days. Never, never again. Could never do that again. Like now, it's like I've kind of like made it better. Like I can actually rest. Like I always try to rest a lot more now than anything.
Mhm.
So I feel like the nutrition and the gym are fine. It's just the other three
Okay.
ones.
Okay. Okay. Well, hell yeah, bro. So, did you get a chance to watch that 30-minute video?
Yeah, it was like the one-on-one thing. I watched
Yeah.
it like when I was on break.
Okay, perfect. So, do you know what we do, or you kind of want me to like go a little bit over about like what we're actually doing?
Just a little brief overview of it
Okay.
again.
No, that works perfect, bro. So I'll kind of just break it up into like three pillars, okay? So the first pillar is like program and actual like social media foundation. So although I know this is relatively new to you, obviously, we're not new to this.
Yeah.
Alistair has been, in the fitness and business industry for the best 5 years of his life. And we've helped over at least 500 plus people with their business side of things or their fitness coaching like journeys. So whether you are starting from scratch like yourself, Brandon, and looking to get to those 0 to 10K months within 90 days max of starting, or whether you are already making 8 to 10 grand a month and you're looking to get to those 50K months, no matter if you're just starting out, bro, or been in the game a while, we've dealt with it all. So starting out, you'll get access to Garrett. Are you familiar with Garrett Wolf?
Not quite. I did see about like when I was watching it. I did see about. I don't know off the top of my head who he is.
Okay, no worries, no worries. So he's our social media manager. He's also been in the fitness social media industry for the past 5 years as well. So he definitely knows what he's talking about when it comes to, like social media and scaling and how to get followers and what to post and how to post. So he'll be helping you weekly with group Zooms. So you can hop on those group Zooms, and they're also recorded if you can't make them, because we understand. Obviously, most of the people working with us still work 9 to 5, so we get it if you can't show up to every single one. So we do record those and put them in our feed as well. But on those weekly group Zooms, bro, you can be able to ask them questions, send them your content, understand how to post, how to get more clients, in the door. But more importantly, he'll be helping you with, just actually scaling your social media, understanding how to get clients at your front doorstep, and understanding, like what to post and what not to post, so that you can get a better understanding of how to scale the social media side of things. Does that make sense so far?
Yes.
Perfect. Now, pillar two is the actual sales side of things and the communication at the end of the day. So with that, where you'll get access to Alistair and Jay, who's our sales manager, who's going to give you a better understanding of just how to actually sell yourself. Because where most programs fall short, Brandon, is they teach you how to meal plan and training program people, and they also teach you how to do everything on social media and build your brand around yourself. But if you don't know how to sell anyone, why are they going to work with you, right?
Yeah.
You can have the best program in the world, but if you can't get anyone through the door, then it's impossible to be able to actually make money or help people in general, right? So what we're going to be doing is you're going to be basically starting off slow and learning how the sales process works. And you're going to be starting off with just, a 1K program for 3 months, right? Until you get good at selling that consistently until it's like, like selling it like hotcakes for yourself, then you're going to slowly raise your prices so that you can get to the point of, like selling 2.5 grand, 4 grand, 5 grand.
Okay.
And then once you get to that point, instead of having to close 5 deals, you only have to close 2 to make 5 grand. Right.
Okay.
So you'll start off slow to be able to get in the sales process, because obviously you're not going to be this world-class closer once you start. And then you'll get to that point of being a better closer for yourself. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I feel like
Perfect.
I can like DM people and like just, hey, do you want to try out this workout plan? That sort of thing I can like.
Exactly. So you'll be learning how to like do DMs. You'll be learning how to do like even sales
Or
calls,
even like ask my coworkers if they want.
100%, bro.
I could try.
100%, bro. So yeah, you'll be learning how to DM, and also, hop on sales or calls like this and like learn how to like sell people and get them over the line. Now you also do get access to Jay, who's our sales manager. And he is going to be teaching you everything. He's going to be looking at your sales calls, seeing what you were doing right and what you were doing wrong, so that we can fix those and continue down a good path of helping you get to that point of being a great salesman. As well as, you can go ahead and send him your calls. You can hop on those weekly Zooms with him to be able to learn anything that he's going to be teaching you, as well as just get all the sales help you need from Jay, so that ultimately, once again, you can make yourself into a better salesman for yourself, and ultimately close more deals.
Yeah.
Now, pillar 3 is the actual like coaching and support, right? Like this is probably is the most important, because at the end of the day, bro, your program structure and your fulfillment is the most important, because there's no point of having all this information if you don't have the steps to actually get them to where they want to go, right? That's like selling fucking a broken car to someone who actually needs a car, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, if you can't teach them, then there's no point of you even doing this in the first place. So we'll be giving you access to the actual program and understanding how to actually build out these programs for everyone, because remember, bro, everyone is different, whether they're on the bigger side and they're trying to lose weight, whether they're skinny and they're trying to gain weight, or whether they're in a good phase and they're just trying to burn a little bit of body fat. You need to understand how to actually be able to help them, so there's no excuses for you not to make this work, right? Now, with that, we'll be giving you access to understand how to actually create these training regimens for people with just one easy, simple step of just following the process for every single person. So you'll be getting access to learning how to use the actual app we use, so that you can actually put them on there and give them their training regimens. But we'll also be teaching you how to make those training regimens and how to make those meal plans. And then we're also going to teach you how to do exactly what we're going to be doing for you, which is, checking up on them weekly to make sure that they're actually doing well and continuing down a good path. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I was like, okay, I know there was an app somewhere. I was like, thank God, because I was like, that's a lot to do just for one person. I'm like, okay, phew.
100%. So it'll make your life easier. It'll free up some time for you, as well as you'll be able to help them and check on them weekly to make sure that they're actually getting the results they deserve. Does that make sense?
Yes. Making sure
Perfect,
they're
bro.
accountable as well as myself.
Exactly. So that's basically everything. On a scale of 1 to 10, how well did that explanation of the program make sense to you? Like 1 being like you're lost and ready to get off the call, or like 10 being like this is the first time you've ever understood something so well? Where are you at?
9 to 10. 9 to 10. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. 9, 10. Cool. So then how are we feeling about everything? Most people are excited once I kind of create their coaching route. But again, you tell me, how do you feel about everything?
I feel great. I feel great about it.
Perfect, bro. Well, then, other than that, it's just really kind of going over the investment. Before I go over that, do you have any other questions for me before we move on?
I do not, no.
Okay. Well, perfect, bro. It's time to go over the investment. That sound cool?
Yeah.
There we go. So starting off, we have first our done for you service, which we basically build your back end work like GHL and kind of set everything back end up for you. And that is just a one-time payment of 12.5 grand. And then we have our mastermind, which is without the done for you services, which is just 10 grand. Now, I know you said that you were at like a 9-10, and to be honest with you, since you are new to this, I would recommend doing the mastermind, which is the 10 grand, because at the end of the day, you don't need the done for you services, because you need to understand how to build those yourself, so that if you do run into any issues, you know how to fix them, instead of us building it for you and now you have a bunch of questions on like what stuff is. Does that make sense? But you tell me, where are you at?
10 grand, you say?
Mm-hmm.
So technically, I have around like $7,000 to $10,000 in savings.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you this. I understand finances, may be tight right now, but
Yeah.
at the end of the day, the real issue is never going to be, lack of finances. The real issue is always going to be, lack of resourcefulness. And being real with you, Brandon, after talking to you for this time, like I know that this is something you can succeed in, and I have to help. I'm too invested not to help. So I'm willing to do it, but even then, I need to get financially personally with you. That way I can see if there's anything I can do on my end to help you at least just get started with this. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can
So let me
I
ask you
take,
this.
I know the 10 grand. I'll probably be able to do the 10 grand.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Like, what do you have cash in hand available across all accounts currently? Like credit cards available, credit score, money saved, just in general, just so
I
I can
have
get a figure on where you're at
I
right
know I
now.
have about like 12,000 to 13,000 in my checking.
Okay.
It's around, I haven't checked in a while, but I know it's around, I've been steady with that around like 13 to 14,000 because I have to keep that money in there for like my firm payments, which I've overdone. So I've kept that
Okay.
much money in there. I haven't checked my credit. Hold up.
Yeah. What's your credit score, if you don't mind me asking?
It was around like 730 on my like loan, like a firm loan.
Okay. And what's your credit limit, if you don't mind me asking, like on a credit
It's
card?
14,000, but I have available credit of 6,700.
Okay. And with that Affirm loan you have out right now, if you don't mind me asking you, have you paid it off like every month on time?
Yes.
Okay. How about this, Brandon? Like I said, most people who come to us, they don't just have freaking, $10,000 to just put down
Yeah.
smack dead on the
When
on
you
the
told me
program.
those
So
numbers, my heart drops. I'm not gonna lie to you, my
no,
heart
it's no
drops.
worries, bro. Don't worry. I'll do my best to be able to help you at least get started so you can start making money. That's the most important part.
Okay.
So how about this? We do have an option where you can go through credit and break it up into monthly payments. Would you like to try that?
Yes. That would
Because we can do
great.
either Affirm or Klarna. But the thing is since I know you have an Affirm loan out right now, I don't know if we can get you approved on Firm. We can try it. I'm sure, as you know, Affirm does a soft pull on your credit, so it does not affect your credit score until you actually pull out the loan. So
I
I just want to ask, how long has the loan been out with Affirm?
Let me see. I'm not too quite let me look. February 2020, January 2023.
Oh, so this has been around for a while. How
Yeah,
many? How much do you still have left on it?
I kind of overdid it a lot during last year because I was not in a good place of mind. So it was like
No worries.
around, let me see, around like $7,700, I think.
Left?
Yeah, it's been bad. That's why.
But you've been paying off all your monthly payments, right?
Yeah, and I used to keep buying stuff after stuff after stuff.
Ah, okay,
That's
okay. Well, I'll tell you
I
what.
really kind of fucked myself. That's why I'm like,
Yeah, no, that's understandable. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's see if we can get you approved on Affirm first. If not, we can try Klarna, and then if we can't do that, I'll try and figure something out. Okay.
okay, yeah.
Um,
So thank you. How like I would like. I'm not. I told you that first time, but like you like made my heart drop. Oh shit.
No, it's no worries, bro. I completely understand. It is a large sum of money. I completely understand that, bro. But I just definitely want to be able to at least get you started so that you start
Uh-huh.
making money so you can just pay that off quickly. I'll tell you this, I'm a big numbers guy. I'm in sales, so I'm a big numbers guy.
Yeah.
On average, our students usually pay this off within 2 to 5 months of working with us, and are able to be on a consistent like 5K a month, earning with us after their fourth month of working with us on average.
Okay.
Let me go ahead and send this over to you.
Can
Give me
I
two
like?
seconds.
I know you're gonna like. Can I at least like take like at least a day or two to like think the price over? I'll do it. I want to do it for sure. I just want to make sure my parents also know that I'm doing this as well, how much I'm going to do this for, and the investment that
100%.
I want to do. I definitely want to do it. I'm not
Well,
saying
let
I
me
don't
ask you
want
this, Brandon. But besides that, like money aside and like parents aside and everything we went over, do you feel like this is actually something that can get you to the point in your life where you are making, you know, those 10K months and like actually being able to have that freedom for yourself?
Yes.
Okay. Why do you feel like it can though?
Because I feel like I'll enjoy it. I feel like it'll actually make me like do it every day, and I'll love doing it.
Okay. 100%, bro. Now, let me ask you this. What if your parents were to tell you no? Would you still do it?
Probably. More than
Okay.
likely. I think this time around I would say screw it. I would
So
maybe do
then,
it.
so then knowing you would still do it, even if they said no, like, why would you even ask for their
I
permission
know.
in the first place?
You're right. Okay.
Because at the end of
Never
the
mind
day,
what I
the
said.
only
See,
thing,
that's
the only
this is
reason I
good.
say this, Brandon, and I'm not trying to sell you or anything like that. This is
No, no,
me
no.
being honest with you from like results I've seen, bro.
Uh-huh.
The only reason I say that is because I know coming from parents like that, bro, they're only going to put their doubts and their fears into your head. And then ultimately it's going to hurt you in actually starting. Because what happens in, let's say, you know, 3, 4, 6, 7 months if you don't start this?
Yeah. I'll still
Where
be
do you feel like
at
you'll be?
still at the hospital.
And is
Struggling.
that something you want to continue doing?
No. No.
So then let's just see first, because I don't even want to like get it hyped up or anything like that. Let's just see first what we can get you approved for,
Yeah.
so that we can see where we can move and kind of we'll go over finances together and kind of see what's the best
Yeah.
option. Does that sound cool?
That sounds cool. At least we
Okay.
can go over the finals because
I'll
like
tell you this, Brandon. I will try and help you as best as I can to where it's not hurting you as much and we can at least get you started. Because the most important part, bro, is I know if you put in the time into this, you'll make the money. Because let's be honest, Brandon, with our help, do you really feel like you couldn't close 3 people in 2 months of working with us? That's at least 3 grand you're making,
yeah, I could probably do that. Yeah.
right? So I just sent you that link, Brandon. Did you see it?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So just go ahead and click that really quickly, Brandon, and let me know when you're there.
Copy.
How you feeling
Okay.
right now? You nervous?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, bro.
Yeah.
Everybody who starts this, I can tell you this, bro. All of our most successful clients, they were in your same position and they were shaking. So it's a normal thing. Don't think it's something that's not normal. Now I'll tell you this. So once you're there, go ahead and put in your email, Brandon.
Oh, I think my email's already.
Are you logged into Link? Is that why?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not.
Okay.
Sorry. I looked at the email.
Okay, yeah. So just put in your email.
Okay. I put my email in.
Okay, and then go ahead and click affirm, Brandon.
Okay. Yeah, I did.
Okay, and then go ahead and put in your name, billing address.
Yes.
And then go ahead and click continue with affirm.
There's no problems.
And then just follow the steps that affirm gives you. It should ask for your phone number first, and then you'll type that in, and then you'll do continue through affirm.
You're not kidding. This shit is nerve-wracking as fuck. I know.
What was that?
This shit is nerve-wracking as shit right now. I'm not gonna lie to you.
It's understandable, bro. But at the end of the day,
Holy
like,
fuck.
think about it like this, Brandon. Did you ever play a sport when you were younger?
Yeah, basketball.
Basketball. Did you ever play in front of like a crowd or anything like that, like a game?
Yeah, I did.
That first time you stepped out in front of a crowd, were you nervous?
Yes.
Did you let it get over you?
Eventually I did, yeah.
100%, bro. Because at the end of the day, bro, you just have to start and do it, right?
Yeah.
If you let the nerves hold you back from actually starting, then
You're
what
not
will you
gonna
be?
do it. You're not gonna do it. Yeah.
Exactly, brother. But yeah, once you continue through affirm, it'll let you know what you get approved for as well.
Choose plan. Okay, the lowest monthly payment. Continue. Due
What was
today.
the lowest monthly it had?
387, which works out better for me. As
What's the
of
lowest monthly it's doing? Or like
Three-
is it
36 monthly payments? Is it 24? What is it?
387 for 36 months.
And then how much is the down payment?
Due today is $11.
Due today is $11.
Yeah, 11.24.
Okay. 11,024 or $11.24.
Oh, $11.24. I'm sorry.
Okay. I was like, damn, 11, that's more than the program.
No, no, no,
Okay.
no, no, no.
And then the monthly payments are how much, brother?
387.
Okay. So listen, nobody in their right mind has ever paid off for 3 years. Like I said, most people pay it off in around 2 to 5 months. The longest we've ever seen it is 7 months. That's it.
Okay.
And that was Deanne, and that was because she wasn't doing any of our daily or weekly tasks. She was barely showing up to anything, and that's why she got the results she did. Now, let me ask you this, Brandon. If you come into this and invest, 10 grand into yourself, are you going to put the time into it?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just making sure, bro. I want to make sure we actually make your
Yeah.
money back because that's the most important part. So yeah, I would continue with the 36 monthly payments. That's the best option for you. And then basically what we'll do from there is you have a whole entire month before you even get your first payment up. So what we'll do is we'll get you started immediately with everything so that you can at least get one sale, right? Because one sale already pays off for 2 of your monthly payments. So we'll continue down that path and get you set up with everything, and then make sure you make it back within 2 to 5 months.
And then I have to pay my credit, which also, because I'll still be working on my other job too. So this will also, yeah, I can do
And
this.
you'll
I can do
as
this.
long as you invest the time into this, Brandon, you will make this work, bro. I
Yeah.
can guarantee that. Now, with that as well, I do want to tell you, just to kind of ease the nervousness a little bit, bro, so you do feel a little bit more comfortable about this. We do have a 100% money back guarantee, Brandon. So if you come into this and you work with us for those 6 months, let's say in 6 months, if you're making less than 3 grand a month, we will give you a 100% money back guarantee. Now that also means that you have to hold up your end and actually do your daily and weekly tasks and actually, reach out to Alistair and actually text the coaches and ask questions. And if we see that you're being active and like actually trying to build this business for yourself and you don't succeed, we will give you money back guarantee. That's how confident we are that you will make the money with this.
Okay.
100%, bro. While you do that and finish the payment, I'm going to go ahead and send you over everything so that we can get you logged in and signed in immediately. Okay.
Okay.
Brandon, how do you say your last name?
It's Bindus. BINDAS. Okay,
Okay, perfect.
I just confirmed. Oh, please,
Okay.
please work. Please work. Please work.
Let me go ahead and send this over to you.
It just worked. It just worked. Holy shit.
You're funny, man. I'm gonna like working with you, bro.
Holy shit. I've never done that purchase since my car. That's more than I did for my car.
No worries, brother. I'm gonna get this all sent over to you. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, Brandon. The biggest thing, Brandon, is
Oh no, I'm just tired too. That's
really
why.
quickly, bro, because I want to ask you this. I want you to come in here with confidence, bro. Like, do you have the confidence though to succeed? That's the most important part, bro.
I believe I do.
Okay. That's what I matter about, because I know you're nervous, but just take these nerves and fucking make sure you push it towards like actually getting results. That's the biggest thing, bro. We're here to help you. You can fucking spam text us. You can fucking blow us up, bro. Like, I want you to do that because I want you to succeed. Like, I wouldn't sit on this call with you for fucking almost an hour now if I didn't think you were going to succeed, bro.
Okay.
There's that first link. Did you get that?
I did. I'm gonna
Perfect.
go on my iPad while I do this.
Okay. Perfect.
I don't know why it didn't let me join like the Zoom call via my iPad.
No worries. So yeah, that first link I sent you, brother, that is going to be able to help you actually get set up in the program and get like access to all the videos and all the feed and all the coaches and everything. So just go ahead and make that account really quickly and then let me know when you're done. Once you get to the part where it says like bio and like add a link, shit like that, just skip that part, okay? We just need you to make the account.
So I just put my full name and that sort of thing.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
And then while you do that, I also have to send you over the documentation. The documentation is basically just stating that you hired us as a consultant company to help you scale your business. You don't work for us, you hired us, as well as it's going over our refund policy, so that you can see the money back guarantee and everything, as well as it just goes over what we provide as coaches, like our availability to communicate with us via text, email, the training app, as well as our coaches and the weekly check-ins and everything. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So just give me a few seconds while I send this over. Great. And then let me know as well.
Eastern time. Do I put like my Instagram username?
You can. All that stuff you can fill out later. I just want to get you logged into everything right now.
Okay. Okay, show my profile. I don't need to upload a photo at the moment. Continue. Okay, lots of lessons.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. You're gonna be learning absolutely everything.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Huh. Ah. Okay.
You feel a little bit more confident now?
Yeah, yeah. Okay. I think it's kind of phasing off the
Oh, man.
the purchase.
Okay, all
Yeah,
right.
because I
You're a
don't
funny guy, Brandon. I fuck with you, man.
because that yeah, like me, like as I told you, like it's being like really like strung up on money just to take 10K like that, like off rep like that. It's like, oh shit.
It's understandable. Hey, but remember, you haven't spent 10K yet, bro. I'll tell you this.
Yeah.
84% of our clients, Brandon, have never touched their own money working with us, meaning they get approved for zero down or like a low down like you did, like $11.
Uh-huh.
And they make the money through the program to be able to pay back what they spent on the program. Does that make sense?
So I won't really lose any of my wow.
Actually, because you'll be able to use because bro, you close one deal, Brandon, that's a $975,000. That pays off for 2 months of
Yeah.
the actual thing.
And it
You know what I
also
mean?
helps out with my other ones too.
Exactly, bro.
Other-
So realistically, if you're actually putting in the time into this, bro, there's no reason for you to touch your own money.
Yeah. So I'm gonna just slowly like pay off my credit card while I do it too. I won't like go
Exactly.
crazy. My parents won't like it, but I don't really give a shit at this point.
Hey, honestly, Brandon, it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission sometimes.
Yeah. I'm like,
You know?
I want to do this. I'm gonna like, it'll be interesting, but I don't care anymore. Like you said, I don't care. I don't
You're
care
funny.
anymore.
Brandon Bindis. Your email, really quickly, Brandon, is brandonbindis@gmail.com, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Do I need to open up anything else? There's a Google Drive and then there's
Yeah,
another.
so the Google Drive you can open up on your computer later. You won't need to access that. That's basically going to be all the files and templates you're going to need from the video, like all of the frameworks, all of this. But you need to go through the videos first before even opening that.
Okay.
Let me just send you over this last thing. I got to send it to myself because I'm not a Mac guy, so I have to freaking send it to my own self and then open it and send it to you on my phone. Give me 1 second. Send this over to you. I got the link.
You definitely kind of helped me calm down because like whenever I was about to do that, I was like freaking out in the back of my mind.
I'm glad I was able to calm you down, man.
He was at
And
least like my nerves
tell
are
you-
so.
I'll tell you this, bro. I just recently, well, not recently. It was about a year ago. This guy, Austin Medellin, you can look him up. Medellin. I always say Medellin because it's like a country in Colombia. But Medellin, Austin Medellin, he's a sales coach. I invested $30,000 for one-on-one coaching for him. I was nervous as shit. Trust me,
Oh.
that's the money I've ever invested in my life. But
It was a good investment.
never made as much money as I've ever made working with Austin. So it's a good return. As long as you're being
Okay.
able to make money with it, bro, it's always going to be a good investment to be able to invest into yourself. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So look, that last link I just sent you, go ahead and open.
I
That's
do
gonna
have
be-
it opened.
Okay, that's going to be your documentation. You can go ahead and skim through it or read the whole thing. I don't care, but just let me know when you sign at the bottom, okay?
Okay. And when are the modules? Like the weekly Zoom calls?
Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So Monday,
Hold
it's going to
on.
be at one oh I think it's at 1 your time, 1 or 12 your time. And then they are recorded, Brandon. So if you can't make the call, don't worry. You can also text Garrett your questions and he'll answer them on the Zoom. Or you can watch the recordings as well and still be able to get all the knowledge and information from them as well. Okay.
Where would I be able to find the recordings?
So I'll have you download Circle here in a second. Just go
Okay.
through the documentation first, and then I'll show you where everything is. Okay.
Gotcha. Okay, I was just like, because I might just like do like rewatch them if I'm not able to like go to them.
100%. And I'll show you where everything is as well.
What they called? Yeah, 6 month program. So after 6 months, there's no
Correct.
refund.
No.
Oh, okay, never mind. That's dumb. It's just like you agree to commit to the 6 month program. Okay.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Watch all the modules on between daily tasks. No, we distributed unless you beat. Oh, okay. Got it. Okay. All right. Sign. Accept. Today's day is the 5th, right?
Today is the 5th. Yes, August 5th, 2025.
Okay, there it goes. Like, no, not the 20. Why? There we go. Thank God. I was like, why don't know why? All right, I signed it.
Perfect. And then go ahead and you see that third link I sent you that says book your call with Alistair?
I do.
Perfect. Go ahead and click that and book your call with Alistair. Hopefully, you know your schedule a little bit out in advance. And just go ahead and schedule that call with Alistair now. So this is going to be your first onboarding call. This is not going to be your first monthly call. Your first monthly call will be about like 2 to 3 weeks after that so that you can get established with everything and then you'll have more questions.
So it's always at 4.
Not always. He might just he has some other
Oh,
times.
I didn't click on the time slots. That's my bad.
You're good.
How I have my schedule isn't that far away, but we can see how far I can push it. The 23rd. That's just
Also,
far.
Brandon, if
Yes.
you want, if you could take a break for these ones, you don't have to be home for these. It's just more so like he's gonna ask you like questions and have you ask him questions, and he's gonna set you up with like the weekly and daily tasks, things like that. So it's not something that you specifically have to be home for.
Okay.
If you can just like take a lunch break for like 30 minutes, that's all.
Oh, okay. Definitely not then. Maybe next week. Maybe on Wednesday. Yeah. I don't know Wednesday.
Does your schedule usually come out like weekly?
Monthly now. Like it comes out like I'm just like the way I like the place that I'm working. I'm doing the procedures. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to have a lunch. That's like I don't know what time.
If
I'm
you
gonna
want, you can try and book it a little bit closer, but it does kind of get filled up fast. That's the thing.
I'm gonna try the Wednesday, August 13th.
Okay.
That's 2 o'clock is like literally probably like the best time I try to go to lunch at work. So I'm gonna try that because I'm gonna make sure I do it at 2. I just still can't believe that firm actually worked. I didn't think like the infirm payment would work
Because of
because
your
like
other loans out.
yes, but because it tells me I have like purchasing power of this. and I thought like, oh shit. I was like, I'm gonna have to do that again. I was like, oh no. Okay, so I just set this up. Yeah, I'm ready. Oh, I confirmed. Yes. Schedule meeting. Okay.
Perfect. And now, lastly, Brandon, or no, not lastly, go ahead and download on your phone specifically. I want you to download this on your phone. Download Circle Communities because what you want to do is turn on the notifications here so that you can see when Garrett or Jay goes live, as well as Alistair will update you guys in the Circle Community feed on like module changes or giving you free tips. So it's good to be able to go in there and get the information you need.
What was it again?
Circle Communities. It should be a white C with like a purple background.
Communities. Oh, yeah. Circle communities. Okay, I have it open. I just gotta put my email in
Perfect.
here. Continue. Oh, I can't do my phone. Oh, wow. Okay, I have that signed up. Oh, shit, that's cool as hell. What? Yeah. So, like, I can get. Oh. Ah. Okay. Huh.
Yeah, so now you'll get notifications as well when everything's updated or if anything's going on. I would recommend though just watching the actual videos on like your iPad or your computer because it's just easier to see.
Yeah, I have I definitely will. I love using my iPad, so I'll definitely
Okay,
be using my iPad.
perfect. And then as you can see in the feed, that's where you're gonna see the recordings. Do you see the feed?
I see the one from 5 hours ago. Yes.
Yeah, so that's where you'll see all the recordings, all the updates, all of our student results as well. Like if you scroll down, you'll see our students have been posting their wins of like, hey, just had a 10K month, just had an 8K month, blah, blah, blah. So that's where you'll see all the feed. You can communicate with people in there. If you want to reach out to other coaches, ask them what they're doing. Like it's just a great environment to be in so that ultimately you can help yourself win, Brandon.
Yeah, I definitely would like
Um,
to do that.
And now, last thing, Brandon, I'm going to go ahead and send you over Alistair and Garrett Wolf's phone numbers. I just want you to text them right now and say, hey, it's Brandon Bendis. Just signed up with Trey. Looking forward to working with you guys, okay?
Yeah.
Just so you have your phone numbers and you can reach out whenever, okay?
Yes.
All right, let me go ahead and send you Alistair's. Just sent you his. And then let me go ahead and send you Garrett's as well.
Well, but I'll make sure I save your name on here before I do anything.
I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, I was like, why is it like 949? I'm like, I'm just gonna put your name and Chris's name so I don't get confused on whose name this is. Okay. Hold up 1 second. This is Chris. Hold on. Let me get this. Okay. All right. Nope, that's not the right one. Message. What was I gonna say? I forget what.
Just say, hey, it's Brandon Bendis. Just signed up with Trey. Looking forward to working with you.
Excited to do business with you. Right?
Perfect. And then just send that to both of them.
Okay. What was the first 4 digits of not Alistair's, but Garrett's?
It should be. Let me see.
I don't know if it's gonna pull up.
It is the last four.
Just the first three, maybe just the whole. Just tell me.
Uh,
Sorry, just tell me the whole number. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
978
7, 8,
339
3, 3, 9.
9355.
9, 3. Okay. Okay, that's good. Both of them in there. I send them both. Do they usually respond quick, or I'm guessing there's some most of,
Relatively quickly. They'll definitely reach back out though.
definitely Alistair seems like he responds pretty quickly. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, they'll reach out relatively quickly. And then other than that, bro, Brandon, you just need to start honest honestly just start watching the videos and getting shit done.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, so I would say just start watching the videos, bro, get an understanding of everything and start setting it up as he's setting it up and explaining it in the video. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah, probably I might look at it probably tomorrow because I'm gonna probably try to go to bed. It's been a long day.
Okay. Well, perfect, bro. Just make sure, like, bro, Brandon, I helped you get into this, so I want to make sure your success is
Yeah.
fucking golden, bro. So please just make sure you're going through the videos, getting it done. Like, don't procrastinate on this because the quicker you get everything done, the quicker you'll be able to start making money. Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna. It's been a long. Yeah, it's just needed.
No, I get it. I was just letting you know, just to make sure. And if you have any questions, Brandon, feel free to text me, Alistair, Garrett, social media wise, and we'll get everything handled. All right.
Okay.
And let me know if you have any questions in the meantime. Okay. But do you have any questions before I hop out of here, Brandon?
No, thank you for keeping me very calm during that crazy transaction and helping me
Of course, bro.
realize my confidence in myself. I just not stop being a little bitch and just commit to something that I want to do. Thank you.
100%, bro. And this is the first step, bro. That was the hardest step, was just actually starting. So now that you're in, bro, it's just fucking consistency from here.
Yeah.
And my best advice to you, bro, because I know you're probably gonna want advice with your parents, is if you do tell them, at the end of the day, just don't tell them as like a permission thing. Just tell them as like, hey, I did this, I invested into myself. I don't want you guys to get mad at me. The best thing you can do right now is just support me. Because if you don't support me, then at the end of the day, it's going to make my life harder with actually making money with this. That makes sense?
Yeah, that's what.
And I'm sure they'll understand. You seem like you got great parents, bro. I'm sure that the only reason they don't want you to do something like this is because at the end of the day, they're just fearful and they care about you. That's
what
it, right?
that's what I was probably gonna tell. Like the way you said, I was like, you just gotta let me do me. At the end
And
of
if
the day.
anything, bro, just to if you want to have less stress on your shoulders, just tell them that it was a smaller investment so that they don't get on your ass about it.
Yeah.
That's what I did with my dad. My first investment I invested in myself was 12.5 grand. And I just told him it was 5 grand because I was like, if I told him I just invested 12.5 grand in myself, he'll probably rip me a new one. But I don't know how your parents are. My dad's a little different.
My mom they would probably, I would just tell my mom, like, I invested some money myself. And then she might ask, but like, I don't even care. Maybe like $2,000.
100%, bro. Well, if you have any questions, bro, or need anything or just need advice, bro, just hit me up. All right.
So just bang through those videos as soon as I can.
Yes, as soon as you can, bro. Try and get to them and set them up as Alistair's explaining it in the video as well.
Wait, hold up. Before you leave, hold up.
No worries.
Sorry. I need to figure out how to get this on my phone, on my iPad. Because I hate trying to hold my phone on my iPad. Where's I? So, so do I watch like the videos, correct?
Yes.
Wait, so let me open this up real quick. Okay. So watch the videos.
Top to bottom. And also, there's some motivation stuff in there, Brandon. If you can, I know you're like, I'm gonna try and go to bed early tonight, but try to at least watch the motivational videos, bro, because that gets you in the mindset of being a successful coach, bro, and it really
I
does
was
help with being in the right mindset.
I was probably gonna watch this one, the first one.
Okay, cool, bro.
Yes.
If you have any questions on anything, but just let me know, okay, Brandon?
Yep, will do.
All right, bro. Well, it was cool talking to you, bro. I love hearing your story, man. If you need anything else, just let me know, all right?
All right, thank you. Appreciate you Trey,
Uh,
very much.
all right, brother. I'll talk to you soon.
Talk to you
Peace.
soon, man. Peace.
Content funnels were the topic of discussion in 2025. Everyone was focusing on the top, middle, bottom funnel content to grow their online coaching business. But the one thing that this has turned into is generating very, very low quality leads for your high ticket services. And today we're going to go in and actually fix that for you with the content funnel that actually works. So going into the purpose of this, and based off of what we know from the past content funnel, the top, middle, bottom funnel, we are told that 80 to 90% of our videos should be those very, very broad top of funnel content that attracts new eyes and gets new eyes to our profile that we can use to leverage our middle funnel and bottom funnel content with. The problem with this is, what does that generate? It generates a lot of very broad audience leads, and top of funnel content might grow your profile, but it definitely doesn't scale your coaching business. And we have to understand, are we here at the end of the day to grow our profile or scale our coaching business? Obviously, option number B. So let's make a content funnel that actually qualifies and nurtures high quality leads so you can sign them for your high ticket coaching service. Let's dive right in. So how we're told the content funnel works, right? So we have our top, middle, and bottom funnel content. The top of funnel content, this is going to be all of your broad content that really just generates eyes for your page. So these are going to be very viral pattern interrupts. These might be hot takes. These can also be like showing off videos. So like in like the fitness space, this could be like a physique video. Or if you're in like the business space, this would be like flexing, showing off cars and stuff, right? So it's just very, very broad. Examples of this, you know, the worst advice new entrepreneurs still follow in 2025. Now, the purpose of this in the old content funnel is to be very broad, to speak to a very large audience, right? And that's gonna be your top of funnel. Middle funnel, this is where we educate. So this is where we target more towards our ICP, and we're using this to build trust and authority. So this is gonna be all like educational style videos. This can also be you showing off your client wins, testimonies, showing the proof in your services as well too, but typically with some sort of education. So like an example of a video for like this could be like showing off a client transformation and then going through the exact steps of how you got that client from point A to point Z. And that's a great middle funnel content. Now, bottom funnel content, this is where, you know, we basically give our call to action. This is where leads actually take action on what we do. So this is after leads have gone through the top, middle, and now they're at the bottom. They're supposed to be nurtured, warmed, and ready to actually commit. So this is all posts with like calls to actions, either DM us X, Y, and Z, and we'll reach out, or this could be a post with a call to action on the bottom of it. And again, this is just the broad overview of how the past content funnel works, just to refresh our minds. But how most people are using this content funnel, like I said, they're posting about 60% of their content as top of funnel content. So that means 60% of the content that they're posting is not targeted to a specific ICP. It's just broad, right? And then middle of funnel, that's their education. That's where they're trying to find their ICP. And they make about 25% of their content there, with about 15% of the content being call to actions. That bottom of funnel could go anywhere from 10 to 15%, but that's typically what we're seeing heading into 2026. But what does this result in? This here is why you get low quality leads. Because let's go back here for a second. If you are making broad content at this top of funnel, and everything you're speaking to is broad, and then you eventually try to target your ICP in middle funnel and bottom funnel, what you've just done is brought in shit to your profile, and then now you're expecting to find the diamond in the rough of shit to find quality leads to nurture for your middle funnel and bottom of funnel. So what this results in a repetitive cycle of is you attracting very low ticket leads, and then attempting to nurture them with your middle funnel and bottom funnel, and then nobody taking action. And that's just the case of what this results in, right? Because if you start with shit at the top, yes, we're filtering it out as we go down, but you're still gonna get shit at the bottom of your funnel. And that's the problem that most coaches are dealing with right now. So what we're here for, let's fix this. So I'm going to be showing you guys the content funnel that actually works following the same 3-pillar system. So this is how we want to be using the content funnel. And as you know, has a bit of a reverse. Now, the reason why is that you'll see when we actually break down each section, we essentially want to be using our bottom of funnel as our top of funnel. And you might be like, what? No. And I'm not saying about calls to actions. I'm not saying about those kind of posts, but I'm saying directly targeting your ICP needs to be in all levels of your content funnel system. Now, the reason why, and the reason why this works so well as we get into each section, is right now we are in what's called a trust recession. There's so many online coaches doing exactly what you do. There are so many people out there making the same viral content that you are making. People don't care about little easy tips and tricks. They want to be educated, right? So even as you'll notice in comparison, our bottom of funnel content, we are only posting about 10% of that. And the reason why is people are done being sold. People will sell themselves off of your education. If you come across as someone that they can trust and someone who's authoritative, they will buy from you, right? So you don't need to be spamming top of funnel content that just attracts a bunch of broad shitters and expecting them to nurture and qualify them as they get to the bottom funnel and then spamming them with call to actions. What we really, really want our focus to be on, as you can see from this arrow right here in the middle of the screen, is on our middle of funnel content. And let's break down each stage so you can understand. So, top of funnel. Again, now this is only going to be about 50% of our content. The same goals apply. So we're still trying to get attention, we're still trying to pattern interrupt, and we're still trying to build familiarity. But the only difference is that we are not targeting broad audiences, we are now targeting only our ICP. So example, if you're a fitness coach, rather than making your broad claims about just fitness claims, target it towards your ICP. So let's say you work with men who are getting married and they want to get into shape. Rather than giving fitness tips on how anyone can get into shape, specify it for your ICP. This is going to be very direct value, hot takes, and again, same thing, like still like showing off posts. Those all work great as well too. And now let's go through some examples of this that we can compare to our last examples. So if you're an out of shape man over 40, these are the 3 ways that you can lose 50 pounds in 6 months. Now, why does this work? It works because we're calling out men over 40, which is a much more qualified audience than people who are younger. And you are telling them exactly what it is that they can do. So you're hitting their pain points with losing the 50 pounds in the time frame of 6 months. But again, we're calling out to that more qualified audience of men over the age of 40. Now, this one down here, if you bought 10 challenges and failed all, in the next 2 minutes, I'm going to show you how my students are passing with a 99% pass rate. So this would be for like trading coaches. But again, as well too, how this qualifies is essentially it's speaking in the audience's language of people who know what big funded challenges are, right? They know what funded accounts are, right? People who are brand new to trading don't know what these things are. So another great way that we can call out our ICP and top of funnel without being like, if you were a man who's this old, is using the direct language that only that ICP would know. So if you're speaking in only a language that they would understand, that's going to target your top quality ICP. Now, as well too, one thing I didn't touch on is that if we are going too broad in our top of funnel content, you look like you can help everybody. No one wants, if people are looking for a coach that helped men over the age of 40 lose weight, they are not going to be signing up with a fitness coach that can help everyone. They want someone who understands their pain points and can actually relate to them. So that's why it's very important that we target our ICP in all levels of the content funnel, is because now, who are we bringing in from this top of funnel content? Yes, these videos might not get as many views, but views do not scale your business. But this is calling in directly to your ICP so that when we get to the middle funnel and bottom funnel content, who is going to be there? Your ICP. You're no longer going to be digging through shit for a diamond in the rough. Now let's go into middle of funnel. So same thing. Not much really changes here with the middle funnel content. The only real difference that we have here is we're posting more of it. Like I said, people don't want to be sold. People aren't responding to call to actions on stories, on posts, nearly as much as they used to be, because everyone knows what it leads to. What people want is to be educated and to see you as a trusted authority. So that's why by increasing the amount of middle funnel content that we have, it's just going to add layers to the top of funnel, right? So when those people come in from those more viral videos, they are getting so much education, and you truly come across as the authoritative and trusted prospect in this space. Now, same rules still apply. Educational based videos, showing off good case testimonials, and relating the case testimonials back to the audience is going to be absolutely huge through this. So some examples: if you're a coach making at least 5K per month but struggling to break past that 10K per month ceiling, here's the 3-step content system I gave my clients just to do that. So funny. That's what I'm teaching you guys right now. This is here as an example. It's great middle of funnel content, right? Because I'm teaching coaches who is a specific ICP how to do something specific in their niche, right? Now, again, another example would be like, this is the exact process that I use to take my client X to achieve X result in X amount of time, right? And then that would be a video of you showing exactly how you gave those results. That is another great form of middle funnel content. It's anything educational, anything that shows off your authority and trust. But really with these, you want to keep the video, and like video length doesn't necessarily matter, but you want to be educational based. So really keeping this between like 45 seconds to a minute and a half of good compact information will be your best middle of funnel content system. But you do need, in all levels of this, and it's very important in your middle of funnel, that you're calling out directly towards your ICP. Now let's get into the last slide, which is going to be our bottom of funnel. So the one big difference with this as well too is we are reducing the amount of calls to action that we are taking on this. Now, why? We are in a spot, like I said, where we're in a trust recession. You don't want to come across as sales. You don't want to be coming across as the person that's posting a CTA on your story, non-freaking stop. And people understand exactly what that is. Rule of thumb that I would follow right now is now, number one, I wouldn't be doing any calls to action on your posts, only on your stories, only ever on your stories would I recommend having calls to action. Now, I would have one CTA up there every 36 hours, and that's where I would focus it on. Now with this, you want to be showing off client wins, so screenshots, testimonials, etc., but with a clear call to action for the lead to take action on this. Because again, the purpose of this is qualifying, nurturing our top quality leads inside of our DMs or however you go about your sales process to eventually convert them over to an actual paid client. So think about it like this. Now we're at the bottom of our funnel. Okay, at the top of funnel, we target our ICP. We target our ICP here. Who is going to be at the bottom of our funnel? Just think, like, use your brain. It's not going to be some random shitter that you're dealing with right now. It's going to be your direct ICP. So again, with this, we're not really changing up too much when it comes to the bottom of funnel. Is really solely just the frequency that we are posting the bottom of funnel content. Now, let's compare the two side by side, right? Comparing the left, this is the traditional content funnel system. You're looking at about 60% of your content is going to be that top of funnel, with about 25% being that middle funnel, and then 15% being that bottom funnel. And as we go through this, we're targeting broad at the very top up here, and then we go direct ICP here. Realistically, out of your broad targeting, how many, let's say out of 100 people, typically in a middle funnel, let's say there's 35 people left over. But if you're targeting broad, you can expect 2 to 3 of those to be your direct ICP. And now you're basically trying to convert 1 or 2 people with your bottom of funnel content, versus when you do the content. When we do the reverse and we start targeting our ICP at the top, who is left at the bottom for our bottom of funnel content? Only our ICP. Realistically, when looking at this as like a big overview, the biggest change is happening in that top of funnel, right? Because we're only targeting our ICP, we are only speaking to that audience, and we come across as someone who's very trustworthy and authoritative. And if we look at this as a whole, now your entire content is targeted directly towards your ICP. Who do people think is going to be the pro, the person being able to help them directly with whatever it is that they're feeling, if your content is only targeted towards your ICP? Obviously you. So that is just a good little overview of it. And now let's actually go into building you a content schedule, because we actually need to plan for this, right? So like I said, 50% of our content is going to be top of funnel. And this is only going to be your reels. So we're not posting any stories at top of funnel, strictly only reels. And the focus of this is to target our ICP and bring eyes to our page. Now, middle of funnel content. It's going to be 35 to 45% of our content here, right? This is going to be education based, reels, carousels, stories, etc. But this is really going to be only targeting our ICP. Now, when it comes to like what kind of post, really focus this with reels and really focus this with posts. Like you can obviously make stories based off of this, but really, like I said, with the middle of funnel content, you're trying to be educational. So you're trying to take 45 seconds to a minute and a half of someone's time. Might be best to fill out on an Instagram reel, but again, we are only targeting our ICP. So the language that we speak in or our callouts are only targeted towards our ICP and nobody else. Now, lastly, we're gonna have our bottom of funnel content. With the bottom of funnel content, we literally are only posting stories with this. So like I said, we're not posting reels with this. Reels and posts with calls to actions truthfully do not work. The only reason why you do them is because they get comments on your post. But like I said, we're not trying to engagement farm here. We're not trying to grow our page. We are literally only solely trying to close more our clients for our high ticket business. So like I said, one story every 36 hours is more than sufficient. And again, as well too, our educational, our middle of funnel is what is selling them, right? So by the time that they see the call to action, it's a quick action done by the lead. And that's when you get them in your DMs, however you go about your sales process, nurture them, close them, etc. So going through this, like I said, I'm not going to sit here and tell you need to post 1 of these a day, 2 of these a day, 3 of these a day, because that's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. If you are focusing 50% of your content on the top of funnel, only targeting your ICP, you're posting your middle of funnel content, 30 to 45%, 35 to 45%, and if you're doing your bottom of funnel content as well too, only on your stories about 10% of your content, you are actually going to have a real content system. If you're looking for someone who's just going to tell you to post this on this day, you came to the wrong place. And truthfully, there's no one that's going to know that better than you. So do the due diligence in yourself. What I would do is I'd look at your top of funnel content that's performed well, your middle of funnel content that's performed well, and your bottom funnel content that's performed well, and recreate those videos, but target the top of funnel to only targeting your ICP, and you will see the change in quality of leads that you have coming into your business. Now, if you guys have any questions about this, about your content, about how to target your ICP, please DM me on Instagram and I would love to get back to you guys. My @ is @LiamMWBrown. Again, if you have any questions about the content funnel system that we just made here, let me know over on Instagram and I would love to help you guys out. I look forward to talking with you guys soon. Peace. What is going on, guys? So today, what we are going to be discussing, and this is going to be pretty exciting, this is going to be the retargeting cash king. So first and foremost, I want to make this very clear. If you have not been running your ads for at least a month, 2 months, don't worry about this. Or if you, unless, the only thing that I would say is unless you have a solid Instagram organic reach, then you can use this. But if you have, if you're not getting good engagement on Instagram, if you haven't been running your offer for long, then this might not be your best bet because you're not going to be retargeting to many people. The reason, the point I'm trying to get across is that you actually have to have people to retarget, right? So this isn't going to work if you start running your ads, like I said, a week ago, 2 weeks ago. We have to be running our ads for a decent amount of time, and as well as to hopefully have some good people coming to the Instagram or our funnel, etc., etc. Because in order to create solid retargeting ads, like I said, we have to have people to retarget. Guys, this is going to be so fun. And I'm so excited to dive into this because, like, truthfully, guys, this is a cash king. If you guys want to go check it out on my Instagram, I believe it's one of my pinned videos right now. I have a pinned video, which is like, it's called like how to buy an Audi R8 from retargeting ads. And it's a little bit of a joke, but it's not a joke because we actually did generate for one of our coaches $104,000 in 63 days solely off of running retargeting ads. And this was also in August to September when Andromeda just came out. So tried and true system with Andromeda as well too, which is pretty cool. So let's dive right into it and dive right into what we're going to be doing today. So I'm not going to go through like how to set up your campaign, how to set up the lead forms, all that jazz, because a lot of that's still going to follow the same frameworks from our previous ads example that you have. So if you go up to our winning ad examples doc over here, and then you guys go through all like the different tabs, you'll be able to use this to create your retargeting ad campaign. So more so what we're going to be talking today is actually how to set up the audiences for who we are going to be retargeting. And we're going to be doing 3 different audiences today, but we're going to be talking about a few of them. So the first audience that we're going to be doing is going to be people who have saved your Instagram posts in the last 90 days. So why is it? Because your people, these are the people that show interest, right? We don't just want to retarget followers. We want to target followers that take action. So audience number 2 is going to be people who have booked calls with us. And then audience number 3 is going to be people who have actually just visited our funnel, right? So people have gone through our lead forms, people have clicked on our funnel, gone through our funnel, etc. So the process of creating these audiences is all relatively the same. So I'm going to show you guys just how to create them real quick. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over to our ads manager and we're going to go into audiences. So so to get into audiences as well too, you're just going to go over on this like left tab here. I'm going to move my screen over so you guys can see this left tab over here, from campaigns down here to audiences. And then just whenever you guys are in there, press play again on this video. So what we're going to do, I'm going to move my screen over so you guys can see, is on the left-hand side over here, we have a button and it says create audience. And then we're going to have 3 different options: saved audience, lookalike audience, and custom audiences. I might have to make a video on custom audience or lookalike audiences as well too, because I as well have a very solid setup for lookalike audiences that I'd love to show you guys. So that might be the next video after this. You guys might be seeing coming into the modules. But we're going to go up here and go custom audience. Now, when this pops up, the 2 that we're going to be looking at are going to either be website and then Instagram account. So website and Instagram account. So the first one that we had set up over here inside the retargeting system was people who have saved our posts in the last 90 days. So for that, obviously we're going Instagram account. And then when this opens up, you guys are going to see it's going to display a bunch of different Instagram accounts. You're going to want to select, and again, it's only going to display multiple Instagram accounts if you're like me and you're a growth operator working with multiple coaches. But in my instance, I'm just going to select my Instagram account, right? So now this is where we actually select what's going on inside the account. We're going to go down to this events tab right here. So our options are people who started following this professional account, people who engaged with this professional account, people who visited this account's profile, people who engaged with a post or an ad, people who sent a message, or people who saved a post or an ad. And we're going to do people who have saved a post or an ad. And now we can set our retention on this. You can go as high as 365. Typically, for what I do, is I always go 180. And then we're going to name this something. So we have to name this like IG saves 180 days. We don't have to give a description. That's totally fine. And then all we're going to do is go here and press create audience. And then, boom, we're just going to press X on that. And you'll see it's going to be populating, but it's ready to use, right? So it's going to be populating. It's going to be populating for a little bit of time. That's how audiences work, but they are ready to go right away. So now our next one that we're going to do is people who have actually booked calls with us. So we can go up here into custom audiences and we can go to website. Now from website, what we can do is we're going to go up here and we're going to choose our correct pixel. So you guys can see up here, I have my do not use pixel, and then we have the good pixel. So the pixel that we created, we're going to be selecting that one there. And then rather than all website visitors, we're going to click on this. And then as long as our CAPI is set up correctly, and this is a way you're going to literally see if your CAPI is set up correctly, is you're going to see your conversion events show up right here. So the ones that we run are page view, submit application, and schedule. So what we're going to be running directly out of here is schedule. So this is going to be anyone who's booked a call with us. And now retention for this, we're going to go 180 days. And then what we're going to call this is we're going to call this schedules 180 days. And then that's going to be people who have scheduled in the last 180 days. And we're going to create that audience. Now, last but not least, our third audience that we're going to make was just people who have visited our site. So we're going to go back, same thing, custom audiences. We're going to go websites, choose our right pixel, and then we're just going to go all website visitors, same thing, 180 days. And then we're going to go website visitors, 180 days. Perfect. And now we're set. Now, one thing that I didn't put in this SOP, and the reason why I didn't put in the SOP is because I want you guys actually watching these darn videos, is what we can also do are exclusion audiences. So, for instance, one thing you can get set up, and I'll show you how to do it with Instagram. So if I go to custom audiences again, and I go to my Instagram, one thing that could work really well. So for instance, right, let's say I'm targeting people on my Instagram, but I don't want to just continue to retarget people who already follow me. That's totally fine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up here and I'm going to set this as people who started following this account. And then I'm going to make this Instagram followers. And this is just going to be an audience for people who follow me on Instagram. And basically what this is going to allow us to do is set up an exclusion. so that we can only target people who saved our profile or saved our posts, but they don't follow us on Instagram. So if you guys wanted to just target people who aren't following you but are engaging in your profiles, this is another way to do it as well. Same thing that you could do with schedules or website visitors is you could just take out purchases. So if you're sending your purchases back to Cappy, which you should be doing as long as you're following our purchase of Cappy kit that we've sent over to you guys, you could exclude purchases. So what this is going to do is basically anyone who's already purchasing from you, they're not getting hit with those retargeting ads. But there's going to be nuances to this, right? Like, so for instance, I'm not going to sit here and say always disclude your Instagram followers. The only time that I would disclude your Instagram followers is if you are selling really like pretty hard organically already, and you already have a relative, like people on your Instagram know exactly what you are selling, what you do, and you just want to target the people that aren't consistently following you, but they are acting upon your posts. So what we can do is create this Instagram followers audience, and we can use this for exclusions. Now we have all these audiences now here ready to go. And what we're going to do is in here is we're going to go into one of our ad sets. This is one of the ad sets I'm running right now. Now, you're going to see here inside of audiences. Now, when we're back inside of our actual ad sets, inside of our campaign, so I go inside of my campaign, inside of the ad set, underneath here, inside of the audience section, you're going to be able to see custom audiences, right? So include these custom audiences, right? And when I select on these, you're going to see all of the custom audiences that we have in here. So we have our Instagram followers, our website visitors, etc. So let's say I was going with Instagram saves. I'm going to select Instagram saves. And now we are only targeting people who have saved on Instagram. Now, if I wanted to put in an exclusion for these, if I wanted to exclude people, what we're going to do is this, it always ends up moving on Meta. But boom, we are going to go into here where it says show more controls right here above audiences. And we're going to go to exclude these custom audiences. And then we can go up here and select Instagram followers. Now, what this is doing is it's excluding the people that follow us on Instagram, but it's only going to show to people who have saved our profiles, our accounts, saved our posts, saved our reels, saved our stories, etc. Right? So that's how we set up the retargeting plus the exclusions. Now, like I said, most of you guys probably don't need to be writing this exclusion, so we can just exit that out. And now, again, as well, the one thing that I would always say is that, and again, you'll see this in the SOP when we go through it, but you only want to layer one form of retargeting per ad set, because then otherwise things get really, really messy. And what I mean by that, by things getting messy, is that if you layer these retargeting guidelines in the same ad set, what ends up happening is that one of them might do very well, but two of them might not do well. And you might be thinking you're getting great results, but you're only getting great results from one form of the retargeting. So it just allows you to see which retargeting method is actually working the best for you, right? So again, as well too, if we didn't want to do Instagram saves and we wanted to do people who submitted applications or people who visited our website visitors, we can do website visitors as well too. Super simple, and that's how we get it set up. Now going back over into the SOP, again, the biggest thing with this as well, and you guys will see all of this is all laid out through here, is the ad flow and how this actual ad flow is going to go with this. So again, you guys are going to be able to use everything inside of here with the plug and play that we did for all of the other ads on the winning ad examples document. But the way that the flow is going to go is we're going to be running one campaign, one retargeting audience per ad set. So as many ad sets as you need per retargeting audiences that you have set up. We're going to be running this with campaign budget or ad set budget. I'll add that in, or ad set, depending on whatever you find works best. Only reels and stories and no Advantage Plus. Now we're going to be running 6 to 12 ads, and this is going to be per ad set. So add that for you guys. And they're going to consist of either direct offer or testimonials, and they should all be direct offer to booking page. So you're just going to go through the winning ad examples and see all of the winning ads that you can go in and actually just check inside of this drive folder here, inside the winning ad creatives, and you'll see the direct offer ads, testimonial ads that you guys can find right in there to find the winning examples directly in there for you guys. But I hope that this guys answered a lot of your questions that you had around retargeting. Now, if you guys want videos on lookalike audiences or even how to test retargeting as well too, just feel free to let me know.
And as well too, I'm excited to see the results you guys are able to get from these retargeting ad campaigns, because they absolutely freaking print. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. And if you have any other questions regarding the modules, please feel free to let us know. We'd be happy to help you out. I look forward to talking with you guys soon. Peace. So we hear all the time, the hook, the first 3 seconds is the most important part of the video. And yes, that is debatable, but hooks are still important nonetheless. But one area where people mess up all the time is that they don't create hooks that target their ICP. They create hooks that are and speak to very large audiences. But what we're gonna do today is dial in your hooks so that they are targeted towards your ICP. So let's go through how to create winning hooks for your specific ICP. So, premise, what is it that we're actually going through here today? So, one area where every coach messes up with is that they believe that they need better engagement to grow their profile, which is complete BS. Views, likes, and comments, they don't pay your bills. Selling your actual coaching offer does. So the problem that people run into is that when they're actually going through and creating content, they're worried about what's going to get me the most views, what's going to get me the most engagement, what's going to get me the most likes. And you create very broad videos with very, very broad hooks. But this doesn't target your ICP. And what this results in is you not being seen as a trusted authority. Also as well, if you're following the content funnel, and for your top of funnel content, if you're calling out to these broad, large audiences, when you get to your middle funnel and bottom funnel content, you're going to be sifting for your ICP out of such a large, broad audience, which isn't going to benefit you. So that's why we need to make our hooks targeted directly towards our ICP. And let's go through what we traditionally see, right? And I gave you 3 different examples of 3 different kinds of coaches, right? So first, being a fitness coach. These are just some examples that you're very common. I'm sure you've heard videos with these hooks. Most people try getting in shape the hard way. If you've been starting over every Monday, watch this. Here's the real reason you're not seeing progress yet. An example for trading mentors. If trading feels confusing, you're not alone. Most beginners lose money for one simple reason. Let's say you're like a recovery coach. If you've been struggling lately, this is for you. You're not broken, you're human. Here's what nobody tells you about changing your life, right? These are all like, oh, like that sounds like a very interesting video, but there's problems with all of these. And why do these suck? It's not that they're bad, these suck. And why? Because they're broad. They don't target your ICP, right? Qualified leads are not going to be seeing you as the expert, right? Because think about it like this, going back to what I was saying before, if you're calling out with these broad hooks on your top of funnel content, right? Your ICP that wants to see you as a trusted person who understands their pain, understands what they're going through, they only want to see you making videos around them, their niche, right? If you're speaking too broadly to too many different audiences, it makes you become like the Walmart of coaching, right? What's Walmart? It's a jack of all trades, it's the master at none. You're selling a high ticket service. Would you want everything that's like kind of good or a really good product and service? People are coming after a really good product and service. So you need to come across as that you only target your ICP. And that's what that point number 3 is there is when you attract literal shit with these hooks on your top of funnel, and then you expect to be able to sift them out of your middle funnel and bottom funnel, it's like you're crazy. Like you're actually crazy. But let's fix this. So what do we need to do to fix this? Rather than speak broadly, we need to talk to our ICP in every single hook. Every single hook we talk to our ICP. If you don't want to make direct callouts to your ICP, you need to speak in the language that they would only speak in. So for instance, for myself, what I talked about, when I go back to slide number 1 here, how to create winning winning hooks for your ICP. Only people in my niche would understand what an ICP is. My mom, who's a vet, does not know what an ICP is. My dad, who's an electrician, does not know what an ICP is. Only coaches are going to really be speaking that language. So when I make that call out there, I don't say, hey coaches, this is how you create winning hooks for your ICP. I can just get away with how to create winning hooks for your ICP because my ICP speaks this language. I hope that makes sense. So really focusing on the language that they use is going to be so important because in that way you don't just have to make blunt call outs in every single one of your hooks.
Rather than focusing on grabbing attention, you need your focus to grab authority. And this is where calling out your ICP grabs authority. Because if you are always speaking to one type of person, you become the expert in that one niche. And then use this as a time to establish credibility. Same thing with the authority. What you are doing is using this as a way for you to call directly out to your ICP at all 3 levels of the content funnel with all of your hooks, so that way they see you as a trusted individual, a trusted coach that actually understands their pain and what they're going through. Now let's actually see some real examples. And we're gonna go through 2 of the examples that we went through, which for trading coaches and fitness coaches. We're gonna start off with fitness coaches here and going through this. Past examples. Most people are trying to get in shape the hard way. If you've been starting over Monday, watch this. Here's the real reason why you're not seeing progress yet. Let's go through these one by one. So most people are trying to get in shape the hard way. That's the past example. Hooks that actually target our ICP. If you're eating in a calorie deficit while progressive overloading in the gym and still struggling with fat loss, this is why. Now, why does this work over most people try to get in shape the hard way? Because this language, such as progressive overload in the gym and calorie deficit, speaks directly to our ICP. So someone who's like new to fitness or might not be our ideal customer, they're not going to understand this. I mean, calorie deficit and progressive overload are words that I feel like a lot of people understand, but again, it does speak directly towards that ICP. Now, to number 2, if you've been starting over every Monday, watch this. If you said you were going to start on January 1st for the last 10 years and you're still not in shape, watch this. Why does this work better than if you've been starting over Monday? Because you're calling out to a higher qualified ICP. Because the last 10 years, who's that going to attract? Adults, right? People 30 to 40. If that's your age demographic, that is a straight call out towards that age demographic. Someone like myself, I love fitness, and I've actually competed in bodybuilding before when I was 19 years old. I haven't even been in the gym for 10 years yet, so this isn't going to make sense to me. So if your ICP is an older audience, that 10 years call out works so much better than starting every Monday, right? Now last, here's the real reason you're not seeing progress yet. If you're a parent who feels like you're giving everything to your children, but when it comes to caring for your health and fitness, it becomes a side thought. Watch this. Why does this work so much better? Is because it targets a much more qualified audience. Like I was saying, these are direct. I mean, that third example is a little bit different than obviously for the past third example, but as you can see, these are direct hooks that call out towards our ICP. How this can work is, and if we're looking for our ICP for a higher qualified audience, age, gender, income, and that's why, for instance, talking about like parents, right? Not saying that every family's loaded, but if you have kids, more than likely you have a good job. You're probably married, right? That's a much higher qualified prospect than someone who's 18 years old and still going through school. So I hope that this is really churning for you in your head because this is making me hyped. Let's go into our next example for trading mentors. Going through the first example, if trading feels confusing, you're not alone. If you're a profitable trader, but you can't pass funded challenge for the life of you, watch and learn this exact strategy I give my students to pass prop firm challenges at an 87% rate. Why does this work so well? Because it uses language only experienced traders would understand. Examples, prop firms, funded challenges, right? These are words that people who don't know day trading don't understand, right? I mean, I didn't know these words until I started getting into day trading offers, right? So this just speaks directly to the ICP. And it also qualifies them by staying profitable traders, right? Most beginners lose money for one simple reason. If you have a full-time job and want to learn how to reinvest your money into profitable trades without being glued to your laptop 24/7, this is for you. Why does this work so well? Because these people have a full-time job and they want to learn to reinvest their money. We're not calling out to broke people that want to turn $5 into $500,000, right? That's not the memo we're giving here. The memo with the hook and the idea of the hook is, are you already making money and you're looking to reinvest that into profitable trades without being glued to your laptop? The call out here is to a much higher qualified audience. So overall, it's going to come down to this, okay? You need to be direct always to your ICP. You need to speak in their language. You need to avoid broad claims with your hooks, and you need to be very direct with your authority, More so importantly, where I want you guys to really start to shine is speaking the language of your ICP in hooks. Because in that way, you're not going to sound like everyone else making broad call outs to only coaches or whatever your niche is, right? You are using the language, creating great, valuable content, and still targeting your ICP with the language. I hope this makes sense for you guys. If you guys have any questions about this, please feel free to hit me up, and I would love to help you guys out with any questions you have when it comes to creating hooks that are optimized for your ICP. If you want to DM me on Instagram at Liam MW Brown, you can send me over some examples of some hook ideas that you came up with after watching this video, and we can run through them together to see if they actually make sense for your offer. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. We'll talk soon. Cheers. All right, what's going on, guys? I hope you are doing well today, and I hope everyone is having a great day so far. Today, what we're going to be diving into is the SOP on how to find our winning ads in 72 hours or less. With this, I will be 100% transparent with you. It's not always a perfect method, right? Finding winners, finding losers is not always a perfect method. But if you follow this structure and the framework of this structure, you will be able to find winning ads in every single campaign. Because when you launch one campaign versus launching another campaign, it's never the same process, right? It's you will see that sometimes you'll find winners instantly. Sometimes it might take you a day or two to find winners. And sometimes it's hard to even look and understand what your winners and losers are. But this SOP will give you a very clear understanding with that. So, number one, the biggest thing we will say is don't keep making significant edits during your testing or learning period. So this is very, very big right now. One way that you will find loser ads over and over again is that if you launch your ads and you make changes to them within the first 24 hours consistently, for 72 hours consistently, you're bound to have losing ads. And it's been that way forever, and it is more important now than ever. So we're going to go through each of different aspect of like messaging conversions, and then the same principle for messages applies with lead forms, but we're just going to go through both examples so you guys understand. So first of all, what we need to do is in our head is we need to have an understanding of what the metrics you're actually looking at are, right? So in order to understand what a winning message conversion looks like and a winning lead looks like, we have to really understand, okay, what do those numbers actually look like? Now, I will tell you that these here are guidelines, okay? When I say that if your target is, let's say, $6 per message, that being typically higher quality, on the first day or two, it might be $7 or $8. You don't freak out because it's $7 or $8, right? It will go down over time, but like these are just guidelines to look at. Versus if your target's like $2 per message, you could go to understand that that's gonna be lower quality leads, right? So the way that we have to look at this is, okay, is your campaign a little bit more hyper targeted and you're really focusing on getting higher quality leads, or more volume? If your focus is more volume, then our cost per lead that we're going to be looking for is obviously going to be lower, right? So that might be around like $2 to $3 per message. Versus if you know that your goal is to generate higher quality leads, that could go anywhere from like $6 to $10 per message. These are just guidelines to give you an understanding. Now, that we just need to know that to do our winning formulas. And like, this is the first thing that we just have to understand is like, what are the actual metrics we're trying to achieve? And these are, like I said, good guidelines for you guys to follow. But I will tell you, I've ran winning messenger ads that had a $15 to $20 cost per message because we were going for such a higher quality. So you really have to take into account about how hard you are qualifying, even through your message templates, as well as through your actual creative as well too. So we kind of break this down into gates so you guys can understand. Just like think of it as like almost like steps. So the metrics that we're going to be looking at is our CTR, which is our click-through rate, and then our cost per click, right? So these are all going to be relative here, right? So essentially, the way that we're looking at this is that, so if we've spent 1 to 1.5 times our target, but our cost per our CTR, so people clicking on our ads, and so if our click-through rate, so people clicking on our ads, if that rate's low and our cost per click is high, pretty clear signs you just kill it. It's dead. Because and you guys will learn this when you go through the Andromeda video, Meta is really good at finding winners and losers ASAP. So what I mean by this is, like, let's say your target's $4 per message and you spent $6 and the click-through rate is absolute dog water and you're getting a very, very high cost per click. It just shows right away that that ad is not speaking to your ICP, right? People aren't even clicking on it. People aren't even interested in it, right? That right there, you would know is instant kill. You don't even give it more time. You just kill those ads. Now, our gate number 2 that we go in is actually looking at the conversion rate, because, or I guess in this case, it would be conversation rate, right? Because we have to understand, right? For time that we're actually looking at the metrics of conversations, we can't really find those in the first 12 hours. That takes about a day for us to really understand. Now, the way to understand a loser is that if clicks exists, but conversation rate is garbage compared to those ads. So if you're not getting a good cost per message, but people are clicking on your ad, it shows that there is a mismatch, or there's something that is just causing friction, that this could be a loser. Now, this is when you would want to peel your eyeballs, but not necessarily make any changes. Where we're going to make the changes is when we go into gate number 3. So this is what we want to scale, right? So winning signs that we want to look out for is our cost per conversation is on target, and it holds as we get more results, right? So as we get more people coming in, our cost per message and our click-through rate, so our cost per message is going either down or staying where it is. Our click-through rate is increasing, and our cost per click is decreasing, right? So our loser rule is that if you hit 2x your target spend on that, and you still can't reach target 1 or your target cost, and gate 1 and 2 aren't top tier, that's another insta kill. That's just done, right? The reason being is that you can have ads that have a low click-through rate and a high cost per click and still get great results. But if you're getting a bad cost or a bad click-through rate, a bad cost per click, and you're getting low messages, that's time to declare that a loser, right? So these are the metrics that you actually want to be looking out for here. Now, if we want to actually give this a 72-hour rule, this is what we want to follow. So hours 0 to 12, no changes to your ads whatsoever. Don't even change anything. Even if you got a bunch of losers that you're looking at, don't change them. Right? Launch your campaign, exit out of Ads Manager, set a timer for 12 hours, and go back and check in 12 hours. Now, the only thing you want to make sure is that tracking set up and that delivery set up. So that basically your ads are running properly. After that, apply gate 1. So basically find those early losers and just get rid of them. After that, what you want to do is let each ad hit 2 times its spend unless it fails at that gate 1. And then at the 72-hour mark or around there, keep the top 2 per conversation and then conversion rate, or conversation plus conversation rate. So whatever you're generating the most conversations off per click, as well as the best cost per message, those would be the ones that you'd be keeping as your winners, right? And that's assuming that lead quality is all fine, right? This isn't talking about quality of lead, because like I said, that's going to come down to your creative and your target, or not as much your targeting anymore, but more so your creative, right? Now, if we're going to look at this on lead forms, it's basically the exact same thing. So I'm not going to go super in depth here, but it's the same rule, right? So we want to figure out what our cost per lead is. And again, so a typical, let's say a $10 cost per lead, again, that's a little bit higher than normal, right? You can run lead campaigns and get a $5 cost per lead in this, and them still being high qualified leads. But you can also run lead campaigns with a $20 to $40, $50. I've ran lead campaigns at a $50 cost per lead, and it printed. Why did it print? Because we were selling a $10,000 service, right? So a $50 cost per lead when you're selling something for $10,000 is pretty darn cheap. A $50 cost per lead for a low ticket course is absolute dog water. So it has to be relative to your offer as well. But when we go through this as well, we're going to find basically what our target cost per lead is. And for most of you, I would probably venture to say somewhere around here, $15 to $20 for your, when you're first getting started with your first couple campaigns, some great cost per leads, right? More so around that $15. That's pretty solid. So same thing, number 1 is basically we're looking at click-through rate and cost per click versus every other ad. So same kind of thing. We're looking for that 1.5 to 1.5 target and spend. If we have a high or low click-through rate and a high cost per click, kill it. So example being, if your target's $15, if you spent $15 to $22 and you're seeing bad results, high cost per click, low click-through rate in the first 24 hours, you just know, get rid of that after about 12 to 24 hours. Now, going into number 2, the biggest things that we're looking out for is that basically we're getting clicks, but our lead rate is low. So basically, essentially what this is saying here in this loser sign, in the sign that you're losing, is that your ad's getting a lot of clicks, people are clicking on the form, but you're not getting leads. And essentially what this is basically telling us is that you're paying for clicks, you're not paying for leads. What we're paying is for leads.
So essentially your campaign is optimized on something that you shouldn't even be optimized for. Now, when we dive into that, so essentially where this could be is like form or message friction, right? So basically the creative in the form or the creative in the message are just telling two different sides, right? So essentially what we want to make sure that we get into, and to get into the winning signs in gate 3, is that our cost per lead is at the target and it doesn't spike the moment it gets volume, right? So essentially the way that you want to look at that is that if your cost per lead is at target or going down and quality is still there, that's a sign that that's a winner. Now, where we might be finding losers and some rules to follow for losers is that if we've hit the 2x target cost per lead, if we hit the 2x target, cost per lead spend still can't produce leads and at target. So essentially the cost per lead that we want, let's say it being like a $15 cost per lead. If we spent $30 and we still haven't even gotten back one lead from that, and gate 1 and 2 are not top tier, just get rid of it, cut it. And that's how you find your winners. So that's the formula for you guys. And again, it breaks it down even farther in here for you guys as well too. So basically just like some more information on here, but this is the exact strategy that you want to follow if you want to find your winning ads as fast as possible. Now, there's a bit more into this document, so I'm going to link this document down below for you guys inside of this module so that you guys can have access to this. And again, if anything changes with the Andromeda updates, we'll ensure that we update this as well too. And like I was saying, guys, at the end of the day, this here is very broad in terms of like guidelines, because like I said, we also have to put into factors your offer, right? So if you have if you have a much more dialed in ICP niche, your cost per lead automatically might be up a little bit higher, right? If you're targeting, if you're a fitness coach, for instance, who targets basically anyone, your cost per lead could be a lot lower than a fitness coach who targets men who are trying to get in shape for their weddings, right? So we have to understand as well too, it comes down to our offer, our creatives as well too at the end of the day, and as well too of how hard we are actually qualifying inside of the lead forms message, templates, etc. Right? But if you follow this step-by-step framework, you'll be able to find winning ads faster than ever. So if you guys have any questions about this, please feel free to let me know, and I would be happy to get back to you. But I look forward to speaking with you guys soon, and I hope everyone has a great rest of your day. Peace. All right, what's going on, guys? So this is for people who want to create DM ads, or where this also works very well as well too is from the call to actions that we're going to be posting on our stories. So what we're going to be going over today is the actual message flow for Instagram that we can do directly out of the Go High level. So what I want you guys to think about with this is going to be the way that leads are going to be able to connect, or leads are going to be able to message you directly, and then you get over them your direct free training. And this is going to allow you to be a little bit more hands-off with the setting process at the initial beginning when getting these leads over that free training and over the information that they are looking to receive either from your call to action on your story or from your ads. So this works in both instances, and you'll see as we build out the workflow exactly how it works. When you guys actually get into the high level, from the snapshot that we have given you, this workflow is going to be built out minus the message. But to make your guys' life a little bit easier, what I also want to show you is how to actually build this out from ground zero. So then, because you guys will have access to this as you get in, that's perfect. But what happens when you have to make your next workflow? So I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a workflow tutorial as well as how to actually set up the messaging for your Instagram workflows, for your DMs or your ads. So again, let's go over into the high level. What we're going to do is you're going to go over to our automations tab, and then we're going to go directly over into our Instagram workflows, and you'll see the workflow for Instagram lead replied from keyword. And if you guys stay till the end, I'll show you guys how to do this for comments as well too. So at the end, I'm going to show you guys exactly how to do this for comments, like I mentioned. So then that way you guys have it set up for both DMs and comments. But let's go back into the sheet and see what we have to do. So first of all, we're going to set up the trigger, and the trigger essentially is what's going to start the workflow. It's going to be when the customer replied our exact keyword that we set for ourselves. The examples that we gave earlier were like change, ready, start, those, scale. Those are some great keywords that you guys can be using. After that, we're going to tag them with a lead. We're going to automatically move them into our IG leads inside of our sales pipeline.
We're going to set up a 1 minute wait, and then we're going to send the actual Instagram message. So let's get right into it. Let's go. So the trigger that we're going to be setting up, again, this is what's going to start the workflow. And this is all going to be set for you guys, so you guys might go ahead and just make a couple changes, is we're going to go customer reply. And you're going to look that up, and you'll see that right there. Now, to make things better for yourself, so you're naming your workflows properly, let's give them a name. So we're going to say lead replied with keyword. And then for this, we'll do scale as this example. That's going to be the name. Now we're going to have to add some filters onto there. So the filter is going to be what we're going to have here. And I'm sorry that those my suggested options popping up there is kind of blocking your guys' view. There we go. Is our options are contains phrase, doesn't have tag, exact match phrase, has tag, intent type, reply to workflow, and reply channel. What we're going to be doing is setting the reply channel as Instagram. What this is going to do is it's only going to filter people that use this keyword on Instagram. But right now, the way that it's set up is that anyone who DMs us on Instagram is going to be going through this, right? Because it's essentially right now, it's just replying on Instagram is going to cause this workflow to go. So we want to add one more filter, and that's going to be for the exact match phrase. And then what we're going to make for that exact match phrase is our keyword. So in this instance, it's scale. So I just type in scale like that and then press enter. And you'll see as it pops, as it makes that selection locked in. So what that means is that anytime someone DMs me the word scale alone, it's going to go and cause this trigger to happen for the workflow. You also have the option here. Sorry, let me click off this, for contains phrase. So the difference between exact phrase match and contains phrase is that with the contains phrase, let's say I said I want to scale my business, because that sentence contained the phrase scale, it would cause this workflow to happen. We don't want that, right? Because you don't want this auto DMing people who are DMing you being like, I want to scale my business, or I'm ready to get started. If start or started was like your or I'm ready to start. If start is like your keyword, you don't want those triggers to happen. So always make sure it's on exact phrase match, just like this. Now, in the instance for you guys, where you already have me setting this up and it's already set up in here for you, all that you have to do is remove this scale as your keyword and make this whatever word you want it to be. So let's say you want it to be start, you just press X like I did there, and then just write start, and then now the keyword is start. And then all I would make sure I do after that is go up here and change this to start, just so that way I know that my words start, and it's everything's labeled properly, etc. Right? That's just if you wanted to change your keyword. For this, we're gonna go back to scale, just for this example, and then we'll do the same thing here. So scale, right? That's just how you change the keywords if you wanted to change it for yourself, because it's already pre-made for you. Now, this next one we're gonna do is we're gonna tag them. We're gonna add contact tag. That tag is just gonna be lead, which will be already done for you. In this instance where lead isn't a tag that's made yet because we're still building out this account, all you would do, if you don't have the tag ready, you would just go type in the tag you want, which is lead, and then you press this button here, which is add new contact tag. And then we're just gonna go up here, tag, and then lead, so that way we know what we are tagging. Then our next step is going to be adding them into a pipeline. So we're going to go to and look up the word update opportunity, or we can just look up opportunity. Yeah, create / update opportunity, this right here. And we're going to make this add to IG leads. Now we're going to go into our pipeline, which is our new leads pipeline. And we're going to set this for Instagram leads. And then we should be good there. So we're just going to press set. You guys won't have to change anything on these two at all. Just showing you guys if you guys want to make up the workflows yourself as well too. Then what we do is we're going to put a wait time, just a wait time of 1 minute, 1 minute wait. And what this is going to do is just get a little bit of the automation side of things out of there so that they actually believe that it's a real person coming in and talking to them. If you want to make it longer than 1 minute, you totally can. I just wouldn't go any longer than like 3 minutes. For us, what we found successful is about a minute. So we're going to add that 1 minute wait. So now when we look at our workflow, the trigger, what's starting it, is when someone replies with the keyword scale on Instagram, it's going to add them this contact tag. It's going to add them to our pipeline, and it's going to wait. Then what we're going to do is we're going to go down here and make this last step here Instagram DM. Here's a little Instagram DM, and you're going to see that. there's going to be two options: Instagram Interactive Messenger and Instagram DM. Always go with the Instagram DM. And then here is where we actually go back to our, this is when we actually go back to our document and find the message flow that actually works for us. In this case scenario, I'm not going to actually build out the entire message flow, but you guys are going to be able to see this is what it's going to look like right here. So in this instance, because I don't want to just build out a message flow, it's not going to work for you. This is going to be custom for you. So I'm going to add in here, add your message here. So in that way, when you guys come in here, you can add your messages in. But now we have it set up correctly where when the lead DMs, it's going to add them a contact tag, add that to a pipeline, wait a minute, and then send them an Instagram DM. So right off the get-go, again, like I mentioned, we're going to want to customize this message so that it actually makes sense for our offer. And you'll see that when we insert it directly in here, and I'm going to move my screen over just so you can see a little bit better, but you'll see that when we insert the actual video or the text, it's all big like this. If we go in here and press save action and then go back into it right away, you'll notice that it auto corrects the size so that it looks good for Instagram, just the same Instagram size, whatnot. So this is what your message will look like. What's going on, brother? Thank you for reaching out. Here's that free training video real quick. How's your fitness journey going? Right now, what's your personal goals heading into 2026? This should be lowercase. But regardless, the one thing that I always recommend is, because of the way that Instagram sends the links, always have the link at the very top of the text, always. And then all you would do is press save there, and this would be the message that comes out. Now in this instance, we don't want to press save because I don't want to save this message in here, just so that you guys can see exactly what to do. Now, you'll notice that when we go back over here, that we have all of these different examples, right? All of the different examples for like the fitness coach. We have the trading coach example, right? So this trading coach example, and you'll notice here that we actually have a wait time before the next message. So I'm going to show you guys how you would build that out. So what you would do is just get your first part of your text, which would be like this right here, or creating a custom for yourself. And then what we would do is we would just go in here and insert that, right? And see how it gets all freaking messed up right away. You'll note, sorry, I'll bring that screen over. You'll see it gets all messed up because of this formatting from the document. If I just go over there and press save and then go back, it makes it all look nice. The only thing I would do in here is just make sure that there's only one line of space between the link and the text. Now, if we want to send a second message, this is very important. This only ever works on DMs. So if you're doing the comment, which I'm going to show you guys just like right after this, it won't work because of Instagram's API connections. The reason being is that when you're replying to someone's comment, you're only allowed to reply with one DM before they DM you back. The difference with DMs is that when they DM you, you have free reign to use the API tools to DM them through Go High Level for up to 24 hours until they respond. So every time they respond, that resets for 24 hours. The problem with comments and why this doesn't work is that if you send them over a DM from the comment and then try to send in the second message without them replying within the first couple minutes, then that's never going to send because of the API tools. It requires at least one response in the DMs every 24 hours to allow you to continue to respond. So what we would do in this instance where we want to send two messages is all we would do is go down to these last two options, right? Or these last two parts of the workflow, which is the wait 1 minute in the Instagram workflow. And we're going to go here and we're going to press copy all actions from here. And we're just going to paste that right underneath. What this is going to do is it causes the regular 1 minute wait where we send the first message. And then it's going to cause another wait where we send the second message. So we're going to take that second message, which is down here, copy this, and place this inside the second Instagram DM. Now, what we would just do is just make this follow-up message for proper tagging. And then we would just save that, and you'll notice it fixes the formatting. Sorry, you kind of saw it a little bit briefly. It was a little bit off your screen, but now you can see here, it fixes all that formatting, and we just press save. Now, the first message that's going to come out is going to say this right here, right? Where it's, here's the link to that video that breaks down my exact trading strategy and shows you exactly how to get funded. Waits a minute, and then sends this. Also, what's got you looking into day trading in the first place, right? So if we want to send multiple messages, that's exactly how we do it. Now I'm just going to delete this here. If you want to delete these actions, you just go delete all actions from here and then delete them. And now we're just left with a single one message, right? So then that way we can go in here and you guys can put in your custom message. So your custom message here. Now that all works well. And the only thing that you'll notice, and again, I'll have a video right underneath this, which is going to show you guys how to do and link your Instagram account. You'll notice with this is it's showing us an error, and it's showing us that our Facebook integration isn't valid, which is our Instagram Facebook integration. So with you guys, you'll also be seeing this orange dot because we haven't shown you how to integrate your Facebook and Instagram. There's going to be a video directly under this video, which is going to show you exactly how to do so. I didn't want to make a whole course module off of it because it's very simple, takes about 2 minutes. So I just linked a very resourceful YouTube video right below here for you guys to go and check out. So the last thing that we would really do is just go up here. Once we have our Instagram account connected, is we'd press publish. And then our workflow is live. Now the last thing is go through in the settings. Now these are the ones that I want you to make sure you have on. Allow re-entry, and that's it. And leave everything else as is, and then you'll be good to go. So just make sure you make this public or published here at the top, and then your workflow is good to go. Now I'm going to show you guys how to do the same thing but for comments. So what I'm going to do is go up here and then just go back to workflows here. And this also is going to be useful for you guys if you guys ever want to duplicate workflows and remake workflows. Like let's say you have a different keyword you want to use. This is going to be resourceful for you. So what you're going to do is you're going to go to the workflow that we have created here, and you're going to press on these 3 dots. And you're going to press duplicate workflow. And now we're going to rename this to what our new workflow is. So this is going to be Instagram comment, reply, lead from keyword. So the only difference between this is that the lead's going to have to comment rather than DMing us the keyword. So once we've made that, then we're able to actually go in here and just click on this workflow. So now we are in the workflow for the comments. And the one thing that you're going to need to make sure that you have set up before this is that you have your Instagram account actually connected, because you'll notice when you look up comment on Instagram. So if I look up the word comment here inside the triggers over here, sorry, I'll show you this. What I did is I pressed add new trigger and I looked up comment. If your account's not connected, this here will all be grayed out. So you need to ensure that you actually have your account connected first for this to work. So what we're going to do is we're going to set that up as the trigger. And the only thing that we're going to do is it's going to make us select our page. You're just going to make sure that you select your correct page. This is mine. It's going to pop up and say post type is published post. And then it's going to ask you to select a post. With this, I actually go here and you'll see there's a little trash can. Is I delete this. The reason why I delete this is because then this is actually going to not track at any post level. It's going to track across our entire account. So it's going to allow us to create this workflow one time without having to select every single new post that we make. And then the only thing that we do is just go and then make the exact match scale. And that means, or whatever our keyword is. So whatever keyword you're using, that's what you want to make this as. And then all you're going to do is Instagram comment scale. And then this is all going to be set up correctly. The only thing that we have to do last in here is delete this workflow directly out of here. So we're going to delete that, sorry, not delete that workflow, delete that first trigger directly out of there. The reason why we do that is because then it's going to allow us now that only when people comment this word on Instagram that this workflow is going to start. This is good if you ever wanted to have different messaging with your DM, with like the DM or comments. That's totally fine, and this is going to allow you to do so. The one thing that you always can do though is that if the messaging is the exact same, is that you can just use one workflow and then have both the triggers there. So as you can see here, I do have the ability to set another trigger. So if I wanted to, I could, and again, I can even just show you here by doing an undo, is you'll see that if I undo what I just did, you'll see that there's 2 triggers. So there's one for the comment and there's one for the DM. If your messaging is the exact same, you can also set it up like this, just so then that way you only have one workflow. Right? But that only works if the messaging is the exact same, and it's not going to work if you're sending multiple messages. So if you're sending like 2 messages or whatnot, it's not going to work for the comments. So that's the exact breakdown of how you actually set up the message flow on Instagram with the GHL. So again, like I mentioned, all of this is already going to be done for you inside of the account. The only thing that you have to do is just set up the right triggers, and if you want to make some new workflows, you totally can. Now let's go over to the document real quick. Let's just spend some time over here actually going through the purpose of these messages. So the purpose of them is to actually get the direct funnel sent over to them with the free training so that they can go in there, self-qualify and book themselves. hands off. That's the best case scenario. The next best case scenario is starting conversations in the DM that focus on shining light of what their current situation is. The reason why we are focusing on current situation, and you'll notice with all the messaging that we go through without this, all of the messaging is talking about current situation. The only thing that isn't is really is this low ticket course option, but everything here we're talking about their pain points. We're asking them like what's got them looking into trading in the first place. Starting conversations that we can use open-ended to then get sets from qualified leads. The idea with this as well is to not be completely hands-off, because the AI setting process is just not there yet. We need real people setting these appointments. So what the benefit of using this flow is going to do is just allow some automation and allow you to pick up after the fact. If people aren't responding to your messages or clicking the link, this is what I want you guys to do. So number one, more than likely, it's an authority issue. The reason being is that your Instagram is probably not optimized to make people actually want to click. So what I recommend doing is going back and making sure that you watch over the how to set up your Instagram profile video, where we actually dive deep into all of this as well. But what also it's going to do, what we also need to make sure you do is have at least 12 middle funnel videos visible on your actual grid on your profile. Your bio and profile pic needs to be optimized with a call to action every 36 hours. Now, if this doesn't work, okay, if all these above here don't work, the last thing that we're able to actually go in and do is what I want you to do is go back into the workflows, and what you can set up is called a split. Now, if you want to split test, this works well as well. What you can do is you go up into the workflows and you want to click above the plus button right above your Instagram DM. And what you can do is set up with the word, is type in the word split. You're gonna make this split 50-50 for each, and what it will do is will allow you, as you can see here, you can just go in here, copy this action, paste this over here, and this is gonna allow you to have Instagram DM variation 1 and then variation 2. Essentially what it's gonna do is split these up 50-50 evenly, and then this is gonna allow you to have 2 different messages that you send out, and then you can see what people are responding to more. Then you're able to actually find that solidified message. So this works if you want to split test messages. Essentially every other one, it's going to send each way. So that way, if you want to split test your messaging, you also can do that directly inside the high level as well. And that's exactly what I would do if your messages, if people aren't responding to your messages. But I hope you guys understand everything that we have in here. Like I mentioned, the video on how to actually integrate your Instagram to GHL is going to be below this video, as well as the doc for this video as well too. So if you have any questions about this, please let one of us know inside the course, and we would love to help you guys out. I look forward to chatting with you guys soon. Cheers.
All right, these are going to be the KPI trackers and sales track sheets that you're going to need to use for closers as well as for setters. So this first one is just a KPI tracker. This is just to get an understanding of your total stats throughout the whole entire month. So as you'll see, there's 5 weeks here, just in case it is a longer month. And basically what you'll want to do is just come in here, duplicate, and you can just make a duplicate every time, so that it makes your life a little bit easier. Now, with the actual tracker itself, it has everything in here. So if we look at the top, calendar bookings, calls taken, close rate, sales made on one call, new cash collected, and commissions. These will automatically update as you update everything in the white. So like I said, like it says right here, only fill out the white parts. Do not touch anything else. Everything else is there for automatically tracking. So do not touch any of the gray or red or any of those areas. So first off, underneath that each week, it'll have dials, pickups, and your actual book from outbound. So in here, you can just go ahead and fill this out if you are a closer. This is fully for closers. If you are a closer and you are not outreaching when you're not on calls, then you are not doing anything right. And you should be following up with these leads and also calling leads with the setters if you have nothing else to do. This is not the setter's job to just only book you leads. Well, yes, it is their job to book you leads, but you also need to find your own leads if you're not getting them fully booked from setters. So you will be doing dials, pickups, and book from outbound, just so you can be able to track those, as well as calls booked today, no-shows, reschedules, cancels, calls taken, deposits, sales on one call, and follow-up sales. For all of these, you'll just put how many you had for the day. So if you had 5 calls booked, you put 5 calls booked for the day, and then how many no-shows, how many reschedules, how many cancels. Let's say you had 4 calls taken, 2 of them were deposits, 2 you closed on a 1 call, and you closed also a follow-up sale. And in total, you contracted 15,000 and collected 2,500, right? So then everything will automatically update over here. It'll also give you the percentages for everything, like your show up rate, your first call closing rate, your follow-up closing rate, your actual total closing rate for everything, your cash collection rate, and your average contract value slash sale and average collected sale. So with this, it just automatically tracks everything. It's pretty self-explanatory. And up here, obviously, with the dates, you just change the date accordingly for whatever month or year it is. And then down here, you also have your objections faced and objections overcome. This is really good, especially if you have a sales manager set up or if you want to even just practice yourself. Because at the end of the day, this gives you an understanding of what objections you actually faced so you can see what one you are really struggling with so that you can get an understanding of, okay, I faced logistical partner, okay, I faced fear, think about it. And let's say, throughout the whole week, you faced the fear one and you can never overcome it, fear of thinking about it. Great. Now you know, well, shit, I had 6 of those total, only 1 partner, but then I overcame partner the next day, right? So you could be like, all right, well, fuck, I really need to work on think about it objection. And you can figure out ways to be able to fix that think about objection or ways to be able to prevent it so that it doesn't happen again, right? So ultimately, this will just help you track basically everything when it comes to sales or objections, whatever it may be. It'll help you track everything as a closer. Now, if we come and like I said, this goes for 1 through 5, and you'll just update each month. You'll just go ahead and click duplicate and then change the month and be like January, March, December, whatever it is. And then if we come to the next tab, this is your calls outcome. So this is when you have a call on your calendar and you actually took the call. You need to put what the call outcome was. So if we come in here, first it's going to be the time, just the time you took the call. Then it's going to be the name of the client, then it's going to be their number, and then you put the setter that actually booked you the call, and then you do the quality of the lead, good, 50-50, bad, and then you put notes on the person, and then the stage is if it was no answer, canceled, not interested, couldn't close, not qualified, rescheduled, paying later, or closed, right? And then offer, you just come in here, you can go ahead and edit each offer for that so that you can put your own, obviously. And then from there, the last one will be recording. So you just put your Fathom link in here, or if you manually record, whatever it may be, put the recordings here because it's good to be able to track, especially once again, if you have a sales manager or if you want to go back and see what happened on those calls. So this is great to be able to track. And then as far as the date goes, you can go ahead and copy this and then go ahead and place the black bar. And then if you double click, it'll just be able to change the date. So you can change it to whatever it is, and then you can continue. This is just so you can be able to separate the days. Now, you can do 2 things here. You can either, 1, just keep going down and down and down and down so that you don't have to make a new sheet, or you can go each week and then at the end of the 31st or whatever it may be for whatever month it is, because if it's February, you only have 28 months, but whatever month it is, you can go ahead and just make a new one here as well. I know a lot of our clients sometimes just go all the way down, so it's completely up to you on what you want to do there. Now, closes, same kind of aspect as the last one. You'll go ahead and put date, name, number, email address, IG handle, the source they actually came from. So if it was an IG DM, funnel, if it came directly from an ad, whatever it may have been, you put the source there. You'll put the phone setter if applicable, or the DM setter if applicable, and then the program they actually joined, how much they were contracted for, how much you actually collected, what was the payment type, was it Affirm, through fan basis, with a credit card, what was it through, just so we can get an understanding of the payment type and know where it was from. And if it is a, let's say, only collected 6,000 out of 10,000, you can go ahead and put when their next payment date is here on renewal date, and then the commission you're getting, so that everything is tracked and it makes your life a lot easier. And this is purely just for closes, so you can track your closes. We need to track all these things, or else your numbers will be out of whack and you will not know where your potholes are, or where you're messing up, so that you can fix it later. So ultimately, track everything. And then lastly is the phone setter tracking sheet. This is super simple. It's just kind of like the blank calls outcome. You basically just put, 1, the number, to make this a lot easier to be able to track, like how many calls you made, which you don't even have to do the number if you don't want to, but if you have a setter on your team, I definitely would do the number. All you have to do is click on the highlighted one to make your life a little bit easier, and then hold control and drag down, and it'll create all the other numbers for you. And with setters, they only need to track the calls that pick up. Do not have them tracking every single call. They only need to track the calls that pick up. You guys should have a software that will be able to track how many calls they made, whatever it may be. So have them only track the calls that pick up, because if they track everything, it's going to make their life a miserable hell. So tracking the calls that pick up, let's say, lead name, phone number, email, VSL, where they came from, right? Fitness form, if they came from your business ad, if they came from a different ad, if they came from version 1.2, whatever it may be, VSL they came from, and then their quality, if they're good, 50/50 bad, and then their status, if they're booked, no answer, wrong number, not interested, not qualified, whatever it may be, and then how long they were on the phone with them, notes, age, occupation, connection, and a pain point. And then lastly is the appointment time. They actually scheduled it for the closer if they do end up getting it booked. So only if applicable, you have to fill this out. But it's basically just putting down the time you actually booked them for, so that when the setter is on their sheet, let's say, he booked them for the next day, right? When he's coming on his sheet for the next day as well, and he's tracking everything, he'll be like, oh, well, let's see how the call went with Trey, right? And then he can follow up with his closer, see how everything went. But you guys should have a better system of communication with the closer and setter in the first place, to where he will know. But still, it's just there so that he knows either he can follow up with that person or whatever it may be. This is all the tracking sheets. They're super, super self-explanatory. Come in here, play with them a little so you can get used to them. And then ultimately, once you get used to them, just make sure you're filling them out every day, because these will help you have an understanding of what is going on with your business, whether that's not enough sales coming in, or it's a show rate problem, or it's a close rate problem, whatever it may be, you will know. Quick tip I forgot to mention is, let's say you are a closer and you're in this sheet, to be able to change your commissions. Because let's say maybe you're like, well, fuck, I don't make commissions. First off, let's just change, the actual number. So we'll just do like 20%. This doesn't actually change anything yet, but let's say you're at 20% as a closer, which you're probably doing really fucking good if you're at 20%. But we'll go ahead and just click on any of the boxes. We can click on this one, for example, and if we click it, we'll just click this value up here. Do not change anything else other than your commission. So you see it says 0.1. I just deleted the 1, and then we'll go ahead and put 0.2 for 20%. And then once you do that, it'll change to 20%, and then all you have to do is just copy this. So Control C if you're on Windows, and Command C if you're on Apple, I believe. And then we'll just go ahead and click the next box to it. Go ahead and shift click, and it will so click the box like next to it, and then go ahead and shift click the last box. Hold down shift and click the last box, and then you can go ahead and do Command V or Control V to paste. And then it will paste the value so that you have 20% for the whole entire one. And then you just continue to do that for the whole entire sheet, and you'll be good to go with 20%. As you can see, we come up here, it'll say 20%. So that's all. And you're going to need to do the same for the commission up here. So, if it's 20, once again, just 20, and then you'll just, 20. And then you'll just come to all the boxes right here and just change the sum one more time to 20. And then you will be good to go. And just do that for each one, obviously.
All right, what's going on, guys? So today what we're going to be diving into is everything about Meta Andromeda. So what Meta Andromeda is it's the new Meta algorithm that came out for Meta ads in July of 2025. And this is here to stay for at least a while. It's not going anywhere for quite a bit of time. So it's really important that we really dive in and understand everything about Andromeda. Now, before we dive into this, there's a few things that I really want to preference. Number one, Andromeda is still new. It's still being developed, and it's still getting better each and every single day. For those reasons, the campaigns that we have shown you how to build inside of the community, inside this course, is what's working the best for us right now. And you'll notice that when we go through this, some of the aspects that we talk about that's optimized for Andromeda isn't necessarily what we did inside of our campaign. And the reason for that is kind of going back to the first point I made, is Andromeda's new. So a lot of this, what we're going through here today, is essentially straight information from Facebook. You'll see throughout the entire document that you guys have access to right below this video, that inside this document, there's links to tons of different articles. The reason for those links to the articles is so you guys can actually, if you want to read further on it, you completely can. But this stuff here that we're going to be learning today is literally just straight from the source. This is straight from Meta. And rather than you guys having to go and do all the reading that I had to go and do, I broke it down into this simple doc for us. So we're going to be diving in to basically Andromeda today. And through this, we're going to be talking about what's working right now, what's not working right now. But the reason and the purpose behind this is that in 3 months from now, in 4 months from now, when these features that Meta is talking about are working better, it might be worth your while testing these features out. Now, as well, if we do find a winning formula using the Andromeda method that Meta outlines for us, we will obviously update that inside of the course as well too. We have been testing. We spent a lot of money testing out Andromeda, and right now the campaigns that we've built for you inside of the course are #1 winners, right? So I want to make that clear that that is still the best way to go about it. But this is just if you want the absolute sauce from Meta itself and what's supposed to be the most optimal way to run your campaigns. So first thing that we want to kind of dive into, and this shift between the old versus the new playbook up here, I'm going to break this down very simply. So what used to work would be lots of different ad sets. So right, it would be a broad ad set testing, a detailed testing, right? Some sort of stacked targeting, lookalike audiences. Having different ad sets for these worked very well in the past. Micro variations of hooks. What used to work so well was that you could literally just record one ad, have 4 different hooks for the ad, find one hook that literally is printing for you, and then scale that, right? And that no longer really works anymore. And that's what we're going to be diving into today. So before we do that, there's a few things I want to kind of cover. So #1 is just understanding Andromeda from Meta. So Meta's retrieval stage, Andromeda, is designed to select relevant ads from tens of millions of candidates. Then the ranking model decides what gets shown. So Meta's ranking model basically decides what gets shown. So essentially, Meta is finding your winners before you even spent freaking money on them, right? That's how smart the new Andromeda system is supposed to be, right? And this is, again, in Meta's terms, right? I'm not saying that this is practical application. This is just according to Meta. Andromeda was built to handle explosive growth in eligible ads from Advantage Plus automation and Gen AI creatives, meaning the system can consider way more variations and personalize harder. What we used to have to do with all the different ad sets, right? So what we used to do with all these different ad sets up here, Meta is now doing that at the creative level, right? So essentially what it's doing is it's finding the right ad for the right person. And it's doing that on a broad level, which is crazy because we used to always have to do that detail. Now, I'm not saying that this actually is how it works in practical application. I'm just saying this is what Meta claims Andromeda does. Now, when it comes to actual practical consequences, so like I said, creative is now our new targeting, right? Meta is using the creative and putting that creative in front of the right person for that creative. Structure is now about reducing friction and no longer about outsmarting the algorithm with all your different tactics, different ad sets, etc., etc. You win by feeding Meta clear offers, clear angles, in lots of high quality creatives. So going through this, and just so you guys can understand, one thing that I was talking about that no longer works anymore, and one aspect that we have to understand is micro variations versus angles. So what a micro variation is like what I said used to work. And truthfully, when I talk about Andromeda, the angles aspect of it, it really does work. So even going back to what I said in the past campaigns, I've never once told you guys to test out 100 different hooks, and I will never tell you to test out 100 different hooks because that doesn't work anymore. We need to focus on new angles. A new angle doesn't just use a new hook. It has a new structure from start to finish with the ad, right? So the hook is the first 1 to 3 seconds pattern interrupt. The angle is the reason why someone should care, right? Their exact pain points, a call to action that makes sense for them, proof that makes sense to them, and the script from start to finish talking to that one aspect of your ICP. The way you want to think about or angle of your ICP. The way you want to think about angles in your ICP is like a pie. And I'll use my ICP as an example. I focus on working with
high ticket coaches. Okay. So a part of my ICP, my whole ICP is high ticket coaches. A piece of that pie could be high ticket coaches that have been burned from ads in the past. Another piece of that pie is high ticket coaches that have been burned from BS courses that they could have found on YouTube. Another angle to that pie is coaches that are just getting started out. Another angle to that pie is coaches who are at 20K per month, but don't have the infrastructure to scale to 50 or 100K per month, right? So all of those parts, all of those are angles, like I talked about, pieces of the pie, they all fit into my ICP, but all their pain points are different. What I'm going to be talking about in the ad is going to be different. Someone who's just starting off their offer and someone who's been burned from ads, like that's not even a relatable script, right? Like we can't, like, I hope you're understanding what I'm saying is that it's not just about this, like a hook anymore and then a broad script. The script needs to almost act as like detailed targeting. That's the way you want to go about it. So making sure you're calling out your ICP, and then from start to finish, that script is tailored to that angle of your ICP. So when it comes to Andromeda at these different levels, we're going to go through campaign, ad set, and ad level of really what's being pushed. When it comes to the campaign side, with Andromeda, CBO or campaign budget optimization is what's essentially optimized. Now, from my own testing, from my clients' testing, the best results are still coming at ad set level. So I'm just telling you this in regards to what Meta is telling us. They're telling us to use our campaign budget. I will personally tell you right now, on January 2nd, 2026, the best way is still ad set budgeting. Now on the ad set level, right now, what it's telling us to use are broad targeting with Advantage Plus placements. Now in our past campaigns, we ran manual placements, only Instagram stories and only Instagram reels. I will still tell you that that's still working best than Advantage Plus placements for my testing. And then on the ad level, it's just a heck of a lot more variations, and every single ad inside of the ad set needs to be a part of that angle. The one thing you don't want to do with Andromeda is put different angles inside of one ad set, right? So you want to be having multiple ad sets with different creatives inside of those ad sets, but all of those creatives fit the piece of the pie for your ICP. Now, Meta's own Advantage Plus creative guidance says it can automatically create multiple variations and show a more personalized version to each person. Meta reported studies certain performance lifts. So example being like reduced cost per result, more purchases, etc. when using the enhancements. So if your creative is weak, no targeting is going to save you, right? If your creative is strong and diverse, broad targeting becomes an advantage according to Meta. So now let's actually go into an SOP with Andromeda to actually crush running ads. And again, this is all according to Meta, right? And we're going to go through and tell you what's valuable and what's not valuable right now. So pixel tracking and CAPI, I will tell you that this is the most important that it's ever been. Now, the reason why is you need to be feeding Andromeda the right information. Meta's Pixel Helper, or the Meta Pixel setup tool, is dog shit. Dog shit. It's terrible. It doesn't work well. The reason why it doesn't work well, it hasn't worked well. Number one, it hasn't worked since like 2018 with the new iOS 16 update. But number one, people are using ad blockers. People have cookie blockers. People, even iOS itself is smart enough to block this right information from getting sent back to Facebook. So as well, on top of that, if you are running a campaign that is like a losing campaign, you also don't want to be sending all of that information always back to Meta. So that's why it's important to use CAPI and send the most valuable information you can back to Meta. So offer clarity, one core promise for that angle, one primary CTA, and one primary audience. So broad targeting is fine, but your messaging must be specific. Now this comes back down to the angles, right? If you are targeting, like for instance, my ICP, you don't need to do detailed target. There's not even going to be a detailed targeting option for burned by coaches in the past or burned by courses, right? So what you need to do is make sure you have the broad targeting on, but the messaging in terms of like your headlines, your copy, your creative, your messenger template or your lead form template, it needs to be hyper specific for each angle, right? So like even it comes down to like your lead forms, your messages, what call to action word are they DMing you, right? These things all matter. So with fragmentation in terms of Andromeda, what it's essentially telling us to do is to use less campaigns, fewer ad sets, but then more creatives per ad set. And again, the one thing I will tell you is that when it comes down to this, is like truthfully what I find with Andromeda and what they want us to do is using dynamic creatives and then 10 ads, like about 5 to 10 ads per asset or ad set that suit that angle. Right. And like even it tells you right down here 6 to 12 ads. If you are using dynamic creative, the most you can do is 10. If you're not using dynamic creative, then you can go anywhere up to 12. So, and again, as well too, even when it comes down to retargeting, I'm even going to take this out because I wouldn't even put a retargeting campaign inside of a same as a prospecting campaign. Truthfully, you'd want to run those campaigns completely separate with Andromeda now. Now, when it comes to the audience and placements, number one, broad. So you want to just focus on like age, what actually truly matters, and then keeping Advantage Plus placements on. Again, this is completely different than what we taught you inside of the course, but this is just, again, like I'm saying for the probably the 20th time, this is just based off of what Meta is telling us with the new Andromeda update. When it comes to retargeting, it's also telling us to now keep it very hyper simple. So like simply just like website visitors, video viewers, or people who engage with your account, and then using distinct creatives as well too, where it's hyper focused on retargeting rather than just something that you would use for both like a prospecting and a retargeting campaign. Now, you want to build angles correctly. This is huge. So rather than focusing on just new hooks, we need to focus on angles, right? So I have an example here for like fitness coachings, like different angles that you can take, which are completely fine. But it doesn't just come down to like the hook, like I said. It needs to be talking about like the pain points, what you're talking about through your script, like what you're even presenting your offer as needs to be hyper focused around that angle. Now, produce creatives that Andromeda actually loves. So Andromeda was built for a world where eligible creative volume explodes. So you want to have a clear understanding of who your ICP is, a clear outcome, and a clear call to action, and some sort of clear proof. But it all needs to be hyper specific for your angle. Then, last but not least, is turning on the enhancements, right? Because like Meta was saying, it can literally create multiple variations of your ad with its enhancements that are more hyper targeted towards like your more hyper targeted ICP. Lots of hyper targeting there. Now, with launching, the rules you want to follow, don't touch budget, frequently. One of the biggest things with Andromeda is you need to give it time to learn. So like before, even in the past, the one thing with, if you're going with like this tried and true Andromeda system, finding winning ads will take a little bit longer, right? And the reason why is that if you are using the campaign budget, if you do have like a lower budget, but you're running tons of ads, you just need a lot more spend to actually find what's winning and what's losing. So when it comes, and then everything else, again, in here, the last really big thing I want to touch on is reporting and what to look like. And we can kind of dive into everything else again after. You guys have full access to this doc, so I don't want to just read this all out for you guys here, because you guys can actually go in and actually like check this doc out yourselves as well too. But when it comes to reporting, the biggest things with reporting is that we want to, and this comes down to CAPI as well too, is that since Andromeda is so hyper focused and hyper targeted, we need to be making sure that we're sending back the proper information for CAPI. What I mean by this is that we have to make sure that if we're searching for cost per booking, that we need, or let's say we're just looking for cost per lead per se, or if we're just doing like cost per purchase, right? If we're sending back purchases, that's gonna be a huge one as well too. Like purchasing info from CAPI is huge. And if you're actually wanting to run a leads campaign, one thing that can work great is rather than just leads is purchases, because you can still run like it as like a lead campaign, but rather than tracking leads, you're tracking purchases. So the only information that you're sending back to Meta is people who purchase. Now, why does that work better than working with just leads? Well, number one, people who buy from you, we'll not say everyone's qualified, right? Because we've all dealt with chargebacks. We've all dealt with people who buy your program and it's literally their last dollar that they can spend, right? But 80% of them are qualified, right? So we're sending Meta back an 80% quality rate if we send back purchases, versus do you believe that 80% of the leads you generate are qualified? No. You see me laughing. Not even the 80% of the leads that I generate are qualified. Like it's impossible. Like impossible, right? So using more specific tracking methods and sending that information back with CAPI is huge. And it's bigger than ever because then Meta is going to find more people who are purchasing, if that's what you're optimizing for, and place your ads in front of more people who are more likely to purchase. And what scales your business? Leads or purchases? Purchases, right? Exactly. So why this SOP is in line with Meta's direction. So again, like this actually works for you, is Andromeda exists to improve personalization and ROAS, right? So by upgrading the retrieval layer, handling far more candidates, and benefiting from an automation-driven growth, creative volume. Meta's broader ads stack foundation models are exceptionally designed to improve ad relevance and conversion performance across Facebook and Instagram. Meta's own Advantage Plus creative materials emphasize automated variations plus personalization delivery that report measurable lifts in studies. Meta's research published work points to continued gains in conversion and ads quality as the system consolidates and scales. So the one thing with it, kind of going back to what I was saying, is that with Andromeda, it just needs a little bit more time. But when you do find a winner, it's like basically telling you that, like, dude, you're like cooking is what it's telling you, right? So that's one of the most important aspects, just understanding everything with Andromeda. And guys, like the reason why I want to, and I know like some of you guys honestly might be watching this video and be like, why does this shit even matter if I'm following the campaign right? The reason why is because, like, truthfully, if I just show you how to make one campaign and you run that for life, like if you run that campaign that we've been running in the course in 10 years from now, bro, you're going to be cooked. I'm telling you, as the person who made those, that they're not going to, they're more than, I'm not going to say they're not, but more than likely there's going to be a better system by them, right? So it's our due diligence as growth operators to make sure that we are staying up to date with the current trends, to understand when changes need to be made, where to go back to. And the reason why I wanted to create this document for you guys and give you access to this doc is that so you can use this as a checklist. So this checklist here, you guys have like already pretty much all this set up already. So you can go through that, make sure it all makes sense for you. But guys, this is really the biggest like takeaways from Andromeda. Biggest thing that we want to go over are angles instead of micro variations. Lots of great creative volume. So creating more creatives than ever, letting Meta find the winners for you, and then allocating your budget towards those winners. Meta tends to already do that for you. It will really find your winners and really spend hard on those winners. And then as well too is less actual like manual setup and more just running off of broad targeting. And again, like I said, this is just like what we're told is the best right now. I'm not saying that it absolutely is, but again, you guys have, this is a full 7-page document that you guys have access to. So if you want to go and run through this document, you should have been doing it while I was going through the video, but make sure you go through this document so you have a clear understanding of Andromeda. If you guys have any questions about this, please feel free to drop them down below, and I look forward to catching up with you guys in the next module. Peace. How's it going, guys? So this here is going to be the automations masterclass. And this more than likely will end up having a part 2, maybe even a part 3. And one thing that's going to be really cool about when you guys come inside this program is that we're going to be continuing to update everything inside of here, right? So right off the get-go, we don't want to overwhelm everyone, and we want to see what people are actually looking for when it comes to automations inside of their offers. But there are so much more that we can build. But again, we didn't want to just come in here and give you 100 different automations for you guys to get confused with. But these automations should give you a good key understanding to understand automations. So then that way you can continue building great automations for your offer. And like we said, we're going to continue building this out. So when you're watching this now, right underneath this video, there's going to be the drive folder for the automations masterclass. And here you'll see like there's probably more documents inside of here than now, right? And that's because we continue to upgrade as our course has continued to move forward. So without further ado, let's dive right in. So inside the Google Drive folder, you guys, so first of all, where we're going to start off, just so we're on the same page, go below this video and open up the Google Drive folder in a new tab. And then go over to your high level and go into the automations and then go into the automations masterclass template. Now that we're inside the automations masterclass template and we have this here, we're kind of both on the same page. So first and foremost, what we're going to run through today is actually how to automate with smart lists, how to run text blasts, which really is the same thing with running email blasts. Once you kind of learn how to do one, you can do the other. In GHL, how to set up survey and form notifications, and then an advanced email sequence that you guys can use for your appointments that absolutely fucking prints. So first of all, we're going to get into smart lists. So we're going to open up this document here where we have the full SOP for this. So today, what we're going to be creating smart lists for are booked calls, people we've closed, and then contacts with valid phone numbers. We can also make one for emails as well too. And the reason why we have to make smart lists and they don't come as part of the snapshot is because smart lists are individualized for each individual user inside the GHL account. So your smart list that you set up for yourself, even if you have the same Go High Level account, but someone like a new user gets added to that, they will have to make their own smart list as well. So going through everything that we have here, let's go over into our contacts and let's make our first smart list. So you guys have the document, which you can follow along with, but we're going to go out and make these smart lists. So you'll see we already have closes and booked calls set because inside of our contacts, you see up here where it says all booked calls, these are like our smart lists. And then this here is like closes, another smart list, right? Again, this is done inside of our course account, like our test account that we have here. And that's why there's not people in the booked calls. But as you guys seen from our other videos where we actually created the tracking for closes, you guys will know that that in this test account, we have the 2 closes. Now, the last one that we have to make is for our contacts with valid phone numbers. So as you guys will be able to follow the document to make your smart list. It's super easy. But what we're going to do in order to make smart lists is we're going to go over to here where it says more filters inside of contacts. And we're going to click on this. Now, you'll see that the way that we do it for like closes, people who have 1, all we do is we set the opportunity status for 1. People with booked calls, it's just people who have the tagged booked call, right? So for instance, if we were to do like people who have like closed, even though we already have it set up, we would look at the word status, pipeline status here, and then 1. And as you can see, it's going to create me the same list as our closed, but we're not doing the closed right now, right? So we're going to do booked calls. Or sorry, not booked calls. We're going to do leads with phone number. So for this, what we're going to look up is we're going to look up phone, and then we're going to select on where it says is not empty, and then apply. Now, there's not going to be very many inside of here, like we mentioned, because these are fresh. This is a fresh new test account that we made for the course. Now, you'll see we have our 3 that auto-populated right in there. Now, our last step is go down here and press Save as Smart List. And let's say we call this valid phone numbers. And then, as you can see at the top there, inside of our smart list, valid phone numbers auto-populates. One of the best things about these smart lists too is that you don't have to remake them every time leads come in, right? So any new lead that gets qualified underneath these guidelines will automatically get added in there. So every time you get a new lead with a valid phone number, they're going to get automatically added in here. Now, let's say we want to make one for emails. All we would do is go back to all, and then we would head up. We would go back to all, then we would head up over here and then do the same thing, but look up email. Now, email is not empty. And then what we're going to do, save a smart list, and we're just going to call this valid email and save. Now, there we go. So now we are able to actually automate using these smart lists. So this is great. And again, there's going to be so much that you can see when you go through this smart list doc. So like what else you might want to be using smart lists for. But it's also great as well too, like leads with phone numbers, right? That's great for if you have like phone setters who are in there as well too. It's literally just a full list of people with phone numbers. So it almost acts as like a new opportunity. And you guys are able to use those for anything that's listed inside of here inside. Now, what I also want to show you is what we can actually do with these smart lists, because that's most important, right? So inside of the Go High Level, now that we know how to make smart lists, one other thing I want to show you as well too is if you go over here to manage smart lists over here, you can actually go in and edit them, edit the names, and you can also reorder them as well too. So you can see how like booked calls is number 1. Let's say I wanted like closes as the first one. Let's move that up, and you can see up there, closes is now the first. Just want to show you that as one last thing. So when we head back over to automation, we go to the automations masterclass. For instance, so if we now go to the next document, which is how to create the SMS sequences inside of GHL, the first thing that we have on here is creating that phone smart list, which we gave you the exact way to how to do it again here. And that's really the only thing that you're going to have to do on your end, except for actually writing the text message for this automation. So next, what you would do is you would head over to the GHL, like the masterclass automations in here, and then you go to SMS Blast. Now we would go just to the SMS Blast template. Now, as you can see, we literally give you the outline of how to actually make this workflow, but we've already made it for you. So the only thing that you'll have to do when you get in here, if you want to run these SMS text blasts, is essentially go in here and put in your text messages. Now, I wanted to show you this. And like I mentioned, this is the same way that's done with email as it is with text. So when you come in here, I'm going to remake this from scratch to show you guys, or let's say you don't have the GHL snapshot. I'm going to show you guys how to make this from scratch. First step, you don't add a trigger for this workflow. The only thing you do is add, and then you go drip. And then like I said, this one's 5 every 2 minutes. So we make this batch size 5, and then this every 2 minutes. And then we would just name this 5 every 2 minutes. And then I can save that. And then I would just go up here and then look up SMS. Now, send SMS. Easy peasy. Right? And then I would type my text message in. There we go. So now I'm actually going to delete this because we don't need those 2 drips. But I just wanted to show you guys literally the steps of how you would add that. Right? But now this is already made for you. Right? So all you have to do if you want to run SMS blasts out of here is just add your text message in here, what you would have. Now, if you want to send multiple text messages, this is what I'm going to show you. And this is what I want to show you on this call or on this video is, let's say you want to have a 2-step sequence. We could add a wait to this. Now, if you're going to do a wait from a text message blast, this is the way you want to do it. You don't want to do a time delay. What you want to do is wait for contact reply. Why? Because if people reply, you don't want to send them your follow-up message that you have. You'd rather send them a personalized message that you or your setter can just send them. You're going to select the reply step being the SMS. Now we're going to set a timeout for this. Essentially what this timeout is it's basically going to be like, okay, well, how much time are we putting for this? Okay, we're waiting for the contact to reply to the text, but let's only give it like 4 hours, 3 hours. Most cases, give it an hour, 1 hour. Now what that's basically going to do is when we press save is you'll see it creates an if else. So essentially what this is creating here is that this contact, like this is what happens when the contact does reply, and this is what happens when the timeout happens when the contact doesn't reply, right? So if you wanted, obviously if the contact replies, we're not sending them anything. But if you want to send a follow-up message, all you would do is go down here and then go to SMS, send SMS. And then now you would have your second text message here. And realistically, you can do that over and over and over and over and over again, right? If you want to have multiple waits for this, super, super easy. Now, like I mentioned, it's always best to go in here and name everything. So I would have this as wait for contact reply, 1 hour timeout. Save. And then this will be follow-up SMS. There we go. And that's easy peasy lemon squeezy. Now, what we do is we go up here and when we're done and we're going to press save. And with this, you can literally always keep this workflow published because like I said, there's no trigger. We have to add the contacts in here manually from our smart lists. Now, the last thing you want to go in and make sure is that you turn this on, the stop on response, if you do have that second text message as an option. Now, if you are going to create like a yes or no answer for this, like reply yes if you want more details or reply this if you want more details, then you're going to want to have this turned off, right? Because if the contact replies with that word yes, then you want to be able to send them a text message, not take them out of the workflow, right? But for most people, have the stop on response turned on. And then we're going to save that. Now, and just for this case, because I know most of you guys are probably only running a 1 text sequence, I'm going to delete these, but now you guys know exactly how to do it for text. Now, just to show you guys how easy it is to do for email, literally, I'm going to build this for you guys on this call right now in less than 2 minutes. So what we're going to go and do, and you guys can do this as well too with multiple, I'm just going to show you this, just being the easiest way to duplicate workflows. Like this here, I know I'm kind of like blabbing on a little bit and just showing you guys things real fast, but it's because we have so much to show you. And this here is going to be able to this is going to open up a can of worms to what you're going to be able to do with so many more automations. So in this case, let's say I wanted to do the same as my text message, but also run it for email. I can go in here and I'm just going to go and duplicate this workflow. Now, we're going to rename this to email blast template. Okay. Now the email blast template is set up. It's just drafted. So what we're going to do is we're going to go in here and we're going to keep the drip on the same. And then in your case, more than likely what you could just do is copy your text message. So in this case, I'm going to copy my text and then I'm going to be able to go and delete this action. Okay. Now I'm going to go and look up email. Now send email. With the emails, the first things you're going to want to do is the from name. You would want to make this your name. So I would just set this as user full name, and then from email, always best user email. Subject will be your subject line. One thing that's really cool that GHL literally just added like a week ago is the preview text. So this will be used to preview text in client email. So if you want to have like a separate subject line there, you can. And then you would just have your email in here. So this would be your email in here. Now, there's some things in here as well too. You can actually track clicks with your emails inside the automations tab in GHL. So if you have like links that you include in here, you can actually track those as well, which is pretty damn cool. And then you would just go here and press save. And now it's the same sequence, but just done for emails. And we can go and publish that because like we said, we have no trigger on this. So we just keep it published. Easy peasy. Now, with these, we also have the inside the text blasts, the notifications. Now, inside of here, this is your easiest option of what to do is using the workflow that we've already created. Now, you'll see this internal notification from SMS Blast. So this is turned on. So what this is going to do is basically, and you can set this up for your email the exact same way, just by duplicating it and then just making these change here. Because what we have is this set is the customer replied, and then we would just change this workflow to our email. So like, let's say I looked at my email blast template, then I could just change this for the email blast template if I made a duplicate of it. Now, what it's going to do is it's going to set a condition. So if the lead replies the word stop, which is like opt-out language, we don't want to get a notification that says lead replied stop, lead replied stop, lead replied stop, because you would just get so annoyed with your text messages. So if the lead replies, lead replies, but it's not stop, but if it's anything else, you get a notification for that. And then it's going to say their name replied to your cold SMS campaign. This is their message body. And the way you can actually do that for email or text is through these custom values. So up here inside of custom values, you're gonna have all these different options. So see, because we have it as the trigger as contact replied, you'll see message. We have message body, message subject, and message attachments. So like for emails, I would always have like message subject and message body. But for text, obviously just message body. There's no subject line for a text message, right? So that's the easiest way for you to go about receiving notifications as well from your SMS blasts as well that you set up. Or like I said, you guys already know from watching the last example how to set this up for email. So you can also do this for email as well too. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Now, how do we actually add these contacts into here? Let's go about it and show you how to do this. So if we want to actually add people into our text message blast or email blast, it's all done the exact same way. What we would do is we would just go up here into contacts. Then we would go into our smart list that we're looking for. So if it's for like SMS blast, it would be valid phone numbers. Then what we're going to do is we're going to select all the records. If you have multiple records, a button will come up here and it'll be like, you have 10 records selected. Do you want to select all 1,000 records? Select all those 1,000 records. And then up here where it says add to automation, you're going to click on that. And now the import name is going to be SMS Blast Import, just because it's an example we can use. Now, what we can do is we want to set this for workflow, and then we're actually going to go and select the workflow. So we are going to look up SMS Blast. Now, rather than send them all in at once, this is where we're going to actually set the drip for how many we want per day, as you'll see inside of the document. Because the drip that we had set up inside of the workflow is just for like spacing it out, so we're not sending like 1,000 texts at once. It makes it easier for you to reply back, as well as it's better for you to find the times that you get the best replies at. But this is going to be how many you want to do per day. So first of all, you're going to pick the day that you want it to start. So let's say I wanted to start tomorrow, January 16th. How many messages per batch? Let's say I want to do 100 per day. Then I repeat this after one day. And then easy peasy. Now, if you want to add like a time window, meaning like you don't want to send people through at this time, like from this, you only want to send people from this time to this time, you can set those up as well. And if you don't want to send them on the weekends, you can do that. You can even select the days that you don't want them on. And then all you would do is press add to automation and they get added automatically and you just sit back and wait for them to reply. I'm not going to add these in because it's just me, Trey, and my father. So I'm not going to add those people in. But literally all you would do is go here and press this after you select the day that you want. So let's say I selected today, or let's say I selected like tomorrow, confirmed. And even if I want to set a time, let's say I want to do it from like, 8 a.m. until, let's say, 9 p.m., right? And then I can just go add to automation, easy peasy. And that's how you actually add people from your smart list into your SMS blast and email blasts. Easy peasy, lemon freaking squeezy. All right, I'm not going to add them in, but like I said, all you would do is press add to automation. I'm not going to add these people in though. So cancel. Now that we understand how to run text blasts in here, the next thing we're going to talk about is actually creating you a more, I would say, authoritative driven email sequence before your call. Now, what you can do is when you go to automations, we're going to head back over to the automations masterclass template. And then we're going to go to advanced email workflows. And then you'll see this workflow here. Now, before you input anything in here, because you'll see this, look at this workflow, okay? Yeah. Good freaking luck knowing what to put in here. So go through the document, because I'm not going through this entire document right now on the call, on this video. We gave you the entire framework for each email from 1 to 11. Now, what we need you to do is we also give you a plug and play example, so you can literally go in and use these examples as a plug and play. Now, the one thing I will tell you on this framework is that the framework gives you a good guideline. And the framework is, and like the way we want you to use the framework is to understand the psychology, most importantly. Each email, we will tell you when to send it, the goal, and then what the actual psychology of that is. We'll give you some subject lines you can use as examples, etc. But I'm not going to sit here and give you some BS template for you to fill in. Like, you actually have to go in, and the reason why this is advanced is because as the CEO, founder, you have to actually be the one who writes these emails if you want good results. If I was working with you one-on-one, I would tell you the same thing. Obviously, I'd help you, but truthfully, true conviction, true authority comes from the CEO. So the way you go about this is I want you to read through all these emails, go through the plug and play, and then create your framework from email 1 to email 11. You will notice with the plug and play, and I noted this at the top, and I'm telling you guys this plug and play model was made by me giving ChatGPT about 5 to 6 different email templates that we use that follow this exact structure, and it came up with this template. So take this with a grain of salt, because I can't give you, for confidentiality reasons, the real email sequences. So use this framework. Now, when you go through this framework and you fill out all of the emails that we have in here, such as like the confirmation, the education, the risk agitation, the hidden cost, the credibility, authority teach, the identify and disqualification, the timing and agenda, the cost of inaction, the final authority, etc., and then the final reminder, etc. All of these, as you can see when you go through the automations, the way we have this set up is a 72-hour email sequence. But in certain instances, not everyone's going to be booked in for 72 hours. So you'll notice that we have a 24-hour out slot, a 48-hour out slot, and a 72-hour out slot. Now, the emails do start the same, but you will notice when we get to email 4, right, for the 24-hour out, it follows a different sequence. So it goes email 1, 2, 3, then 7, then 9, then 11. Whereas the 48 goes email 1, email 2, email 3, email 4, email 5, but then it goes to email 7, and then it goes to email 8, then to email 11, right? So it even skips 9, which we had 9 in there. And again, there's reasons for all of this, and once you understand the psychology behind it, you will understand that as well too. But the way you go about it, and the reason why it's nice that we labeled it this way, is that when you fill in your plug and play framework, all you do is copy and paste those into, like, you would copy and paste email 1 into all of the confirmation emails. Then all email 2, you would copy and paste those into emails for 72, 24, 48 hours, all the same. Same thing with email 3. Then you would put email 4 in here, but you would also copy over email 7 in here as well, which again, it's the same email 7 that you would have in this sequence. It's just in a different sequence for how far out they are. Now, with this is only for emails. So you make sure that you run the other text messages as well too that we already had set up previously earlier. But this is going to be the easiest way for you guys to actually get these text messages coming in. This is going to be the easiest way for you guys to put these into your booked calls. And again, the way I would run this is exactly just this automation by itself, and then have a separate text message sequence as well. But like I mentioned as well, I'm not going to go through everything inside of this of how to go through the email frameworks. Like, guys, that's a whole other video that we'd be here for another 45 minutes covering. So do your due diligence and go through this framework and build yourself out those 11 emails. Now, the last thing that I want to cover in this video is setting up notifications from forms. So inside of here, you'll notice inside of our forms, we have notify, form name submitted, notify, survey name submitted, and then the post call form submitted. And then this is automatically going to update onto a spreadsheet for you guys. So let's dive right into all of them. So number 1, with the form submitted, inside of GHL, you guys have forms. So with GHL, in the forms that there are inside of the GHL, if we go over here to Builder, let's say we had a lead magnet that we made, right? And we want those responses from that lead magnet, right? I'm not going to go in and actually make the form. I've already shown you guys how to do that. Same thing with surveys. Let's say for our surveys, right, where we have our coaching application. Let's say we want to get some of those notifications from there. Now, the easiest way to go about this always is having 2 tabs open. So I'm just going to copy and paste this tab and then open up a new tab of my high level here. If you guys haven't tried, Peach Monster has always been my go-to these last couple of days. Absolutely amazing. Anyways, so if we do this, what we would have is we would have our coaching application open in one tab. And then in the next tab, we'd go over to our automation here. And then we would go right inside of the automations masterclass over to forms and surveys. Now, we go to the survey here. This is where we set the automation. So what we have to do is set up the trigger as whatever survey we want. So whatever survey we're looking to get the information from, we want to make sure that when we select survey, that we're selecting the right survey there. And then we're going to press save. The next step is you're going to assign this to yourself. That way, our system knows who to send the notification to. Then we have this already set to update for new leads and opportunities. And then down here, you are going to set an internal notification. You can just use this exact same one that we have here, or if you don't have it, like I said, you just look up internal notification. Internal notification, just select that. And what we're going to set up as we're going to set this as a text message to the assigned user. And this is going to be new submission received. Now, you're going to go name, contact, first name. Now, again, the way you do this is by going up to custom values, contact, first name. It'll auto put that in there. Now, you'll notice down here where it says like goal, blocker, budget. These are just examples, guys, because in here, you guys, obviously, we don't have your entire survey built. We literally have like one form and the thank you page or the next page, right? So let's say we had a question like, what's your budget? How we would go about this, okay? So I would go and add first of all, I'd add some text to this. So I would add some customized text and I would say like, what's your budget? question mark. Okay. And then I would go add object fields, and we would go add. Now, with forms, I think I've told you guys this before, the only ones we ever use are single line, multi-line, and drop down single. Single line, short little text for them to put in. Multi-line, long text, and then drop down is just like a drop down with a selection. You can also do monetary, which would make sense in this, but it's just like to insert a dollar amount. For that, you can also do single line. Sometimes single line just looks a little bit cleaner as well too. So for that, we're gonna go single line. And then we're gonna press next. And then we're gonna look, and then we're gonna type in what we just typed in. So we're gonna say, what's your budget? Now we are creating a custom field here, and then we're just gonna always put this in additional info, and then we're gonna press save. So now what we do is we're gonna look up what your budget, and you'll see additional info. There's two. So what's your budget right here, right? Now, I don't like that how it comes up twice on there. So what you do is you can just highlight this text, just delete that, and it gets rid of the label. So it's just a nice big label you put there. Now, this is one example. Like I said, for your intake form, you're probably going to have like a bunch of different questions, but this is just one example. What we're going to do is we're going to go up here and press save. So that's saved. Now, when we go back to our other tab, I'm going to have to hit this with a refresh, but I'm going to show you guys how we do this. So once I refresh this, you guys will see that for all the custom fields that you add, we're able to get those inside the internal notifications. So let it just do its thing. Go high level being go high level. Perfect. Now, inside of internal notification, we would just go down here, and where it says budget, instead of it saying insert fields, and this is like what you would do is you would just, obviously for your case, like whatever question it is, you would have that there. Obviously, you're probably not asking what goal, blocker, and budget are. These are just examples, like the first thing that came to head. So, but example, if we were asking budget and we just created that on our form and we saved it already, we would go into the automation, and then we go to budget, and then we go up to your custom values, and then we can go in here and search. And we're gonna look up what's, and you see right there, what's your budget? Now, that's saved. Let's save that. So now we have it saved that the new custom field that we put in, when that survey gets submitted, those custom fields will automatically update on that notification. Now, like I said, you can use this notification as like a text message. You can also get like an in-app notification. You can do a WhatsApp notification. It costs a little bit extra, or you can do an email notification for yourself, whatever's easiest. And the way it works with forms is the exact same. So I hope this, guys, gives you a good rundown on the Automations Masterclass. Now, the way we do this with notifications from forms is the exact same. And you'll see, like, I'm just going to show you guys this real quick. Right here. So for like form, again, this would be like for your lead magnets. We don't have any like forms really made in here for you guys, except for like we have like the closer forms, like the calendar forms, all that stuff. But like say you wanted to insert the closer form, and whenever that gets submitted, like that form, if you want to set a notification for yourself, you do the exact same thing with the custom values. Now, if there's an area where you don't know what the custom value is called or you can't find it, I'm going to show you how to do that. So when we select on this, and you can do this with any of them, if you press on this settings button, it's going to tell you what like the query key is. So if you remove those underscores inside of like the search, if you just search that exactly, it's going to auto-populate that custom field there directly for you. So if you have any problems finding those, just make sure you go over there. You can go into the query key right there, copy and paste that, and you'll find it no problem. But I hope this, guys, answers the questions that you guys have with the automations. Now, like I said, a lot of this is going to be like really, like a lot of this is just me like kind of telling you what to do and then you running with it, right? Because truthfully, without us working one-on-one with you, it's hard for us to actually build you this bulletproof system. But these are the exact frameworks that we have used for our clients, which win. And like I said, we're probably gonna have another part 2 to this sometime shortly, or this video might be scrapped completely and you might be watching this for a second time eventually on a new video because we have more automations to add. But the other thing I will say is keep in mind, always make sure to be refreshing the snapshot we sent you on GHL so that you can get all the new updates inside of the Automations Masterclass as well too. I look forward to talking to you guys soon. Peace out.
This is going to be the only follow-up system you are going to ever need. because a lot of the times, and this goes for most of you, maybe this doesn't go for all of you, but most of you don't have a lead problem. You have a real follow-up problem. You DM someone, they show interest, they slow down, and then you start sending in, checking in messages or fucking saying, hey, just looping back up and checking up on you. And that's messaging like a loser. And I want you to be able to use this so that we can make this stupid simple for you guys. Because follow up is not checking in. A follow up is a decision plus clarity. That's it. And if your message doesn't create pressure or clarity, you're not following up. You are just spamming that person and they're not going to respond to you. So the rule for this, and I want you to tattoo this in the back of your mind, is every follow-up message must do at least one of these. Re-anchor the problem, re-anchor the outcome, remove the real objection, reopen the decision window, and create a binary choice, either a yes or a no. If your follow-up does not do that, you're just making noise within their head. So first off, we want to start with the 3-lane follow-up system. Every lead needs to go into one of these lanes. They're not all three. They're not just like vibes or how they feel. Like, they need to go into one lane. Lane 1 and lane A is the hot lead. They're engaged, they said they want it, and they actually just maybe stalled a little bit. The goal is to close them in 72 hours. You need to be direct, assumptive, and decision driven. Lane B is warm. They're interested, not committed, and they have slow replies. The goal here is to rebuild that urgency and create certainty around it. And the way to be able to do that with tone is calm and authoritative, as well as requalify and reframe the lead. Then lane C is the cold ghost. These are the people that don't reply very often, or maybe they vanished. The goal here is to just get a response or disqualify them fast if they're not qualified. And then the tone here should be short, a pattern interrupt, and low effort to reply, right? And here's the rule. If they re-engage at any point, then you're going to move them to lane A because now they are a hot lead. Now, the cadence you should have coming into this is super simple, but you need to have it be also brutal and actually follow this step by step. So day 0, which is obviously the same day, you follow up once after 5 to 30 minutes after no response, and then you follow up twice for the second time after 2 to 4 hours, and then you follow up a third time at the end of the day if they haven't responded yet. Then day 1, you'll leave another one message. Day 2, you'll leave a second message. Day 3, you'll leave another message plus like kind of like a breakup style text like, do you really want this or should I back off, right? And then day 5, close file message, basically just kind of sending them out maybe like a free piece of content, a free tip, something to reel them back in, and then value plus reloop, once again sending them a little bit more value and relooping back on if they actually want this or not. And then day 14 is just the final touch plus disqualifying them. If they haven't responded after this, then there's no point of continuing to reach back out. But if you don't follow a cadence, you're just going to continue becoming emotional and wondering why people aren't following up with you. You need to follow a system where you know you're going to be consistently reaching out to them. Because if you're emotional at the end of the day, you're going to lose in the follow-up game. You never want to be emotional. And then under that is the 6 follow-up frameworks that you're going to need to be able to make this work. So you want to rotate these so you obviously don't sound repetitive. Obviously don't like continue to send these as, you know, you're talking to that singular person, but you want to be able to switch these up and have different frameworks depending on obviously where they're at. So framework 1 is binary close. So this is more so for people stalling. Some examples is like, do you want to move forward or not, right? Let it out plain and simple, right? Or should I keep a spot for you or just close this whole entire thing out? Now it's like, oh, you know, maybe I can get this last spot, right? You're building that urgency and you're creating a way for them to actually start moving towards the close. Framework 2 is the objection trap, right? This is for people who say it's not the right time or maybe I don't have enough money, and that's just blowing smoke up your ass, right? So be straight and blunt with them. Is it money, timing, or you're just not sold yet, right? That'll have them answer and be like, it's money, or it's timing, or honestly, I just don't know about this, this, and this, right? Now you'll get the real answer then. And then once you get the real answer, you can be like, well, if we solve that, are you in? Yes or no, right? So this will be able to help you once again, move them down the line. Then framework 3 is the cost of inaction. And this is really a punch to their gut. Make the delay feel expensive. You can ask that with questions like, What is it costing you every month if you don't get this fixed, right? Figure out what their pain is. If you already know it, great. What happens if we don't fix this? Or what if you're in the same situation 90 days from now? Is that acceptable or no, right? Building that cost of inaction. Then framework 4 is proof plus a specific match. Obviously, you have to understand what their problem is to be able to use this one. So if you have gotten and understood their problem, you want to be able to reel them back in with that. So you want to use this as proof tied to their exact situation. So you could say something like this, right? Had someone in your exact spot do X in certain amount of days, want me to show you how they did it, right? This reels them back in with like, okay, someone else just did this. Maybe they could be able to do the same thing for me. And then you can even send them over content or, push towards getting them on a call so that you actually can close them. And framework 5 is just like a micro commitment. Lower friction just to re-engage. An easy way to be able to do this is quick one. Are you yes, no, or not right now, right? Boom. See if they're actually interested or not. And then you could ask something like, what's the one thing you need to see to feel 100% on this? Now you get an understanding of what they actually want to see within your program, and you can kind of tailor and build it around that if your program obviously does provide it so that they can want to get onto a call or make that commitment for themselves. And then framework 6 is just the breakup, respectfully disqualifying if they aren't qualified. And this really does spike replies. So you could just be like, seems like this isn't really a priority for you not right now. Want me to close your file, right? This will be like you stepping away. And when they see that you're stepping away and not just trying to force them to get onto a call, a lot of the times in their head, they're like, okay, well, if this person's stepping away, maybe they actually aren't trying to scam me, or maybe they are actually serious. And they'll be like, no, 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 don't close my file. I've just been busy right now. And if they tell you close their file, cool. They probably weren't interested in the first place. Or you can follow up and be like, okay, I understand you want me to close your file just so I can get an understanding. Was there anything that we could have provided better that would have been able to help you just so we can be able to train for, or just so we could do better for our next clients, right? So then it opens up a way for them to be able to say, well, I wish you did this, this, and this. And then if you have that, you could be like, well, we actually do have this, this, and this. Are you still interested? And then you can roll the conversation once again with that breakup text. Now we're going to go ahead and scroll down and come down to the plug and play messaging bank by lane. So if they're in lane A, like they're hot and you need to close them fast, use these when they clearly want it, but obviously they maybe just stalled. So questions you can ask is like, still good to get this handled this week, or are we parking it? Or what's the hold up? Is it money, timing, or uncertainty? Now you're getting direct answers out of them. We need to get this quick so that we can close them in that 72-hour time frame. And then you can ask something like, if we solve that, are you actually ready to move forward today? Yes or no? You need direct answers for these hot leads because they're already ready and prepped to go. So we need to be able to get them on a call sooner than later, or have them pay sooner than later, before this urgency slips their mind. Then lane B is more so for warm leads. Remember, but rebuilding that urgency and certainty. So these re-qualify and rebuild commitment. So you can ask something like, before we go further, what result are you actually chasing right now? Is it A, B, or C? Or what's the biggest thing you've tried that didn't really work for you, right? We're rebuilding that urgency, seeing what actually is their pain so that we can get them towards the hot phase and really push them towards either getting on a call or once again closing the deal. And then lane C, if they're obviously cold or ghosting you and they don't really get a response, or you're just trying to get a response or just unqualify them in general, these need to be super low effort. You don't need to go super hard on these. You could do something like still alive, or should I assume this is a no, or do you want me to close this out, or last message from me unless you reply, are you in, yes or no, right? You're getting a direct response out of them, or you can just unqualify them immediately. So this makes things a lot easier on your end. Then we go into the best follow-up / just reopen the loop. So this is how you follow up without sounding needy. The template for this is something like, quick update. I just helped someone with obviously their exact problem get to X result. Want me to show you what changed? Right now you're getting a proper understanding of where they're at right now, and why this works is because it adds value and it triggers their curiosity, and it's just a one-word reply. They could be like, yeah, go ahead and send that over. Or yeah, go ahead. I would love to know what changed, right? Now they're back in the loop. You can send them over content, get them on a call, whatever it needs be, so that you can get them closed once again. And then 7 is now the automation logic, which is basically so that they stop freestyling. So this is going to be the automation logic so that the client stops freestyling and going all over the place, because you need to be able to teach them this specific decision tree. If they reply with any type of interest, you just ask one of these things. What's the main outcome you want? What's stopping you right now? Or do you want the fast plan or a thorough plan? Now you're getting actual answers out of these people to see what they want. And if they reply with any objections, you just run the exact same sequence. Clarify, isolate, reframe, and then you close. For example, you could say something like, when you say timing, do you mean time, money, or uncertainty? And if we solve that, are you in? Right? Then you reframe it, see what they say, and then you say, cool, you want to start by today or tomorrow. And if they ghost you after the price, then from there, you just say, and if they ghost you after price, they're not busy, they got emotional. So you'd hit them with totally fair. Most people pause at price. Is it affordability or is it value? Then, if I could make the value undeniable, would you do it? Right? Because at the end of the day, you really want to build into these people and see if they're actually interested in investing into themselves. Because yes, 5K might be a lot to them right now, but ultimately, what is that? You want to get an answer out of them if they're actually serious about investing into themselves or not. Because at the end of the day, if you don't get that out of them, you need to get an understanding of if they actually want to invest into themselves. Because if you get an understanding of if it's yes or no, then you can save yourself so much time. Because if they're not even willing to invest in themselves in the first place, then no matter how much money they have saved, they're still not going to move forward no matter what. So make sure they're still willing to actually invest into themselves to be able to reach whatever X goal is. And then from there, we just go over the hard standards. The hard standards, and these are non-negotiable. If your follow-up system sucks, it's because 1, you're asking checking in questions, you're writing paragraphs to these people that they don't care about, you're not forcing a decision, and you're actually scared to lose a lead. The truth is, if they get offended by a yes or no decision ask, they weren't buying in the first place. You need to understand that mentality. You're not here to be liked by these people. You're here to close qualified buyers that are actually interested in your process. So if you follow this follow-up system, you won't have any problems being able to reach out to leads and get them actually on the calendar if they are serious.
Hey everyone, and this is Ryan, and in this module I'll be teaching you how to use the Uprising Flow VA tracking sheet. Let's start with saying what exactly is VA. VA stands for Virtual Assistant. Virtual Assistant when you want someone helping you out, taking some things off your plate, and you want to actually track what they're doing better, that way you get your money's worth. In this sheet that we'll be sharing with you in the description, we'll have 3 main sheets that you'll be able to use. Let's go for the first one. First thing is daily things. What is this for? This is for when you want your VA to doing something in a daily basis. That way you don't have to actually write it down every single day. So let's start here. What's this? The task name. Let's say that you want them to do KPI tracking. The priority set by you. Number 1. Impact. This has crucial, high, mid, or low impact. Crucial. The category, is it for video editing, client support, automation, visual design, tech fixes, marketing, etc. Your VA will actually click if this was already done for the day. Was this done? Yes, that was done. You set a time estimate. You think that this will take you 10 minutes, and the VA took, let's say, 15 minutes. That way you know how long it took him. If your VA, your assistant, needs to put any notes, he or she will be able to add them here. Your notes, and also a link to folder. Let's say that the KPI tracker was done and he added to the Google Drive. He can add the link to the drive here. That way you don't have to go looking for it. You just click it and it will open. Then we'll go to open task. Now these are tasks that are not in a daily basis. Let's say that these are things that are done 1 or maybe 2 times. So it's a very similar format. Is the task name, priority, the impact, category, status, if it was completed, is it ready for review, in progress, is it to do, stuck/blocked for X reason, waiting on client or waiting on you, for example, or waiting on your VA. You can change it. The time estimate, if it's an hour, 30, 5 minutes, 15, 30, or 5 hours plus. The time spent by your VA. The due date, your VA's notes, your notes, and the link to folder. Right? So it's a very simple system to actually track what your VA is doing. Some VAs, they can charge you for hours of work or per task. And this sheet will help you in both ways. That way, if it's a task that it will only take realistically 30 minutes, he won't say in the future, oh, it took me all day. How? If it was a task that it was supposed to take you 30 minutes, right? So, and what happens when these tasks are done? You don't want to scroll all the way down to see the next task. No, what you do is very simple. You copy all of the completed task, or your VA copies all of the completed tasks. You go to close task. You paste it right here. You just go here and paste it done. And delete it from here. That's a very easy and simple setup to actually use. Then you use move up priorities. And the priorities is going to be a game changer for you and your VA. In a busy day that the VA has a lot of things to do, that way you know that he's actually focusing on what really matters and doesn't, send you a video that you really didn't need. You actually needed the IG story to be posted before. That's just an example. And in closed task, here you'll be able to see all the different things that the VA has done for you and on what date he did it, right? So that would be the Uprising Flow VA tracking sheet. Once again, you can go ahead, start using it. You can download it down in the description. If you needed any help, you can send us a message at Uprising Flow, and you can contact Liam, Trey, or even myself. I hope you have an amazing rest of your day. Peace.
If you're watching this video, it means that you want to grow faster, and I want to congratulate you. I think the exact same way. I think of business and life as the exact same thing. How can I get the most amount of momentum to get to my goals the fastest possible? And you're probably looking for some results that look similar to this. Just like our client who was able to scale from 0 to 143K in 93 days using the click-to-close system. And you're probably looking for someone who gets their clients great results to be the one to help you get there. And if you've gone through this system, I don't know if you've watched the entire course, I don't know if you've skimmed through the entire course, but if you are here watching this video, it means that you have found value from what we are teaching. So where you are now, if you're just getting started with the course, or if you've gone through and actually implemented the systems but want to scale faster, then this is for you. But I want to make something very clear. You still can get great results using the information that we've provided inside of the program. Using what we have taught you inside of this click-to-close system, easily you should be able to scale your business past 30 to 50K per month consistently. But if you're looking to get there faster, or if you're looking to get past there, then this is for you. Here's the honest truth. Most people, they say they want this, but they actually don't, because they're not willing to put in the actual time. Too many people in this space are what we call entrepreneurs. They talk a lot, they talk about what that next big thing is for their business, but they never take action on those steps. And I'll be honest, that's probably up to 80% of the people who are watching this video right now. You say you want it, but when it actually comes time to putting in the time, investment, and work, you don't show up. And that brings us into step number 2, which is most people aren't actually willing to invest in themselves to grow further. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I've invested into many coaches myself, some very notable names as well too. Joel Kaplan, Cole Gordon, Derek Rodriguez. Every single one of those investments cost me more than $10,000. Now, is that expensive? Yes. But is it expensive to what I was willing to pay to not invest into myself and not grow? Because where I was before I invested in my very first program, which was Cole Gordon's, I was at 0. And after his program, I was consistently generating 15 to 20K per month. So that 10K, 20K investment was nothing from what I was able to see in return. And now, I'm not saying that when you come work with us, you have to put up a $15,000 investment, but you have to be willing to invest into yourself in order to see growth. And that's not just with us, that's with any company, because with growth comes investment. If there was an investment, we would all be scaling. And this brings us here into step number 3. From that 80%, only 15% are actually willing to do what it takes every day to become uncomfortable to grow. Going from point 1 to point 3, most people aren't willing to put in the time, let alone the effort it takes in order to scale your offer. Now, the plus side of working with us one-on-one is that we build out the systems completely done for you. So you're not wasting time testing systems that you'll never use or never actually convert on. We plug and play you with winning systems from day one and optimize on top of those. But most of you aren't even willing to put in the work that it takes to launch your first test. Here, this leaves us with 2 options. You have option number 1, which you guys are doing right now, and you can get great results doing this. It's just taking what we teach you and implement that into your offer. You can get great results, but as long as you're willing to put in step 1 and step 3. If you can put in the time and you can put in the effort, you will get great results. I will also tell you, if you're not willing to put in the time from this low ticket course, and you're not willing to put in the effort, you're not going to get great results. You can't just watch these modules and expect to grow your offer. You have to actually be implementing what we teach you on a day-to-day basis. Now, option number 2, which isn't going to make sense for most of you guys, but is the best way, is working with Trey and I one-on-one. So this is only, like I said, for the 5% of you who are left over here. The ones who are willing to put in the time, make an investment for themselves, and actually put in the work that it takes to grow their offer. And like I said, this here is only for the 5%. And I say 5% conservatively because I've been in this space long enough to know that everybody who comes in our door is not a right fit for our offer. And for us, it's very important that we only work with coaches, mentors, agency owners, etc., who are dedicated enough to invest their time, money, and effort into scaling their offer. And if you do that, you could probably expect to see some results just like this. Like our client Alistair, who we literally took from going from inconsistent like 5 to 25K months. Like when he came to us, he was getting a 5K month, a 25K month, and then like a 10K month. From there, we brought him to a consistent 30K per month. And then after that, we scaled him to over 100K per month, then 120K per month. And as of most recently, he is making $50,000 every single week running his online coaching offer. Just like our client Rory, who literally while he was in college, went from making 3K per month to generating over 16K per month with his online coaching business while working in college. Or just like our client Jack, who went from 2K per month, barely scraping by, to making over 11K in his first week of working with us. And Jack is a great test to this. Because after our first week, he went from making 11K in a week to making a $55,000 month that month, and then continuing to now scale past 100K per month where he is right now. And that might all sound good, but here is what you get while you work with Trey and I that's a little bit different from this program. So you still get access to our principles, which are all gonna remain the same, but like I said, you're gonna be able to scale faster. With this, you get 24/7 access to Trey and I and unlimited one-on-one coaching. So like we said, this is a completely done for you and done with you service, which brings us into step 2, where we will literally create your ad campaigns that Andromeda loves to push, as well as building the entire backend structure of your business done for you. So that's from creating you ads, from creating you funnels, from creating you follow-up sequences, your entire sales process, the entire process from when a lead books the call to when they're actually showing up to that call, and building these systems completely done for you, which then leads us into step number 3, which is sales management from our $5 million plus per year team. So you get Trey and I managing your sales teams one-on-one with you, and also placing you with proven setters and closers to help scale your offer. So this is a full growth operation from the time that we go down to actually nailing your offer, delivering on the marketing, mastering sales, and growing your team. So if you know you have what it takes, your clients get great results, you're willing to put in the time, you're willing to put in the investment, and you're willing to put in the work that it takes to scale your offer to 30 to 50K per month, if that's you, go below this video and schedule your one-on-one walkthrough call with Trey and I. On this call, we're gonna map out exactly where you are now, what you've implemented of the click-to-close system, and how we can optimize that to predictably scale your offer past 30 to 50K per month consistently. We'll give you the full rundown of what it looks like to work with Trey and I one-on-one and scale your offer faster. With this, we are very limited with the clients that we do take on with our one-on-ones. So this is only for serious business owners that are looking to scale their offer, are willing to put in the time,
willing to put in the work, and willing to invest in their business. And if that's you, click below this video to schedule your one-on-one walkthrough call with Trey and I. Like I said, there is limited spots, so click the link below before spots fill up today.